As the throne wars reach their conclusion, Li Yun Xiao completely embarrasses Qin Yue's opposition in a refining battle to help him become the new emperor of Tian Shui. However, his ascension to the throne is spoiled by Zhou Yushan kidnapping Qin Rushui. After ensuring her safety, Yun Xiao prepares to enact revenge against the entire Zhou family. For now, though, he heads to the Thousand Treasures auction as the newly appointed city lord of Martial Flame City. Arriving at the Thousand Treasures Tower, Yun Xiao marvels at its glory that is even beyond his expectations. Possessing immense wealth that rivals a country, the organization has hired many refiners and martial artists to offer their services. Meng Bai spots a large group of people gathered in the distance and excitedly rushes through the crowd, leading his master to the item garnering such attention: a second-tier windbreak poisonous weasel egg. While Jia Rong and Meng Wu lose their minds over the super-rare treasure, Yun Xiao remains unimpressed, declaring it to be just a regular green demon beast egg. However, he soon realizes that cooking the poisonous weasel egg will be beneficial for Meng Bai nonetheless. Right then, some customers start bargaining the item's price with the shopkeeper, who is selling it for an absurd amount of 10,000 middle-tier primordial stones. Blood should be in a call center with the scams that he is running. The annoyed seller refuses to give even an inch, forcing the buyers to spend all their life savings on it. They only put forward one condition: the seller has to prove whether the second-tier windbreak poisonous weasel egg is the real thing. This infuriates the shopkeeper, who announces that he is doing business under the Thousand Treasures Tower's name, meaning that selling fakes would be equivalent to courting death. Convinced by this explanation, the customers prepare to hand off their money, but then Jia Rong steps in, revealing that the vitality of the egg is weakening. As such, it will die within a month. Hearing this, the buyers quickly take back his primordial stones. The seller threatens to make Jia Rong pay for spewing nonsense, prompting the refiner to call them out for tricking the customers. Jia Rong also tells everyone that the seller has been concealing the egg's purple stripes by hiding it inside a crystal box with a rainbow hue. As the latter accuses the former of making things up, he points to his second-tier refiner badge, proving his skills and credibility. Of course, Jia Rong himself was clueless and only came to know of the egg's vitality through his young master Yun. Having worked hard for many years to save up their money, the buyers start calling the scammer names. Squaring up and down that he didn't know that the egg was going to die, the seller closes up shop. The customers thank Jia Rong for his service and head off. As the seller begins to pack up, Yun Xiao approaches him, questioning if he is still willing to sell the egg. Despite not understanding why anyone would buy a dying egg, the man desperately tries to sell it off for 5,000 middle-tier primordial stones. Of course, utilizing his masterful heckling skills, Yun Xiao scams the scammer and leaves. Du pulled out the UNO reverse. Jia Rong joins him, praising his evil master for getting the item worth 10,000 for just 100. Seeing them together, the seller realizes that he has been played. Meng Bai tries to tease his master for being up to no good again, only to lose all joy upon learning that the second-tier windbreak poison weasel egg is for him to eat. Without delay, the poor boy tries to run, but Yun Xiao stops him right in his tracks. The reincarnated soul assures Meng Bai that eating the egg will help him a lot in the future. Holding the giant egg in his hands, the disciple questions how long it will take for him to consume such a thing. His master's next words leave him in tears as he reveals that Meng Bai will have to eat it all at once to absorb the toxins efficiently. Consoling her brother, Meng Wu laments not having a good demon beast egg to hatch into a cute little baby. Suddenly, Yun Xiao hands her a real demon beast egg that he found inside Xu Pinghong's storage ring, leaving Jia Rong and Meng Bai jealous. Promising to teach Meng Wu how to tame the beast when it's time, the boy reveals that after doing so, she will be able to travel freely in the Dusk Flame Empire. As Meng Bai protests not being given the egg that looks tastier, Yun Xiao smacks him. He then tells the siblings to put away the eggs quickly, since everyone is staring at them. Receiving such a precious gift from Yun Xiao, without him even thinking twice about it, Meng Wu blushes, getting treated so well for the first time in her life. While the crowd gossips about the reincarnated soul, Meng Bai wonders if his sister's body is burning up because she has a fever. Oh, you sweet summer child. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Wu is just lovesick, and he gets smacked for bringing it up. Meanwhile, Jia Rong urges the need to hurry away from the area, afraid that people already have their eyes set on them as targets. However, Yun Xiao declares that there's no need to worry. He vows to make anyone who even dares to look at them wrong sleep eternally. Right then, Yun Xiao spots a glowing fruit nearby. He heads to the seller to ask his price, getting told that it's 5,000 low-tier primordial stones. Hearing this, Manga starts yelling at the shopkeeper for robbing people in broad daylight. The enraged seller shouts at the brat, insisting that the item is a precious soul fruit, despite not even knowing its name. However, he saw a third-tier scaled python and a third-tier blood-strike tiger fight to the death for the fruit, so the seller believes that its price is way higher than what he's asking. Being the master of reasoning that he is, Yun Xiao questions if the man let those two heavily injured beasts off after somehow managing to get the fruit from them, leaving him in a cold sweat. Yun Xiao tells the seller not to worry, as a third-tier demon beast's corpse, despite being a treasure, isn't something he desires. Wanting to buy the teeth of the blood-strike tiger and the soul fruit instead, the boy asks the shopkeeper to give him a price. The latter still hesitates, prompting the former to declare that no one will dare to attack him in the 1,000 treasures auction. However, the seller isn't convinced. He fears that the hungry wolves in the crowd won't let him walk out of the country alive. Having felt many sharp gazes on him for a while now, Yun Xiao realizes that the seller is right. Right then, the shopkeeper remarks that the boy can have the blood-strike tiger's teeth, but only as a package deal with the whole corpse for 5,000 middle-grade primordial stones. The soul fruit will just be a free gift, along with the tiger. After confirming the status of the teeth, Yun Xiao finalizes the deal and puts the items in his storage ring. Jia Rong once again worries about the gazes, getting told to just ignore them and not stop those who want to die. Suddenly, Manga comes running there shouting, pointing to the distance where Chun Zhen and Han Bai are getting confronted by someone. Call them Luffy, the way they can't stay out of trouble. For more than 2 seconds, Yun Xiao walks through the crowd and asks his friends, "What's going on?" Chun Zhen reveals that they found some 100 pattern hydrangeas, but some people came running there and forcefully took them away. Since the ingredient is what he needs to make 6 sunset gold pills to save Ji Meng, Yun Xiao concludes that he must make them spit it out. As Han Bai points to the people who took away the 100 pattern hydrangeas, their leader walks forward. Showing no intention of giving it back, he tells Yun Xiao's group to get lost, threatening to cut off the fingers of anyone who dares to point at him one more time. Observing the people, the reincarnated soul notes that their leader is just a 9-star martial master, but is backed by a dozen guards, including a martial lord and 2 great martial masters. At that precise instant, an old man drags himself there, complaining that the customer hasn't paid yet. Getting enraged at the accusation of being a thief, the martial master tells the seller to get lost. As the old man tries to protest that it's the greatest treasure of his stall, Yun Xiao turns to him and asks for the price. Hearing that it's 200 middle-grade primordial stones, the boy decides to buy the ingredient. The seller thanks Yun Xiao, albeit being afraid of taking the items from the evildoers. Telling him that it's fine, the reincarnated soul announces that he will retrieve them himself. Blued on that, fine, I will do it myself vibe. Yun Xiao approaches the martial master, daring him to reiterate his earlier threat, calling the former mad. The latter boasts about his family background, telling him to kowtow a few times and get lost. Of course, Yun Xiao charges at the martial master instead, cutting him with his blade. Jumping back, the young lord freezes at the sight of his own blood for a moment before screaming out in agony. One of the dozen guards leaps at Yun Xiao to defend his master, only to get ruthlessly sliced up. Looking at the boy blatantly murdering someone in broad daylight, the spectators scream out in disbelief. Yun Xiao then makes a chilling proclamation, declaring that anyone who dares to hurt a brother of his must die, regardless of their status. As numerous guards rush at him, the reincarnated soul tells his friends to retreat. Dancing like the wind, Yun Xiao slashes up everyone who stands in his way. Seeing his bodyguards meet such a gruesome fate, the martial master jumps back in fear. Finally, the martial lord steps forward, declaring that no one can save Yun Xiao now. He unleashes his chi in the form of 2 crimson palms and hurls it towards him. Suddenly, the boy screams out for Commander Hong to come out and not wait until he dies, promising a terrifying future for him, in case he does. Right then, a man in knight-like attire jumps out of the shadows and intercepts the martial lord's attack, deflecting it right back at him. The guard questions the man's identity, boasting about his young lord's status, and flaming him for sticking his nose into other people's business. Turns out, this is none other than the Team 1 commander of Martial Flame City's city defense, Hong Bing. Chilling. Okay, I will see myself out now. Psych. Declaring that he doesn't care who they are, Hong Bing vows to keep the troublemakers in line as long as they are in the territory of Martial Flame City. At the same time, the commander wonders how his new city lord, who he has been discreetly following around, managed to notice him. All of a sudden, the martial lord starts protesting that the boy hurt his young master and even killed his bodyguards, telling Hong Bing to do something about it. However, the commander instantly shuts him down, remarking that he only saw them hitting Li Yun Xiao. While the martial lord continues to rant, his young lord speaks up, once again boasting about himself as someone who even the emperor of Tianshui would be polite to. The martial master orders Hong Bing to bring his city lord to him. Finally, he announces himself as the Dust Flame Empire's Xingyang family's heir, Tiandang Mountains. The young lord smirks, thinking that this proclamation will scare his opponents. Much to his dismay, Li Yun Xiao only insults him for being someone he has never even heard of, no longer having to hesitate since Yang Jia isn't a big shot. Like he thought, the boy charges to kill them all off, ordering Hong Bing to keep the martial lord busy in the meantime. Getting disrespected in such a manner, Yang Jia coughs out blood and braces himself for the onslaught that is about to follow. The last of Yang Jia's bodyguards leaps at Li Yun Xiao in annoyance, wielding his twin blades to collide with the boy's sword. Looking at the scene, the girl asks Old Man Yu if Li Yun Xiao is the third-tier refiner Yuan Hao talked about. Confirming it to be true, the geezer reveals that he has been following the boy ever since he entered the Thousand Treasures auction. Blood, a more committed stalker than Taylor Swift stands. Not only does Li Yun Xiao have extremely sharp eyes, but he is also somehow pushing back a 3-star Great Martial Master, despite being just a 4-star Martial Master. A martial arts genius along with being a third-tier refiner at just 15 years old. He thinks that Li Yun Xiao is an even greater talent than the young lady accompanying him. The girl wonders if they should jump in to stop the fight, considering Yang Jia dying would create a big mess. Despite not feeling concerned about the Xingyang family, the old man doesn't dare to overlook that one of their ancestors is an elder of the Heaven Gathering sect. So, he heads out to intervene. Meanwhile, Li Yun Xiao overpowers the Great Martial Master and skillfully unarms him. Seeing the boy's blade swing towards him, the grown-ass man tears up, fearing that he's going to die. Halt! A loud voice roars out as the geezer jumps in to stop Li Yun Xiao's onslaught. He tells the boy to forgive and forget, remarking that the Xingyang family isn't one that he should go against. Much to the old man's dismay, Li Yun Xiao has been aware of someone watching him since coming to the auction and feels relieved that he has finally shown himself. While he gets flustered at somehow getting noticed, the boy pushes him aside, being in no mood to chat at the moment. He rushes to finish off Yang Jia and his bodyguard, getting his sword flung away by the geezer. Just from that one strike, Li Yun Xiao successfully figures out that he is a 7-star martial king and uses the Plum Blossom Point Break form, leaving him in disbelief. Reprimanding the geezer for saving Yang Jia, the reincarnated soul declares him as his enemy. However, Yu insists that he merely saved Li Yun Xiao from bringing ruin to himself. Hearing the boy's name, Yang Jia promises to kill him for generations to come, putting his manhood on the line. In the same breath, the coward retreats. Li Yun Xiao gives you an annoyed look, remarking that it's kill or be killed against Yang Jia at this point. Moreover, as the medicinal materials he needs to save Jimeng are still in the young lord's possession, Li Yun Xiao questions how Yu intends to fix things. At the same time, the boy discreetly signals Jia Rong and the others, making them run off somewhere. Being a self-centered and prideful brat, Yang Jia won't let Li Yun Xiao off the hook until one of them dies. As such, the reincarnated soul holds the geezer responsible for the situation, telling him to worry about how he will pay him back. Li Yun Xiao begins to head off, getting asked to hold on, as the girl accompanying you wishes to speak to him. However, the boy ignores the request. Certified Sigma moment, the old man forcefully grabs Li Yun Xiao by his arm, insisting that he doesn't do anything stupid. Offended by you trying to force him, the reincarnated soul gazes into his soul, declaring that being a 7-star martial king doesn't make him invincible. As Yun Xiao frees himself, the girl accompanying the geezer shows up and reveals that she has some 100-pattern hydrangea. Walking onto the scene with unmatched eloquence, the young lady defends Yu's choice not to let Yun Xiao kill Yang Jia. She feels that there's still room to smooth things over between the two as opposed to the massive trouble that would have followed otherwise. Unconvinced, Yun Xiao questions what will happen if Yang Jia comes back with a strong fighter to finish him off. Introducing herself as Ding Ling and the geezer as Yu Rong, the girl vows to step up in case such a thing happens. Yun Xiao finally comes around, or so it seems, as he entrusts Ding Ling to clean up the mess. The young lady in Yu Rong gets confused at first, soon realizing what the boy is implying. Brought by Yang Jia as backup, a massive armada of soldiers approaches the group from the horizon, led by a lord of the Dust Flame Empire's 4 great families, Cheng Feiji. Realizing her current predicament, Ding Ling tries to convince him that the entire event was a massive misunderstanding and hopes that he can overlook the matter. Questioning the identity of the troublemaker, Feiji wonders how he made the girl act as his spokesperson. Yang Jia chimes in, telling him not to trust a selfish businesswoman like her, thinking that she must have gotten some sort of benefit from Yun Xiao. Infuriated, Yu Rong reminds Yang Jia that he saved his life earlier and didn't benefit one bit from it. The ungrateful young lord snarks, remarking that the geezer only saved him to save Yun Xiao. Even the reincarnated soul piles on the already enraged Yu Rong, wondering if he still thinks that saving Yang Jia was the right decision. Bro getting cooked. Ding Ling asks Feiji to think of sparing Yun Xiao as just giving her some face, considering she is someone who frequently engages in business deals with the Dust Flame Empire's 4 great families, leveraging the fact that she belongs to the Tianyuan Commerce Guild. Ding Ling insists that Feiji bury this matter right here. Being one of the 13 board of directors of the Commerce Alliance, the Tianyuan Commerce Guild possesses great influence. Moreover, the Thousand Treasures Tower is also one of the group's 7 permanent directors, being the leader of the whole organization. As such, the Commerce Alliance has become a superpower in the Tianwu continent, and no one dares to act against it. Since Yang Jia represents the Dust Flame Empire's aristocrats, and Yu Xiao dared to not only kill his subordinate, but also chop off 5 of his fingers, Feiji insists that he is just trying to save their dignity. However, as he can't embarrass Ding Ling either, the only remaining choice is for Yun Xiao to kowtow 10 times, destroy his Dan Tian, cut off his arms, and kneel at the auction's entrance throughout its entire duration. Then, Feiji will spare him. The Chum family's maniacal lord asks Ding Ling what she thinks of his proposal, making Yang Jia burst out laughing with his benevolence. While the girl gets flustered, Yun Xiao simply laughs, declaring that it's been years since he has seen such pretentious scum. After all, the ones before him, who dared to act in such a way, no longer live, declaring the boy ungrateful for rejecting his kindness. Feiji tells Ding Ling to not accidentally get involved in the crossfire and mobilizes his troops. Yun Xiao calmly observes his situation, noting that Feiji is backed by 2 martial kings and 4 martial lords. Meanwhile, Ding Ling scolds the Chung family's lord for trying to humiliate him, who blames her and the boy for bringing this upon themselves. Suddenly, Yun Xiao lets out a sinister grin and mocks Feiji. He then brings out the cloud-piercing arrows, sending a signal to the student army, oblivious to what awaits him. Feiji laughs in the boy's face for trying to use Tian Shuoi's military against him, while the cocky young lord continues to hurl insults at Yun Xiao. One of the martial kings backing him gets alerted by something. The ground shakes as the student army stomps through the city and gathers around their commander-in-chief. They unleash their killing intent, concentrating it into the sky to form the god-slaying finger. As Feiji screams out in disbelief, Bai Chengfeng arrives on the scene, announcing that all 2,330 members of Heaven's Core have assembled for their young master Yun. Still the hardest name ever. Right then, Jia Rong and the others return as well, bringing with them Xiao Qingwang, Luo Yunshan, Li Chunyang, Li Changfeng, and Chun Da Sheng. Just when I thought it couldn't get crazier, the first unit of the State Guardians swoops onto the battlefield too, led by Yan in greeting their young master Yun. Witnessing this sight, Feiji and his men start trembling in their boots. Yun Xiao calls out the bodyguard, who disrespected him just moments ago, making him swear up and down that he did no such thing. prioritizing their own well-being over their idiotic lord's pride. The guards run for their lives. Of course, Yun Xiao doesn't let anyone who dares insult him off the hook. With a flick of his hand, the reincarnated soul pulls the naive bodyguard towards himself, putting an end to his unremarkable life. Seeing this, Yang Jia loses all strength in his body and falls to his knees. Without delay, Yun Xiao shouts out, commanding his martial army to kill every last one of the disrespectful fools. Brimming with killing intent, the soldiers leap at Fei Ji and his guards to end their lives, showing no regard for their status as an esteemed noble family of the Dusk Flame Empire. Right then, Xiao Qingwang approaches the two one-star martial kings defending Fei Ji and invites them to greet him properly. Utterly outclassed by the 8-star martial king, the two bodyguards get crushed. Realizing that Yun Xiao is truly crazy, Fei Ji looks around in a panic. He screams his lungs out and boasts about belonging to the Chung family's direct line, demanding to meet the city lord. However, no one bats him an eye. Get aired lol. Hearing the painful cries of his armada, Fei Ji trembles, understanding once and for all that the maniacal student army doesn't care who he is at all. Yu Rong and Ding Ling witness the scene with the same level of disbelief as the latter begs Yun Xiao to stop. She reiterates that killing a direct descendant of one of the 4 great noble families would bring ruin to the whole of Tianshui, but the boy remains unbothered. Yun Xiao doubles down, proclaiming that he won't mind erasing the entire Chung family from the Dusk Flame Empire if they step out of line. This bold claim leaves Ding Ling in complete shock, making her wonder if the reincarnated soul is a 6-tier refiner or a 7 constellations realm martial emperor. Xiao Qingwang, Chen Da Sheng, Li Chunyang, and Li Changfeng bring the raging battle to a rousing finale, hurling the last of the enemy troops right behind Fei Ji and Yang Jia. Surrounded by Yun Xiao's forces, the Chen family's young lord starts kowtowing. Admitting his misdeeds, he begs for the reincarnated soul to spare their lives and vows to do no wrong again. Ling Ding and Yu Rong also tell Yun Xiao to let them go, as the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild will be able to sweep this under the rug if he stops now. Of course, Yun Xiao tells the two to shut up. That's why he's the goat. He only deems the 1,000 Treasures Tower to be worthy of his respect, deeming the rest to be nothing but trash. Hearing these words, Yu Rong falls silent and Ling Ding wonders if this is the end of the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild. Meanwhile, Fei Ji continues to beg for mercy, even pissing his pants in the process. Disgusting, mutters Yun Xiao, ordering Yan to just kill fools. Zipping through the sky, a man shouts out, questioning who dares to end lives in the 1,000 Treasures auction. Yun Xiao screams at Yan to hurry up, but the commander remains frozen in place, being the elder guardian of the 1,000 Treasures Tower's Dusk Flame Empire branch. The 6 Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster, Yin Chaoyang, makes his appearance. Infuriated, the crushing pressure he exerts renders everyone unable to move a single muscle. Since acts of theft and murder are forbidden during the 1,000 Treasures auction, Ling Dinger worries that they are done for. At the same time, Fei Ji starts celebrating that his life is spared. Introducing himself as the young lord of the Chung family, he begs Elder Yin to save him. Out of nowhere, a sword stabs him in the chest. Fei Ji turns around, only to see that the act was committed by none other than Yang Jia. Moving like a zombie, the latter then puts the sword to his own neck. A spurt of blood follows, and Yang Jia's lifeless corpse falls to the ground. Just like that, the two disrespectful fools meet their miserable demise. In the reflection of Yang Jia's dilated pupils, Yun Xiao appears with his moon eye technique, reiterating his earlier proclamation. Holy chills. Realizing that the boy was responsible for the horrifying scene all along, Ding Ling is left questioning if he is really just 15 years old. At the same time, Yin Chaoyang furiously screams out. Witnessing the 1,000 Treasures Tower's rules getting broken, as if they are nothing, the Martial Grandmaster unleashes his chi, vowing to kill everyone who stands before him. Ling Ding tries to reason with him, but the elder is in no mood to chat. To him, only death is a fitting punishment for those who dare to break the tower's sacred rules. Qiaoyang's eyes flare up as a massive ball of green chi gathers around him, pulling apart the ground itself, while even Tianshui's martial kings look on helplessly at the sight. Yun Xiao suddenly speaks up, confirming Qiaoyang's identity. He asks him how Yu Wanbo is doing nowadays. This infuriates the elder even more, who reprimands the boy for trying to fool around with the name of the tower's third elder. Right then, Yun Xiao activates thought communication, telepathically asking Xiao Yang about the Thousand Treasures Tower's secret tool, the spatial communicator. Being a powerful tool that can break through spatial limitations to transmit voices to the other side of the formation. Its value is very high. Moreover, spatial communicators are extremely precious one-time use consumables. So even in the Thousand Treasures Tower's inner circle, only martial grandmasters or above would know of such a top-secret communication tool, let alone possess one. Chevian gets confused, questioning how a mere teen knows of it. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul asks the elder to convey this message to Yu Wenbo. Outside Crimson Crescent City, an old friend on the Purple Cloud Peak from 20 years ago misses him. Sounds fruity. I'm in. Between the steep price of the spatial communicator and the consequences of contacting Yu Wenbo in vain, Chao Yang feels reluctant to trust Yun Xiao's words. At the same time, he realizes that killing an actual old friend of Yu Wenbo will result in an even more severe punishment. As if to read his mind, Yun Xiao assures Chao Yang that there's no need to worry and promises to take responsibility if things go south. With this, Elder Yin disperses his qi and descends to the ground. Seeing this, Ling Ding is left wondering what Yun Xiao said to calm Chao Yang down, considering even she wasn't able to do so. Right then, Elder Yin brings out his storage ring, summoning a spatial communicator from it. While everyone looks on with awe, Chao Yang begins the spatial communication process. Countless array-like formations erupt from the tool, and he sends Yun Xiao's message to the third elder. Thousands of miles from Martial Flame City, a peach blossom tree blooms in all its glory. Surrounded by high peaks, a humble abode houses numerous disciples, staying before their master, the Thousand Treasures Tower's third elder, Yu Wenbo. While scribbling some markings into the air, his spatial communicator suddenly starts ringing. Seeing their third elder get disturbed at such a time, the disciples conclude that the message has to be something very important. However, upon hearing that it's from Yin Chao Yang of the Dust Flame Empire, they are left questioning. What important matter can arise from such a small country? One of the disciples even feels offended, as Yin Chao Yang is reporting to his superior despite being his direct subordinate. Right then, Yu Wenbo reads the message, shouting out in disbelief. The third elder then abruptly stands up, sending shockwaves all across the island. Surprised by this act, one of his subordinates wonders if something terrible happened at their Dust Flame Empire branch. However, Yu Wenbo remains silent and breaks out into a cold sweat. As the spatial communicator in his hand shatters, the third elder exits the residence and starts floating over the nearby body of water. Yu Wenbo's actions confuse his subordinates, but they intently look on nonetheless. Suddenly, the third elder starts laughing maniacally. Tears of joy start flowing down his face, and Yu Wenbo celebrates. Having always believed this to be the case, he feels glad that Gu Feiyang is still alive. Meanwhile, Chao Yang's patience bears fruit as he finally receives a response from Yu Wenbo. When the spatial communicator shatters, Yun Xiao asks him what he said. Drumroll, please. As per Yu Wenbo's command, Chao Yang asks the boy to recite the sentence that follows his. Yun Xiao successfully manages to do so, shocking Elder Yin immensely. The latter suddenly gets on his knees, formally greeting the former. Seeing a martial grandmaster, pay respect to their young master Yun. Even his allies look on in disbelief. Only the world's biggest glazier, Jia Rong, remains unsurprised by this feat. Telling Chao Yang to get up, Yun Xiao wonders what Yu Wenbo said to make him act like this. Elder Yin reveals that he was ordered to feed his corpse to the dogs if he couldn't answer it. In the case of a correct answer, though, Chao Yang was told to treat Yun Xiao like he would treat Yu Wenbo himself. Bursting into wild laughter, Yun Xiao tells his allies to get back to what they were doing, announcing that they are all on the same side. Yun Shang smiles, concluding that the boy must have given the martial grandmaster some information on Gu Feiyang. After all, a martial grandmaster wouldn't have bowed down to a mere teen otherwise. While Yun Shang wonders when she will be able to meet the great lord, Da Sheng orders the student army to leave. Over with Yun Xiao, he apologizes to Qiu Yang for causing him trouble and asks how he can make it up to him. Declaring that the evildoers' corpses do just that, Elder Yin starts making excuses on Yun Xiao's behalf. He is so good at sucking up to him. that even G.R. Rong feels threatened. Blood's going band for band and glazing. Right then, Chaoyang claps his hands to summon his troops, announcing that Xingyang Jia and Cheng Fei Ji should die for breaking the rules of the Thousand Treasures Tower. He commands them to clean up their corpses and send them back to the Dust Flame Empire. The rest, however, are to be just dragged outside the city and burned. Ling Ding-er and Yu Rong note that there hasn't been an exception. In the Thousand Treasures Tower's ironclad rules for hundreds of years, not even for the Heaven-Gathering sect. So seeing Chaoyang blatantly disregard them for a teen like Yun Xiao leaves them in utter disbelief. Right then, the martial grandmaster asks the reincarnated soul if he has any others for him, vowing to treat them like those of Yu Wenbo. This act leaves Yun Xiao's allies questioning reality, making them wonder if being so humble is part of a peerless martial grandmaster's shtick. Thanking Chaoyang for everything he has done so far, Yun Xiao promises to come look for him if he needs anything else in the future. Elder Yin then gives the boy a gold VIP card for use in the Commerce Guild, allowing him to buy anything in their auctions for a 30% discount. With this, Chaoyang feels that he has established himself with Yun Xiao. Even though the latter is a young teen, the former thinks that sucking up to him before he becomes a powerful person is the right choice. After all, there aren't a lot of people who have managed to earn Yu Wenbo's respect. Suddenly, Yun Xiao questions if the Thousand Treasures Tower there have any heavenly universe-cleansing crystals or sulfuric haze. As Chaoyang is about to get someone to check, Ling Ding-er chimes in, revealing that she can ask someone from the Tiandang Yuan Commerce Guild to send the items right away. Elder Yin tries to say that the Thousand Treasures Tower's stock will be better, but Ling Ding-er protests and declares that the goods are already on the way. This annoys Chaoyang, prompting Yun Xiao to assure him that his kindness has been acknowledged. Seeing a regional elder of the Thousand Treasures Tower licking the boy's boots, Ling Ding-er realizes that her plan to recruit him by using the Tiandang Yuan Commerce Guild's influence is now out of the cards. Having searched for the items in the entirety of Tian Shui just to fail, Xiao Qing Wang and Li Chunyang get shocked to see two world-famous Commerce Guilds fight over the privilege to give them to him for free. They wonder what Yun Xiao actually did, wanting to question him later. He just got that unspoken riz. Right then, Chaoyang gives the reincarnated soul a VIP badge for the Thousand Treasures auction. Thanking him for it, Yun Xiao starts heading off with Qing Wang and Chunyang, only to get followed by Yu Rong and Ding Ling-er. Soon, they arrive at the Martial Flame City's meeting hall. Being a very busy teenager, Yun Xiao tells the duo to quickly get to the point. Ling Ding-er reveals that Tian Yuan Commerce Guild is facing a threat nowadays and wants his help, promising a satisfactory reward. After a momentary silence, the reincarnated soul questions if the time is ripe to hold the Commerce Alliance tandem event this year. Impressed that someone who has only lived in Tiang Shui knows of this, Ling Ding-er wonders if he also knows of her guild's unfortunate position. During the Commerce Alliance tandem event, tests are held in both martial and refining arts in order to determine the skills of each member of the various guilds, granting the top prospects power and authority. The participants must be part of any commerce guild, with the maximum age limit being 30 to ensure future growth. As such, every event brings significant changes to the Alliance's management. Ling Ding-er laments that the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild is ranked third to last in potential and power out of 20 guilds this year, becoming an easy target for up-and-comers. Being the guild's chairman, her father Ding Shan is trying to recruit young talents from all over the world to remedy their current predicament. Not being part of their commerce guild, Yun Xiao wonders how he would be of help, getting told that they can just give him a random identity. Forgery for the win. After all, the event will take place in Song Moonrise City after 6 months. As it's the main city of commerce in Tianwu, Yun Xiao agrees to help Ling Ding-er. However, he isn't willing to wait for half a year for payment and demands it up front right there. Yu Rong doesn't agree with this, pointing out that the boy will either run off with the money or die by then. Reprimanding the old man for daring to think so little of him, Yun Xiao politely asks him and Ling Ding-er to see themselves out. The girl tells him to ignore the geezer's nonsensical rambling and inquires about his reward. Yun Xiao demands 50 Green Wolf battleships in return, offending Yu Rong greatly, reminding the old man that beggars can't be choosers the reincarnated soul annoyedly raises his price to 100 floating battleships. Ling Dinger pushes Yu Rong aside, promising to pay Yun Xiao the 50 ships he wants if they win the tandem event. The boy promises to get them first place in the event, making the Tianyuan Commerce Guild one of the 7 main management guilds. However, his price has risen to 100 Green Wolf battleships now, not 50. As Ling Dinger wonders if he is really telling the truth, Yun Xiao pridefully declares that he will be a 4 quadrants realm martial lord and a peak 4th tier refiner in half a year. The reincarnated soul rhetorically questions if there will be more than 7 young talents capable of beating him then. Since this would definitely make them a main management member, Ling Dinger questions how he can guarantee such a thing. The plot armor works in mysterious ways, lil bro. Yun Xiao then makes the ultimate promise. In case of failure, whatever he requests today, he vows to pay them back tenfold. Realizing that every commerce guild that was in their position before disappeared from the face of Tianwu in just a few years, Ling Dinger understands that she has no choice but to bet on Yun Xiao, even fulfilling his ridiculous demand of 100 4th tier refinement products. The girl asks for some time to buy and collect the 100 ships he wants. However, Yun Xiao remarks that he doesn't have that luxury and questions how many she has right now. Ling Dinger reveals that they have 30 Green Wolf battleships and 3 5th tier Tiger King battleships. As each Tiger King battleship can replace 10 Green Wolf ones, Yun Xiao tells her to just fill in the remaining 40 with 4th tier marshals or Shuan weapons instead. Just like that, their deal gets finalized. Outside, Yu Rong apologizes for making the guild pay double. However, Ling Dinger tells him not to worry, as it won't matter anyway if Yun Xiao manages to live up to his promise. Moreover, getting him on their side will be good for them in the future too. Of course, Yu Rong still thinks that Yun Xiao's claims are too outrageous, declaring him unreliable. Ling Dinger then reminds the geezer what his own personal investigation revealed about the boy, making him sigh. The girl announces that even if the boy can't fulfill his claims, just competing with his abilities as a 3rd tier refiner will put them in a good place, since they don't have to worry about martial arts. After all, half a year is enough for Ling Dinger herself to become a 5 elements realm martial king. Back over at the Martial Flame City's meeting hall, Xiao Qingwang and Li Chunyang are left in disbelief upon learning of the deal that Yun Xiao made and wonder if they are dreaming. Remarking that this is no time to do such a thing, the boy understands that he was only able to put such a ridiculous price on himself because of the Tianyuan Commerce Guild's unique situation. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingwang wonders if Yun Xiao is worried about the Xingyang and Cheng families. The Xingyang family would be relatively easy to deal with, but fighting against the Cheng family would be difficult, even if the boy used the whole of Tian Shui. Noting that they need to start making preparations soon either way, Yun Xiao tells the martial kings not to worry too much, since he still has some tricks up his sleeve. Bro thinks he is the trickster. Qingwang hopes that he can be there to support Yun Xiao then, lamenting that he won't be of much use to him in the future of his injury. The reincarnated soul tells Qingwang to cheer up, promising to not only clear him of his injury, but also make him ascend to a 6 Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster in just 1 month. Shocked by this claim, the Martial King wonders how he will do it. Trust me, mutters Yun Xiao, declaring that Qingwang will see when it's time. He then hands Chun Yang the VIP badge, wanting him to send it to Zhang Qingfan ASAP. Sometime later, Yun Xiao looks over the city, along with Wu Zixi and Jia Rong. Named after the highest mountain Qiyun Peak, the Qiyun Range catches his attention. As Wu Zixi reveals that many monsters reside there, Yun Xiao gets excited and questions if there are any noble family members in the mountains as well. Since the former has heard many such rumors, Yun Xiao concludes that there must be experts in the Qiyun Range. Since the soul power is low density, means they aren't that powerful, Yun Xiao gets fired up to borrow that energy for himself. Free real estate baity. Questioning how he's going to borrow soul power, Jia Rong asks Yun Xiao if he will return it. Ignoring his query, the reincarnated soul tells him to take the 2,000-strong Heaven's core and set up 3 specific arrays below Martial Flame City right away. 9 Dragons Soul Absorption, Taishu Heaven's Capital, and Great Sun Golden Sword. Reading the names of the arrays, Jia Rong gets blinded by the light of alchemy, having never heard of them in his entire life. Yun Xiao then decides to enlighten his ignorant servant. Upon activation, the 9 Dragons Soul Absorption Array will absorb soul power from the Qiyun Mountain Range. As for the Taishu Heaven's Capital Array and the Great Sun Golden Sword Array, they are part of the Grand Mountain Guardian formation, used for attack and defense respectively. Hearing this, Jia Rong starts trembling. In the whole of Duskflame Empire, only the Heaven Gathering sect has something of the sort, but somehow his young master Yun pulled out 2 of them at once. This makes Jia Rong lose all confidence, causing him to question if someone as lowly as him can even set up such a formation. Instead of encouraging him, Yun Xiao flat out declares that it's impossible for him to do so. Bro does not know how to sugarcoat things. Even if Jia Rong could set it up, the formation consumes primordial stones at an unmanageable rate. As such, Yun Xiao has simplified it greatly, leaving only the basic attack and defense functions intact. With this, even someone like Jia Rong should be able to set up the formation effectively. The reincarnated soul then hands his servant a storage ring, allowing him to use as many primordial stones as he wants from now on. Yun Xiao also gives one to Wu Zixi, sending him to the 1,000 Treasures auction to sell the items within it. Both men are left in awe at Prince Wu Chun's great actions, vowing to serve him with more diligence than ever before. Later, at the City Lord's residence, Meng Wu informs Yun Xiao that the Tian Yuan Commerce Guild and the 1,000 Treasures Tower have both sent over the items they respectively promised. Walking towards the girl, the reincarnated soul entrusts her to take care of the residence's daily affairs. As the Chamberlain, Meng Wu gets flustered, believing that she isn't worthy of such an important position. Tapping the maiden on the shoulder, Yun Xiao assures her that she can do it. However, he insists that Meng Wu prioritizes cultivation over trivial tasks, assigning them to her subordinates, so that only the very important things are left for her to do personally. Yun Xiao then heads back to his room, leaving Meng Wu red as a tomato, and all sorts of naughty thoughts start flowing to her mind. Fluttering side to side like a love-struck fool, the girl vows to go along with his wishes, no matter how raunchy they are. Right then, the oblivious Meng Bai questions whose wishes she is talking about, seeing Meng Wu's face burning up. He worries about her getting sick a lot recently. Of course, such foolish concern for his sister gets the poor kid smashed into the floor. Accurate sibling behavior. Back over with Yun Xiao, he sits on the wooden floor in the bedchamber. After finishing his meditation, the boy brings out his storage ring, summoning items he bought earlier. Observing the so-called soul fruit, Yun Xiao notes that it's actually a 4 quadrants yi fruit, something his body wouldn't have been able to withstand had it not been for the creation link technique. Without an ounce of hesitation, Yun Xiao swallows the fruit whole. A large amount of qi starts swirling all over, forcing him to use creation link to keep it under control. Soon, the hefty amount of energy settles down, getting absorbed by Yun Xiao. Just like that, the reincarnated soul advances to the 5-star martial master level. Wishing that he could have such a fruit to eat every day, Yun Xiao turns his attention over to the blood-striped tiger. Intently observing it, the boy realizes that the beast was about to evolve into a tiger king before its death, having fought tooth and nail for the 4 quadrants yi fruit for that very reason. Regardless, since it's no use crying over spilled milk, Yun Xiao prepares to extract the tiger's pair of tusks and its blood to form his sword. He borrows the immensely powerful shadow of the true fire of life for the refinement process, forcing the incomplete 3rd-tier blade into immediate submission. Hoping to use the tiger blood as a catalyst, Yun Xiao hurls it into the phoenix's fire. As the blade begins to take form, he throws in the 2 tiger tusks as well, condensing the divine flames to refine it. However, Yun Xiao's Yuan Qi empties out instantly. As if this wasn't bad enough, the roof above his head starts to rumble. Realizing that thunderbolts will strike whenever he refines, Yun Xiao contemplates if the true fire of life is a bit too overpowered. You know it's true when the protagonist is saying this. Crashing through the roof of the bedchamber, a small thunderbolt strikes the Shuan weapon, sending the reincarnated soul flying onto the blood-striped tiger. However, Yun Xiao feels a tad bit disappointed at the small magnitude of the lightning. In the same vein, he notes that even getting struck by the thin thunderbolts has greatly increased the sword's energy. Exhausted, Yun Xiao lays down on the blood-striped tiger. Moments later, he lets out a smirk. And thus, named after its tiger-like fierceness, the tiger tusk sword is born. The Thousand Treasures Tower sets up the auction in the largest square in Martial Flame City, befitting its status as a VVIP event. In the auction square backyard, Yin Chao Yang gets scolded by another elder guardian of the Thousand Treasures Tower, Gan Diming. Elder Yin protests, but Diming refuses to budge, not accepting his proposal to add an auction item at the very last minute. When the list of auction items has already been published, Gao Yang reminds him that such an exception has been made before. However, Diming insists that it's only because it was a precious 5th-tier item. To make matters worse, the Thousand Treasures Tower's Dusk Flame Empire branch master, Shu Zizhui, agrees with Diming mainly because Elder Yin himself doesn't know what item he is submitting for the auction. Despite this, Gao Yang vows to bear the consequences alone if anything goes wrong. This offends Diming even more, who threatens to report this insolence, along with the matter where death was involved in the auction a few days ago, to Lord Yuhong himself. Gao Yang bursts into a cold sweat, but Yuan Bo's earlier words on how he is to treat Yun Xiao make him brim with confidence. Elder Yin then pridefully walks off, declaring that he will explain things to Xia Yuhong himself. As for Diming, he doesn't deserve to know. Let him know king. Turning over to Zizhui, Diming complains, wanting to report to Yuhong as soon as possible. Suddenly, the branch master asks him what he thinks of Gao Yang. Selfish, greedy, narrow-minded, and basically a good-for-nothing, if they exclude his martial cultivation. This is what Diming thinks of Elder Yin, questioning why such a man would dare offend not only the Xingyang and Cheng families, but also risk getting disciplined by Xia Yuhong. Just for the city lord of Martial Flame City, Zizhui concludes that Gao Yang knows something they don't. Being a good judge of character, the branch master understands that Elder Yin wouldn't have been backing this mysterious city lord unless he had full confidence in him. So Zizhui decides to let Gao Yang do as he pleases for now, wanting to see what exactly has given him such bravery. Sometime later, the auction finally starts. Greeting the esteemed guests, the branch master welcomes the main auctioneer, Mr. Mei. Looking over to the VIP area, Zizhui sees that Chao Yang is keeping the Martial Flame City Lord company, in the room right next to the Dusk Flame Empire's royalty. This intrigues him greatly, making him wonder how Elder Yin deems a mere City Lord's status to be equivalent to royalties. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao sits comfortably in the VIP area, accompanied by the Meng siblings, Xing Wang, Da Sheng, Yun Shan, and Chao Yang. Watching the auction through a screen, the reincarnated soul marvels at the Thousand Treasures Tower's power, as they have even managed to invite someone from the Mei family to host the auction. Revealing that all the previous auctions have been held by Mr. Mei, Chao Yang politely inquires about the item that Yun Xiao had him put on the list. The boy thanks Elder Yin for his help, remarking that he will see when it's time. With Mr. Mei there, Yun Xiao is assured that his item's worth will be recognized. Despite not knowing this specific Mr. Mei, since everyone from the Mei family is called Mr. Mei, the reincarnated soul does know that their master is called Mei Yi Xian. Moreover, as everyone from the Mei family has a weird hereditary quirk that enables them to sense treasures and precious items, any auction directed by a Mr. Mei will always give the fairest prices. Since the Mei family is very secretive, not even Gao Yang knows any of their names. However, a 15-year-old just blurted it loudly in front of him, leaving the elder in disbelief. The future is now. Old man. Right then, the first item of the auction is brought forth. Being the most valuable out of the 4th-tier pills, it is called the 1 Yuan Purple Soul Pill. Uninterested, Yun Xiao asks Xiao Yang if anyone from the Cheng or Xingyang family is around. The latter reveals that the Xingyang family didn't have a guest room in the first place, while the Cheng family left their room on account of a family member's death, which is why he gave it to the former. Even an 8-star martial king like Xiao Qingwang deems the guest rooms to be special, proving their quality. Right then, Yun Xiao inquires if any of the rooms belong to the Zhou family. His allies instantly understand that he is looking for the man who kidnapped Qin Rushui, Zhou Yushan. As Xiao Yinan reveals the Zhou family's room, Yun Xiao smirks, worrying everyone there. Meanwhile, the 1 Yuan Purple Soul Pill gets sold and the auction proceeds. A 3rd-tier soul rendering cleaver is brought onto the stage, being an item that was refined by the legendary 9th-tier sovereign class refiner, Luo Tian in his very early days. Of course, Yun Xiao thinks that such a thing isn't even worth looking at. Fangirling over the godlike existence, Yun Xiao suddenly smiles in the boy's direction, thinking about that lord being a godlike existence as well. While Yun Xiao gets all uncomfortable, the third-tier soul-rendering cleaver is sold for 8,000 mid-tier primordial stones, remarking that the current Luo Tian could refine 100 such crappy weapons in a day. Yun Xiao jokes about kidnapping the legendary existence to make himself rich, leaving everyone in the room in utter disbelief. Flawless plan, if you ask me. As Xiaoyang begs the reincarnated soul not to make such jokes, since it's equivalent to courting death, the next auction item gets announced. It is a 5th-tier purple tripod, named 5-line tripod. Seeing this, Yun Xiao finally becomes interested in the auction. Not only does the tripod enable even a 4th-tier refiner to utilize the full extent of the 5 elements realm, but its real value lies in the fact that it was created by a late 9th-tier sovereign class refiner. Lo and behold, the 5-line tripod is the creation of none other than Lord Gu Feiyang himself. Chatter erupts in the auction house as people start shouting out the reasons why the 5-line tripod is one of the most valuable items to be sold. Confirming this sentiment, Mr. May declares that no base price will be set for the item, leaving the interested buyers to bid the starting price. Countless praises are sung for the peak 9 heaven realm martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang, and his groundbreaking treasure that possesses the cultivation essence of the 5 elements realm. Back over in the 5th guest room, Luo Yunshan turns her eyes to Yun Xiao, who seems to be smirking for some reason. Suddenly, the boy asks Xiaoyang if he wants to participate in the bid as well, having sensed that his palms are sweating. The elder sighs out, remarking that a martial grandmaster has no need for the 5th-tier item. However, he is a bit interested, since such a high-quality treasure is an uncommon sight, even with 1,000 treasures tower's wealth. As Yun Xiao gets off his case, Xiaoyang is left questioning how a mere 15-year-old is able to read him so perfectly. Dude is just built differently. Moments later, the bidding begins. Starting off at 8,000 middle-tier primordial stones, the price soon rises to 5,000 high-tier ones. Right then, a voice erupts from the 4th guest room, bidding 10,000 high-tier primordial stones for the item. Since this amount of high tiers is worth 1,000,000 middle tiers, the onlookers realize that the royalties are getting involved. So, there's no point in them bidding anymore. While Mr. May tells everyone to remain quiet, Yun Xiao bids 12,000 high-tier primordial stones from his 5th guest room. Of course, this is just a bluff, since even his entire net worth doesn't add up to this hefty amount. Inside the Dust Flame Empire's guest room, the court prince Shinryu questions who is next door. His uncle, Yue Jiyulin, guesses that it might be the Chung family. However, he cannot confirm this fact since his universal detect is being blocked off by someone powerful who's at least a 4th-tier refiner. Who's gonna tell him? Despite receiving news earlier that someone from the Chung family got killed in the 1,000 Treasures Tower, Ji Yulin thinks that it was a false alarm and the person involved somehow survived. Ryu agrees, deeming it impossible for anyone other than the Chung family to have a 4th-tier refiner with them. Even though the tripod is already overpriced, the court prince decides to raise the price anyway. Fulfilling his command, Ji Yulin 15,000 high-tier primordial stones. Yun Xiao recognizes that it's a losing battle and sits back down, lamenting that he didn't refine more of these expensive tripods to sell. Going once, going twice, right as Mr. May is about to finalize the bid at 15,000 high-tier primordial stones, the Zhou family raises the price to 18,000. Understanding that Zhou Yushan wants to acquire the 5-line tripod to become a martial king, Ryu decides to let him have it, since it will only add to the Dust Flame Empire's strength. However, he regrets that the 1,000 Treasures Tower managed to extort such an absurd amount out of them. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family's guest room, the martial king Pang Chung-won sighs out, vowing to bring the 5-line tripod back with them no matter what. The great martial master, Zhou Chuan, celebrates that his father won't discipline him for butting such an absurd price, since royalties were involved. Shirong Da, another of the Zhou family's martial king, also notes that they only lost so much money because of Lord Yushan's recent cultivation improvement. Obviously, it's no use crying over spilled milk now, as Mr. May officially announces the bid to be closed. Surprisingly, Yun Xiao is over the moon that the Zhou family was the one to buy the 5-line tripod. Everyone is left confused by his behavior, prompting the reincarnated soul to explain. that it's better this way since he can just borrow the item from the Zhou family now. Already familiar with his shenanigans, Qing Wang, Yu Shang, and Da Shang understand that Yun Xiao isn't kidding and lose all joy. Meanwhile, the mischievous boy grins with excitement at the thought of killing and stealing from the wealthy. Putting it as respectfully as he possibly can, Chao Yang expresses doubt that the Zhou family would be willing to lend him such a treasure. He tries to change the topic, revealing that the item Yun Xiao put up for auction is about to come up. Hearing this, the reincarnated soul brings out some jade letters. Yun Xiao wants to put more stuff up for auction so that he can afford the treasures that come out later. The boy then touches the jade letter against his head, making it glow bright gold. Handing it to Mengwu, he whispers something in her ear. Xiaoyang wonders if Yun Xiao is going to put the jade letters up for auction, worrying that this stunt is going to be the end for him. After all, there's no way a third-tier refiner can record any information worth over the fourth tier. Stepping over to Mr. Fei, Mengwu hands him the jade letters. Announcing that the items have been added late, the auctioneer guesses that they contain some high-class techniques. Yet again, this makes Xiaoyang tremble in fear. Nah, Blood is a certified scaredy cat. Gan Diming and Xu Zizhuo intently look on, as Mr. Fei puts the jade letter against his head to extract the information inside. Suddenly, the auctioneer starts coughing out blood uncontrollably and falls to the ground, causing the entire auction to erupt in shock. While the branch manager rushes over to Mr. Mei, Xiaoyang wonders if the earlier information was so low tier that it made him vomit blood out of rage. Right then, Mr. Mei announces that the information recorded in the jade letter is above the 6th tier level. As his power was lacking, he got hurt trying to appraise it by force. Sounds like a skill issue to me. Repeatedly apologizing for his incompetence, the auctioneer declares that they will have to invite an expert from the Mei family to assess the true value of the jade letters, leaving Xiaoyang in utter disbelief. Since the 7th tier level contains the laws of heaven and earth, the presence of such a priceless treasure in the auction causes widespread commotion throughout the entire venue. Zizhuo asks Mr. Mei if he is completely certain about the jade letter's content being 7th tier, getting told that it's most definitely above 6th tier. After all, the auctioneer's appraisal has never failed on an item 6th tier or below. Hearing this, the commotion riles up even more. Zizhuo quickly instructs Diming to raise the auction's defense system to the special class, telling those present to stay put. He also orders everyone to retract their energy, declaring that anyone who disobeys will be killed on the spot. Turning over to the VVIP guests on the 2nd floor, Zizhuo asks for their cooperation, with 1,000 Treasures Tower requesting their aid in dealing with any powerful troublemakers. As the branch manager vows to prepare for the worst-case scenario, the Dust Flame Empire's noble Xin family pledges him their help. Zizhuo then asks Mengwu to unveil the 3 jade letters instead, flustering her. However, Yun Xiao instantly activates private sound transmission to ease the girl. Detecting that the 4th tier refiner next door is using sound transmission, Yueji Yulin concludes that his previous assumption about the Chung family's people still being alive was false. Ruyang wonders who else it could be, getting told that they should just wait and see, since they can't miss the opportunity to acquire a 7th tier item. Right then, Mengwu passes on her young master Yun's message. She reveals that the 3 jade letters contain the recipe for the 7th tier Lesser Sun Yuan pill, the refinement method for the 5 Mountain Dawn gown, and the design for the 7th tier Ashen Wolf sword, respectively. Unable to believe his ears, Zizhuo starts shaking the poor girl wildly, questioning if she is really telling the truth. About to start throwing hands if Blood doesn't stop doing that. Mengwu swears that it's the truth. After all, her young master Yun said so. Witnessing the entire scene, Yueji Yulin gets his doubts confirmed. The refiner next door to them is none other than the Martial Flame City Lord who killed Cheng Feiji, the same person to whom Emperor Qin Yue himself granted the title of Prince Wucheng, Li Yun Xiao. Having never heard this name before, Ruyang questions how a mere city lord in a small country can have 7th tier items. Of course, Ji Yulin himself only took notice of Yun Xiao after he killed Cheng Feiji, vowing to investigate him when he gets back. Mr. Mei advises Mengwu to auction the 3 jade letters off separately, remarking that they will be too expensive to sell for a good price otherwise. Hearing something from Yun Xiao's private sound transmission, the girl decides to listen to Mr. Mei's advice. Once again announcing the presence of 3 7th-tier jade letters, the auctioneer declares that Mengwu will explain their effects now. Drool drips down Elder Shu's mouth as he brings out his life savings to acquire the Lesser Sun Yuan pill's recipe no matter what. Mengwu begins listing the effects of the 7th-tier items. The Lesser Sun Yuan pill allows males to recover their original pure young form, restoring their body to that of a boy. As for the 5 Mountain Dawn gown, it is a battle gown that negates all attacks below the Martial Supreme level. Lastly, the Ashen Wolf sword is a 7th-tier sword formation that can kill even Martial Supreme upon activation. The people in the auction start fawning over the 5 Mountain Dawn gown and the Ashen Wolf sword, deeming the Lesser Sun Yuan pill to be useless. Of course, Zi Zhuo knows how wrong they truly are, labeling everyone present as clueless idiots. After a wild back and forth, the 3 jade letters get auctioned off for a whopping 22,000 high-tier primordial stones in total. Here comes the money. Dala Dala. Shu Zi Zhuo buys the recipe. For the Lesser Sun Yuan pill, Waxinru Yu obtains the 5 Mountain Dawn gown. As for the jade letter containing the Ashen Wolf sword, an unknown entity on the VVIP floor gets its hands on it. Unconcerned with where they ended up, Yun Xiao joyfully swims around in his newly obtained riches, remarking that he should sell stuff like this more often. All the adults in the room are left in disbelief, wondering if the brat has even more 7th-tier treasures in his head. Xiaoyan's common sense is left in tatters as well, convincing him that Yun Xiao is a demon. Backstage, after the auction, Zi Zhuo orders Di Ming to halt all investigations related to Yun Xiao instantly. Elder Gan protests, since this event only makes the boy more suspicious. Calling him a fool, Zi Zhuo points out that someone capable of putting multiple 7th-tier items for sale must be backed by a supremely powerful force. Since even Yin Xiaoyang has decided to follow Yun Xiao, they can't afford to bear the consequences of enraging him. Announcing that they will remain neutral towards the boy, Zi Zhuo prepares to leave the Dust Flame Empire for a few days, leaving Di Ming in charge. With the most interesting part of the auction over, Mr. Mei moves on with the event. A 4th-tier array device is brought on stage, containing many extremely rare soul training arrays. Despite wanting to buy it as any refiner would, Zi Zhuo is unable to do so, being broke after buying the Lesser Sun Yuan pill. Bro, just like me. On the other hand, Yun Xiao understands that all array devices that are capable of blessing soul power have been left behind by ancient powers. Even someone like him is unable to refine such a thing, making them extremely rare. In fact, the only reason Yun Xiao sold the 3 jade letters was to get enough primordial stones to buy it. He bids a hefty amount of 5,000 high-tier primordial stones for the array device, only to get outbid at 6,000. Of course, Yun Xiao completely crushes the opposition by directly jumping to 10,000 high-tier primordial stones. Just as the item seems to be sold, Xin Yurong bids 12,000 for it. However, he is only playing around to see just how high a price Yun Xiao can pay. Annoyed, the reincarnated soul counterbids a whopping 15,000. The bidding war between the imperial family and the 7th-tier recipe's mysterious owner greatly excites the onlookers, and it riles up with each passing second. Soon, the array device's price rises to 20,000 high-tier primordial stones, called by Yun Xiao. Yue Ji Yulin begs the court prince to stop messing around, as they will suffer great losses if their bid ends up going through. Hearing this, Riyong finally lets the refiner next door off the hook, after making him pay twice his original bid. As Mr. Mei officially closes the bid at 20,000 high-tier primordial stones, Yun Xiao becomes furious, vowing to make the Dust Flame Empire's Xin family pay the amount they cost him back 1,000 times over. He instantly turns over to Mengwu, wanting her to help him with a certain matter. Just like that, even a martial grandmaster like Xiaoyang becomes afraid of the boy's guts. Conqueror's haki too strong. Whispering something to Mengwu, Yun Xiao sends her off. He then suddenly stands up, thanking Elder Yin for his help, and bidding him farewell mid-auction. Walking in the hallway, Wenbai asks Yun Xiao about his sister's whereabouts. Yun Xiao remarks that he has tasked her with doing some things, revealing that they are leaving early to make some preparations themselves. Understanding the implication of these words, Chen Da Sheng screams out, questioning if Yun Xiao really intends to rob the Xin family. The reincarnated soul assures him that they will deal with that later, relieving Da Sheng. However, his momentary relief instantly gets snatched away as Yun Xiao declares that he must obtain the Zhou family's 5-line tripod. Just like that, the crazed refiner ropes his companions with him into committing more acts of thievery. With a bright smile, Yun Xiao reveals that he checked the Zhou family's guest room with Universal Detect, finding only 3 people, 2 7-star martial kings, and a 1-star great martial master. Already devoid of all life, the adults are forced to hear Yun Xiao go on about how their plan needs to be perfect for the robbery to succeed. Shijiao Qingwang scolds the boy for playing with their lives, arguing that fighting 2 7-star martial kings is a hill too high to climb for even him. Still as nonchalant as ever, Yun Xiao asks the 8-star martial king how long it would take for him to kill one of them. Pondering over it carefully, Qingwang concludes that it will take him at least 15 minutes to kill the enemy. However, he might not be able to kill him at all if the 7-star martial king tries to flee. Yun Xiao promises to give Qingwang a strength and origin blasting pill later that will allow him to become a peak martial king temporarily. Of course, the commander shouldn't consume it if he can truly finish off one martial king in 15 minutes. Since his body might undergo side effects, womp womp, man up dude, the reincarnated soul takes the responsibility of somehow keeping the other martial king busy, deciding to ignore the great martial master altogether. Shijiao Qingwang expresses his doubt at this statement, remarking that his 7-star martial king is too strong an opponent for Yun Xiao, Yun Shang, and Da Shum to trap. Turns out, setting up a trap for the enemy on the way back to the Dust Flame Empire is exactly why Yun Xiao wants to leave the auction early. Of course, even with that, he won't be able to hold off a 7-star martial king for more than minutes, making Qingwang the key player in this plan. As the commander vows to live up to expectations, Yun Xiao heads off to set up the trap. Meanwhile, the 1,000 Treasures auction concludes. However, Mr. Mei asks everyone to stay for a moment, as Meng Wu has something to say. Stepping onto the stage, the girl announces that she serves the Martial Flame City Lord, Li Yun Xiao, who wants her to convey a few things. This revelation shocks everyone, making them wonder how a mere city lord was in possession of 7th-tier recipes. Meng Wu continues, declaring that her young master Yun is enlisting help to expand his city. So, they are holding a special enlistment today, granting hefty rewards to whoever joins their great cause. As Meng Wu starts listing down the countless benefits of marching behind Yun Xiao, the spectators are left in awe. Normally, they wouldn't believe such words. However, the Martial Flame City Lord's recent antics have proven that he possesses the resources to live up to such claims. Li Zhuo notes that Yun Xiao's terms will be alluring for any martial artist, considering many of them follow refiners like loyal dogs while only hoping to obtain something in return. So getting such great rewards just by signing up is a no-brainer. With the work hours like that'll, no one, just me. Looking on, Yue Ji Yulin wonders if Yun Xiao is trying to create a new martial sect, getting his hypothesis shut down by Ru Yang. Declaring that Yun Xiao is just looking to put on a show of power against the Xingyang and Cheng families, the court prince expresses interest in meeting him. Elsewhere, Meng Wu gets bombarded with questions about the time and location of the enlistment. Turns out, those interested just have to sign up at the Martial Flame City Lord's residence the next day. Having witnessed the whole scene firsthand, the Zhou family members in their guest room wonder if Yun Xiao really is a threat to them. However, they soon conclude it to be nonsense. Without delay, the 2 martial kings and the great martial master start heading back to return the tripod to their young lord, Zhou Yushan. On the way back, the Zhou family's Green Wolf battleship gets stuck in a terrain of tall mountains. This leaves Zhou Chuan confused, as the path had no such obstacles before, while the 2 martial kings press him for going the wrong way. He swears up and down that they are on the correct path. Suddenly, a giant mountain appears above their floating, making Pang Cheng-Wan and Shi Rongda understand that they are up against a divine being capable of moving mountains and oceans. The Zhou family's trio avoids getting crushed just in time, albeit losing their ride in the process. Or so they thought. Falling to the ground, the 3 scaredy cats realize that they just fell for an illusion. Suddenly, Yun Xiao appears behind them, huffing and puffing. He unleashes the Creation Link, Universal Reaping Net, capturing the Green Wolf battleship instantly. Inquiring about the boy's identity, one of the Martial Kings rages and demands the ship back. He then declares that angering the Zhou family won't bode well for Yun Xiao. Standing there unfazed, Yun Xiao introduces himself as the martial flame city's lord and makes a funeral greeting. And thus, the monumental robbery begins. Can we get much higher? So high. Starting his new life as the city lord of martial flame city, Li Yun Xiao heads to the Thousand Treasures auction. He causes all sorts of chaos, blatantly breaking the laws of the land. Without a single care in the world, Yun Xiao makes an enemy out of the Dust Flame Empire's great families. His past life's wisdom bails him out though, gaining him new, powerful allies, acquiring the items he needed from the auction. Yun Xiao pulls up to the Zhou family to steal the ones that he couldn't. Enveloped in a glow worthy of a martial king, Pang Cheng-Wan shouts out at Li Yun Xiao for daring to act against them, talking down on him for being a mere city lord. Zhou Xuan walks up, politely inquiring about the intentions behind the boy's actions. Having become a city lord only a few days ago, Yun Xiao is running short on his budget, so he wants to borrow their Green Wolf battleship and the 5-line tripod, vowing to return them when Martial Flame City starts thriving. Hearing this, Cheng-Wan bursts out laughing. He looks down on Yun Xiao for being just a martial master, questioning if he knows who he's talking to. Not being aware of their names, the reincarnated soul isn't interested in finding out either, and simply wants to leave with the 5-line tripod. Wreck everyone and leave, Pro thinks. He's the tribal chief. This time, the other martial king, Shiruoi Da, rages, charging up a ball of chi in his left hand. He prepares to show Yun Xiao the consequences of his action. Ruoi Da hurls the blast of energy at the martial flame city's cocky lord, hoping to eradicate him off the face of the planet. However, Yun Xiao somehow dispels the martial king's chi with just a flick of his hand. Left in utter disbelief, Ruoi Da wonders how a 5-star martial master could dissipate his pressure so easily, considering it's something that not even a martial lord can withstand. He feels especially confused, since Yun Xiao's hit wasn't just a fluke and contained profound martial intent. Right then, Chuan tries to use the Zhou family's name to intimidate the reincarnated soul, and reminds him of his earlier transgressions at the Thousand Treasures auction. The former questions if the latter really intends to go up against 2 noble families at once, believing that he hasn't thought things through. In response, Yun Xiao simply smirks, having faced beings with a legacy dating back tens of thousands of years. The noble families with a mere 1,000 years of history mean nothing to him. Take your meds, old man. Hearing this, the Zhou family's forces conclude that Yun Xiao is an insane brat who can't be reasoned with. Cheng-Wan leaps at the boy, swirling around midair to strengthen his attack, as he hurls his thunderous fist toward Yun Xiao. A mighty hand stops it right in its tracks. His hand belongs to none other than the 8-star martial king, Xiao Qingwang. He scolds Cheng-Wan for acting rashly, and counters with a monstrous punch, smashing his face in. Seeing their ally get flung away in such a fashion, Chuan and Ruoi Da question why the 8-star martial king who protects Tian Shui is siding with a small-time city lord. Once again, Chuan can do nothing but boast about the Zhou family's status, warning Qingwang that his actions will bring ruin to the very country he vowed to protect. Of course, the fearless commander doesn't care about his empty threats. Holy Geochad. Realizing that all of them are crazed maniacs, Chuan sends Ruoi Da to finish off the 8-star martial king, only for him to get caged inside a formation activated by Luo Yunshang and Chen Da Sheng. Unbothered by a trap set by just 2 martial lords, the 7-star martial king unleashes a barrage of punches at the formation. However, the cage doesn't budge one bit. Just as Yunshang and Da Sheng feel relieved that the simple 4 quadrants formation really managed to capture a powerful martial king, Ruoi Da starts putting his all into trying to shatter it, causing sparks to fly within the enclosure. Meanwhile, Qingwang rushes off to intercept Cheng-Wan. Chuan starts grinning all of a sudden. Having figured out Yun Xiao's great plan, he questions who is going to be facing him. Trusting that Qingwang will kill one of the martial kings soon enough, the reincarnated soul feels that there's no need to rush about that. Thus, Chuan confirms Yun Xiao to be the leader. Pulling out a crooked blade from his throat, he vows to kill him and save his allies. Despite the 1-star great martial master rushing at him with the intent to kill, Yun Xiao stands unfazed. In fact, this works out better for him, since he is the one carrying the 5-line tripod. With a confident smirk, the reincarnated soul asks Chuan why he is in such a hurry to die. Chu-on unleashes a slash, prompting Yun Xiao to leap back. However, it's actually a fake technique to buy time while Chu-on carefully observes his surroundings. Yun Xiao tells the great martial master to be at ease, assuring him that it's just one-on-one between them now. With this, Chu-on feels confident in his victory and rushes to finish off his foe. He unseals his Chu-on weapon, transforming it into a ferocious python. Even standing in front of such a threat, Yun Xiao remains unfazed. Understanding that the seemingly flawless attack is riddled with gaps, the reincarnated soul steps out of the way, leaving behind an after-image for the snake to bite. Lil Bro got jebaited. Using his moonwalk nether swap, Yun Xiao quickly closes the distance between himself and the cocky foe. He lands right on Chu-on's face, smacking him away with a ruthless kick. Taken aback by the boy's speed, the great martial master goes all out, unleashing a second unseal. Chu-on transforms his crooked blade into an even mightier python than before, ordering it to devour his enemy. Understanding that his Chu-on weapon that has 2 unseal stages is at least a 4th tier one, Yun Xiao is surprised to see that a mere great martial master has such a weapon and concludes that the current martial flame city can't take on the Zhou family's forces. At the same time, he takes a stern stance. Brimming with energy, the reincarnated soul unleashes the floating life seal, containing the power of the heavens and earth. A gigantic palm strikes down on Chu-on's unsealed Chu-on weapon, blasting the snake's head to smithereens. Moments later, the python's lifeless body turns back into its blade form, deprived of all its glory. Holding his Chu-on weapon, Chu-on wonders what immensely powerful technique Yun Xiao used to ruin it in such a way. Walking towards the great martial master, the reincarnated soul declares that things will end soon, if he is only at that level. Yun Xiao's Yuan Qi fluctuations as a mere 5-star martial master leave Chu-on questioning reality, forcing him to transform into a serpent. As the boy understands that this is a demonic technique, the great martial master realizes that he isn't a small-time city lord at all, and rushes to kill him. Only now if he does, not dude is slow. However, Yun Xiao keeps looking at him condescendingly, openly expressing his hatred for such an unsightly technique. Vowing to kill the reincarnated soul for forcing him to show his true self, Chu-on rages. Countless snakes erupt from his right hand, culminating in the 1,000 snakes heart-pierce technique. Announcing that transforming into a demon will close the gap between them, Yun Xiao assumes a battle stance, bringing out his own Chu-on weapon to counterattack. He unleashes Tiger Fang Sword, Lotus Sword Song, slicing apart the very essence of Chu-on's technique. Yun Xiao continues to charge forward, cutting apart any and all snakes that block his way. Getting pushed back by the boy's relentless assault, the great martial master realizes that he will have to resort to the demonification pill, since losing the 5-line tripod will result in a fate worse than death. As Chu-on consumes the pill, his body erupts in smoke, transforming his entire being into a huge snake. Since when was Orochimaru a character in this story? Since every phase of the great martial master's offense has been snake-based, Yun Xiao wonders just how disgusting he can be. Meanwhile, Chu-on screams out, demanding that the boy surrender his life. Barely holding off the massive serpent with his Tiger Fang sword, Yun Xiao realizes that the situation has become more troublesome than he deemed possible. Right then, another snake swoops around there, flanking the reincarnated soul. Left with no other choice, Yun Xiao leaps into the air, feeling offended that 2 mere snakes are fighting over the right to kill him. The boy unleashes his Moon's Eye, Soul Suppressor technique, freezing the serpents in her tracks. Fortunately, even this small window of opportunity is enough for Yun Xiao. He strikes with his Tiger Fang Sword, Lotus Sword Song, stabbing Chu-on in the chest. Unfreezing after a moment, the snake screams out. Its disgusting purple blood spills out from the wound in its chest, revealing the 5-line tripod. As the 5-line tripod comes crashing on the ground, Yun Xiao realizes why its presence was so faint all this time. Just when he feels a bit relieved, Chu-on appears to swipe the item away, swallowing it whole, to store it right back in his serpentine body. Standing before the hissing snake, Yun Xiao feels annoyed, understanding that he will only be able to get the 5-line tripod. By destroying Chu-on completely, the boy looks over to Xiao Qingwang's battle. Unfortunately, it still hasn't ended yet, leaving him on his own for now. To make things worse, taking the 5-line tripod out of Chu-on's body, only reminds him that it's a 5th-tier Shuan weapon. Provoking Yun Xiao, the snake coughs up the item, hurling it at a massive speed toward him. Not having enough time to dodge, the reincarnated soul is forced to block the 5-line tripod with his body. While Yun Xiao gets sent flying, Shuan swallows the 5th-tier Shuan weapon right back. Despite being just a martial master, Yun Xiao still lives, shocking the disgusting snake. Curious to see just how much more the boy can survive, Shuan keeps the 5-line tripod in its throat as insurance. This one freaky-ass snake. Suddenly, Yun Xiao sits back up, holding his blade to the ground, as if he were surrendering, declaring that it's too late to beg for forgiveness now. Shuan vows to make the reincarnated soul struggle even in death. Suddenly, he freezes right in his tracks. The golden glow erupts from within the snake's body as the 5-line tripod begins poking outwards from within it as if to burst out. Holding his meditating stance, Yun Xiao reveals that he took the earlier hit on purpose, making Shuan realize that he placed a tampering seal on it back then. Since engraving a seal on the 5-line tripod at the very moment of impact, while defending oneself, is a feat that requires a complete understanding of the Shuan weapon, the snake is left wondering how Yun Xiao could manage such a thing. Plot armor, that's how. Right then, the reincarnated soul flicks his hand, slamming Shuan into the ground. He then calls out for the 5-line tripod to absorb, causing the snake's entire being to get pulled inside it. The 5th-tier Shuan weapon begins to shake wildly as Shuan's faint cries for help ring out from within. Right as Da Sheng and Yun Xiang wonder if they manage to succeed, Shi Ruoi Da realizes that things are getting worse by the second. Needing to bring back the 5-line tripod, no matter what, the martial king puts all his chi into his fists. With this, he shatters the formation, albeit getting left with bloodied hands in the process. Rushing past the insignificant martial lords, Ruoi Da leaps at Yun Xiao to finish him off once and for all. To dampen the impact of the martial king's strike, the boy uses the 5-line tripod and activates his body like glass as well. However, Ruoi Da's onslaught proves to be too strong for him. Not only does the attack free Shuan, but it also collapses the first stage of the tyrant body tampering technique as if it were nothing, putting blood on fraud watch. Thinking that Shuan is trying to escape, Ruoi Da screams at him to get back. Much to his dismay, the great martial master is busy getting kicked around by Xiao Qingwang, who has won his battle against Pang Changwan. The 8-star martial king signals Yun Xiao, who seals the giant snake right back in the 5-line tripod. With this, only Ruoi Da remains standing, huffing and puffing. Da Sheng and Yun Xiang join Yun Xiao. To their surprise, he starts masterfully refining and utilizing the 5-line tripod. Right after obtaining it, a feat that even a martial lord wouldn't be able to accomplish. They wonder how it is even possible, not knowing that Yun Xiao is able to do so freely, only because he was the one who refined the 5-line tripod in his past life. Refine. The reincarnated soul shouts out, melting Shuan with his soul power. The battle between Qingwang and Ruoi Da rages on, as both of them get more exhausted with each passing second. Since the 8-star martial king has fought 2 7-star ones in a row, Yu Shang wonders if they should help him. However, Da Sheng insists that they can't do anything but watch. After all, they will only be a hindrance to Qingwang at his level. Right then, Yun Xiao screams out universal creation 5 into 1. Green, blue, red, yellow, and Shuan's purple. 5 different energies swirl around, condensing within the 5-line tripod. Upon Yun Xiao's command, as they settle down, Da Sheng asks how things are going. The reincarnated soul declares his success and pulls out a purple pill from the 5-line tripod, leaving the 2 martial lords wondering what became of Zhou Chuan. Who's gonna tell him? Pointing to the pill, Yun Xiao remarks that he's there, making Da Sheng and Yun Shang shout out in disbelief as they question if he went and turned a human into a pill. Yun Xiao insists that he did no such thing and only made a demon into one. Since Shuan utilized demonic techniques and then took a demonification pill on top of it, his very essence is no different from a demon. So Yun Xiao simply refined him into a pill. Sounds like perfect logic to me. While Yu Shang and Da Sheng look on in disgust, the boy declares that it's no big deal, considering that refining a demon into a pill is a very common practice. Yun Xiao intends to feed this pure purple snake pill to Xiao Qingwang after he finishes off Shi Ruoi Da. After all, it will not only heal his injuries, it might also help him break into the 9th star realm. Da Sheng warns Yun Xiao that Qingwang will kill him if he gets a whiff of how the pill was made, but the boy thinks that everything will be fine as long as he doesn't open his trap. At that precise moment, something comes crashing down in front of them, throwing up a huge cloud of smoke. When the dust settles, Ruoi Da's lifeless body lies on the ground. Walking away from it, Qingwang declares himself lucky to live up to the mission. Thanking the commander for his services, Yun Xiao hands him the purple snake pill. The reincarnated soul informs Qingwang of its effects, leaving him in shock. For over 5 years, Tian Shui's protector has been stuck as a peak 8-star martial king, having accepted it as his limit. So, he doesn't believe the boy's word. However, Yun Xiao tells him to just try the purple snake pill. As Qingwang gulps it down, Yun Shang and Da Sheng try to stop him, but to no avail. In fact, the foxy Yun Xiao ends up gaslighting the 8-star martial king into thinking that they are jealous that he got to eat the pill instead of them. While the lady endlessly throws up, Yun Xiao instructs Qingwang to rest up, since the pill will take effect soon. He then turns over to the martial lords, instructing them to clean up the battlefield. After all, the Zhou family will easily identify them as the culprits otherwise. Da Sheng marvels at Yun Xiao's guts, still unable to believe that they have been dragged into a do-or-die battle with 2 of the 4 great noble families. Still as nonchalant as ever, the reincarnated soul announces that their enemies angered them and not the other way around. Not thinking there to be any difference between the two, Da Sheng gets to cleaning up the battlefield. Of course there is, exclaims Yun Xiao suddenly, announcing that the people they offend have a chance of living. However, those who offend them might as well consider themselves to be dead, spitting bars like Eminem. Hearing this, Yu Shang realizes that Yun Xiao's boat of insanity will continue to flow down a troublesome stream. Of course, she refuses to retreat, no matter how difficult things get, at least as long as Gu Feiyang still lives. Sometime later, Da Sheng tells Yun Xiao and Yun Shang that the battlefield has been cleaned up without so much as a scratch left on it. Right then, something catches the group's attention. Brimming forth with immense pressure, Xiao Qingwang has broken through to become a 9-star martial king. Moreover, the injuries he has suffered up till this point have also all miraculously healed. Da Sheng and Yun Shang congratulate Qingwang for breaking through, prompting him to burst out laughing. The martial king becomes convinced that as long as he stays with his young master Yun, life will continue to bless him. Qingwang suddenly starts looking around, wondering if Chu An ended up dying after getting stuck in the 5-line tripod. The 2 martial lords start acting suspiciously, enraging him. Losing his patience, Qingwang reprimands them for their behavior and questions what's going on. Yun Xiao chimes in, remarking that it's nothing much. Just that, as anything can be medicine, to martial artists, he refined Zhou Chuan into a pill, using the 5-line tripod. At first, Yun Xiao's words don't register for Qingwang, and he goes about his day, all the while Da Sheng and Yun Shang run away. Moments later, the realization hits him. Understanding that the pill he just ate was none other than Chu An himself, Qingwang rages at Yun Xiao for making him eat something so disgusting. The poor boy's screams echo throughout the area as the martial king gives him a good smacking. Later at the martial Flame City Lord's residence, the mythic cloud-shaking thunder beast, Li Changfeng, Li Chunyang, Manwu, and Monbai look on in disbelief, wondering what happened to Yun Xiao. With a battered and bruised face, the reincarnated soul assures them that he just tripped and is fine. Of course, being the guy that he is, Yun Xiao doesn't snitch on Qingwang. While Changfeng dotes on his son, Chunyang asks the now 9-star martial king what happened to his grandson's face. In response, Qingwang simply tells him to educate Yun Xiao instead. Chunyang then asks Da Sheng to explain what happened instead, prompting the martial lord to spill the beams. Hearing the tale, Yun Xiao's father and grandpa can't help but snicker at his shenanigans. After getting a stern talking to, the reincarnated soul asks the two about their missions. Things turned out even better than expected, as Changfeng managed to collect 200 million gold coins and 6 million middle-tier primordial stones in total an amount equivalent to 60,000 high-tier primordial stones. Bro is richy rich. Even Qin Yue was willing to cooperate with Chang Feng, helping him settle some business that he couldn't do himself. On the other hand, Chun Yang hurriedly passed on Yun Xiao's message to Zhang Qingfan and Xu Han as well, who will arrive at Martial Flame City the next day. With this, everything is well within the reincarnated soul's expectations. Of course, since they have made too many enemies in a short time, they quickly need to get enough power, or else Martial Flame City will be destroyed. Ordering Meng Wu to take the primordial stones to Jiao Rong and tell him to finish the arrays ASAP, Yun Xiao heads off to go into seclusion. Too many enemies, he said, as if he wasn't the one angering everyone in the first place, leaving even his allies worried at his lack of responsibility. Yun Xiao fawns over his 5-line tripod, lamenting that he just gave it away in his previous life. If the reincarnated soul had known that the item would return to him in this life, he would have engraved a few more powerful arrays on it too. Despite this, the 5-line tripod remains one of the most well-rounded artifacts Yun Xiao refined as Gu Fei Yang. By utilizing its full power, his battle power would reach the level of a peak martial king. However, his current cultivation level renders him unable to do so. Regardless, the boy draws out as much of the tripod's power as he possibly can at the moment. The next day, outside the Martial Flame City Lord's residence, countless people gather for the recruitment, complaining about not seeing anyone. Right as the horde starts wondering if they have been lied to, Chang Feng appears and tells them to shut up. Riding the mythic cloud-shaking Thunder Beast, he announces that his son is still sleeping and will come out soon. This enrages the crowd even more, who question what kind of a city lord sleeps in this late. Let my king take a nap. At that precise moment, Yun Xiao arrives, declaring that the Martial Flame City only cares about strength. So, whoever wishes to join it will have to abide by their rules, with the top priority being to carry out the orders given to them. Sitting down while getting massaged by Wu Zishi, Yun Xiao puts Meng Wu and Meng Bai in charge of managing the recruitment process. He then commands the candidates to line up properly, promising to disqualify anyone who cuts the queue or breaks the rules. A 3-star martial master named Li Yun Xiao registers first, getting a hefty reward just for doing so. The young man excitedly questions what he should do now, getting told that he can do whatever he wants as long as he fulfills the condition of not leaving Martial Flame City without Yun Xiao's permission for the next month. Of course, breaking this rule will result in his death. So, Li Yun Xiao just needs to find a temporary residence until the reincarnated soul can open the exclusive training grounds for cultivation. Witnessing this sight, everyone is left questioning the recruitment method, wondering how the city lord will know if a few people out of the countless there just took their rewards and ran away. Hearing the chatter, Yun Xiao simply smiles. After all, his universal detect covers the entire Martial Flame City. As such, he doesn't mind killing anyone who dares to con him. At night, a letter from Yun Xiao arrives at the Tiandang Mountains Commerce Guild. Ding Ling reads it out loud, revealing that the boy wants to purchase some valuables from them in bulk. Yurong shakes his head in disapproval, trying to tell the girl that they won't even manage to break even if they continue to invest like this. However, she insists that this isn't a losing trade for them, as Yun Xiao is purchasing them for a good price. Moreover, not helping the boy right now would result in his death, which would make all their prior investments useless. Above all else though, Ding Ling has high hopes for Yun Xiao. This makes Yurong wonder if she is talking about the situation with the Zhou family. Although the identity of the culprits is still unknown, the girl's sharp intuition tells her that the whole thing is related to Yun Xiao. Lilith has got that spidey sense. Yurong doubts her statements, thinking that she is overestimating the boy's abilities. However, Ding Ling doesn't listen to the negative Nancy, and gives out the orders to fulfill Yun Xiao's demands. Sometime later, Meng Wu informs the reincarnated soul that they have recruited over 300 people on only the first day, including 2 martial lords. In the process, though, they have run out of rewards to give out. Yun Xiao tells her not to worry, revealing that the Thousand Treasures Tower and the Tiandang Mountains Commerce Guild will be sending Shuan weapons and pills their way soon enough. At that precise moment, the boy remarks that Yin Chaoyang has already arrived. Revealing himself, the martial grandmaster compliments Yun Xiao's detection capabilities, since not even Xiao Qingwan noticed his arrival. However, this surprise is nothing compared to the shock of seeing the 5-line tripod in the reincarnated soul's hands. Yun Xiao then asks Elder Yin what he finds so surprising. Of course, the boy intentionally showed him the 5-line tripod to make him take his side. While knowing his crimes against the Zhou family, being all too aware of this fact, Gao Yang wonders if Yun Xiao is trying to drag him down. Right then, the reincarnated soul questions why a huge superpower like the Thousand Treasures auction is scared of the Dust Flame Empire's Zhou family. Gao Yang insists that the organization itself isn't afraid of them, but that he, as an individual, can't compare to the Zhou family at all. So, if his actions leave the Thousand Treasures Tower's Dust Flame Empire branch in ruins, the consequences will be dire. Still unconcerned, Yun Xiao instructs Elder Yin to just go to Yuanbo if that ever happens and tell him that it was destroyed because of his old friend. Let alone blame, Gao Yang might even get a promotion for his service. Sighing out, Elder Yin moves on to the topic at hand and informs Yun Xiao of all the goods that he has brought. He even thinks that the boy might end up with one of the strongest forces in the Dust Flame Empire if the recruitment process continues like this. As Yun Xiao thanks him for his services, Yao Yang wonders how he isn't afraid of people running off with the goods. Remarking that he is actually afraid, the reincarnated soul invites Elder Yin out on a walk with him. At the same time, a group of recruits gathers outside Martial Flame City, getting led by Li Yun Xiao. Deeming the city lord to be an absolute idiot, they celebrate their heist. One of the cocky thieves even boasts about how he will change his appearance and identity to go back for seconds the next day. Famous last words. Suddenly, all their dreams of getting rich blow up into smoke as Yun Xiao appears behind them, declaring that they would have to be alive to spend their riches. Having more than 40 people with them, including a martial lord, Li Yun Xiao and his companions order Yun Xiao to get out of the way if he values his life. Of course, the reincarnated soul eloquently refuses to do so. Wanting to rough up the idiotic city lord, the thieves jump at him all at once. Confidently smirking at first, Yun Xiao instantly changes his entire demeanor and shouts out for Gao Yang to help him. With this, the realization hits Elder Yin that the boy only brought him along as a glorified bodyguard. Furious that he fell for Yun Xiao's tricks yet again, Yao Yang slams onto the battlefield, repelling the attackers. With just his aura alone, moments later, the thieves start recognizing him as the Thousand Treasures Tower's Martial Grandmaster. Since they think that he is associated with Martial Flame City, Elder Yin worries that the misunderstanding will turn the Chun and Zhou families against him. Of course, it is too late for him to get himself out of Yun Xiao's sly plan now. Vowing to never fall for one of his tricks ever again, Gao Yang decides to take out his rage on the thieves instead, making sure that none of them live to tell the tale. The Martial Grandmaster unleashes his chi in a circular scythe-like form, cutting off the heads of all those who dared to run away in one fell swoop. Collecting the rewards he gave them, Yun Xiao thanks Elder Yin for his help. Gao Yang quickly ends their conversation and rushes back to the Thousand Treasures Tower, only to receive a mental transmission mid-air, promising to seek his help the next time Martial Flame City is in trouble. The poor man sighs out, realizing that he is never going to escape Yun Xiao's clutches. On the second day of the recruitment, the corpses of all the martial artists who tried to run off with the money hung outside the city lord's residence, leaving the onlookers wondering if Yun Xiao is just trying to raise a new force in Thousand Treasures Tower's name. Bros don't know that he's the puppet master. Right then, Zhang Qingfan, Shu Han, and the other refiners from Tian Shui arrive there. Since one of the candidate's cousin's husband's third aunt's neighbor's relative's second uncle is a refiner, he knows all the refiners in Tian Shui and informs the others of the 2 fourth-tier refiners. Hearing this, everyone present understands that Martial Flame City will become a mighty force in the future and rushes to join them. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao welcomes the refiners, thanking them for being there when Martial Flame City needed it most. However, Zhang Qingfan declares that they are just doing their duty as refiners of Tian Shui. After getting the pleasantries out of the way, Yun Xiao informs them that Martial Flame City is lacking in pills and Shuan weapons. To that end, he has recreated the Alchemist Association's buildings, even constructing a pill tower for refining, as the Alchemist Association's tower has been set up by many generations of masters. Li Yun thinks that Yun Xiao couldn't possibly have recreated it completely. Doubting my king is crazy. He suggests that the boy tells them his request so that they can refine it back at the capital, sending it over through someone later. However, Shu Han remarks that receiving wisdom from Yun Xiao is better than staying inside the association. Just when Li Yun heeds his words and quiets down, the reincarnated soul tells him not to worry, assuring the refiners that the pill tower he made in just 3 days won't be worse than the alchemist association. In fact, Yun Xiao worries that they won't want to go back anymore after experiencing it. This statement leaves Wan Yu, Qing Fan, and Shu Han, all three in doubt. The boy then proudly brings the refiners over to a small building, introducing it as Martial Flame City's pill tower. Seeing the sorry structure, all the refiners get down in the dumps, lamenting that they traveled thousands of miles just to refine pills in such a place. However, they have to eat their words soon enough. Upon entering Yun Xiao's pill tower, they are greeted by an endless white expanse. Realizing that Yun Xiao is using spatial isolation to create independent space, Qing Fan starts losing his mind. After all, a space so wide and spiritual could only have been made by the ancient powers of legends, having used his monument of the world god. To accomplish this feat, Yun Xiao confirms Qing Fan's theory. As such, not only will the soul qi there be much denser, but the refiners will also benefit greatly in the cultivation of their soul powers. Incredibly, Shu Han already feels rejuvenated. Gesturing something with his hands, Yun Xiao asks everyone to follow him. Suddenly, the entire white space starts changing its shape, transforming into numerous floating islands riddled with powerful arrays, one of which has a giant divine tree growing on it. Wait, divine tree? Did we accidentally start writing about the wrong series? Since Yun Xiao placed the monument of the world god in this pill tower, his will is the law of heaven and earth there, enabling him to control it as he pleases. Taking in the refining area that Yun Xiao prepared for them, Qing Fan suddenly spots the Great Origin Mystic Yang Array in the sky, something that can only be set up with tens of thousands of highest-grade primordial stones. Yun Xiao clarifies that it's just a simplified version of the Great Origin Mystic Yang Array. So instead of requiring primordial stones, it absorbs energy from the surroundings. In fact, the treasure that provides the energy for the arrays to operate is the giant tree in the center of the space. Consequently, Yun Xiao names it the Square-Inch Mountain. Witnessing such a complex architecture, Qing Fan concludes that this space goes beyond his understanding of Shu-an artifacts. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul snaps his fingers, bringing forth the soul power blessing ancient array device that he got from the auction. By setting up a soul absorption array outside it, he has made sure that it will not only use the Yuan Qi in the space to perpetually activate arrays, but also send any excess to the mountain range to increase the refiner's effectiveness. Hearing Yun Xiao's explanations, the fourth-tier refiners conclude that they are in the middle of a treasure mountain instead of a normal refinement ground. Yun Xiao continues, giving Tiandang Mountains refiners priority access to all his resources to help strengthen Martial Flame City. Handing over the recipes for the things that he needs, the reincarnated soul puts Qing Fan and Shu Han in charge of managing the space. Right then, something alerts Yun Xiao. Rushing off somewhere, he asks Qing Fan and Shu Han to follow him. Soon, the three refiners arrive at a cave. Running inside, Yun Xiao leads the way, bringing them to Jimeng's body, floating inside a water-like array. Although the 6 Sunset Gold Pill can save Jimeng, Yun Xiao has held off on using it since it will lower his cultivation. However, he has taken several measures to stabilize Jimeng's life energy, making sure that nothing will happen to him, even for 1,000 years. With these insurances, feeding Jimeng the 6 Sunset Gold Pill won't result in any deterioration of his cultivation levels. In fact, the mountain he is currently being held in is the center of the Yuan Qi, in a 500-kilometer radius of Martial Flame City. Preparing to inject the Yuan Qi into Jimeng's body, Yun Xiao asks Qing Fan and Shu Han to help him if he runs out of stamina. As the 2 fourth-tier refiners vow to help him in whatever way he needs, the reincarnated soul marches toward Jimeng and feeds him the 6 Sunset Gold Pill. Springs of Deepwood, endless lives come forth, shouts out Yun Xiao, enveloping the martial lord in a lotus flower. He then uses Yuan energy empowerment, causing Jimeng to finally wake up, albeit a bit inflated, quite literally. Before the latter can process what's going on, the former gives him step-by-step instructions to stabilize his energy. Since the life energy flowing within Jimeng is the vitality of all life, including the peach blossom sword intent and lotus sword song he practices, Yun Xiao wants him to understand their essences. While Jimeng closes his eyes and starts meditating, Qingfan and Shu Han realize that they should join in and do the same. Sometime later, the martial lord wakes up, bringing forth with energy. The two fourth-tier refiners follow, having broken through. Shu Han becomes a 4-star martial master, while Qingfan becomes a 7-star martial master. More importantly, though, Jimeng finally becomes a 5-star martial lord. Dudes turned on leveling hacks. Qingfan and Shu Han congratulate him on his breakthrough, complimenting his indescribably fast cultivation speed. Jimeng returns their compliment, remarking that the same goes for them as well. The three smile at each other and then bow before Yun Xiao, expressing gratitude for everything he has done for him. Suddenly, something catches the boy's attention. Remarking that a lively one has shown up, Yun Xiao leaves Qingfan and Shu Han to tend to the area and takes Jimeng with him. With a snap of his finger, the two appear outside the Martial Flame City Lord's residence. There, Xiao Qingwang, Yun Xiao, Changfeng, and the Ming siblings are getting confronted by an intimidating man, oozing out immense pressure. However, the entity insists that he is only there to sign up and questions what they are so afraid of. While Qingwang and the others get worried about the man's power, Yun Xiao walks up, openly welcoming him to his cause. After all, a 9-star martial king is exactly what Martial Flame City lacks. Hearing this, the other candidates get more hyped than ever. First, the 1,000 Treasures Tower, and now a 9-star martial king, seeing Martial Flame City receive the backing of such strong figures, convinces them to dedicate their lives to it. Sasageo Sasageo. Wait, wrong show. Right then, the powerful man speaks up. Introducing himself as Many. He inquires about the payments and wishes to meet the city lord. Yun Xiao steps up, announcing himself as the city lord, and asks the man his price. Unable to believe that a 15-year-old boy is the city lord, Many looks around to see his supporters and realizes that it's the truth. He then puts forward his price, demanding a 4th-tier Shuan weapon, 10 5th-tier pills, and 100,000 high-tier primordial stones. Despite being taken back by the insane price, Yun Xiao's forces understand that it isn't much at all for an asset as powerful as a 9-star martial king. The reincarnated soul declares that he can pay his price, only finding the pills to be tricky. Yun Xiao questions if Many needs a certain pill, getting told that he wants all 10 of the 5th-tier pills to be lucid limitless yuan pills. Getting no reply, Many starts walking off, announcing that it's fine if Yun Xiao hasn't heard of the pill, as he just needs to tell the people backing him. In fact, if the boy manages to bring him 10 of those pills, Many promises to join Martial Flame immediately, without taking the Shuan weapon and primordial stones. Being aware that the lucent limitless Yuan pill is an extremely rare and special one, Yun Xiao concludes that Many is there to obtain the 1,000 Treasures Tower's power. Using his universal detect, he starts checking the martial king's background. Offended that a mere martial master wants to test him like this, Many attempts to block out the universal detect, with his mental defenses only for them to get shattered. While the 9-star martial king questions how a mere brat can be a 4th-tier refiner, Yun Xiao remarks that they don't have any lucent limitless yuan pills to give him. However, they do have something else. Uninterested, Many turns his back on him. Having come across an interesting technique somewhere else many years ago, Yun Xiao reminisces about the Moonbreak Scroll, causing the martial king to freeze in his tracks. Many completely changes his tone. Questioning Yun Xiao's identity, the martial king wonders how he knows about the Moonbreak Scroll and if he has read it before. Shrugging off his words, Yun Xiao asks him if the technique meets his requirements. Yes, of course, exclaims Many, only feeling concerned about getting scammed. However, Yun Xiao quenches his worry by activating private sound transmission. Unable to contain himself, the 9-star martial king demands that the boy hands over the Moonbreak Scroll right then. Of course, Yun Xiao tells him to register first, promising to hand over after checking it. Without a moment of hesitation, Many rushes over to Meng Wu and Meng Bai, practically begging for a registration form. Witnessing a 9-star martial king act in such a manner, the horde of candidates are freed of all doubts and practically trample over one another to register. Later, Yun Xiao gets confronted by his allies about how he won over a 9-star martial king just by talking to him. Upon Chunyang's inquiry, the reincarnated soul reveals that he observed something strange about the money guy's body, where his parents did not do him a favor with his name. While the lucent Limitless Yuan pill is used to relieve his symptoms, the Moonbreak scroll can completely cure him. However, Yun Xiao explaining that he saw through the secrets of a 9-star martial king leaves his allies even more surprised. Chunyang then questions if they are going to expand Martial Flame City to accommodate the countless people who have registered for their cause. Yun Xiao reveals that they will definitely expand, but not now, as he will make temporary arrangements for everyone. More importantly, Martial Flame City needs high-end battle power first and foremost. Since Xiao Qingwang, Chunyang, and the mythic cloud-shaking Thunder Beast are the only martial kings there, Yun Xiao will spend most of his time on increasing their strengths. If Money Man Man, or rather Qian Duo proves to be reliable, he will help him and Qingwang break through to become a martial grandmaster quickly. The 8-star martial king deems it to be hopeless, thinking that he can only break through a major realm with at least 5 to 10 years of experience and luck. Of course, Yu Xiao assures him that it will take more like 5 to 10 days. Any speedrunners in chat? Turning over to his trustworthy allies, the reincarnated soul declares them as his core members and activates his universal detect, instructing them not to reject his consciousness. In an instant, Yun Xiao transports all of them into the independent space inside the monument of the world god. Witnessing this miracle of a heaven-defying Shuan artifact, Yu Shan gets flustered and once again starts fawning over Gu Fei Yang. Yun Xiao teases her, getting smacked in the head for it. Chunyang scolds his grandson for continuing to hide good things from him, albeit feeling a sense of familiarity in the space, being unaware that Yu Xiao stole it from the Li family's treasury. Regardless, the boy makes up a lie about it, and then informs everyone of the soul absorption arrays that will enable them to become at least twice as strong in a very short time. Asking the group to follow him, Yun Xiao takes them to the center of the soul absorption array for cultivation, since the soul energy is densest there. He also reveals that when Xiao Qingwang and Qian Duo break through to become martial grandmasters, the others will get enlightened to get stronger as well. Yan expresses gratitude for being allowed to cultivate in such a space, and Yun Xiao tells him to be prepared for the things that are about to come. The reincarnated soul then goes over to Tian Shui's refiners, announcing that it's time to refine the adversity-destroying pills. Being a legendary ultimate 4th-tier pill, it is said to help all martial artists under the martial king level make a breakthrough. However, the adversity-destroying pills also have major side effects, rendering anyone under the martial lord level incapable of withstanding their backlash. Shu Han notes that this would mean that Yun Xiao can't take the pills, receiving a smirk in response. Proclaiming that his body is already as strong as a martial lord, the boy thinks that he should be able to take 1 or 2 pills without any problems, especially since he knows their properties and has the 5-line tripod. Dude is simply built different, as the adversity-destroying pills are at the ultimate 4th-tier level. Shu Han and Zhang Qingfan ask Yun Xiao to let them refine alongside him, as it will help them understand the complete Tao of the 4th tier. Fulfilling their request, the reincarnated soul brings the duo along with him to the 5th-tier purple tripod, leaving them in utter disbelief at his capabilities. Suddenly, Yun Xiao announces that he will teach Shu Han and Qingfan the method for joint refining of adversity-destroying pills. If coordinated well, it will multiply the efficiency of the refinement process. However, any mistake in their coordination will make the process bear worse results than refining alone. Many hours pass, and even though it takes longer than Yun Xiao thought, the 2 4th-tier refiners manage to understand it. While the boy gets ready to start refining without further delay, Shu Han and Qingfan cry tears over their limited talent. Yun Xiao initiates the refinement process, bringing the 5-line tripod to the Great Origin Mystic Array, while all of Tian Shui's refiners closely look on. Yun Xiao asks Qingfan and Shu Han to help him control the tripod, as he is about to start adding the ingredients. The two fourth-tier refiners do as told and take over the 5-line tripod, leaving Yun Xiao free to handle the ingredients. Gathering his soul power to activate the array, the reincarnated soul tells Shu Han and Qing Fan to watch his technique closely. Heavenly Phantom Scripture Technique calls out Yun Xiao, bringing forth countless Buddha-like hands to help him refine the ultimate fourth-tier pills. Witnessing the boy's ridiculous movements, Qing Fan questions if this is even a fourth-tier refinement process anymore, deeming it to be more impressive than fifth-tier pill refining. Meanwhile, the second-tier refiner, Li Yun Xiao, feels something at the brink of his mind, unable to fully grasp it. Moments later, though, his brain understands the information flowing into it. One who sits down, getting enveloped in spirit power fluctuations. Just like that, he breaks through to the third-tier realm. The other refiners follow suit, breaking through as well. It's like a breakthrough bargain sale around here. Back over with Yun Xiao, he prepares to use the divine flames to condense the pill and asks his helpers to step away for their safety. After they leave, the reincarnated soul brings forth the true fire of life. A true soul phoenix's projection roars out, entering the 5-line tripod. However, maybe because they are in the monument of the world god, no thunderbolt strikes the pills, even when it's time to condense them. Regardless, Yun Xiao proceeds, bringing the refinement process to a rousing finale. The fourth-tier pill's fragrance spreads out for thousands of miles, leaving every refiner there in a daze. At the same time, Yun Xiao somehow breaks through to the level of a 6-star martial master after refining. As Qing Fan wonders how it is possible, the reincarnated soul simply remarks that if other people can break through, then so can he. The fourth-tier refiners then question why the fluctuations emanating from the refined pill were so strong, getting told to see for themselves. Much to their shock, Yun Xiao managed to refine 16 ultimate fourth-tier pills at once. As this is an impossible feat, even for a fifth-tier refiner, the duo declares him a god. Professional glazers, thanking Qing Fan and Shu Han for their help, Yun Xiao remarks that the Heavenly Phantom Scripture Technique might be a little too difficult for them to understand. Nonetheless, as they will still be able to learn something from it, Yun Xiao decides to demonstrate once more. Unleashing the technique, he summons a Buddha-like projection of himself, one that towers over the refinement ground. 1 hour later, the Heavenly Phantom Scripture Technique vanishes. Tiandang Mountains' refiners start crying, lamenting that they were too captivated to remember it fully. Since the technique contains thousands of variations, even Shu Han and Qing Fan aren't able to grasp either. Of course, just as Yun Xiao said, they benefit from the demonstration greatly anyway, gaining a lot of insight. Having witnessed firsthand what the reincarnated soul is truly capable of, the two fourth-tier refiners get more motivated than ever to serve him to the best of their abilities. Shu Han turns over to the association's refiners, instructing them to perform their tasks with all their might. After all, if they do so, Yun Xiao is bound to treat them well. Anyone who doesn't want to try their hardest, though, can get lost and head back to the Alchemist Association. Yun Xiao's premonition comes true, as Shu Han and Qing Fan deem going back to be punished now. Meanwhile, burning with the fire of alchemy, all the refiners start running off to refine pills. At the center of Square Inch Mountain, Yan meditates in a cave, rich with Yuan Qi, trying to break his plateau at the Great Martial Master level. However, the Unit 1 commander fails yet again, making him wonder if he will ever get a chance to do so again. Suddenly, a voice tells him to keep trying until he succeeds. Appearing before his ally, in this crucial moment, Yun Xiao helps him calm down. The reincarnated soul's words echo in his mind, and Yan finally breaks through to become a martial lord. With another martial lord in his forces, Yun Xiao sends out a mental transmission to all of his core members. Being that the most important part of breaking through, Chunyan warns his grandson that he better have something worthwhile to make of. For this interruption, getting pestered by his grandfather, Yun Xiao gets annoyed. Regardless, the boy reveals that he has finished refining the adversity-destroying pills, informing them of their effects. Because of Chunyan's earlier stunt, though, Yun Xiao teases not giving out the pills just yet, getting deathly glares from everyone. The martial king rushes over to his grandson and sweet-talks him, insisting that he was only joking around earlier. Yun Xiao sighs out and hands over the adversity-destroying pill, instructing everyone, except Qingwan, to take one. The 8-star martial king, on the other hand, can try too, albeit with diminishing returns. Moreover, since Yan has just broken through, he must wait till his realm stabilizes before consuming it. As the mythic cloud-shaking thunder beast can also take 2 pills, Yun Xiao hurls one of them inside its mouth. Swallowing it ignorantly, the creature starts rolling around on the ground in immense agony. Everyone looks to Yun Xiao in disbelief, who assures them that the little bit of pain is well worth the benefits they will receive. Is bro capping or not? Find out in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Psych, we doing it now. One by one, everyone except Yan consumes the adversity-destroying pill, including the reincarnated soul. Moments later, his entire body gets covered with blood and wounds. Yan looks around in a panic as the entire cave echoes with the painful cries of martial artists. Right then, Yun Xiao breaks through to 7-star martial master. Despite this, his energy continues to rise. After a momentary pause, he breaks through once more, reaching the 8-star martial master level. Having taken a short time of just over a year to go from a 6-star to an 8-star martial master, Yan loses all pride in the feat that he thought to be impressive back then. Suddenly, Yun Xiao takes another adversity-destroying pill, making the Unit 1 commander think that he's suicidal. Having broken through in record time as well, Chang Feng and Yun Shan appear before Yun Xiao. Yan looks around, understanding from the mythic cloud-shaking thunder beast's aura that has gotten stronger too. His train of thought instantly gets interrupted though, as Yun Xiao breaks through to become a 9-star martial master. Seeing Yun Xiao's power still rising, despite breaking through 3 whole stars in one sitting, Yan's eyes pop out of his skull in awe. Even Chang Feng is surprised, as despite being powerful, the pills still have limited effects, making it impossible for anyone to keep breaking through so easily. Watching his son, he feels sorry for the talented geniuses who train relentlessly in seclusion only to break through a couple of stars at max. Right then, Yun Xiao coughs out blood and reaches his limit. Understanding that pushing anymore might make him explode, he decides to call it a day. As the boy comes to, he sees everyone glaring at him menacingly and wonders what's going on. Moments later, Yun Xiao's father and grandfather jump him for hiding stuff from them even up till this point and demand more pills. All the while, the others cheer on their violence. These greedy pigs. The reincarnated soul tries to remind them of the adversity-destroying pills' diminishing returns, insisting that increasing one's understanding of martial arts is more important than just mindless cultivation. Agreeing with the sentiment, Chunyang lets him off the hook, not before asking for a second pill. As a martial king, though, Yun Xiao rages at his grandfather and tells him to go back to stabilize his cultivation, albeit losing a pill in the process. Succeeding in extorting his grandson, Chunyang heads back, getting his drip back together by wearing one of the identical shirts in his storage ring. Yun Xiao starts moving out too. Yan questions if he isn't going to stabilize his cultivation, getting told that there's no need. After all, Yun Xiao was a peak 9-star martial sovereign in his past life, so his understanding of martial arts is already at that level. Reminding Yan to stabilize his cultivation before consuming the pill, Yun Xiao throws one in the mythic cloud-shaking thunder beast's mouth and vanishes. Left speechless, the Unit 1 commander looks on, all the while the creature beside him rolls around in pain. Elsewhere, Yun Xiao appears before Jia Rong. Weeping beautifully at the sight of his young master Yun, the slave tries to cling to him, but gets sternly rejected. Rolling around on the ground, Jia Rong whines like a baby and complains. While he was working hard for his young master Yun outside, the others who were just refining Shuan weapons inside ended up breaking through, leaving him in the dust. The poor slave begs his master to be fair, getting pushed away for being too pitiful. Pulling Jia Rong by his hair, Yun Xiao inquires about the setup of the 3 great formations and finds out that they have all been completed, albeit a bit more expensive than initially estimated. Before Jia Rong can pester him any further, Yun Xiao disappears into the wind, leaving behind a very sad and disappointed man. What a big meanie. Moments later, the reincarnated soul arrives outside the city lord's residence and confirms Jia Rong's claims. He then heads over to Mengwu, asking about the quantity and quality of people who have registered. Glad to see him, the girl reveals that they have recruited 1 martial king, 4 martial lords, 120 great martial masters, and 1722 martial masters. However, they are almost out of low-tier items in the process. Ding Linger did send a pouch for them, but Meng Wu is unable to open it. Understanding that there's a layer of encryption on the pouch to prevent anyone from stealing it, Yun Xiao asks the girl to hold it still and decrypts the seal. Lo and behold, the pouch contains many battleships and fourth-tier items inside, being of immense value. Yun Xiao instructs Meng Wu to stop the recruitment once she runs out of the remaining materials. Moreover, she is to arrange an assembly of the recruits at Martial Flame City's courtyard at noon of the next day, treating anyone who doesn't show up as deserters. As Yun Xiao heads off, the candidates realize that this is their last charge to register and swarm Meng Wu. Elsewhere, Jia Rong draws a circle in the ground to curse his young master Yun, still moping about being left behind. Having made his appearance early on in Chapter 2, and being one of the first characters to be introduced, Jia Rong wonders why every random that shows up keeps overtaking him in importance. Oh hello, fourth wall. Suddenly, Yun Xiao appears before him once again. Complimenting Jia Rong for his good work, he announces another task for him. Caught by surprise, the former starts mumbling like an idiot and discreetly eradicates the circle he drew to curse the latter. Scolding Jia Rong for acting out of place as his slave, Yun Xiao promises to reward him well if he exceeds in the next task. Motivated by greed, the refiner inquires about what he has to do. Handing him 2 letters, Yun Xiao instructs Jia Rong to personally deliver them to Ding Ling and Yin Chaoyang, borrowing 200,000 high-tier primordial stones for the Martial Flame City's cause. Of course, the absurd number is too high to ask from either of them, so Jia Rong should just try to make them fork out as much as possible. As Yun Xiao starts moving out, his otherwise goofy slave turns all serious and questions if he can say something. Getting the go-ahead, Jia Rong expresses concern about the 2,000 or so members of Heaven's Core who have followed Yun Xiao all the way from Tianshui. Despite their loyalty being far superior to the recent recruits, they fall short when it comes to equipment and cultivation. Understanding Jia Rong's worry, Yun Xiao explains his current limitations to him, but vows to find a way to solve this situation. As Heaven's Core is his very first team and is made up of youths brimming with potential, the reincarnated soul promises to treat them well, relieving Jia Rong. Sometime later, Yun Xiao sits within the monument of the world god. Since his cultivation is only at the martial master level, even the diminishing returns of a third adversity-destroying pill is bound to raise his strength greatly, albeit causing him great anguish in the process. Of course, if it's just pain, Li Yun Xiao won't ever stop. Consuming the pill, he screams out. Many hours later, Yun Xiao's bloody body lies on the ground, having broken through to the peak 9-star martial master level. The next day at noon, the new recruits and the Heaven's Core members gather outside the Martial Flame City Lord's residence. Acting condescending toward the student army, the recruits deem them to be mere pretenders. Right then, Yun Xiao arrives at the podium, telling everyone to quiet down. He declares that they are his people from now on and must carry out his orders. Anyone who dares to slack off and deceive him will not only have their money retrieved, but their life will be taken as well. Looking on, Qian Duo concludes that there's more to the 15-year-old city lord than what his peak 9-star martial master strength lets on. Suddenly, the 9-star martial king's own train of thought catches him off guard. After all, Yun Xiao was just a 5-star martial master only a few days ago, making it impossible for him to be at his current level. This is the type of faces Oda draws for Gear 5 Luffy. Deeming the 4-star jump in Li Yun Xiao's strength in only a few days to be impossible, Qian Duo tries to convince himself that he was just wrong earlier. Right then, the city lord orders him to come up on the stage, shocking the new recruits with his tone. Although Qian Duo is greatly annoyed, he has no choice but to obey Yun Xiao in order to obtain the Moonbreak Scroll. The reincarnated soul hands him a jade letter containing the promised item, along with a pill and a good area to train in seclusion. As Yun Xiao expresses hope that Qian Duo will become a martial grandmaster. By the time they meet again, the other recruits think that he has gone crazy, since such a feat requires decades of experience. Meanwhile, the 9-star martial king puts the jade letter up against his forehead and realizes that it's actually the Moonbreak Scroll. With this in his hands, he feels confident in becoming not just a martial grandmaster, but a martial emperor too, or even a martial supreme. Yun Xiao remarks that the effects of the Moonbreak Scroll, along with the adversity-destroying pill, should completely fix up Qian Duo's body, making breaking through in a short time quite an achievable task. So the devs just don't care about game balance. Understanding that Yun Xiao figured out his condition instantly, the 9-star martial king wonders who he is. After all, seeing a 15-year-old possessing mysterious abilities and having as much knowledge about martial arts isn't an everyday occurrence. Promising to do his best, Qian Duo starts heading off. While the recruits try to process what just happened, a powerful wind blows through the entire area. A green wolf battleship appears in the sky, boarded by a member of the Sky Locust sect, who had used the soul power in Qiyun Peak for over 1,000 years. He starts shouting at Yun Xiao for stealing it from them, declaring that he deserves to die for his crimes. Being the benevolent city lord that he is, the reincarnated soul offers the man to bring everyone over from his sect to join Martial Flame City for cultivation instead, promising to provide resources that are 10 times better. Enraged, the intruder vows to destroy the city if Yun Xiao doesn't return their soul power. Answering back, the boy gives him a count of 3 to get lost. Not feeling threatened by a 9-star martial master, the man attacks with a chi-made green wolf to kill him. Da Shang and Yi An try to jump in, but are told by Yun Xiao not to interrupt him. Bringing out his Tiger Fang sword, the boy unleashes Roaring Tiger Terraquake, absolutely crushing the enemy's attack. Laughing at the audacity of a measly 1-star martial lord daring to threaten his city, Yun Xiao summons the Great Sun Golden Light Array and commands it to destroy. A giant blade erupts from the heavens and comes straight down to the ground, eradicating anything and everything that stands in its way. While the Sky Locust sex member barely hangs on, Yun Xiao doesn't give him a chance to recover. Ruthless aggression like he of WWE era. Bringing forth the 5-line tripod, Yun Xiao attacks with its eastbound purple mists, universe guarding, release, shouts out the reincarnated soul, unleashing the power of the 5 elements realm on the unsuspecting foe. Looking on, Qian Duo feels uneasy. He has several questions in his mind, like how a martial master is handing a 5th-tier Shuan weapon so easily, and how he just beat a 1-star martial lord atop a floating green wolf battleship so easily. Bai Chun Feng and Lin Yu are left in disbelief too, wondering if this is really the trash of the Jia Lan Academy, who studied with them just a few months ago. Right then, Yun Xiao orders that the injured man be dragged to him. As the latter plays dead, the former vows to turn it into reality if he doesn't stop. Without hesitation, the man gets up. Using his masterful interrogation tactics, Yun Xiao gets him to start spilling the beans. Introducing himself as a high-ranked disciple of the Sky Locust sect named Bu Tiandang, the man reveals that they have resided in the Qiyun mountain range for over 1,000 years. As such, the sect master, Nun Fei Chun, is a 9-star martial king. They also have 2 vice masters, one being a 7-star martial king, and the other being a 5-star one. Moreover, the Sky Locust sect has a dozen or so martial lords and thousands of martial artists lower than that level. Never caring about worldly matters, Tiandang's sect had to send out investigators upon getting their supply of soul power cut off due to some unknown reason. It just so happens that he is the investigator who ended up in Martial Flame City. Satisfied with this explanation, Yun Xiao announces that he will go back with Bu Tiandang to persuade the sect master to join him. Everyone thinks that the boy has gone insane out of greed, but no one dares to say a word. Doubting his ears, Tiandang questions if Yun Xiao really intends to go there. Without hesitation, the reincarnated soul tells him to stop messing around and lead the way. He then snaps his fingers, causing countless floating battleships to appear in the sky. Steam 3 5th-tier Tiger King battleships and over 30 green wolf ones appear in the sky. Tiandang and the new recruits lose their minds, since these battleships should be worth at least a few million high-tier primordial stones. The recruits get convinced that Yun Xiao holds a high position with 1,000 Treasures Tower and feel glad that they decided to follow him. Having been surprised by Yun Xiao for the entire last chapter, Qian Duo somehow still keeps getting surprised and wonders if the story will let him have any dignity as a 9-star martial king. At the same time, the sled boy grins, having made sure that the Thousand Treasures Tower will never be able to separate their name from him. Declaring that the first mission is to subdue the Sky Locust sect, Yun Xiao orders everyone of the 5-star martial master level to come with him. Excited to board a floating battleship, the new recruits follow him hastily, leaving the Heaven's core members more motivated than ever to catch up to their young master Yun. Approaching their destination, Duo doubts that Martial Flame City's manpower is sufficient to take down the Sky Locust sect. However, Yun Xiao tells him to be at ease. Since Tiandang has been sent out, the other martial lords won't be in the sect either. Even if they were there, Yun Xiao could simply blast them with the floating battleships. Poor Tiandang reacts to the threat like any normal human would, getting teased for it. Rookie mistake, little bro. Arriving at the Sky Locust sect, Da Sheng and Hongbing look around, spotting nothing but mountains and lakes there. With a sinister grin, Yun Xiao reveals that they have a Grand Mountain Guardian formation with illusion techniques concealing them. Realizing that he can't hide anything from the boy, Tiandang questions just who the hell he is. To add to his fear, Yun Xiao presents some immaculate logic. As they have to fight sooner or later anyway, it's better to just do it now. W mental gymnastics for real. Sending out a mental transmission, the reincarnated soul instructs his forces to blast the Grand Mountain Guardian formation to pieces, not stopping even if someone tells them to. Heeding his command, the 30-plus floating battleships open fire. Countless chi cannons rain down on the Grand Mountain Guardian formation, forcing the sect master to come out and order them to stop. Of course, Yun Xiao's word takes precedence over Nung Fei Chun, and the floating battleships continue blasting away. Seeing Bu Tiangong getting manhandled, the sect master inquires about the intruder's identity. The reincarnated soul announces that who they are isn't important, but what is the opportunity they are there to give him. Right then, the Grand Mountain Guardian formation shatters, making Nung Fei Chun question what kind of opportunity he is talking about. If Yun Xiao can't give him a good explanation for his actions, the sect master vows to kill him, even if he has to die to do it. Aware that Nung Fei Chun is trying to buy time for the martial lords to return before fighting them, Yun Xiao tells him that bringing more people will only result in more casualties. The boy then lays it out as bluntly as possible, announcing that he is there to make the Sky Locust sect submit to Martial Flame City. Yun Xiao insists that Nung Fei Chun accepts his offer, but talk things out as not doing so will cause needless sacrifices on both sides. The former also thinks that the latter won't care about the Grand Mountain Guardian formation after hearing his terms, enraging him. Yun Xiao continues, remarking that it is nothing compared to the soul absorption array he set up, nonchalantly exposing himself as the person who took away the soul chi in the Qiyun mountain range. The boy infuriates the entire sect. Ignoring the reactions, Yun Xiao lets them know the reality of their helpless situation and presents a set of conditions, promising to fulfill them at all costs. On today's episode of Deal or No Deal. Firstly, the reincarnated soul will provide the Sky Locust sect with cultivation grounds, containing soul chi 10 times denser than what they are used to. Secondly, they will remain independent and just have to listen to Yun Xiao's orders. Lastly, as long as the Sky Locust sect doesn't break Martial Flame City's rules, all their disciples will be able to access as many cultivation resources as they need. To top things off, they can leave whenever they want if Yun Xiao isn't able to fulfill these conditions. Hearing Yun Xiao's terms, Nung Fei Chun ponders over his situation and realizes that the best course of action is to accept them. So he does, getting granted the name of Heaven's Resolve. After getting the official matters over with, Yun Xiao activates private sound transmission to Nung Fei Chun. Knowing that the sect master has been stuck as a martial king for over 50 years and doesn't have much life left, the reincarnated soul vows to grant him a new life by helping him ascend to the martial grandmaster level. This is the nail in the coffin for Nung Fei Chun, making him realize that he made the right decision by accepting Yun Xiao's proposal. The boy then turns over to the new recruits, granting them the title of Heaven's Judgment and putting everyone except Duo under Hongbing's command. Finally, Yun Xiao places Heaven's core under Da Sheng, impressing him greatly with his actions as a city lord. Having set the foundation for Martial Flame City with Heaven's core, Heaven's Resolve, and Heaven's Judgment, Yun Xiao decides the next course of action is to improve their combat capabilities, naming scheme harder than making my parents proud. After instructing Nung Fei Chun to bring the Sky Locust sect to Martial Flame City, the boy once again telepathically tells him something. The sect master takes Yun Xiao to their storage, which contains countless low-tier pills and Shuan weapons, perfect to strengthen Heaven's core, taking around 2,000 of those items. Yun Xiao reiterates his promise to help Nung Fei Chun become a martial grandmaster and moves out. On the way back to Martial Flame City, the boy comes across a 3-star great martial master named Fu Jun Kai, a representative of the Supreme High Palace looking to deliver an invitation to Nung Fei Chun. His aura is similar to the extreme Yin Frost Qi, possessed by Qi Zun Zi, Yi Xiao Shan, and Li Yi. Passed through inheritance, this generational technique was unique to the Beiming family in his past life. However, since they were Gu Feiyang's adversaries in the north and east, the reincarnated soul wonders how such small groups in the southern region possess it. Now, Yun Xiao completely disrespects Fu Jun Kai, was just trying to invite people to celebrate their vice palace master becoming a martial grandmaster. Not only does Yun Xiao completely humiliate the 3-star great martial master, but he also kidnaps him and steals his green wolf battleship, getting held down by Hong Bing. Fu Jun Kai wonders how a small sect like the Sky Locust sect deserves to treat Supreme High Palace's representative this way. Right then, Yun Xiao announces that it's time to go back to Martial Flame City, making the 3-star great martial master question who they really are. With a sinister look, the reincarnated soul reveals that the Sky Locust sect is under him. Finding himself at odds with the Supreme High Palace yet again, Yun Xiao smugly invites Fu Jun Kai to have a talk with him. My goat wants all the smoke in the world. Li Yun Xiao takes on the Zhou family's forces, successfully defeating them, to reunite with his beloved 5-line tripod. With his list of enemies continuing to get longer, Yun Xiao recruits powerful martial artists to join Martial Flame City and sets up extraordinary training grounds to help his current allies get stronger, even awakening Ji Meng in the process. Making the Sky Locust sect submit to him as well, he now prepares to square up with the Supreme High Palace. Soaring through the sky, Yun Xiao's Tiger King battleship leads the battalion of over 30 floating battleships back to Martial Flame City. Battered, bruised, and all tied up, the Supreme High Palace's 3-star great martial master, Fu Jun Kai, helplessly awaits his fate. Right then, Yun Xiao starts interrogating him, questioning who is in the palace at the moment. Jun Kai reveals that the great palace master, Ma Tianhe, is a 3-star martial grandmaster. Tianhe's son, being the vice palace master himself, is a 1-star martial grandmaster named Ma Fei Bai. Intrigued to hear about such strong martial artists, Yun Xiao demands to know the full details of the Supreme High Palace's forces. Bursting into tears, Jun Kai reluctantly spills the beans. Aside from the palace master and his son, 2 elders are also martial grandmasters, amounting to a total of 4 such powerful beings. Moreover, the Supreme High Hexagram is a group made up of 6 expert martial kings. Thousands of martial artists under the martial king level serve them, including around 30 martial lords. Noting that the Supreme High Palace is a really powerful hidden sect, Qian Duo expresses concern over its unknown capabilities. Remaining unconcerned, Yun Xiao asks if one of the 2 elders is named Qi Zun Zi and expresses curiosity about the other one's level. He also wonders how the Supreme High Hexagram is doing right now. Compared to Qi Zun Zi, who is a 1-star martial grandmaster, the other elder Yi Bao Xin is a 2-star martial grandmaster. Jun Kai hasn't seen the Supreme High Hexagram in a while though, leading him to believe that they are training in seclusion. Of course, Yun Xiao knows it to be BS, since it will take them around a year to recover from his last beating. He then confirms that Li Yi is still alive and kicking in the Supreme High Palace, as Yi Xiao Shan's disciple, getting excited to meet the old acquaintance again. Dude about to get his ass kicked for the 69th time in a row. Traumatized by the boy's previous shenanigans, Da Sheng questions if he intends to fight the Supreme High Palace, since fighting them now would be equivalent to courting death. Yun Xiao assures him that he won't do such a thing. However, the upside of visiting 8527 is just too tempting in the end. Fearing for his life at the thought of facing multiple martial grandmasters, Da Sheng begs Yun Xiao to stop fooling around, threatening to snitch to Li Chunyang if he doesn't. In response, the reincarnated soul simply smirks, reminding him that the old fart will be in seclusion right now after taking the couple of adversity-destroying pills. Yun Xiao insists that he won't do something he isn't supposed to, promising to only congratulate the Supreme High Palace. In the celebration taking place 3 days later, the boy decides to head back to Martial Flame City for now. Da Sheng starts having a meltdown, while Qian Duo gets convinced that Yun Xiao's reckless abandon will be his downfall. He is not aware of my goat's game. Arriving at Martial Flame City, the reincarnated soul gets alerted by a fight happening there. He rushes over to Hongbing and Da Sheng, commanding them to advance at full speed. Yun Xiao panics, understanding that the unusually strong presence he feels is being exerted by a martial grandmaster. Wondering if the intruder is from the Xingyang family, the reincarnated soul orders everyone to prepare for battle without leaving their battleships. In the heart of Martial Flame City, a man floats in the air, surrounded by his wildly buzzing extraordinary qi. The immense pressure he exudes makes it difficult for Yun Xiao and his allies to even stay on their feet. Suddenly, the martial grandmaster starts concentrating his energy on his left hand. He aims downwards, unleashing a wild beam in the middle of Martial Flame City. The resulting shockwaves push back the floating battleships, making those on board question the true extent of the martial grandmaster's abilities. Yun Xiao bursts into a sweat, understanding that no one in Martial Flame City currently holds a candle to the intruder, since Xiaoqing Wang and the others are still cultivating inside the monument of the world god. They can't possibly know what's going on in the outside world to help him. Besides, they would only end up as part of the losses if they did come out. Observing the arrival of the 30-plus battleships, the intruder questions if the city lord is finally back, vowing to kill everyone in Martial Flame City if he doesn't show himself. This is the Xing Wang family's elder and a 1-star martial grandmaster, Xingyang Kun. Feeling threatened by the powerful enemy, the members of Heaven's Judgment are left in a panic. Refusing to go up against a martial grandmaster, one of them tries to run away from the fight. However, Yun Xiao grants him a swift and painful death instead. Li got hit with a fatality. The reincarnated soul then makes a chilling proclamation, declaring that those who demoralize the army, the deserters, and those who disobey his orders all meet the same gruesome fate. Hearing these ruthless words, Qian Duo looks at Yun Xiao as if he has seen a ghost. Right then, Hongbing turns everyone's eyes into the distance, where Meng Wu is being pulled through the air by Xingyang Kun. Choking her out, the martial grandmaster questions if she still thinks that her young master Yun will kill him when he gets back. For the crime of killing Xingyang Jia, the man promises to execute all 9 generations of the city lord's family. Noting that Meng Wu seems to be close to Yun Xiao, Xingyang Kun lets go of her neck and decides to kill her first as punishment. While the reincarnated soul prepares to defend the girl, Mun Bai helplessly looks on and screams out in despair. As the martial grandmaster's qi hurls toward Meng Wu, Yun Xiao activates Taishu Heaven's capital array, condensing it in an effort to save her. However, the martial grandmaster's immense attack shatters the formation and strikes Meng Wu, leaving her life hanging by a thread. Infuriated by Xingyang Kun's actions, Yun Xiao lashes out at him, launching an all-out counterattack. A massive sword erupts from a golden formation in the sky, raining down on the martial grandmaster. All the Green Wolf battleships blast their cannons at him too, but Xingyang Kun remains unbothered, easily blocking the onslaught with his qi. He demands that the Martial Flame City Lord show himself to face his punishment. Expanding his energy shield, Xingyang Kun shatters the very essence of the attacks being thrown at him. He then pulls in Yun Xiao's Tiger King battleship, questioning the identity of the city lord yet again. Threatening to kill everyone there if they don't answer, the martial grandmaster soars through the sky and prepares to strike. Right then, the reincarnated soul announces that Xingyang Kun will be the one dying, and unleashes his eastbound purple mists, universal guarding technique. Upon release, the ability catapults the 5-line tripod toward the martial grandmaster, who gets baffled upon seeing it. After all, the Zhou family just lost it recently, and it's now in Yun Xiao's possession. What an astute observation, Mr. Sherlock. Blocking the 5-line tripod, Xingyang Kun gets enraged at the boy for daring to kill people from the Xingyang, Cheng, and Zhou families. He vows to capture him and massacre his city. In response, Yun Xiao jumps on top of the 5th-tier Shuan weapon, promising to eradicate the martial grandmaster's family for his crime of killing the people of Martial Flame City. Glaring at Xingyang Kun, the reincarnated soul activates his perception arts, soul absorption. Even the martial grandmaster isn't able to block an attack directly at his soul, and he is left questioning Yun Xiao's identity, claiming to be Xingyang Kun's ancestor. Yun Xiao calls forth the Great Sun Golden Light Array, condensing it with the 5-line tripod. Countless blades rain down from the sky, piercing the martial grandmaster. This onslaught is followed up by the 5th-tier Shuan weapon, which strikes Xingyang Kun right in his dantian and sends him flying through the sky. While Da Shun hopes that the powerful attack managed to injure the martial grandmaster, Yun Xiao huffs and puffs. Despite being completely exhausted, he is only worried about not being able to sense Mengwu's life energy anymore. Soon, the clouds of smoke dissipate, revealing that Xingyang Kun still remains standing. Having suffered slight injuries, he is angrier than ever. In a panic, Yun Xiao shouts at Qian Duo to make a move and reactivates his soul absorption technique, freezing the martial grandmaster yet again. Falling for it twice got count as match fixing. Letting out a sigh, Qian Duo starts manipulating a heavy object, shaped like a Chinese coin. Violently shaking around on the ground, the coin vanishes. Moments later, it reappears around Xingyang Kun, trapping him in place. Feeling disrespected by a bunch of maggots trying to kill him, the martial grandmaster vows to strike the fear of his strength in their hearts. He unleashes his martial intent form, culminating in his phantom massacre technique. Taking the shape of a ghoul-like being, Xingyang Kun's chi leaps at Qian Duo to finish him off. However, the 9-star martial king stands his ground. With a chant, he brings out a crescent-shaped circular scythe, wielding it masterfully. Qian Duo utterly slashes apart Xingyang Kun's phantom massacre. The former's technique leaves the latter, questioning what it is making him realize that getting hit by such a strong Shuan weapon would spell doom even for someone like him. At the same time, the 5-line tripod starts glowing. However, Xingyang Kun doesn't think much of it. After all, a peak martial master like Yun Xiao using even a 9th-tier Shuan weapon would be pointless, or so he thinks. Questioning if the martial grandmaster really wants to try, Yun Xiao brings out the true fire of life, promising to refine him into a human pill. Bro's a villain. Xingyang Kun understands that the flames are dangerous and starts shattering Qian Duo's entrapment. Without delay, the reincarnated soul swoops his hands around, unleashing the Phoenix's flames to refine a human alive. The Phoenix of mighty projection soars high, enveloping the 5-line tripod. Standing beneath it, Yun Xiao activates the Tyrant Body Tempering Technique's first stage, a body like glass. His entire being starts exuding immense pressure, making the Green Wolf battleships realize that they need to get away from there ASAP. Xingyang Kun responds, unleashing his chi to fully break Qian Duo's technique. Thinking that Yun Xiao is using demonic arts, he gets enraged and rushes to kill him, once and for all. Reiterating that the martial grandmaster is the one who is going to die, the reincarnated soul unleashes his heaven-scorching flame technique. The Phoenix of projection flies towards Xingyang Kun and collides with his chi, resulting in a massive impact. Witnessing the spectacle, the members of Heaven's Judgment question how a fight between a martial master and a martial grandmaster is so close. Plot armor, that's how. After all, their normal worldview dictates that Xingyang Kun should have flicked Yun Xiao out of existence. Meanwhile, the Phoenix's flames seep through the martial grandmaster's chi, forcing him to go on the defensive. Getting scorched by the phantom of the ancient creature, Xingyang Kun concludes that he wouldn't be able to withstand so much as a wisp of its flames if it were to manifest fully. At the same time, Yun Xiao reiterates his vow to refine him into a human pill, even at the cost of his own life. Calling forth the Tyrant Body Tempering Technique's first stage once again, the reincarnated soul unleashes a body like glass. White wall. With this, he opens the 5-line tripod and begins sucking Xingyang Kun into it. Pause. Despite feeling confident in his abilities as a 6 Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster, the intruder understands that he can afford to get pushed into the 5-line tripod. Xingyang Kun reactivates his Phantom Massacre to destroy the 5th-tier Shuan weapon, only for Qian Duo to step in and blast it to smithereens yet again. Trembling with rage, the Elder boasts about being a proud martial grandmaster to whom even the Dustflame Empire's emperor would kneel down. Yet, the life of someone like him is being endangered by mere ants. Refusing to accept such a pathetic fate, Xingyang Kun brings out his Yuan Pin Pearl, resolved to take down Yun Xiao with him, even if he dies. The martial grandmaster prepares to self-destruct his life Shuan artifact. They're just making up stuff now. While retreating, Qian Duo peeks at Yun Xiao, who shows no intentions of dodging, even against such an attack. The 9-star martial king looks on in disbelief as two lunatics put their lives on the line, fully preparing to go down together. As Xingyang Kun's Yuan Pin Pearl nears its explosion, Yun Xiao once again declares that he will refine him into a human pill. Suddenly, the boy's arm shatters, and his body of glass starts collapsing. Right then, Xingyang Kun screams out, giving a deathly skull-like form to his rampant qi. The resulting explosion envelops the entire battlefield, blinding the onlookers. Even the Tiger King battleships don't remain unscathed by its impact. With his shattering body, Yun Xiao is hit with the realization that the full brunt of this earth-shattering impact didn't reach him. His eyes pop open as Chen Da-sheng stands in front of him, having guarded him from Xingyang Kun's last-ditch effort. Rapidly coughing out blood, Da-sheng scolds the boy for being reckless to the point of not dodging, even when his opponent practically self-destructed. Yun Xiao lets out a gentle smile, revealing that it's not he didn't want to escape. It's just that the reincarnated soul has fully exhausted all of his energy to such an extent that not even his body of glass is holding up. Advising Yun Xiao not to do things beyond his abilities in the future, Da-sheng returns his life to him. After all, he owes it to the boy. Since Yun Xiao not only healed his injuries, but also helped him raise his cultivation level, Da-sheng feels that he gave him a chance at his life back. To Da-sheng, dying honorably in battle is what made his newfound life worth living in the end. Unable to cope with reality, Yun Xiao begs his martial uncle to stop joking around. Blue realized he's not built for this. However, at that very moment, Da-sheng's lifeless body falls to the ground. In his dying moments, he asks Yun Xiao to take care of Chen Zun and say goodbye to his sworn brother, Li Chunyang, for him. The boy calls out to Da-sheng in utter dismay, hoping that all of this is just a big, unfunny joke. Suddenly, he feels a grueling pain in his chest. As his martial uncle's corpse falls off the Tiger King battleship, Yun Xiao helplessly tries to reach out. However, he can't even move a muscle and is just left with an aching heart. Meanwhile, Xingyang Kun reappears after exploding his life Yuan artifact. Barely holding himself together, he looks towards Yun Xiao, becoming infuriated upon seeing him still alive and standing. Still in disbelief that a noble martial grandmaster like him ended up in such a pathetic state, Xingyang Kun crawls through the air to reach Yun Xiao and vows to make him meet a gruesome fate. Right then, a towering silhouette appears behind the reincarnated soul, declaring that he will never fall. Putting his hand on Yun Xiao's shoulder, Xiao Qingwang reveals himself. Having finally broken through to become a 1-star martial grandmaster, he came out of the World God Monument to happily give Yun Xiao the good news, only to find him like this. Taken aback by this sudden arrival, Xingyang Kun realizes that Qingwang isn't any weaker than himself and inquires about his identity. Burning with a wild rage, both figuratively and literally, Qingwang repeats Yun Xiao's words, announcing himself as Xingyang Kun's ancestor. Qian Duo is just as surprised to see Qingwang as Xingyang Kun. After all, the commander was barely on his level just a few days ago, but is somehow a martial grandmaster now. A truly incomprehensible feat in the world of martial arts. Questioning how Martial Flame City has such powerful fighters, Xingyang Kun regrets his decision to destroy his life Shuan artifact. The intruder had previously thought that escaping from the floating battleships in Qian Duo would be easy, even if he was heavily injured. However, Xingyang Kun couldn't ever have imagined that a martial grandmaster would show up to ruin his plans. Engulfed in hellish flames, Xiao Qingwang approaches the pathetic elder, forcing him to tuck his tail and start running. While Xingyang Kun thinks about how much he messed up by not immediately running, Qingwang catches up to him. "Stay here, forever," shouts out the commander, smashing the fraudulent martial grandmaster's face in with his burning fist. Xingyang Kun goes flying, but Qingwang doesn't give him any room to breathe and quickly follows up with a barrage of punches. "One punch for me too, please." Getting his teeth kicked in, the former suddenly grabs the latter, declaring that he hates all of them. Xingyang Kun self-destructs his Dan Tian, blasting himself to smithereens. This act results in a massive explosion of qi, forcing Qing Wang to contain it with all his might. At the same time, Hong Bing and Qian Duo form barriers around Yun Xiao to guard him. Soon, the ruckus settles down. Qing Wang stands amidst the clouds of smoke, having suffered just minor injuries. Spitting on Xing Yang Kun's non-existent corpse, he rushes back to the Tiger King battleship. Carrying Yun Xiao in his arms, Qing Wang instructs Hong Bing to take care of the order and cleanup of Martial Flame City. He then flies off, taking the boy back to the monument of the world god. Zhang Qingfan looks on at Yun Xiao's lifeless body in dismay, while Chunyang loses the ability to even form his sentence at the sight of his sworn brother's corpse. I am about to start throwing hands with the creator at this point. Thinking on their feet, Qingfan and Shu Han quickly put Yun Xiao and Meng Wu in a healing formation. However, as the Grand Array is only able to condense small amounts of life energy at a time, the healing process shows almost no progress. Seeing this, Jimeng questions if there are any more of the 6 sunset gold pills that Yun Xiao used to heal him. Qingfan reveals that he does have the reincarnated soul's storage ring, albeit with no way of cracking the encryption on it. He asks Shu Han for help in decrypting it, and the 2 4th-tier refiners attempt to break into the storage ring one more time. While Chunyang continues to stare at Da Sheng's corpse blankly, Meng Bai clutches his fists and starts running off somewhere. Looking on, Yun Shang questions where he is going. Lamenting his weakness, the kid announces that he is heading off to train, not wanting to see his sister and master get hurt again. Enough to make a grown man cry, Meng Bai's resolve touches Yun Shang, and she softly mutters his name. With tears flowing down his face, the kid gets ready to eat the demon egg his master gave him. Believing that Meng Wu and Yun Xiao will wake up soon, he vows to improve massively to make them happy when they do. Hearing his words, Yu Shang starts crying. She calls out for Gu Fei Yang, wondering where he is, when his disciple is severely injured and needs him. Moments later, Qingfan and Shu Han sigh out, having failed at decryption the storage ring. Qing Wang lashes out at them, questioning how they dare to call themselves 4th-tier refiners when they can't even open a storage ring. Labeling them as useless trash, the martial grandmaster snatches away Yun Xiao's storage ring from them and prepares to force it open. Since doing so has a huge risk of destroying the storage ring's contents, Yun Shang worries about the worst-case scenario coming to pass. These words make Qing Wang hesitate, but looking at Yun Xiao's condition makes him understand that they can't delay anymore, and he announces his plan. After opening the storage ring, the martial grandmaster will hold up the collapsing space. At the same time, Yu Shan, Jimeng, Yan, and Chan Feng will grab as many things as they possibly can. Making his instructions clear, Qing Wang starts breaking into the storage ring. The martial grandmaster begins crushing the storage ring, forcing it to break open. Engulfed by his powerful qi, the ring's independent space starts running rampant. Qing Wang puts all of his effort into stabilizing it and asks everyone to hurry up. Yu Shang, Jimeng, Chang Feng, and Yan all rush to grab whatever they can from the storage ring. Soon, the space completely destabilizes. Unable to contain it any longer, the martial grandmaster lets go, and the storage ring disappears. Despite their best efforts, Yu Xiao's allies are only able to retrieve less than a third of his items. Fortunately, this contains the reincarnated soul's Tiger Fang sword. Qing Wang asks the 4th-tier refiners to check if the retrieved items contain any pills that can help save Yun Xiao. Shu Han and Qingfan closely go through the items, luckily finding a 6 sunset gold pill. Without delay, they feed it to Yun Xiao. While Qing Wang stabilizes the boy, Qingfan and Shu Han note that even the 2 of them together wouldn't be able to refine the holy 4th-tier healing medicine. Right then, Yun Xiao's body starts making cracking sounds. Everyone intently looks on, hoping that this is enough to wake him up. However, the reincarnated soul doesn't even move a muscle. Blood is in the shadow realm. Back when Jimeng almost died, only 1 6 sunset gold pill was enough to save him. On the other hand, Yun Xiao consuming the pill only returned a bit of color to his face, making Shu Han question just how much he has exhausted himself. Losing patience, Qing Wang once again lashes out at the 2 4th-tier refiners for their incompetence. Instead of protesting against the insults, Qingfan lowers his head and laments that he can't do anything to help Yun Xiao. Right then, Shu Han remembers a recipe hidden deep in the imperial palace, one that Qing Fan showed to him. Hearing the former's words, the latter realizes that he's a massive idiot. In the Imperial Palace's treasury, Qing Fan once found the recipe for a fourth-tier pill that could even bring the dead back to life. Of course, since there was no chance of him becoming a fourth-tier refiner back then, Qing Fan didn't pay it much mind. Thankfully, the recipe is still imprinted in his brain. Just like that, the two alchemists run off to refine the pill, vowing to save their lord Yun Xiao. You know what? I will allow the glazing this one time. At the same time, Hongbing effectively carries out restorative efforts within Martial Flame City. The entire city gets sealed, forbidding everyone from either leaving or entering the premises in order to prevent the news from rapidly spreading and attracting their enemies. Qian Duo observes the scene from a rooftop, having nothing to do. Despite scouring the entirety of Martial Flame City with his universal detect, he couldn't find Yun Xiao and the others, making him rightly conclude that they must be inside an independent space. Remembering the earlier battle, Qian Duo once again gets baffled at the thought of a martial master like Yun Xiao being so powerful. After all, if it was him on the receiving end of the bird of fire, he would have gotten wrecked. Questioning if what he saw before was the shadow of the legendary true soul, the Phoenix, Qian Duo notes that it is a being at the 10 ultimate realm. Since all the ancient souls had seemingly perished, seeing traces of them in his lifetime wasn't something that Qian Duo deemed possible. As he wonders who Yun Xiao truly is, Hongbing reprimands him and reminds Qian Duo that the boy is his city lord now too. Of course, the team commander himself doesn't know who Yun Xiao really is, since he just became city lord half a month ago. However, what Hongbing does know is that Martial Flame City will prosper and become an amazing place under his leadership, making Qian Duo wonder what he considers to be amazing. The Team 1 commander thinks that Yun Xiao will make Martial Flame City not only greater than the Dust Flame Empire, but also help it become a first-rate power in Tianwu, or even bigger than that. Hearing this, Qian Duo starts laughing, reminding Hongbing that Tianwu is a vast continent, as even the Dust Flame Empire is insignificant. When it comes to the bigger picture, he deemed his claims to be naive. However, Hongbing remains steadfast in his belief. He tells Qian Duo to look far and wide, declaring that Yun Xiao is leading Martial Flame City to the pinnacle of Tianwu, one step at a time. Let him know king. Leaving the 9-star Martial King with these words, Hongbing heads off. After pondering over these words for a while, Qian Duo realizes that he will still return to Martial Flame City, even when he reaches the pinnacle of Tianwu. Moved by how much everyone trusts Yun Xiao, Qian Duo decides to trust him, just this once as well, and pulls out a pill to eat. Back at the Monument of the World God, Shu Han and Qing Fan come running back excitedly, celebrating that they have succeeded in refining the 4th-tier Holy Healing Medicine. The Sincere Snow Pill, being a pill from ancient times, is much stronger than normal 4th-tier medicine and brims with immense soul qi. Fully convinced that the Sincere Snow Pill can save Yun Xiao, Qing Fan feeds it to him, while everyone looks on with hopeful eyes. 6 hours later, the reincarnated soul still knows no reaction, making Chang Feng question what's going on. Having a deep understanding of the pill's immense healing effects, Qing Fan and Shu Han wonder why Yun Xiao is showing only slight improvement. In the end, they conclude that the boy's injuries were just too severe. So, the two 4th-tier refiners get ready to refine as many Sincere Snow Pills as they need to feed Yun Xiao and start running off. Right then, Xing Wang tells them to hold on, since the great array is enveloping the reincarnated soul. Moments later, flowers start to bloom in the formation. Seeing the grand array coming alive and functioning better than when they activated it together, Qing Fan and Shu Han are left in disbelief. Amidst the blooming flowers, Yan starts breathing in the qi of life and feels himself getting revitalized. Chang Feng smacks it out of him, wanting Yun Xiao and Meng Wu to absorb all the good stuff. What a gad! Drake could learn a thing or two from him. Meanwhile, the grand array culminates in a lotus-like flower, enveloping the two wounded teens in a revitalizing glow. For an entire day and night, the array stays activated, after which Yun Xiao wakes up. Although the Sincere Snow Pill couldn't heal the boy completely, it helped him recover a shred of his consciousness. With it, he could control the array and activate himself. While everyone celebrates Yun Xiao's awakening, Yun Xiang worriedly asks why Meng Wu is still unconscious. The reincarnated soul reveals that Xingyang Kun shattered her spirits, meaning that they can't wake her up without the spirit-nourishing wood. Since this means that there's a way to save the girl, Yun Xiao feels a bit relieved. However, she does wonder how a 15-year-old like Yun Xiao can stay so calm after experiencing the worst ordeal of his life. Announcing that he's fine now, the boy inquires about where Chunyang and Da Sheng are. Everyone lowers their heads with shame, while Chang Feng reveals that Chunyang left with Da Sheng. Hiding that he's heartbroken, Yun Xiao calmly remarks that he will go visit them and vanishes. The others try to stop him, but Yu Shang insists that they let him go. After all, Chen Da Sheng died to save him, so he must be feeling all sorts of emotions right now. Silence befalls in the World God Monument, as everyone stands frozen in place. Qing Wang makes the first move, declaring that this is no time to be standing around, as even tougher battles lie ahead. He orders everyone to go and cultivate, not wanting a repeat of what happened last time with Xingyang Kun. Elsewhere, Yun Xiao appears behind his grandfather, mourning over the grave of his sworn brother. Seeing that his grandson is finally awake, Chunyang asks him if he knows what the most painful thing in life is. Yun Xiao shakes his head, prompting the old fart to let out a small chuckle. With tears flowing down his face, Chunyang mutters that it's when you can't get drunk, no matter how much you drink. Hearing that his grandpa hasn't gotten drunk ever since becoming a martial king, Yun Xiao promises to refine a bottle of wine that can get him drunk. A cool breeze blows, and the two pay their respects to Chen Da Sheng. Brave soldier boy comes marching home. In the aftermath of Martial Flame City's battle with Xingyang Kun, Hong Bing quickly finishes up the cleanup, putting together the list of missing people. The greatest losses were suffered by the civilians, but some members of Heaven's Core and Heaven's Resolve died as well. Yun Xiao tasks Wu Zishi with providing compensation to all the families who were directly or indirectly affected by the battle, instructing him to grant 100 times the compensation to the families of Heaven's Core and Heaven's Resolve. Earlier, the reincarnated soul broke the tragic news of Da Sheng's death to Chen Zhen and Han Bai, resolved to keep his promise to Da Sheng of helping Chen Zhen become a martial lord within a year. The reincarnated soul sent them to Square Inch Mountain to train in seclusion. Now, Yun Xiao turns over to Jia Rong, questioning how much he managed to borrow. Jia Rong reveals that the Thousand Treasures Tower lent them 50,000 high-tier primordial stones, after which Yin Xiaoyang ran off into seclusion. The Tian Yuan Commerce Guild lent them the same amount, with Ling Daner swearing that they could only give them this much at the moment. Yun Xiao snarks, understanding that Xiaoyang hid himself in fear of getting extorted. Of course, the reincarnated soul isn't as nice as to let the martial grandmaster keep a good relationship with him without taking some losses. Yun Xiao instructs Jia Rong to send someone over to Qiuyang to pass on the message that if Martial Flame City can't get 200,000 high-tier primordial stones, then he doesn't know him. Bro is a gold digger. If Qiuyang refuses to help them now, their bridge will forever be burned, regardless of how hard he tries to repair it later. Hearing Yun Xiao's words, Jia Rong worries for his well-being. After all, he is the one who will have to threaten the martial grandmaster to borrow the money. Right then, a guard comes running there with a jade letter for Yun Xiao. While Jia Rong continues to tremble in fear for his life, the boy puts the message to his head and finds out that it's from Ding Linger. Not only does she know everything that happened in Martial Flame City recently, but she has also attached thorough details on the Xingyang family and the Supreme High Palace for him. For the first time in his new life, Yun Xiao gets read like a book, making him realize that Ding Linger doesn't trust him. However, the boy refuses to blame her for keeping tabs on him, since he is her biggest investment. Understanding that he has to head to the Supreme High Palace before destroying the Xingyang family, Yun Xiao announces that he will be going out, leaving Hong Bing with instructions on what to do in his absence. Nung Fei Chun is to be brought into the Pill Tower to train, while Heaven's Core, Heaven's Resolve, and Heaven's Judgment are to train inside the 3 training grounds, with extremely harsh conditions he has set up using formations. Moreover, since Da Sheng is no more, Yun Shang is to assume temporary leadership of Heaven's Core. After Hong Bing completely understands his marching orders, Yun Xiao moves out on his Tiger King battleship, looking to invade the Supreme High Palace alone. Despite the Dust Flame Empire's vast jurisdiction, only a small part of it is actually populated because of the endless stretches of mountain ranges that take up most of the Empire's land. The Supreme High Palace is located at such a cultivation ground as well, being a place that has a very rich soul chi. Due to this very fact, it gained power rapidly even without having a long history behind it. Currently, Yun Xiao is climbing the stairs to the cultivation ground, housing the Supreme High Palace, having changed his appearance so that Li Yi doesn't recognize him. Getting forced to take such measures due to a mere slave, Yun Xiao compliments him like a villain and lets out a sinister grin. Right then, a seemingly harmless guy politely asks the boy to wait, asking if he is attending the Supreme High Palace's celebration. Seeing that Yun Xiao is just a martial master, the stranger relaxes and introduces himself as Xiao Jian, the son of the 100-Sword Sect Master. Inquiring about the reincarnated soul sect, he suggests that they head to the palace together. Yun Xiao scans Xiao Jian from head to toe, realizing that he is a third-star martial lord, trying his best not to say the hostile things he has on his mind. The reincarnated soul politely introduces himself as the Locust Sky Sexmon Bai. However, hearing these words completely changes Xiao Jian's previously respectful demeanor, leaving Yun Xiao wondering if he said something wrong. Lamenting that he wasted his time, the martial lord overtakes the boy and instructs him not to overstep his boundaries. Well, that's something that will never happen. Putting on a masterclass in acting, Yun Xiao chases Xiao Jian and begs him to explain what he means by that. At first, the latter completely dismisses the former. Of course, Yun Xiao's sparkling eyes are too much for his heart to handle. Enlightening the clueless idiot, Xiao Jian reveals that the Sky Locust sect is notorious in the Dust Flame Empire for turtling up and being filled with a bunch of embarrassments. With only known Fei Chun possessing some level of skill, they are the weakest sect in the entire empire. Heck, the Supreme High Palace invited them to the celebration out of pity. In return, though, the Sky Locust sect has foolishly sent a weakling for the banquet, sarking at their arrogance of coning a poor martial master to do their bidding. Xiao Jian moves out, reiterating his earlier advice for Yun Xiao. After he leaves, the reincarnated soul realizes that the martial lord was right. Usually, there are two ways of handling these invitations properly. For weaker sects, they must send a disciple with a high cultivation level, while larger sects can get away with sending a relatively weak representative. That's why upon seeing that Yun Xiao is just a martial master, Xiao Jian assumed that he belongs to a great sect, only to get severely disappointed. Yun Xiao is left feeling troubled, as his current disguise will enrage the Supreme High Palace greatly. At the moment, either death or humiliation awaits him. Regardless, it's too late to do anything, and Yun Xiao just decides to go through with it, hoping that Li Yi doesn't recognize him too early. Later, at the Supreme Palace's entrance, an old man gives Xiao Jian a warm welcome. Looking around, Yun Xiao realizes that his intuition about the Supreme High Palace having a deep relationship with the Beiming family, the adversaries of his past life, was right. Even the scenery surrounding him is nearly identical to what he saw as Gu Fei Yang, albeit lacking in splendor. They stole the whole flow, word for word, bar for bar. Right then, his train of thought is interrupted by the arrival of Xing Yangming, who gets escorted to his seat by the old man's orders. Seeing Xing Yangming, the reincarnated soul notes that he is a 2-star martial lord at the cusp of a breakthrough. Suddenly, the grandpa asks Yun Xiao which sect he is from, thinking that a mere martial master like him must be a disciple of a giant sect. Handing him the invitation, the boy remarks that he is from the Sky Locust sect, leaving everyone there in utter disbelief. With veins popping out of his head, the old man's processor overloads. He tries to come up with an escape route for the disrespect committed by the Sky Locust sect, but only extremely violent thoughts come to mind. Yun Xiao rubs the back of his head, feeling bad for the poor guy. At that precise moment, the old man asks him what gifts he has brought for them on the Sky Locust sect's behalf. Since Yun Xiao's old storage ring got destroyed by Xiao Qing Wang, he had to get a new one. As such, the boy only has 2 items in his possession, the 5-line tripod and the Tiger Fang sword, both of which he loves with all his heart. Yun Xiao hesitantly starts removing his storage ring, but is unable to follow through with it, immediately putting it back on. He promises the old fart that they will repay him next time, infuriating him to no end. The onlookers conclude that this is all just a big plot from the Sky Locust sect, who is Yun Xiao as a scapegoat to carry out his provocation. They start cheering for his death, prompting the old man to call for Third Zhu to take the boy inside. As instructed, The guy with the weird name guides Yun Xiao inside, albeit away from the main entrance. The former takes the ladder to a doggy hole that leads to a firewood room, where he will be brought a bowl of rice to eat when the banquet starts. Everyone laughs at him, labeling the Sky Locust sect as an embarrassment. Yun Xiao tears up, fully selling himself as a poor scapegoat. Someone give this dude his Oscar. Of course, in reality, he already planned on leaving the banquet discreetly, so this just makes his life easy. Leaving Yun Xiao in a small room, the third Zhu guy heads out laughing. After he leaves, the reincarnated soul uses Universal Detect on the Supreme High Palace, wanting to be careful and avoiding all the strong people there. While scouting the infrastructure, Yun Xiao finds out that not only did the Supreme High Palace bootleg the Beiming's palace outer features, but the interiors are practically the same as well. To top things off, the extreme frost chi cultivated by them is also just the Beiming family's yin frost chi, aka one of the most toxic true chi in the world. Incidentally, Luo Yunshang's 9-yang true chi is a direct counter to it. Despite living through his second lifetime right now, Yun Xiao never would have thought that both potent techniques of extreme yin and yang would show up in the Dusk Flame Empire at once. Back to the important matter at hand though, since the Supreme High Palace's design is exactly the same as the Beiming Palace, it means that their treasury would also be in the same spot. In his past life as Gu Fei Yan, the reincarnated soul slaughtered the Beiming Palace's people on 3 separate occasions. Of course, he would have died all those times if no one inside was helping him. Have you ever thought that OVO is working for me? Type beat. So, Yun Xiao is already completely familiar with the ins and outs of the palace. Soon, the boy reaches the treasury and snarks at the Supreme High Palace's forces for not having a creature bone in their bodies. After all, they blatantly and crudely copied even a simple building like that. Suddenly, he gets alerted by something and quickly rushes to hide in a nearby tree. Lo and behold, Li Yi arrives on the scene, making Yun Xiao conclude that they must share a common fate after all. Seeing Li Yi, the reincarnated soul wonders if he is there to steal from his own sect. Marveling at his bravery, Yun Xiao decides to use him as the scout. The reincarnated soul takes a closer look at Li Yi, noting that he has already become a 1-star martial lord. This annoys Yun Xiao, as this means that his slave is improving even faster than him. Right then, Li Yi finishes his warm-up and begins maneuvering around the field in front of the treasury. Taking calculated steps as if he were a ballerina, Li Yi manages to cross the yard, riddled with strong encryptions, impressing Yun Xiao. Moments later, 8527 reaches the stairs of the treasury. He grits his teeth in displeasure, questioning who set up the confusing encryptions, blocking his way. Must be the work of an enemy stand. Making some hand signs, Li Yi manages to open the door to the treasury and starts celebrating that enduring that pervert for so long finally worked out for him. Luckily for Li Yi, the bane of his existence is busy with the celebratory banquet, leaving him free to steal the heavenly obsidian jade. Using it, 8527 wants to train the extreme yin frost chi to the highest level, as this will allow him to fight off even martial kings. Hearing these words, Yun Xiao remembers that the treasure Li Yi is talking about is the Beiming family's prized possession, making him question how something like it ended up there. Without delay, Yun Xiao jumps out of the tree. Before Li Yi can even react, he swiftly covers the distance between them while dodging the encryptions in the yard with ease. Left holding Yun Xiao's disguise in his hands, the ex-slave gets alerted at first. However, upon seeing that it's just the random guy from the Sky Locust sect instead of the Supreme High Palace's master, he feels a bit relieved and inquires about his identity. Right then, the realization hits him. If this mysterious person is just a random dude not from the Supreme High Palace, then he shouldn't have been able to clear the encryptions so easily. Even Vice Master Ma Fei Bai, whom Li Yi secretly watched over a dozen times to get a hang of it, can't clear them at that pace. Regardless, he deems the situation to be manageable, since the intruder is just a peak martial master. Li Yi once again asks the reincarnated soul who he is, warning him of the consequences of his actions. Oh, shiver me timbers. Removing his wig, Yun Xiao starts tying up his hair and questions if Li Yi has forgotten his old master, after getting a new one. These words stab 8527 like a dagger, distorting his face from fear. Yun Xiao turns around to greet his former slave, asking how he's been all this time. Seeing the boy's face shatters every thought in Li Yi's mind, and he only ends up growling his name like a wild dog. while the ex-slave continues to mumble gibberish. Yun Xiao thanks his fortune for letting him meet an old friend in a foreign land. Li Yi tries to give himself a pep talk, convincing his mind and body that a martial lord like him has no reason to be afraid of a martial master. For the first time in his life, Li Yi manages to pass a witty remark at Yun Xiao. Wondering when he became so humorous, the reincarnated soul laughs, since it's something he would say. Not thinking that the situation is funny at all, Li Yi grits his teeth in fury and questions how Yun Xiao got past the encryption. As if intending to make the former die with rage, the latter thanks him for coming in first and demonstrating how to do it. After all, had Li Yi not shown him how to bypass the encryption, Yun Xiao would have gotten blown to bits trying to enter the treasury. Li Yi's processor overloads at this comment, as he previously had to look the steps over a dozen times before learning it. He refuses to believe that Yun Xiao managed to do it after watching it just once, no matter how big of a genius he is. Coming in with his signature witty reply, the boy remarks that it's just because Li Yi is born to be a crude servant who knows nothing about music or rhythm. Bro is a bigger hater than K-Dot. On the other hand, Yun Xiao quickly understood that the key to solving the encryption is a dance move from ancient times called the Soul Sword Tap Dance. Li Yu's blood pressure shoots at this comment, making him cough out a ton of blood. Once again, Yun Xiao questions why he is getting so mad, patronizingly expressing concern for what anger is doing to his health. The boy reminds Li Yi to keep it down if he doesn't want to get found out by the Supreme High Palace. Swirling around majestically, the reincarnated soul tries to lighten up Li Yi's mood by offering to dance with him. 8527's poor brain is unable to take the bombardment of witty remarks, and the blood spurting from his mouth makes him hit the canvas. He begs Yun Xiao to stop playing around and just say what he wants, worrying that they will get caught. Of course, the reincarnated goal is simple, taking all the treasures there. Since there are countless treasures in the Supreme High Palace, Li Yi lashes out at Yun Xiao for being so greedy. Being the first one there, the ex-slave demands that they split everything 6-4 in his favor. Yun Xiao asks Li Yi if he is hearing himself right now, refusing to accept a mere 40%. Huffing and puffing in anger, 8527 reluctantly agrees to split the loot 50-50. These words enrage Yun Xiao, as a mere dog from his Li family doesn't deserve anything. Stopping himself from fainting out of rage, Li Yi gets sick and tired of the disrespect. He leaps at Yun Xiao, attacking him with a blade enveloped in his extreme Frost Yuan Qi. Of course, the reincarnated soul easily avoids the onslaught. With a flick of his wrist, he lightly taps Li Yu's sword, sending him flying. Back when 8527 was a great martial master, he couldn't take the upper hand against Yun Xiao even once. Things should have changed, now that he is a martial lord, but it is turning out to be a repeat of before, infuriating Li Yi to no end. He digs his blade into the ground, demanding that Yun Xiao doesn't look down on him. Like that's gonna happen. A huge wave of ice erupts from the point of contact, enveloping the entire area in frozen shards, complimenting Li Yi for improving since the last time they met. Yun Xiao pipes him down by unleashing the Tiger Fang Sword, Lotus Sword Song causing flowers to bloom over the icy landscape. The ex-slave's domain gets utterly dominated, and a massive concentration of qi starts gathering over his head. Realizing that the obsidian jade or even his pride isn't more important than his life, Li Yi tries to make a run of it. He calls forth his benumbing qi, godly frost sword stands to wildly swing his blade, forming a barrier around himself. Running like a hamster in a wheel, Li Yi retreats, vowing to destroy Yun Xiao one day. The reincarnated soul simply encourages him to do his best, looking forward to the next time they meet. These parting ways make Li Yi trip up one last time, truly cementing that Yun Xiao lives in his head rent-free. Stealing everything in the Supreme High Palace's treasury, Yun Xiao wants to make a run for it quickly, even if Li Yi doesn't report the incident. However, as all the items are nothing compared to the heavenly obsidian jade, Yun Xiao decides to stick around for now. Activating his universal detect, the reincarnated soul spots an out-of-spot tile inside the floor. Someone must have vented. Realizing that he almost got tricked, Yun Xiao removes the tile, finding a box made out of dragon bones inside. Usually, they would have blocked his universal detect entirely. Fortunately, the small size of the bones limited their functionality. Opening the box, Yun Xiao gets engulfed with the eerie ooze of the heavenly obsidian jade. However, it's only a small fragment, cut out from the actual treasure. which means that someone from the Supreme High Palace's Ma family betrayed the Beiming Palace to obtain it. Quickly removing the extreme Yuan Qi from his hands, Yun Xiao heads out. Quite a bit of time has passed since Li Yi escaped, and yet no one from the Supreme High Palace caught wind of what happened at the treasury, meaning that the ex-slave didn't rat out his former master. Taking advantage of this, Yun Xiao activates private sound transmission, sending a message to Xing Yangming. Upon hearing it, the martial lord suddenly gets up. He asks the Great Palace Master and Vice Palace Master to excuse him, as an urgent matter has come up. Ma Tian, he declares that it's fine, as the Xingyang family must have many things to deal with, unlike the sects turtling themselves in the mountains. Xing Yangming apologizes to the Palace Master, vowing to personally make it up to him next time. He then moves out, noting that the voice transmitted to him earlier contained a very profound technique of the heart. After hearing just a few words, the martial lord was able to loosen the bottleneck on his cultivation, convincing him that getting the complete technique would improve it greatly. Bro about to find out why all that glitters is not gold. Xing Yanming quickly arrives at the Supreme High Palace's treasury, understanding that it will be impossible to explain things if he is somehow discovered there. Right then, Yun Xiao transmits the method to break the encryptions to him. Xing Yangming hesitates for a moment, but concludes that the risk is well worth the reward. The martial lord starts moving as carefully as he possibly can, soon arriving at the treasury's door, albeit completely exhausted. However, the voice instructing him up till this point completely disappears as if it never existed. Looking around, Xing Yangming is left confused about what's going on. Judging from the encryption outside, the place should have been highly important to the Supreme High Palace, but it's completely empty. Suddenly, he is overcome with an uneasy feeling and quickly rushes outside, only to find himself surrounded by the Supreme High Palace's forces. Getting reprimanded by the Palace Master, Xing Yangming realizes that he has been framed and tries to explain that this is all just a big misunderstanding. However, he isn't interested in hearing anything. With a wild roar, he demands Xing Yangming to hand over everything he took if he wants to live, making him cough out blood uncontrollably. Right then, Yun Xiao resumes the private sound transmission, instructing the martial lord to run to the right. The latter does as told, prompting the Palace Master to become infuriated. Refusing to let a thief escape from right under his nose, he steps into the encryption. Much to Tianhe's dismay, his leg gets burned. Ma Feibai asks his dad what just happened, getting told that someone has modified the encryption. However, Tianhe doubts his own words, as even a martial grandmaster like him doesn't possess the ability to alter the encryption. For that very reason, he put the Quartet Pavilion within the treasury, without making anyone guard it. Refusing to let Xing Yangming escape with his treasure, Tianhe expands the search range. All disciples of the Supreme High Palace move out, having orders to kill the martial lord on sight. Running through the mountain range, Xing Yangming laments that he let himself get used. At the same time, the man understands that framing him without getting detected isn't a regular feat. Xing Yangming wonders who would want to frame him, and more importantly, why. Oh, you sweet summer child. Suddenly, a voice declares that it's because he is from the Xingyang family. Appearing through the mountain range, Yun Xiao reveals himself to the martial lord. The boy's words leave Xing Yangming questioning reality, as a mere peak martial master could somehow read his mind. However, he does recognize his voice as the person who framed him. Suddenly, Yun Xiao declares that the power of a martial master is enough to kill a dog like Xing Yangming. Infuriated at his mind getting read once again, the martial lord questions why Yun Xiao framed him, getting told to ask Xing Yang-kun after dying. With this, Yun Xiao activates his perception arts, Demon Moon, to summon the 5-line tripod. Unleashing the universal guarding, eastbound purple mists technique, he makes Xing Yangming meet a gruesome fate. Soon, a group of disciples from the Supreme High Palace comes running there. Not knowing who Yun Xiao is, they inquire about Xing Yangming. The reincarnated soul turns towards them, his eyes still crimson like the demon moon, and his clothes drenched in blood. Proclaiming that they should die too, Yun Xiao declares the start of his revenge. Sometime later, Ma Tianhe and Ma Feibai arrive at the location, where the Supreme High Palace's disciples found Yun Xiao. However, the place is riddled with the disciples' corpses. Witnessing this terrible sight, the Palace Master swears on his manhood that he will kill Xing Yangming. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao heads back to Martial Flame City, For Xingyang Kun's crime of killing one of his men, the boy vows to kill his entire clan. After returning to martial Flame City, Yun Xiao immediately enters the World God Monument to train in seclusion. Within just a day, he breaks through the barrier of a martial master, reaching the Great Martial Master level. Now, Yun Xiao tells his aides that he is heading to Hai Sun City, the capital of the Dust Flame Empire, where the imperial family resides. Worried about him, they question if he is going to the Xingyang family. Yun Xiao confirms this, receiving Chun Yang's firm disapproval. After all, it was only recently that a single martial artist from the Xingyang family left martial Flame City in shambles. Despite Qing Wang's recent breakthrough to the martial grandmaster level, martial Flame City remains incomparable to the large Xingyang family, with centuries of history behind it. What a Debbie Downer. Yun Xiao informs his worried grandfather that they would only be sitting ducks if no initiative is taken, as they are the first suspects in Xingyang Kun's disappearance. Moreover, he already has a plan, needing just 11 people to come with him. Qing Wang remarks that gathering only 11 people, who are martial lords or above, wouldn't be a problem, but such a meager force wouldn't even be able to defeat a noble family in the Dust Flame Empire. Right then, Qian Duo shows up there, wanting to be included in great things like this. Having broken through to the martial grandmaster level, he asks Yun Xiao to take him along. While Qing Wang and Qian Duo banter, the reincarnated soul praises the latter for using the Moonbreak Scroll effectively. Having already stabilized his realm, Qian Duo is a step above Qing Wang. Even though he broke through before him, Yun Xiao's way of talking annoys the new martial grandmaster, who feels like a kid in front of the teenager. Already trusting the reincarnated soul with his life, the presence of two martial grandmasters puts Qing Wang at ease about going along with his plan. Meanwhile, Qian Duo realizes that Yun Xiao has somehow become a great martial master, and his eyes almost pop out of his skull. As he starts going through an existential crisis, Chun Yang reiterates his earlier disapproval, announcing that new martial grandmasters have no chance against experienced ones. Whose side are you on, old man? Right then, Num Fei Chun arrives there and volunteers to participate in Yun Xiao's plan too. Just like Qian Duo, he has also broken through to the martial grandmaster level with the boy's help. Chun Yang marvels at the three newly transcended martial grandmasters, who, despite belonging to a realm that he didn't even dare to think about in the past, are paying their respects to his grandson. Yun Xiao asks Nung Fei Chun for help in his endeavor, getting assured that everything will be carried out as per his orders. With this, the reincarnated soul gathers the 11 people he was looking for. The three martial grandmasters, Chun Yang, Chang Feng, the two vice sect masters of the Sky Locust sect, Jimeng, Hong Bing, and Yi An. With these mighty aides, Yun Xiao will be performing the 12 capital Divine Thunder Array. While everyone wonders what that is, Yun Shan gets alerted for some reason. Without delay, Yun Xiao reveals that it's just an array that attracts thunderbolts from the 9 heavens and causes lightning to strike. The strength of these thunderbolts depends on the strength of the people setting up the array. For instance, 12 martial sovereigns could attract the strongest Brahma's periwinkle world-destroying divine thunder, capable of turning even the immortal golden body to ashes. In order to set up the 12 capital Divine Thunder Array, they will need only 6 hours, exactly the amount of time it will take them to reach Hai Sun City. Sometime later, Yun Xiao meditates atop his Tiger King battleship, when Yun Shang suddenly approaches him. The boy wonders if there's something about the array that she doesn't understand, getting told that he should understand what she's thinking about. With a melodramatic gaze, Yun Shang asks Yun Xiao about the condition of that lord. Looking away sadly, the boy remarks that he is nothing but a good-for-nothing. Due to self-aware, being third on the major power chart, or being called a military breaker martial sovereign, being a sovereign class refiner, or being known as an honorary elder, none of it matters in Yun Xiao's eyes. Despite tricking so many pure and innocent girls like Yun Shang into thinking about him all the time, it amounted to nothing at the end for Gu Fei Yang. Hearing Yun Xiao talk, the lady sees the projection of the man she loves. Yun Shang begs him not to talk like that, deeming it to be a good day as long as Gu Fei Yang is doing well. An ancient poem rings in her heart and mind, making Yun Xiao sigh. Without talking in riddles anymore, he definitively tells Yun Shang that Gu Fei Yang is fine, making her erupt in tears. Removing her glasses, Yun Shang wipes her tears and thanks Yun Xiao, The boy stands there speechless, not understanding how he should deal with this. Suddenly, Yun Xiao pulls him into her embrace, questioning how Gu Feiyang is right now. Trying to change the subject, Yun Xiao remarks that this isn't time to think about these things, and promises to tell her when they get back. His words snap the lady back to reality, making her realize what she's doing. Utterly flustered by her own actions, Yun Xiao turns away from Yun Xiao and tries to calm herself down by acting like a teacher again. She also reminds him that he also owes her a performance of the Guanling Odyssey. Wanting to get out of the troublesome situation, Yun Xiao suggests waiting for Gu Feiyang to give her the performance himself in the future. Infatuated with him, Yun Xiao wonders if he will really do it for her. Yun Xiao lets out an embarrassed cough, promising to at least pass on her request to Gu Feiyang. Hearing this, the maiden's eyes warp into hearts, and she thanks Yun Xiao. Overwhelmed by Yun Xiao, the reincarnated soul practically begs her to go back to her battleship and familiarize herself with the array. The lady smirks, questioning if Gu Feiyang taught him the 12 capital Heavenly Thunder Array too. How is girl still so clueless? Having been a part of the Heavenly Night Palace, Yun Xiao reveals that it is one of their 3 supreme arrays. Despite not letting her use it, Teacher Lu's master imprinted the entire array in her mind, so she's already completely familiar with it. Estimating the combined powers of the 12 of them, Yun Xiao notes that they can at least attract one type of the 5 elements Divine Thunder. He hopes that it will allow them to contest the Xingyang family. Since condensing the Great Array is a flashy process, Yun Xiao worries that the Xingyang family will disrupt their setup by sending a 2-star martial grandmaster. Of course, Yun Xiao has already thought about it, and assures her that there's no need to worry. Sometime later, the Martial Flame City's forces arrive at High Sun City. Feeling strong consciousnesses in the Dusk Flame Empire's shrine, Qing Wang and Yun Xiao understand that they can't launch an all-out attack on the Xingyang Ming family. Not with that energy, you can't. After discussing their game plan, Yun Xiao uses the secret art of concealment to hide the battalion of floating battleships. The Martial Flame City's forces then start making their way to the Xingyang family, during which the reincarnated soul feels 2 strong consciousnesses monitoring them closely. Of course, Yun Xiao remains unconcerned. After all, he intends to use the Heavenly Obsidian Jade as the core of the array to shift the blame to the Supreme High Palace. Meanwhile, in the Xingyang family's meeting room, the current family patriarch, a 4-star martial grandmaster named Xingyang Yi, feels restless over Xingyang Kun's absence. The Grand Chamberlain, Xingyang Cheng, tries to comfort him. However, Xingyang Yi is unable to make sense of the situation and starts pacing around worriedly. After all, losing him will be a way bigger blow to the Xingyang family than Xingyang Jia. Heck, the latter dying isn't even a bad thing to him, since it only grants his grandson a higher chance of succeeding the family. Regardless, as Xingyang Jia is the direct grandson of the Supreme Elder, the family patriarch sent Xingyang Kun to capture the person responsible for killing him and satiate the Supreme Elder. As the Grand Chamberlain wonders if they should send someone else to Martial Flame City, Xingyang Yi deems it better to involve the Cheng family in the investigation, since Cheng Feiji also died there. The family patriarch then inquires about Xingyang Ming's whereabouts, getting told that he should have returned yesterday, but still hasn't come back. I wonder how. I wonder why. Xingyang Yi is overcome with uneasiness, feeling that the 2 incidents are somehow linked. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes the meeting room. Questioning who dares to challenge the Xingyang family, the 4-star martial grandmaster leaps into battle. However, the impact of the lightning bolt from earlier stops him in his tracks, as the residue of the impact contains the Supreme High Palace's extreme Yin Frost Qi. The purity of the extreme Frost Qi leaves Xingyang Yi in disbelief, as not even Ma Tian he possesses such true Qi, making him question if Xingyang Min is in trouble. Gathering his forces, the family patriarch shouts out at the mysterious enemy to show themselves. Suddenly, even sharper thunderbolts start crackling in the meeting room. With each passing second, the electricity buzzes wilder. Xingyang Yi no longer considers it to be a mere provocation, but rather a declaration of war, as such powerful lighting and frost will blow the entire Xingyang family to smithereens if it were to strike. Right then, the family patriarch senses Yun Xiao's forces and prepares to strike them down. He gives a beastly form to his qi, launching worthy of a 4-star martial grandmaster. However, Yun Xiao remains unfazed, channeling the combined power of 12 martial artists, Through the heavenly obsidian jade, the reincarnated soul unleashes the Yang Gold Divine Thunder and the Yin Water Divine Thunder, calling them forth to blast the Xinjiang family to smithereens. Concentrating into an otherworldly mass of qi, countless thunderbolts erupt from the 12 capital Divine Thunder Array, turning everything in their path to ashes. A large crater forms at the Divine Thunder's point of contact, leaving behind an eerie residue of the Supreme High Palace's extreme yin frost qi. In the aftermath of the blast, the Xinjiang family suffers great losses. Not only do all the lower-level martial artists lose their lives, but the family estate gets destroyed as well, leaving them in a pathetic state. Despite most of their core members surviving, the Xinjiang family suffers more shame than they have in their centuries' worth of history, leaving the patriarch in a rage. Womp womp, lil bro. He no longer cares about the identity of the attackers, only wanting to find and kill them. With blood gushing from his mouth, Xinjiang Yi mobilizes all the elders of his family, ordering them to eliminate whoever left them in such a state. Gathering around their patriarch, the elders leap at the 11 green wolf battleships floating in the sky. However, they find no one on board. As Xinjiang Yi starts losing his mind, one of the elders directs his attention toward the mysterious 7th-tier rock surrounded by the battleships. Within a split second of observing it, the 4-star martial grandmaster comes to a certain realization. Meanwhile, on Yun Xiao's battleship, everyone celebrates the success of their plan. Being the boar that he is, Chunyang suggests making preparations for a long battle, since the Xinjiang family is bound to go crazy over this incident. However, the reincarnated soul simply smirks in response, being doubtful that the enemy can even survive through this, as not even a single one of the Xinjiang family's experts died in the attack. Chunyang and Qing Wang wonder if Yun Xiao has a follow-up plan in mind. At that precise moment, the boy gets alerted by something and screams out, warning his allies that someone powerful is approaching. Suddenly, a voice compliments Yun Xiao for being pretty good for a little tyke. Bro out here inviting new slurs. A hole rips apart in the sky, revealing a mysterious old man. Letting out a soft chuckle, the new character questions how a 15-year-old little tyke managed to notice him. Everyone else looks on, speechlessly staring at the old man, in anticipation and disbelief. After all, if not even the martial grandmasters managed to sense him, with their universal detect, he is bound to be an extremely mighty entity. Yun Xiao breaks the silence, revealing that the new character is a 7 constellations realm martial emperor. Seeing the old man yawn without a care in the world while standing against them, Martial Flame City's forces can only hope that he is an ally and not a foe. Closely observing Yun Xiao, the martial emperor questions what tier refiner he is, guessing him to be at the 4th tier level, understanding that there shouldn't be anyone above the 7 constellations realm in the entire Duskflame Empire, except perhaps in the Heaven Gathering itself. Yun Xiao concludes that the old man has immense authority. Despite this, he asks the martial emperor if their personal situation has anything to do with him. As they are in a hurry, Yun Xiao wants the old man to be accommodating. The latter questions if the former is afraid of getting caught by the Xinjiang family, getting told that he should just move out of the way, since it's none of his business. Holy Givachad. Getting talked to in such a tone by a little brat, the martial emperor wonders if he belongs to a special background. Brimming with rage, the powerful entity reminds Yun Xiao that he is not only blatantly disregarding useless old geezers like him by committing murder in High Sun City, but is also daring to say that it is none of his business without even knowing who he is. The martial emperor then hypothesizes that Yun Xiao's forces must be spies sent by either the Heaven Sent or the Wudon empires, making the boy realize that he's trying to justify killing them on the spot. Letting the old man know that he is aware of his intentions, Yun Xiao warns the old man that he won't be able to win against them and asks him to cut to the chase. The martial grandmaster bursts out laughing, feeling glad to talk to someone smart. Stroking his beard and shaking his head, the old man mentions an interest in the array that Yun Xiao used against the Xinjiang family. However, in pure tsundere fashion, the martial grandmaster tries to downplay it as much as possible and pretends like he is only intrigued by the array, not really wanting all that much. Of course, Yun Xiao knows that no one can resist one of the 3 supreme arrays passed down by the Heavenly Night Palace. Making sure that the martial emperor regrets lowballing it, Yun Xiao suggests that the palace master forbade them from giving out the secret array to an outsider. In order to fully sell the act, the reincarnated soul refuses to give out the name of his sect, but gives the martial emperor enough hints for him to deduce the Supreme High Palace as the culprit himself. Instigator. Using his master manipulation skills, Yun Xiao somehow convinces the old man to enter negotiations with them, asking for compensation in exchange for the array. He takes away all the possible excuses the martial grandmaster could come up with. After pondering over it long and hard, the old man realizes that he has to play along with Yun Xiao and introduces himself as Zhu Jin. Holding back his allies from making selfish demands in exchange for the array, the reincarnated soul puts a price of 200,000 primordial stones on it, refusing to let himself get played by a team. The martial emperor starts haggling. An intense back and forth follows, which is utterly dominated by Yun Xiao. In the end, the boy ends up exploiting Zhu Jin's fear of his reputation getting damaged and his desire to obtain the array design, extorting 300,000 high-tier primordial stones from him. Ah, the good old financing elder citizens tactic. As the deal concludes, Yun Xiao leaves Zhu Jin with a cryptic message about the Xingyang family and heads out. Elsewhere, Qingyang Yi agrees with an elder's suggestion to keep the 12 green wolf battleships and deems the mysterious stone as the key to catching the culprits. Right then, the ship starts shaking wildly, getting ready to self-destruct. Moments later, the heavenly obsidian jade follows suit. Realizing that its explosion isn't something they can withstand, Xingyang Yi orders everyone to run away and protect the people in the house. However, their fate was sealed when they killed Da Sheng. The heavenly obsidian jade erupts into concentrated shards of extreme frost yuan qi, resembling the flower of death in its form. While the entire Xingyang family gets devoured by it, Yun Xiao recites to his late uncle Chun, asking if he is seeing this. Although the boy is unable to bring Da Sheng back, he can help him take away the people responsible for his death. Wanting to take revenge for the death of Xingyang Jia, a martial grandmaster by the name of Xingyang Kun invades Martial Flame City, causing great losses. Although Yun Xiao and his allies are able to take him down, Chun Da Sheng loses his life in the process, while Meng Wu falls into a comatose. Afterward, the reincarnated soul cleans out the Supreme High Palace's treasury, encountering Li Yi in the process. He then takes revenge for Da Sheng, wiping out the Xingyang family off the face of the planet. Sometime before the massive explosion that wiped out the Xingyang family, Martial Emperor Zhu Jin spots Yun Xiao heading toward the Supreme High Palace. Without a doubt in his mind, the true qi he saw from the boy and his lightning were of the extreme yin frost attribute. Out of all the modern-day sects, only the Supreme High Palace should possess that type of power. However, Zhu Jin is unable to understand why they would feud with the Xingyang family. Right then, the sky starts tearing once again, forming a crack in it like before. Teasing Zhu Jin, the Dust Flame Empire's shrine elder named Ao Di Jia appears at the scene. The latter thinks that the former got extremely lucky to obtain the lightning summoning array for only 300,000 high-tier primordial stones, considering that it's 7th tier or higher. Annoyed that he can't go anywhere without Ao Di Jia, Zhu Jin tells him to go away. The two start bickering, but are soon interrupted by a destructive beam piercing the heavens. Realizing that the massive ray of light is coming from the Xingyang estate, Zhu Jin and Ao Di Jia rush over there as fast as they possibly can. Soaring through the sky, they arrive at the horrific scene in no time. The chilling frost emitted by the crystallized flower causes even a martial emperor like Zhu Jin to cower in fear. Not only that, but the eerie qi has also forced the other old farts that never show themselves to come out of hiding. Gathering around the glacier, the countless martial artists are left in utter disbelief, unable to believe that a centuries-old noble house got eradicated and turned into a piece of art in mere moments. A certain German historical figure could never. They start hypothesizing amongst themselves, concluding that the extreme yin frost qi responsible for the horror show is only used by the Supreme High Palace of the Dust Flame Empire. Ao Di Jia provokes Zhu Jin, insisting that he speak up, since he met up with the culprits earlier. The martial emperor takes offense to these words, lashing out at the implication of him being an accomplice. However, the shrine elder assures him that he isn't interested in his affairs and only feels concerned about how the Xingyang family met its fate. Marveling at the strength of the explosion that killed them, Ao Di Jia wonders if even the martial supremes gathered at the scene could hold their own against it. Feeling threatened by the power surrounding the area, the martial supremes raise their kiss, alerting Zhu Jin. At that precise moment, Xin Pi asks the martial emperor if he is sure that the culprits are really from the Supreme High Palace. Zhu Jin remarks that it's only an educated guess, but feels confident, since no one else in the Dust Flame Empire can use such powerful extreme frost chi. Xin Pi himself isn't concerned with the Supreme High Palace itself. However, he worries about the connections they have with a major sect in the northern region, not wanting them to intervene. Ao Dijia wonders if the entire event was orchestrated by the powerhouses in Tianwu, looking to get the resources in the southern region. After all, the Xingyang family and the Supreme High Palace have never had a conflict, making a full-blown wipeout like this highly confusing. Zhu Jin doubts this, as the Holy Region's orders would make it impossible for anyone to meddle in the southern region's affairs. He guesses that all of this is over a petty personal grudge, but Ao Dijia strongly protests against this idea, declaring that superpowers don't listen to the Holy Region. He reminds him of how Gu Feiyang eradicated all life within 4,000 miles of the Eastern Sea, and then led an all-out raid on the Holy Region, demanding them to fall under him. However, instead of fighting back, the Holy Region activated their main defensive arrays and just went into seclusion. Give them a break, man, though we're up against the goat. Hearing this, Zhu Jin feels that Ao Dijia is intentionally being unreasonable. The military breaker Go Feiyang, the Bo family, and the emperors of the Four Seas, these massive forces joining hands, could destroy the entire southern region in one shot. Not to mention that the immortal golden body of the Terrant Martial Sovereign, Ao Changkong, and the divine capital's three great saints were with them too, leaving the Holy Region with no other choice. Still, Ao Dijia thinks that they can't even control the superpowers like the Heavenly Night Palace, Crimson Crescent City, the Beiming Palace, and the Heavenly Draconic Family. Dude got him making up names now. Ignoring Zhu Jin after agitating him, a shrine elder turns over to Xin Pi, asking him about his opinion, since the Dust Flame Empire belongs to the Xin family. Proclaiming that they should make irrational guesses at the moment, Xin Pi puts Zhu Jin in charge of investigating the situation, because he has already met the people responsible. The Xin family's elder worries that Xingyang Huo, who is currently in seclusion, is going to go insane after finding out what has become of his family, and questions how he is going to explain it to him. Zhu Jin snarks, blatantly insinuating that the Martial Supremes deserved this for staying on the sidelines until something like this happened. This enrages Xin Pi, who flips it on Zhu Jin for not doing his job as an elder of the shrine. However, the Martial Emperor maintains that he couldn't possibly have known that something like this would happen. After all, the strongest members of the Supreme High Palace were at most one-star Martial Grandmasters. Left in doubt about them being the culprits by these words, Xin Pi decides to think about it later and focuses on sealing the extreme frost yin chi for now, not wanting High Sun City to fall to something like this. Surrounding the gigantic crystallized flower, all the Martial Supremes work together to set up a large array. With this, the extreme yin frost chi is contained within the Xingyang family's territory, protecting it from spreading throughout the Dust Flame Empire. After confirming that the situation is stable, Xin Pi permits everyone to return, asking them to be careful of any suspicious personnel entering the empire. Soon, the news of the Xingyang family's demise spread throughout High Sun City. As the massive glacial flower behind the seal became a major attraction for the people, the emperor sent out city guards to keep them out. However, it was too late by that point, as the citizens had already made up their minds about the lightning being God's wrath toward the Xingyang family for their evil deeds. Emin's sisters. Outside of High Sun City, though, the extreme yin frost chi at the place of the incident convinced everyone that the Supreme High Palace was responsible for the attack. Only one person managed to correctly guess the truth, being Ding Ling of the Tianyuan Commerce Guild. Yurong refuses to believe her, wondering why Yun Xiao would still be in Martial Flame City if he possesses the strength to take over the Dust Flame Empire. The young lady doesn't believe it herself, but for some reason, she is sure that Yun Xiao is the one responsible for ending the Xingyang family. Ma Tianhe, the strongest person in the Supreme High Palace, is only a 3-star Martial Grandmaster. In total, there are only 4 Martial Grandmasters in the sect. So, even if the entire sect were gathered together, the Xingyang family would make quick work of them. However, Yurong argues that Martial Flame City's strongest individual is a mere 9-star Martial King, meaning that destroying the Xingyang family for them is an even more absurd feat. Heck, the old man goes even further and calls it the funniest joke Ding Ling has ever said. The girl herself is confused, especially since investigating the mysterious entity known as Li Yun Xiao, prove to be utterly useless, as Ding Ling wonders what critical piece of information they are missing. Yurong insists that she is just overthinking. He thinks that there's no chance of Yun Xiao being responsible for the Xingyang family's demise. After all, their investigative agency is one of the best ones in the entire Tianwu continent. If they wanted, they could even find out the most personal details about a small-time city lord, meaning that there's no chance of any information being missing. However, Ding Linger's gut feeling is just too strong. She declares that from this day onwards, Martial Flame City will be their #1 VIP. So, the Tianyuan Commerce Guild will provide them with whatever they want to the best of their abilities. Hearing this, Yurong questions if the young lady is in her right mind. Of course, declares Ding Linger, proclaiming that this will be the greatest investment of her life. The old fart wonders if the girl has fallen for Yun Xiao, making her blush, and another one bites the dust. Flustered, Ding Linger huffs and puffs, throwing Yurong out of her room. However, this reaction only convinces the old man that the young lady can't be kept unmarried for much longer. As Yurong leaves, Ding Linger imagines Yun Xiao looking all handsome and stuff. The thought makes her turn red as a tomato, and she lets out a small chuckle. Meanwhile, in Hai Sun City, the Chung family's current patriarch, Chung Feng, plays a game of Go with the 6th-tier refiner, Bai Li Gongjin. The two of them have been analyzing a position set by the royal throne martial sovereign, Tang Guang, for half a month and half a year respectively, both to no avail. Called the Heaven and Earth Go position, it contains the martial sovereign's unmatched understanding of formations. It is said that whoever is able to solve it will receive the 800 volumes on formations written by Tang Guang, making them the generation's formation master. Ranked 7th on the major power chart, this position by the royal throne is being analyzed by countless people in the holy region, looking to understand the formations within. They must not be very smart then, no. Even without fully understanding it, many have been able to improve their cultivation greatly, just by comprehending the martial intent in the position. So, Gongjin hopes that Chung Feng can also increase his already shocking strength with it. The 6th-tier refiner then mentions that Tang Guang wants to take a disciple, but hasn't been able to find someone worthy enough. As such, the person who can understand the martial sovereign's Go position will become his disciple as well. Hearing these words, Chung Feng drools at the thought of getting the royal throne's teaching for his family, since it could help them compete against even the Heaven Gathering sect. Suddenly, Gongjin remembers hearing about someone who might be able to solve it. Chung Feng questions who he is talking about, getting reminded of how a youth in Tianshui solved Yang Di's painting a while back. However, the patriarch thinks that this youngling can't be that smart if he exchanged a favor from Yang Di with the Wang family to save his small-time princess. Moreover, since it was just a hidden message from Gu Feiyang dissing Yang Di, the idiotic youth probably managed to solve it by pure luck. Of course, to Gongjin, luck is also a skill, as Yuan Yuan Hao thinks highly of him. The 6th-tier refiner thinks that it's worth a try. With a cold sneer, Chung Feng declares that he's going to find this youth, even if Tang Guang's Go position hadn't been a factor. After all, the one they are talking about is the Martial Flame City Lord, Li Yun Xiao, the man responsible for murdering a disciple of the Chung family, and Xingyang Jia. The patriarch had previously hoped that the Xingyang family could take care of Yun Xiao themselves, leaving his hands blood-free, but they got hit with a disaster at the worst possible time. I wonder how, I wonder why. Gongjin feels uneasy about the timing of the incident and wonders if it's related to Martial Flame City or Yun Xiao. Chung Feng laughs in response, thinking that the refiner is letting his imagination run a little too wild, considering even the entirety of Tianshui working together wouldn't be able to destroy the Xingyang family. Moreover, if Martial Flame City was responsible for the ice that killed them, it wouldn't be nobody's, since it even has the 7 constellations realm martial emperors cowering in fear. However, Gongjin still thinks that something is up with the entire incident, having heard that Xingyang Ming stole the Supreme High Palace's treasures during Ma Fei Bai's banquet and also killed their disciples. He deems it reasonable for them to fight back like this. Of course, the 6th-tier refine couldn't ever have imagined that the Supreme High Palace was hiding such immense strength. This worries Chung Feng greatly too, making him wonder if the modern sect has been sent by a superpower from the northern region. Gaojin guesses that the Beiming Palace, eyeing Mount Meru, is involved even though no one has heard any news of them in the past 100 years. Cheng Feng agrees, albeit questioning why the Xingyang family would try to rob the Supreme High Palace, knowing the risks involved. He thinks that there's something else going on, getting told that it doesn't matter either way, since the Xingyang family is no more. Only the peak 9-star martial grandmaster, Tiandang Mountains, remains, who will undoubtedly head for the Supreme High Palace as soon as he catches wind of what's happened. When he does, it will be the perfect time for them to test if the Supreme High Palace was bluffing or not. As Mount Meru will open up soon, everything is bound to become clear in a few months. In the same vein, Gao Jin mentions that there's something mysterious about Martial Flame City's sudden rise to power, and his name is John Cena. Once again, though, Cheng Feng concludes that all the recent events surrounding them only mean that they are either pawns sent by a great power, or just a bunch of idiots wanting attention. Moreover, the Thousand Treasures Tower has also denied the rumors about them backing Martial Flame City. Of course, since Cheng Feng and Gao Jin are not in a position to interrogate them or the Beiming Palace about the situation forcefully, the two decide to just watch how it unfolds for now and go back to analyzing the Heaven and Earth Go position. Elsewhere in Hai Sun City, the Zhou family's higher-ups discuss the Xingyang family's demise in their own meeting room, arriving at the same conclusion as the Cheng family. Zhou Biao, the family patriarch, feels that the Xingyang family's annihilation is just a prelude to more destruction that is about to follow. To him, all the recent incidents point to Li Yun Xiao being a puppet of some great force, wanting to bait the Zhou family into making a rash decision. The two elders, Zhou Chu and Zhou Xing, become enraged at this public declaration of war, with the latter especially getting angry at how Yun Xiao deciphered Yang Di's painting, and just gave away the resulting favor to the Wang family. The elder comes up with a scheme to make Tian Shui's princess into Yushan's concubine, hence breaking the Wang family's promise to Yun Xiao, and not getting Yang Di's favor in return. Wait, bro was onto something. However, Zhou Chu advises against it, since the Wang family's experts are keeping a close watch on their residence without even bothering to hide it. For the sake of Yushan, who is currently training in seclusion, the elder doesn't want to make any mistakes at this crucial time. Zhou Xing then questions what they should do about the 5-line tripod, to which Zhou Biao responds, revealing that they no longer require it, since he has already increased Yushan's cultivation by force, using 2 cauldrons. Hearing these words, the two elders get alerted. After all, these cauldrons are actually 2 martial experts who use their own true yuan to raise another martial artist's cultivation base forcefully. Although a person's strength can rapidly increase in a short amount of time, the gain is not only limited, but also fraudulent. Raising someone's cultivation base like this also requires a martial artist at least 2 major realms above them. Moreover, the so-called cauldron's true yuan will be exhausted in the process, effectively crippling them for life. As Zhou Yushan is a mere martial lord, raising his cultivation base by force would require the cauldrons to be at least martial grandmasters, a level at which a person can form an entire sect and dominate an area in Tianwu's southern region. Straight up sacrificing 2 great experts like this to raise an heir's strength, only the 4 great noble families have the luxury to do such a thing. Nepotism for the win. Keeping in mind the sacrifices he is making for Yushan, the family patriarch doesn't want to get directly involved in the current incidents. In the end, he decides to send the 2 elders to investigate Martial Flame City and the Supreme High Palace, instructing them to avoid any conflict and immediately report back if they find something. Finally, Zhou Biao gives a motivational address to the elders, putting emphasis on the incoming opening of the southern region's secret realm, Mount Meru. Back over with Yun Xiao, he silently returns to Martial Flame City after his little trip to Supreme High Palace. Xiao Qingwang worries about getting figured out by the last remaining member of the Xingyang family, who is an elder of the Heaven Gathering sect and possesses unimaginable cultivation prowess. If he were to come to Martial Flame City, it would spell doom for them. Of course, fooling Xingyang, Huo, or not doesn't matter, since Yun Xiao always intended to retaliate openly, and it was only sped up by Chen Da Shum's untimely demise. The reincarnated soul declares that instead of worrying about external forces, they should focus on improving themselves, as wiping out the Xingyang family will have instilled some fear in the supposedly esteemed noble families. No one will dare mess with Martial Flame City, at least for the time being, allowing them an opportunity to increase their strengths. So, Yun Xiao gathers Heaven's Core, Heaven's Resolve, and Heaven's Judgment, taking them to Square Inch Mountain inside the World God Monument. For a little bit, the martial artists are left in utter disbelief, deeming it to be the reason that Martial Flame City has risen up in power in such a short amount of time. They aren't particularly wrong either, as this is a one-of-a-kind legendary item, even considering Yun Xiao's life as Gu Fei Yang. Turning to Nun Fei Chun, the reincarnated soul questions if this fulfills the conditions he promised him. Without hesitation, the sect master announces that it does, going as far as to declare that the training grounds are much better than promised. He now fully believes in Yun Xiao's words, trusting that the legendary item will allow Martial Flame City to become a superpower within the Dusk Flame Empire. Absolute W glaze. Right then, using his control within the World God Monument, the boy teleports himself and starts floating midair. He addresses everyone present, announcing that the interior of the Pill Tower will serve as their new training grounds from now on. To that end, Yun Xiao has divided the grounds into 4 sections, one each for warriors of the First Origin, 2 forces, 3 powers, and 4 quadrants. Inside them, he has put 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, and 10,000-fold gravity fields for the respective cultivation levels. As for the Martial Lord training grounds, countless surprises await them beside the 10,000-fold gravity field. Hearing this, the martial artists are overcome with fear, worrying that they have walked into certain death. As if he were reading their minds, Yun Xiao announces that a martial artist's path is an upstream battle. To him, the higher cultivation levels aren't hard to break through, because the difficulty rises, but rather because the martial artists become complacent and don't keep up with their training efforts. The thought of a great martial master training in a 100-fold gravity field or a martial lord training in a 1,000-fold one makes Yun Xiao laugh. Breaking through is all about shattering one's limits, so they can never do so if they don't put their lives on the line. Having enough talent or resources, none of it matters when it comes to cultivation. Yun Xiao declares that anyone who struggles with breaking through is simply not brave, strong, or determined enough. Blood is cooking them, like Kendrick cooked Drake. Hearing the reincarnated soul's words, the martial artists realize that he is completely right. Since no one ever put enough pressure on them, they didn't bother putting in more effort than the bare minimum and held themselves back from breaking through. Yun Xiao continues, reiterating his promise to give them anything and everything for cultivation, as long as they follow him and train hard. Although the resources inside the tower will be made available for the martial artists without any limit, they are for them and them alone. If anyone dares to smuggle anything outside, Yun Xiao vows to grant them a ruthless demise. As even having unlimited resources is a privilege unheard of anywhere in the world, the boy's own allies are shocked by his speech. The independent martial artists present feel that they are having a fever dream, while Nun Fei Chun realizes that the Sky Locust sect wouldn't have had to stay in Qiyun Peak for countless centuries if Yun Xiao had come around before. Even for Qian Duo, who comes from a place of wealth and has seen pretty much everything out there, the prospect of unlimited resources defies all logic. Right then, Li Chunyang questions what everyone has been thinking all this time. That is, how Yun Xiao plans to sustain the amount of resources, if he is this generous with them. Always the party pooper, the reincarnated soul announces that they will get them like how they have been getting their resources all along, from everywhere, robbing or plundering. Nothing is off limits. As long as they have the strength to do so, going back out to take more resources is fair game. Everyone becomes speechless at this proclamation, prompting Yun Xiao to double down. He reminds them that all the superpowers in Tianwu fought for their resources and are now residing in energy-filled mountain ranges, never caring about sharing these abundant resources. Since ancient times, the strong have preyed on the weak, so Yun Xiao is only following that rule. Understanding that the boy is only speaking the truth yet again, the martial artists get riled up, refusing only to let Tianwu's superpowers enjoy such luxury. Fueled by a collective desire to get stronger, they shout and cheer in unison. In his closing words, Yun Xiao instructs the martial artists to work hard and warns them of the consequences of falling behind. Later, the reincarnated soul heads over to Mengwu, noting that the spirit-nourishing wood is the sea folk's treasure, condensed from the life energy through the Congo divine tree. Wait, did we end up in the wrong series again? Anyways, only the 4 great royal families in the Bo family might be holding on to some, but Yun Xiao obviously can't get any if he just goes to them, leaving him with only one option: regaining his full strength and forcing himself in. However, as that won't be happening anytime soon, he worries that Meng Wu won't last till then. Yun Xiao then turns over to the mythic cloud-shaking Thunder Beast, which still hasn't woken up after taking the second adversity-destroying pill. Since monsters have less chance of breaking through than humans, due to the rules on their bloodlines, the boy's little miss will stay a 5th-tier beast, unless, of course, a truly powerful material or mutation shows up. Currently stuck at the 5 Elements realm's bottleneck, it is using a slow-gathering technique to get energy from the surroundings. Petting the mythic cloud-shaking Thunder Beast, Yun Xiao remarks that breaking through now is all up to it. Right then, he feels venomous energy coming from somewhere, prompting him to quickly teleport toward its location. Deep inside the cave, Yun Xiao spots Mumbai emitting copious amounts of toxic qi, activating his Yuan energy, toxic qi shield. The former approaches the latter. Seeing the eggshell nearby, Yun Xiao realizes that Mumbai really ate the whole egg at once, that too by the most nutritious method, raw. Although the poison rodent was simply to draw out the toxins inside the key's body, it has now left him curled up with the toxic qi running rampant. Yun Xiao moves out, vowing to find a better primer for Mumbai, to push him a step forward. Just like that, the reincarnated soul arrives at High Sun City and heads straight for the place where the best refiners within hundreds of miles gather, the Dust Flame Empire Alchemist Association branch. Despite the streets seeming very peaceful without a single martial artist roaming them, Yun Xiao understands that many gazes are monitoring every single movement within the entire capital, which is on high alert due to the Xingyang family's demise. Soon, he arrives before the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association. Knowing that his 6th-tier master-class refiner lies ahead, Yun Xiao understands that he has to be careful since his power is way beyond that of Tian Shui's Alchemist Association. Heading inside, though, Yun Xiao finds the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association to be practically deserted. He approaches the beautiful receptionist to ask what's happening, getting told to stay quiet since an instruction convention is going on, a tradition in which every refiner hosts a public seminar when they get promoted to share their wisdom regarding alchemy and breaking through. Whispering close to Yun Xiao, the girl reveals that their Lord B. Qian Jin is holding his instruction convention. After breaking through to 3rd tier, making the boy reminisce about the time Yu Shan tried to make him Jia Rong's disciple. Ah, the good old days when Jia Rong was still a relevant character. At the same time, he discreetly takes a sniff of the beautiful receptionist and starts flirting with her. Being used to such things, the girl assumes that Yun Xiao is just a spoiled young lord from a noble family, who is here to ask for some goods and hands him a form, instructing him to fill in his request and payment clearly. Much to her surprise, he instantly writes down what he wants without even looking, seeing that the boy wants the blood of a demon beast above 4th tier, and will discuss its price in person. She warns him that such a rare item will take an incredible amount of luck and price to find. Understanding that the receptionist is right, Yun Xiao thinks about asking the association master for the precious materials later. Suddenly, his train of thought gets interrupted by a weird smell, coming from the sword being refined in the instruction convention. Pitying that the item is going to be ruined when it's so close to taking shape, Yun Xiao tells the receptionist to get away, unless she wants to get hurt by the explosion. Meanwhile, he gets closer to observe, blatantly announcing that the new 3rd-tier refiner's abilities can't keep up with his efforts to forcefully refine a 3rd-tier Shuan weapon. Hearing this, all the refiners present dismiss his words as an ignorant kid's ramblings. On the other hand, someone sends a private sound transmission to Yun Xiao, questioning why he is doubting the 3rd-tier refiner when the sword is about to take shape. As their voice warns him to stop speaking about things he doesn't know of, the boy turns over to where it's coming from and gets alerted by what he sees. Yun Xiao then asks the tiny old man if he wants to make a bet, making him wonder if his true strength has been exposed. However, the old man chalks it up to overthinking on his part and decides to entertain the bet for now. Yun Xiao declares that the loser will have to listen to the winner's orders for a year. With this, the old man is left questioning if his true strength has really been somehow found out and tries to slither his way out of the bet. However, Yun Xiao provokes the geezer's pride, leading him to agree to the bet, albeit with snarky comment about the boy's family making trouble for him if he loses. Of course, Yun Xiao flips it on the old man, using this remark to reveal that he knows about him being a 7-star martial grandmaster master. This leaves the geezer in utter disbelief as there's a secret technique on his body, rendering regular people unable to see through his cultivation. On the other hand, Yun Xiao feels relieved that he got a 7-star martial grandmaster to back him so easily at such a crucial time for Martial City. While the two banter, a commotion arises from the instruction convention. Lo and behold, just like Yun Xiao predicted, the sword suddenly becomes unstable, leaving everyone there wondering how he knew that it was going to explode so far in advance. As Bi Qianjin struggles to keep the sword in check, another third-tier refiner, Zhang Hua, jumps in to help him out. The two prepare to stabilize the violent energy with the form conversion technique, condensing it with their spirit power afterward. Nah, these translator notes are trolling us. What do you mean they mixed up spirit power, used by refiners with soul power, used by martial artists this entire time? Not even John Wary messes up this bad. Back over with Yun Xiao, the 7-star martial grandmaster grins at him, thinking that the situation is turning around for the better. Of course, the reincarnated soul knows the reality. He loudly tells everyone the third-tier refiners couldn't have solved the problem with just a few movements, but instead chose to make it worse by doing all that extra stuff with their spirit power and form conversion technique. Now, the Shuan weapon will explode with a strength many times greater than before in 10 breaths' time. Getting sick and tired of Yun Xiao's shenanigans, everyone starts talking down on him. Meanwhile, the old man prays to the heavens for the boy to be wrong. Completely unbothered by the peasants, Yun Xiao begins the count. 1, 2. As the count reaches 6, the refiners lose control over the sword, and it starts running wild. At the count of 7, the martial grandmaster's eyes pop out of his skull in utter dismay. Unable to believe that not even 2 third-tier refiners could suppress the incomplete sword, the old man wonders how Yun Xiao knew this was going to happen so early. At the same time, Bi Qianjin asks everyone to run away, since the sword is going to explode. As the count reaches 8, a stampede begins. Valuing their own lives above everyone else, all the selfish refiners make a run for it, even trampling over a 2nd-tier refiner, wanting to go first in the process. Turning over to the 7-star martial grandmaster, Yun Xiao asks him if he is going to admit his loss now. Of course, the old man is still in disbelief and wonders how the boy knew. Liking the honesty oozing from the geezer's worried expression, Yun Xiao marches toward the incomplete sword, looking to save it with 2 counts left. Meanwhile, the 2 third-tier refiners try their hardest to buy as much time as they can for the others. As the reincarnated soul approaches them, they question why he is not running away and inform him of the dangers of staying there. Seeing the 2 third-tier refiners unfazed in the face of death and even risking their lives for others, Yun Xiao is moved by their integrity and helps them out. Pointing his hand outward, the reincarnated soul forms a flaming seal, blowing away the spirit power that Bi Qianjin and Zhang Hua were using to contain the incomplete sword. At first, they are convinced that Yun Xiao has a death wish. Nah, he don't got a skill issue like you lil bros. Of course, reality soon sets in, as the Shuan weapon's violet energy starts mellowing out. Yun Xiao then makes incredibly fast hand signs, shocking the 2 third-tier refiners and the 7-star martial grandmaster. The geezer finally understands the boy isn't just a spoiled brat who has only started alchemy, as using such complex techniques and movements requires a person to overcome countless challenges. Through Yun Xiao's intervention, the sword doesn't explode even after the 10 count, making the old man realize that he has lost to the mysterious teenager. However, at this moment, he uncontrollably lets a smirk slip. Meanwhile, the refiners who ran outside are left wondering what's going on. Considering the place hasn't blown up even after 10 counts, thinking too highly of themselves, they decide that their lives are way more valuable than the receptionist Fang. So, the refiners throw the poor girl inside to check out the situation. With tears flowing down her face, Fang enters the Alchemist Association and starts trembling in fear. The other refiner tells her to hurry up, forcing the girl to drag herself inside. Much to Fang's surprise, though, Yun Xiao is playing with the sword that was about to explode earlier, while using another refiner as a seat. Everyone present is even taking a lecture from him, while extensively scribbling down notes to record his wisdom. Right then, Bi Qianjin, referring to Yun Xiao as master, politely asks why the sword ran wild before, even though 2 third-tier refiners were containing its violent energy together. Declaring the answer to be simple, the reincarnated soul demands a glass of water before he tells them. Fang tries to skedaddle out of there, only to get jumped by all the refiners there, hurling countless insults at the receptionist, They force her to bring the glass of water to Yun Xiao. I can save her, for real. As the boy sips on his drink, Fang attempts to excuse herself, but gets ordered by the refiners to stay beside their master to serve him. Suddenly, Yun Xiao smashes the glass of water in rage, questioning the attitude he is seeing. Getting up from his human chair, he furiously approaches Fang while she continues to tremble in fear. As he places his hand on her shoulder, everyone looks on in anticipation at what is about to follow. Much to Fang's surprise, Yun Xiao reprimands the refiners for treating a pretty lady like her in such a harsh manner. Generational simping. After all, a true refiner must have a heart of gold. So if they treat a beautiful woman like this, he can't even imagine how they treat normal people. To the raging Yun Xiao, none of them are fit to call themselves refiners. Hearing his words, everyone starts treating Fang with more care than they ever have in their entire lives, just to prove that they have kind and loving hearts. One of the refiners gifts the receptionist 100 middle-tier primordial stones as a reward for her years-long service, while the others rally to increase her salary by 100 times. Just like that, Yun Xiao's flirtatious nature changes a broke girl's life, as the refiners vow to pay Fang from their own pockets if they can't get the Alchemist Association to approve her raise. She starts crying at their generosity and looks at Yun Xiao with grateful eyes. Remarking that they seem like decent people based on what they just did, the reincarnated soul decides to continue his earlier lecture and sits back on his human chair. Looking on, the 7-star martial grandmaster can't believe that the refiners have fallen so low that they are begging someone else like a dog, and wonders whatever happened to their prior arrogance. At the same time, he questions what mighty force could have trained such a young, high-tier refiner like Yun Xiao, who has disciplined even third-tier refiners into obedience. The 15-year-old who, aside from being a master refiner, is also a 1-star great martial master. The old man is left questioning where and when a talent like him appeared in the Duskflame Empire. Your time is up, old man. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao continues his explanation and is about to refer to Bi Qianjin as master. However, the third-tier refiner begs the reincarnated soul not to torture him by addressing him like that, wanting to be called Little B or Little Jean. Fulfilling his wishes, Yun Xiao tells Little G the exact reason for his earlier failure and makes Fang realize that he isn't the lunatic young lord she thought he was. The explanation leaves the refiners in even more shock, as making such detailed observations just by observing the fluctuations in the Shuan artifact's energy is an impossible feat. Still having doubts, the 7-star martial grandmaster questions how Yun Xiao managed to suppress the violent energy, presenting his own hypothesis about it. Of course, his guess is completely off, and the reincarnated soul actually performed another impossible feat of repairing the materials damaged by the third-tier refiners. Blood is just built different. Hearing these words, everyone present loses their minds, considering refinement is supposed to be an irreversible process. Yun Xiao declares this notion to be rubbish and gives a heartfelt speech about the importance of Tianwu's priceless materials, especially those in the higher tiers. For him, to understand the structure of the materials is to understand the process of refining. So, by guiding the damaged materials to reparation, a skilled refiner can go through the refinement process without diminishing the effects. Although theoretically possible, the idea would require a terrifying degree of control and mastery, leaving the refiners in awe. Trampling over one another, they rush to ask certain questions that they have been stuck on, only to get shut up by the reincarnated soul. Being the very busy person that he is, Yun Xiao refuses to answer their questions for free. However, the refiner's teary eyes and eagerness to learn make him come around. Ah, guess he's not as big of a meanie as he pretends to be. He reluctantly agrees to answer their queries, so long as there are no more than 3 questions per person, with the maximum number of questions being 50 in total. Referring to Fang as beautiful, Yun Xiao asks her to select and organize the 50 questions. Since his flirting knows no bounds, he leaves the selection completely up to the girl, giving her full power to accept those she likes and reject those she doesn't, promising to send someone over to get the questions from her in a few days, and answering all of them at once when he deems fit. Yun Xiao heads out. After bidding farewell to their master, all the refiners turn over to Fang and glare at her like hungry dogs. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao heads outside the Alchemist Association, now accompanied by his newly acquired underling, the 7-star martial grandmaster. Seeing him leave, the refiners who ran away earlier rush inside to get a gist of the situation. However, the sight that awaits them leaves the group in utter dismay. The useless receptionist they sent inside to inform them of what's going on is sitting atop a human chair, surrounded by a group of refiners bowing before her. Loki must be messing with the timeline again. Overcome with fury, an arrogant second-tier refiner starts talking down on Fang and tries to kick her, but Zhang Hua blocks it with his body. Like a chivalrous hero, the third-tier refiner vows to take even 1,000 more kicks for Fang and declares her as his sworn sister. Of course, the motive behind his actions comes out soon enough, as he begs the receptionist to take his questions to Yun Xiao. Cheering on for Zhang Hua, the refiners start beating up the fool who missed everything and attempted to assault Fang. Standing over his toppled body, they ask Fang to pass her judgment on him for his crimes. A huge commotion follows, and everyone tries to sweet-talk the receptionist into getting their questions to Yun Xiao, leaving the poor girl wishing for someone to save her. Elsewhere, Yun Xiao has a cup of tea with the 7-star martial master and impresses him by deducing extremely fine details about the tea with just its taste. Introducing himself, the boy asks the old man to address him as young Master Yun and offers him a salary of 100,000 high-tier primordial stones for his year-long service. The geezer calls for a timeout, questioning if the boy has no respect for elders or martial experts and really intends to make an old 7-star martial master serve him for a year. Reprimanding the Gramps for trying to play tricks, Yun Xiao takes back the salary offer and decides to give him just the basic necessities for his service. Quickly backtracking on his words, the 7-star martial grandmaster questions what Yun Xiao wants him to do in his 1 year of service, asking some annoying things to follow it up. At the same time in his mind, the old man realizes that the boy's alchemy knowledge is exceptional for his age, so forming a good relationship with him this soon will prove to be beneficial in the future. Reminding the geezer to call him young Master Yun, the reincarnated soul tells him not to worry about things like whose kid he is. Yu Xiao then sarcastically demands that the oh-so-great martial grandmaster introduce himself first. Naively thinking that the brat is finally being respectful toward him, the geezer reveals his name to be Duan Yue, wanting to be called Old Duan. Overflowing with mischief, the reincarnated soul does the exact opposite to annoy the 7-star martial grandmaster. Shrugging aside the disrespect, little Yue lets out a smirk and questions if Yun Xiao is looking for the poison blood of 4th-tier demon beast or above. Since the old man is right on point, the boy suppresses his excitement. Give this man his Oscar. Pretending like he just wants one to play with, Yun Xiao wonders if Duan Yue has done, making him sigh and deny the idea. However, the cunning geezer does know the whereabouts of some such beasts. Duan Yue declares that he knows where to find poisonous monster blood, thinking that he has some valuable information. Of course, Yun Xiao announces that the locations are all too obvious: the land of the devils, the Tiandang Mountains, the ancient barrens, the glided desert. The reincarnated soul wonders if Duan Yue wants him to name more places, leaving him in a state of utter shock. Trying to cope with his failure, the geezer questions who would decide to go to such places, when even Gu Feiyang died in the Tiandang Mountains, and suggests going somewhere with a higher chance of success. Feeling a bit offended by the mention of his past life, Yun Xiao wonders if any mountain nearby has a few 4th-tier monsters residing in it, getting told that there's one with sea monsters in it. Hearing this, the reincarnated soul guesses the place he is talking about to be a small region in the South Sea beside the Heaven-Sent Empire. Duan Yue confirms this, reiterating his earlier phrase about how easy it is to talk to smart people. The old man thinks that hunting down a beast with 4th-tier monster blood would be a walk in the park, only to get shut down by Yun Xiao. Questioning if the geezer thinks that he is stupid, the reincarnated soul ambushes him with numerous factual tidbits on why he is wrong. Domain expansion, Lord Dumb. Overwhelmed, Duan Yue is left wondering how Yun Xiao knows so much at his age and brings out his trump card, a map of the most important locations, harboring priceless treasures. Seeing the Congo divine tree marked on it, Yun Xiao jumps up in surprise and loses his cool, alerting the old man. Of course, he soon catches himself and pretends like it's just his passionate refiner spirit burning at the sight of a priceless material. Usually, the information about the Congo divine tree wouldn't matter much, since it often circulates around. However, as Meng Wu is in a coma right now and requires the Congo divine tree's spirit-nourishing wood for her treatment, the material has become a priority. Analyzing the sea locator map carefully, Yun Xiao decides to accept Duan Yue's proposal and dominantly tells him to name his price, along with his ulterior in detail. The geezer shouldn't try to play dumb either, as he would have never shown it to Yun Xiao otherwise. Although a bit scared that Yun Xiao saw through him in such a manner, Duan Yue acts tough and confirms that he needs his help. In fact, the 7-star martial grandmaster went to the Alchemist Association to ask Bi Qianjin for the same thing, but he wasn't good enough. So he's considering Yun Xiao now. Of course, the boy is aware that Duan Yue wants to deceive and use a youth like him, since he possesses strong spirit power. The geezer doesn't deny the allegations, but laments that he found the wrong person in the end anyway. After all, if Duan Yue had known that Yun Xiao was so cunning, he would have just gone to a higher tier refiner. Turns out, not wanting to get scammed by the other person, and instead scamming an inexperienced youth wasn't such a good idea. Being the professional troll that he is, Yun Xiao, with childlike sparkling eyes, wonders what experience a 15-year-old like him would have. Stopping himself from beating up the disrespectful brat, Duan Yue chugs down some tea and dumps some lore on the reincarnated soul, near the region of the South Sea that holds extremely valuable treasures. A small town called Verdant Seaport exists, which is one of the busiest places in the entire southern region. Countless businesses, large powers, Commerce Alliance representatives, and hunters all flock to Verdant Seaport in an effort to accumulate resources. Duan Yue is one of the hunters who kill and trade sea monsters for a living, having made a pretty decent reputation for himself. During one of his heroic escapades, the leader of a team gifted him a map of a rainbow fog, as thanks for saving them from a complete wipeout. Being a weird occurrence that appears out at sea, the rainbow-like fog covering its surface can't be seen through even by universal detect. Moreover, once the rainbow fog appears, that part of the sea warps, creating a tunnel that transports anyone who enters to another part of the sea, giving it great investigative value. Bro is just yapping at this point, since the map Duan Yue possesses has been marked with a fixed rainbow fog. It's practically priceless, despite the few massive risks like ending up in a habitat of high-tier sea monsters. Of course, Yun Xiao is even further ahead than what the geezer thinks, because he has experienced the rainbow fog firsthand. One of the most popular stories in Tianwu is about the time when the military breaker martial sovereign, Hu Feiyang, massacred seafolk over an area, spanning 4,000 miles just to save a friend, turning the surrounding seawater red with the blood of his enemies. However, this is only a story humans came up with to feel good about themselves. In reality, if confronted by the thousands upon thousands of mighty seafolk, even all of the 9 heaven realms, including the top 10 of the major power chart, wouldn't stand a chance, getting chased by the seafolk for 4,000 miles. Hu Feiyang actually did massacre them, and tainted the seawater red with their blood. However, he soon reached a dead end, and was about to die. The only reason the martial sovereign lived to tell the tale was because a rainbow fog suddenly appeared to transport him to a different sea. Blood had plot armor even back then. Letting out a sarcastic laugh, Yun Xiao mocks Duan Yue for coming all the way from the Heaven-Sent Empire to the Duskflame Empire's Alchemist Association just to find a young and inexperienced refiner. The boy even patronizingly remarks that he would fall for the old man's schemes and get deceived, annoying him to no end. However, the 7-star martial grandmaster is left feeling like he is the one who will fall into Yun Xiao's hands. At this point though, Yun Xiao only cares about obtaining the Kungo Divine Tree's branch and the poisonous monster blood. So, he asks Duan Yue to clarify the terms of their trade. Still doubtful, the geezer questions just how confident Yun Xiao is in dissipating the pink crystalline dust, only to hear that he has 100% confidence in succeeding. Shocked by the confident boy, Duan Yue proceeds to discuss how they will split the goods and proposes an 8-to-2 ratio in his favor. Never one to accept such bad conditions, Yun Xiao threatens to simply not help the 7-star martial grandmaster if he continues to put forward such unfavorable terms. With an aching heart, Duan Yue comes down to a 6-4 split, albeit still in his favor. Hearing this, Yun Xiao gives him an ultimatum. That is, the goods are to be split amongst them in a 5-5 ratio. However, the boy will keep the Kungo Divine Tree for himself and will also get Duan Yue's help in hunting a 4th tier or higher sea monster. This makes the geezer completely lose his mind, as a 1-star Great Martial Master getting to keep the Kungo Divine Tree, along with a 5-5 split, is pure blasphemy to him. Hearing his scornful tone, Yun Xiao reprimands Duan Yue for not talking to him with sincerity. The 7-star martial grandmaster goes even crazier than before, wanting to be left for dead in the sea, rather than accepting such horrid terms. Still smirking, Yun Xiao gives the geezer a lesson on taking losses when doing business, and reminds him that a 5-5 split is already a 9 enough deal, considering he has to listen to him for a year anyway. Suddenly, Duan Yue turns around and curses his luck. The senile old man then starts beating himself up as punishment for accepting the bet when he didn't have to. Moments later, Duan Yue turns back around to Yun Xiao with a swollen face. Accepting the 5-5 split, he puts forward a condition, only to get preemptively denied. If it is anything like getting to pick the treasure first, once again giving himself a good beating. For getting into this predicament, Duan Yue calms down and reveals his actual condition. That is, when Yun Xiao has the power to do so, he must help him refine a Taishu Emperor gold pill. Deal or no deal? With almost no hesitation, the reincarnated soul quickly accepts the terms. The geezer questions if he even knows what the pill really is, noting it to be a legendary pill that aids a 9-star martial emperor in breaking through to the martial supreme level. Yet again, Yun Xiao bombards Duan Yue with factual information about the high 8th tier pill, down to the last detail. After proving his intellect, the boy gets up and decides to move out to handle some important matters. As the 7-star martial grandmaster expresses interest, Yun Xiao promises to talk later on, since he will need his strength then, and brings out a Tiger King battleship from his storage ring. Duan Yue wonders if Yun Xiao should really be flaunting a 5th tier item like the Tiger King battleship at such a time, as the recent incident with the Xinjiang family has put the entire capital on alert. So, doing such a thing will put hundreds of gazes on them. Of course, that is exactly what the reincarnated soul was trying to achieve, becoming Aizen with this one. Finishing up the battleship's formation, Yun Xiao makes it zoom out of there, making Duan Yue realize that he truly isn't afraid of anything. Noticing the giant Tiger King battleship, the high-level martial artists nearby decide to give chase, while simultaneously sending someone to report the matter. At the same time, Zhu Jin is hard at training in the Dust Flame Empire's shrine. When he suddenly notices Yun Xiao's presence, he quickly appears above the clouds to see him. But it's too late, since the boy has already left in the Heaven Sent Empire's direction. Over with Yun Xiao, he uses impeccable logic and arrives at the perfect conclusion of causing an even bigger scene. After all, things have already gotten messy, so making them messier will just buy Martial Flame City more time. Unaware that Yun Xiao was the one responsible for exterminating the Xinjiang family, Duan Yue questions why he is provoking Hai Sun City's martial emperors for nothing, and fears for his life. Having faith in the geezer's capabilities to stall the old guys chasing them for a bit, Yun Xiao promises that there's nothing to be afraid of, since the Tiger King battleship's speed will allow them a swift escape. Soon, they arrive at Verdant Seaport in the Heaven Sent Empire, which is the strongest out of the 3 empires, in Tianwu's southern region. Despite being a small port, it houses more than half of the empire's martial artists, and has over 10 million people residing there. As such, Verdant City Port has grown to be much bigger and more developed than normal cities. The rich get richer even here. There, Yun Xiao marvels at the sight of a 6th-tier Green Phoenix battleship, having waited for a moment to ridicule the boy. Ever since they met, but not getting a chance to do so, Duan Yue bets that this must be an eye-opening experience for him. The old man yaps about how 5 6th-tier refiners are needed to refine a 6th-tier Green Phoenix battleship, making it an exceptionally rare item to have. Yun Xiao quickly shuts down his parade though, declaring that the only eye-opening thing here is just how poorly made the 6th-tier battleship is, labeling it an empty shell and a waste of materials. The reincarnated soul absolutely destroys Duan Yue's excitement to ridicule him. Stomping around like a gremlin, the geezer reveals that he doesn't like the Green Phoenix battleships either. Of course, it's just because he doesn't have one. So surely a brat like Yun Xiao mustn't know what he's talking about. Bro is clueless. Touched by Duan Yue's honesty, Yun Xiao changes the subject and questions if he knows who owns the only 2 Green Phoenix battleships there. Turns out, one of them belongs to the Thousand Crane Pavilion, whose position in the Heaven Sent Empire is equivalent to that of the Heaven Gathering sect in the Dust Flame Empire. As for the other one, it belongs to an even greater faction from the eastern region, named the Star Mansion sect. Thinking that there's finally something Yun Xiao doesn't know about, Duan Yue begins explaining it to him. Of course, the reincarnated soul knows all about them too, as the Star Mansion sect mainly trains in the wave shock technique, which requires sea monster pills in copious amounts. They pay a lot of attention to Verdant Seaport. However, most of their forces are still gathered in the Eastern Sea's Heaven Abyss City, since it holds the richest sea monster resources in Tianwu. Owen, the Star Mansion's sect master, is a certified nonce who has a dedicated palace for raising girls to enjoy. The ones he ends up liking become his servants, while those he doesn't end up getting killed or thrown away. Hey Siri, play Meet the Grounds by Kendrick Lamar. Finding out that the sect master is such an evil son of a gun, Duan Yue declares that he should be killed. In the same vein, he throws a tantrum, refusing to accept that a mere 15-year-old knows everything about the world. Of course, there are many things Yun Xiao still doesn't know. However, all of them are far beyond Duan Yue's realm of understanding anyway. In the end, battling the reincarnated soul in a battle of common knowledge is bound to end in a loss. Yun Xiao then decides to take a look around, wanting to buy some things. Taking the only opportunity he has to make fun of the curious little brat, Duan Yue mocks him for being a country bumpkin, who will brag about exploring Verdant Seaport to his family later. Regardless, Yun Xiao starts exploring the city, realizing that every patrol team's team leader is at the Martial King level, with the lowest ranked team member being a great martial master. Seeing this, the reincarnated soul pouts, vowing to develop Martial Flame City to be even greater than Verdant Seaport. Just to be petty against them, using Martial Kings as team leaders, he decides to use Martial Grandmasters as team members in the future. Later, Yun Xiao arrives at the Thousand Treasures Tower branch of Verdant Seaport and is welcomed by a voluptuous receptionist named Xiao Ya. Duan Yue tries to convince him that he isn't exceptional enough to make a transaction there, only for Yun Xiao to turn around and ask for the person in the highest position. Hearing this, the bubbly demeanor of the receptionist completely changes. She was focused on Duan Yue before, but now she is left wondering if the mighty elder is the boy's servant. Meanwhile, the 7-star martial grandmaster starts worrying about his life, not knowing for sure if Yun Xiao won't just cause trouble there, as anyone who dares to call for the highest authority comes around once every few months to check up on their business. Xiao Ya guesses that Yun Xiao is backed by a great force and respectfully bows before him. To shock her even more, the boy reveals that he wants to make a business deal worth 1 million high-tier primordial stones. After a momentary pause, Xiao Ya leads Yun Xiao somewhere, promising to call the Tower Master there immediately. Meanwhile, the rest of the beauties look on in envy, since Xiao Ya won't have to worry about anything in life if she manages to close the transaction. Just like that, the lady takes her esteemed golden geese to the VVIP room and assures them that the Tower Master will be there soon. As Xiao Ya heads off, Duan Yue questions if Yun Xiao really isn't fooling around, advising him to run away. If this was all a facade, sitting down without a worry in the world, the boy tells the 7-star martial grandmaster to do the same. After all, there is no way he would play with so many lives like this. Yep, totally no way. I, for one, trust him with every fiber of my being. Right then, the Tower Master Yu Kong Shun arrives there. Introducing himself, he asks for the guests' names. The reincarnated soul reveals his name and asks Kong Shun to call them Young Master Yun, expressing surprise at a Tower Master like him. Being a martial grandmaster level expert, being humble about his cultivation process, Kong Shun poetically declares that he is nothing compared to Duan Yue. The former then orders Xiao Ya to bring out his treasured top-grade tea leaves, who uses them to brew the 1,000-year deep-seed fermented tea for the guests. Getting handed a cup of the highest-grade tea by a voluptuous woman, Yun Xiao lives in the moment and chatters with the Tower Master without an ounce of nervousness. On the other hand, Duan Yue sits beside him sweating buckets. After getting the pleasantries over with, Kong Shun inquires about the business deal that is supposedly worth 1 million high-tier primordial stones. However, Yun Xiao's next words change the entire mood, as he reveals that he is actually there to borrow items worth 1 million high-tier primordial stones. Duan Yue spits out his tea, while poor Xiao Ya spills the cup she is currently brewing. Kong Shun deems Yun Xiao's words to be a joke, but Duan Yue starts losing it, realizing that a few dozen people oozing with killing intent have surrounded them in an instant. Of course, the reincarnated soul is unfazed even in this situation, and continues sipping on his tea, seeing his reaction, or rather lack thereof. Kang Shun wonders if a strong force sent him there to cause trouble. While Xiao Ya sighs out at her pay raise going out the window, the Tower Master decides to entertain Yun Xiao for now. However, the boy doubles down and confidently announces that he isn't joking at all, making Xiao Ya and Duan Yue both feel like they should run away to avoid the bloodshed that is about to follow. Right then, Yun Xiao throws the card he got from Yin Xiaoyang onto the table and wonders how much it can borrow. Seeing the boy in possession of a real Thousand Treasures VIP card, Kang Shun is left in disbelief and immediately prostrates himself. Feeling nervous around the first tier VIP, the Tower Master tries to bring up that the card is for getting large discounts at any Thousand Treasures Tower branch and isn't typically for borrowing stones. First time for everything, lil bro. However, even getting these words out almost makes him puke his guts out, since there are less than 10 first-tier VIP cards in the entire South region. In fact, Kang Shun himself doesn't have the authority to distribute them. Seeing him in such a state, Duan Yue is yet again left questioning the identity of the person he has decided to follow. Of course, such a card isn't a big deal to the reincarnated soul, who knows of at least 4 higher-tier cards than it. For instance, there are only 5 of the highest supreme-tier VIP cards in the entirety of the Tianwu continent, being simple pieces of wood in their form. Although Yun Xiao didn't have one of those in his previous life, he did have a tier-lower Jade card, which makes the Thousand Treasures Tower's first-tier card pale in comparison. Ro was just flexing at this point. Knowing how to hit a nerve, Yun Xiao threatens to sell the card elsewhere if his demand isn't fulfilled. Since the entire southern region's prices will suffer if a commerce guild manages to get their hands on a first-tier VIP's 30% discount, Kang Shun worries about the consequences it will bring to his status. Without giving him any time to breathe at all, Yun Xiao offers to give a discount to the Tower Master if he buys it and starts walking off. Since the reincarnated soul will be in Verdant Seaport for a few days, he gives Kang Shun until the end of his stay there to think about his proposal. The Tower Master respectfully sees Yun Xiao off, offering to help him if he ever faces any challenges in Verdant Seaport. This prompts the boy to give Kang Shun a proud look, declaring that he has a bright future ahead of him. Alerted by these kind words, the Tower Master thanks Yun Xiao, bidding him farewell with a bow. After the boy leaves, the Tower Master puts Xiao Ya in charge and starts heading off to the Heaven-Sent Empire's branch. In his absence, he instructs the lady to do whatever Yun Xiao wants, except to lend him money, offering to increase her pay tenfold if she does the job well. Back over with Yun Xiao, he asks little Yue to lead the way, using any opportunity he can to mock the boy. A 7-star martial grandmaster is about to start ranting when a voice suddenly calls out for him. Ma 1D of the Heaven-Sent Empire's Soaring Sword Sect shows up and invites his old buddy, Duan Yue, to participate in a large group hunt, only to get repeatedly rejected. He's just like me, not taking no for an answer. Ma 1D tempts the old man with a chance at taking down a 6-tier sea monster. Since a sea beast that strong requires there to be a martial emperor in the hunting group, Duan Yue asks Yun Xiao for permission, but gives him the go-ahead to participate. Grinning from ear to ear, Ma 1D reveals that the hunting group will be made up of Elder Hunya of the Hunya sect, the 4 Edge Corps Shi Hong Kai, the Slaying Tiger Clan's Yan Fei Yue, the C2 couple, and him, including Duan Yue. The hunting group will have 7 people, making the 7-star martial grandmaster understand that they intend to use the 7-star striking array to take down the monster. He then wonders what beast they are hunting, getting told that it's a violet 9-striped moth. Hearing this, Duan Yue thinks that Ma 1D has gone crazy. After all, a violet 9-striped moth is a 7th-tier beast. However, Yun Xiao is extremely intrigued and questions if they are hunting a young moth. Ma 1D confirms Yun Xiao's hypothesis, as not even martial emperors would dare to go after a fully grown violet 9-striped moth. He repeatedly tries to convince Duan Yue that this is a once-in-a-deca millennium opportunity, a notion that Yun Xiao agrees with. According to legends, violet 9-striped moths have the bloodline of ancient true dragons. Being just 6th-tier as younglings, they mature to evolve into 7th-tier beasts. However, their evolution doesn't stop there. If allowed to live to 500 years old, they become 8th-tier creatures. Similarly, a 1,000-year-old violet 9-striped moth can break through to the 9th tier. At that level, if the beast can overcome a disaster, it can even recover its ancient dragon bloodline to transform into a dragon, thus entering the mythical 10 ultimate realm. Seeing Yun Xiao possess such knowledge, Ma 1D guesses that he belongs to an exceptional family and is Duan Yue's disciple. Bro, really disrespecting my goat like this. The Soaring Sword sect member once again asks the old man if he is in, prompting him to discuss the matter with Yun Xiao. Fortunately, the highly poisonous blood of the 6th-tiered beast is exactly what he is looking for, albeit worrying about its distribution in case of a successful hunt. Watching them talk, Ma 1D feels like the power balance in their relationship is a bit off. Regardless, he reveals that the loot will be split 8 ways. As the organizer, Ma 1D will take 2 shares, while the rest get 1 share each, along with 50,000 high-tier primordial stones. Those with higher cultivation levels will get the first picks, while the organizer will get the last pick to make things fair. Confirming that little Yue's cultivation is only matched by Elder Hunya and utterly eclipses the rest, Yun Xiao agrees to participate. Hearing this, the 7-star martial grandmaster celebrates and gets excited to check out what the violet 9-striped moth is like beforehand. Since not even major factions have managed to recruit Duan Yue, is listening to an inexperienced youth completely confuses Ma 1D and his brain goes wild. If the boy isn't the old man's disciple, but is still a great martial master at such a young age, there can only be one logical conclusion. Yeah, that must be it. Yun Xiao must be Duan Yue's illegitimate child. Nah, dude burned down the whole kitchen with this cooking. Not wanting to delay things any further, Ma 1D leaves the supposed father-son duo to a Tiger King battleship. Feeling excited to head out to sea, he invites Yun Xiao and Duan Yue inside, where everyone is waiting for them. Entering the room, they come up on a group of impressive martial artists, staying around a round table having a feast. As Ma 1D tells the duo to help themselves, Elder Hunya starts bantering with Duan Yue. Taking a seat, a 7-star martial grandmaster claps back with an even harsher remark, infuriating Elder Hunya. However, Duan Yue reminds him that they are both on completely equal footing. Since none of them can beat the other, they shouldn't act all high and mighty, pretending like they can either. While Yun Xiao takes note of Elder Hunya smoking some soul grass, which is good for a person's body and cultivation, Duan Yue introduces the rest of the martial artists to Yun Xiao, as well-known 6 Directions Realm martial grandmasters in Verdant Seaport. He goes through their names and sects one by one, starting with the Square Pavilion's middle-aged scholar, Shi Hong Kai. Next up on the list is the tiger-slaying Sexion Yan Fei Yue, followed up by Si Tuk Sing and his partner, Tong Chiao Chiao. Being quite renowned in Verdant Seaport, the C2 couple assumes the looks of people in their 20s. In reality, though, both of them are old creatures, in the 80 to 90 years old bracket. Hearing Duan Yue's snarky remark, the two are about to snap when Yun Xiao suddenly introduces himself in a very respectful manner. Deciding that it's time to get down to business, Duan Yue asks Ma 1D to show the map where he spotted the violet 9-striped moth. The Soaring Sword sect member excitedly fulfills the old man's request and points him to the beast's location. However, Duan Yue doesn't like what he sees and slams the desk. After all, the violet 9-striped moth is within 30 miles of the deadly rainbow fog. Being at his wit's end, the old man looks over to Yun Xiao to see what he thinks. Of course, a master manipulator and habitual liar like the reincarnated soul hasn't flinched so much as an inch. At the same time, Elder Hunya spots the change in Duan Yue's expression and questions if there is something wrong with the location. Knowing that there is no one to blame but himself for this, the 7-star martial grandmaster tries to play dumb. However, it's too late to do so. Since the information he is withholding might be a matter of life or death, everyone jumps on him to spill it. Duan Yue starts trembling in fear, wondering what he should do now. Telling them the truth isn't an option, but making up a lie on the spot isn't in the cards either. In his heart, the geezer starts cursing Yun Xiao for putting him in this predicament. Right then, the reincarnated soul chimes in to save the day. He makes up a lie about it being the place where Duan Yue got the bloodfish fungus, a legendary earthly treasure that can greatly increase a person's strength upon consumption. Realizing that he can't compare to the quick-witted kid, Duan Yue takes full advantage of the assist and bursts out in tears. The old man comes up with a tragic tale, of being the only survivor out of a party of 7, all because of the cruel bloodfish fungus. While everyone else gets alerted, Elder Hunya doesn't buy it. Acting. Old man. After all, Duan Yue is still at the same cultivation level as when they first met. However, this situation ends up giving the old man the perfect chance to take revenge for everything Li Yun Xiao has put him through. Patting the boy on the head, Duan Yue reveals that the boy ate the bloodfish fungus. Since he couldn't have taken it normally, the old man split the treasure into over 1,000 portions to feed it to him. That is exactly how he became a great martial master at just 15 years of age, as 80 to 90% of the bloodfish fungus effects are lost by consuming it in such a way. Duan Yue announces that family is more important than cultivation, insinuating that Yun Xiao is his child. Having had enough of the old man's shenanigans, Yun Xiao fights back and shouts at his big bro to stop talking. With tears flowing down his face, the boy reminds Duan Yue that they are just stepbrothers, born of the same mothers, so he should stop treating him like a real younger brother. When he makes it big, Yun Xiao vows to repay everything Duan Yue has done for him. These words cause silence to descend on the entire room, as this would mean the 100-year-old Geezer's mother would have found a different man to birth a 15-year-old son. While Yun Xiao wipes his tears, everyone gets invested in the family drama, making Duan Yue realize that he walked into something he truly shouldn't have. Poor Du literally exploded. News of the Xingyang family's demise spreads in the Dust Flame Empire, leaving the martial artists guessing what the future awaits them. On the other hand, Yun Xiao makes preparations for the revolution he is about to bring in Tianwu. To that end, he heads to the Dust Flame Empire's Alchemist Association, recruiting a 7-star martial grandmaster to his cause. After the two head to Verdant Seaport, they find themselves joining a hunting party for a 6th-tier beast. Getting absolutely demolished by his vicious stepbrother, Duan Yue wonders if he can even show up in Verdant Seaport after this, seeing the old man cry bloody tears. Yun Xiao shows no remorse. After all, he did to this himself by trying to beat him in intelligence. After everyone processes this latest piece of information, Ma 1D playfully comforts Duan Yue. Since brotherly love overcomes all odds, he is convinced that their mission will be a success, the old fart's poor mother never beating the allegations. Elder Hunya quickly changes the topic, wanting to move on to making their battle plans. He asks Duan Yue what danger he faced during his last expedition, who is still trying to come to terms with Yun Xiao's previous onslaught, all for the Rainbow Fog. The old man answers Hunya's query by making up a believable story about an underwater vortex, finally getting everyone him of his case. Ma 1D then announces that they will be using the 7-star striking array against the Violet 9-striped moth, confirming Duan Yue's earlier theory. As the hunt will take about a day and only requires good cooperation to succeed, he wants to practice in the meantime, and invites everyone elsewhere. Being completely familiar with the array, Yun Xiao decides not to join them by feigning respect for their status as martial grandmasters. After they leave, he gets up from his chair. Ever since becoming a 1-star great martial master, the reincarnated hasn't gotten any spare time to train. So, he shatters some high-tier Shuan stones to finally do it now. Creating a creation link, Yun Xiao begins absorbing the Shuan dust, being able to train his true Qi, alongside normal Qi, without any drawbacks after acquiring a body like glass. A day passes, and the battleship finally reaches its destination. However, nothing shows up, making Hunya doubt Ma 1D's map and question if the Violet 9-striped moth has already changed locations. C2 Xing reveals that it just isn't possible, as sea beasts live in their own territories. So, the Violet striped moth won't leave the area unless it's dead or an even stronger creature forces it to go away. Ma 1D verifies this statement and then calls for his martial brothers from the Soaring Sword sect. After collectively greeting their elder Ma, the 6 members start flying around on their blades and disperse in all directions. Dudes cosplaying flies. They then pour a green concoction into the sea, causing it to swirl around wildly and bubble up. Yun Xiao recognizes the liquid as the snake scent grass solution, impressing Ma 1D. The uncommon herb acts as bait for scaly beasts because of its smell, being the best item in luring them out. However, due to the Violet 9-striped moth's living conditions and the volume of the seawater, Yun Xiao thinks that the snake scent grass solution will not work this time around. The boy wonders if Ma 1D has a backup plan, making him raise an eyebrow. If you smell what the rock is cooking. Of course, since Yun Xiao is right, the elder praises Duan Yue for his brother being a genius, inflicting a fatal blow on him. Wishing that everyone stop calling Yun Xiao his brother, the old man understands that Ma 1D would go insane if he actually knew what the boy is capable of, and just nods in agreement. The gravity of the situation soon brings him to his knees, though. All the while, Yun Xiao smirks at his misery. Right then, the Soaring Sword sex members erupt with aura, forming a massive array around the area. Everyone on the battleship gets alerted by this mighty showcase, realizing that the sect truly deserves its status. Grinning at the reactions, Ma 1D asks Yun Xiao if he knows of this array. The latter doesn't for once, and wants the former to teach him about it. Overcome with excitement, the elder explains that it's the Cloud Drop Array, handed down within his sect from ancient times, allowing them to search for any living creature within 500 miles, including the Violet Nine-Striped Moth. Hearing this, Yun Xiao starts acting like a fanboy for the Soaring Sword sect and its strength. However, he couldn't be more disappointed in his mind. After all, the Cloud Drop Array is just one of the 12 beginner-level arrays out of the Royal Throne's book, 800 arrays and formations, only being fit for fooling mere plebs. Suddenly, thunderbolts erupt from the sky above the swirling seawater. "It's here," mutters Yun Xiao as their entire surroundings change. Soon, the clouds start spreading, and the mist disperses, marking the arrival of the Violet Nine-Striped Moth. As the seawater shoots toward the heavens, Ma 1D shouts at everyone to attack. With this, the martial grandmasters jump into battle. Before leaving, Duan Yue instructs the Soaring Sky Sect members and Yun Xiao to hide in the battleship somewhere away from there, deeming it an unwatchable battle for them. The martial grandmasters head toward the Eye of the Vortex, unfazed by the phenomenon. Right then, a wild and eerie roar echoes throughout the area as the Violet Nine-Striped Moth finally shows itself in all its glory. The monster instantly rushes to attack Ma 1D, prompting him to take a quick battle stance. He unleashes his Soaring Sword sect, Scorching Sun Strike, to fend off the beast, albeit to no avail. Unfazed by the human's onslaught, the Violet Nine-Striped Moth continues to charge forward and almost devours him. Fortunately, Elder Hunya starts the 7-star strike just in time, creating a protective barrier around Ma 1D to save his life. Following him, all the other martial artists do the same. Not wanting to waste any more time, Ma 1D joins them, completing the 7 components of the array. The Violet Nine-Striped Moth screams out in rage, but Elder Hunya quickly combines the 7 strikes to entrap it. Unable to escape the seal, the beast starts going wild, causing the seawater to splash around wildly. Ma 1D shouts out at everyone to be careful, understanding that the monster is going to unleash its innate ability, Seabed Draconic Thunder. Moments later, the splashing water turns into creatures resembling the Violet Nine-Striped Moth. Naruto got a file for copyright at this point. These water beasts crash into the 7 striking array, unable to affect it in the slightest. Seeing the monster struggle, Elder Hunya laughs at its brutish methods. He is unimpressed by the beast's 6 Directions realm strength, as even a 7 Constellations realm martial emperor would find it troublesome to break through the 7-star striking array. Top 10 moments before disaster. However, Yun Xiao understands that the creature already awakening its innate ability is bad news, as the Violet Nine-Striped could reach the 7th tier if it doesn't die this time. The boy wonders if the martial grandmasters would be able to block it. Right then, the monster unleashes his Seabed Draconic Thunder technique once again, making Elder Hunya burst out laughing yet again. Pitying the stupid creature that is still struggling, despite the outcome being decided already, he mocks it for wasting its energy meaninglessly. However, Yun Xiao quickly realizes that something is off. Instead of going for the entrapment, the water beasts attack the martial grandmasters, just like the reincarnated soul expected. Possessing part of the dragon's bloodline, the smart Violet Nine-Striped Moth used its first attack as a test to understand how it could break the array, and then use the results to actually do it. With this, the beast manages to break free. The monster got more brains than Duan Yue. Roaring out, the Violet Nine-Striped Moth celebrates its freedom. Suddenly, it spots a human silhouette nearby. Eager to exact its vengeance, the monster rushes to devour the human, only to end up biting nothing but air. Appearing behind it, Duan Yue mocks the creature for being a dumb brute who gets tricked by a simple illusion. Now I know that ain't who I think it is talking about being a dumb brute. The old man then brings out his Shuan weapon, unleashing the white flame ghostly strike. 6 Evil's halberd to take out the beast. However, it quickly responds by concentrating a huge ball of energy in its mouth. With this, not only does the Violet 9 strike moth block Duan Yue's attacks, but it also wounds him in the process. Understanding that the monster is way too strong to take down, the old man furiously questions where the other 6 martial grandmasters have gone, assuming them to be dead. Unable to escape in such a situation, Duan Yue realizes that he's going to die and vows to take down the beast with him. Right then, Yun Xiao shouts out at him. The reincarnated soul orders the geezer to return to the battleship instantly, reprimanding him for lashing out at the 6 martial grandmasters. After all, they were smart for hiding themselves and escaping the moment the array broke. On the other hand, Duan Yue waited for a chance to ambush the Violet 9 strike moth like an absolute idiot. Hearing Yun Xiao's stern words, the old man is hit with the unfortunate realization of being the real clown. Finding out that everyone ran away when the array failed, Duan Yue rages, vowing to crush the cowardly turtleheads to pieces when he finds them. Yun Xiao tells him to stop complaining like a little girl since his own stupidity is at fault. Hearing this, the 7-star martial grandmaster pauses and puts on a heroic front, as there is no way for the Tiger King battleship to outspeed the Violet 9 strike moth. Duan Yue prepares to sacrifice himself to buy time for Yun Xiao to escape. Unmoved, the reincarnated soul readily accepts his offer and leaves him behind. Realizing that playing cool in front of Yun Xiao won't work well in his favor, the old man practically begs him to bring him along. With all the shenanigans out of the way, Duan Yue seriously questions how the boy plans on dealing with the Violet 9 strike moth, which is about to catch up to them soon. Of course, in classic Yun Xiao fashion, the plan is to make someone else take the hit. After all, it just so happens that Ma Wandi's men have another 5th-tier battleship in the vicinity. Already mad at the elder for running away, Duan Yue readily jumps on the opportunity to exact his twisted vengeance. What a sadistic-ass old freak. Grabbing Yun Xiao by the shoulder, the old man leaps onto the soaring sword-sex Tiger King battleship. Seeing them there, Ma Wandi's men anxiously inquire about the situation. However, Duan Yue only gives them a furious glare, making them flinch. At the same time, Yun Xiao turns toward the Violet 9 strike moth and screams out, "Explode." With this shout, a floating battleship near the beast erupts, resulting in a wild explosion that sends shockwaves everywhere. Forced to cover their eyes against the impact, the soaring sword sect members question what's going on. Before they can get any answers though, Duan Yue and Yun Xiao vanish, leaving the martial artists scratching their heads. Of course, things are only about to get worse for Ma Wandi's men. Enraged by the earlier blast, the Violet 9 strike moth appears before them and begins chopping away. Enjoying the view from the comfort of his Tiger King battleship, Duan Yue remarks that the soaring sect members deserve this gruesome fate for abandoning him. In fact, he even thinks that Yun Xiao should blow up their battleship to damage the beast further. Since the reincarnated soul isn't a ninth-tier refiner, at least not in this life, he can't perform such a feat with his current spirit power. After all, he had to prepare an encryption and a universal mark for the previous explosion to work as well. Despite that, a large store of his spirit power was depleted. Regardless, Duan Yue is thoroughly impressed. For a 1-star great martial master to stay calm in such a situation and save the life of a martial grandmaster such as himself, the old man respects the boy and vows to remember this debt. My goat is the Thanos of collecting professional glazers. Heck, he even got us glazing him. However, Yun Xiao feels that it is too early to start celebrating and advises Duan Yue to heal himself. He hands the old man some pills, wanting him to take them in order to fight later. This leaves the 7-star martial grandmaster confused, as the distance they currently have with the Violet 9 strike moth should make it easy for them to escape. Little does Duan Yue know, Yun Xiao has no intention of running away. Hearing these words, the old man shouts out, questioning if the boy really intends to try killing the monster alone. Duan Yue protests, labeling Yun Xiao insane for even thinking of such a thing. He wants no part in this madness, refusing to help the reincarnated soul in this suicide mission. Right then, Yun Xiao declares that no one said he was going by himself. Not having enough IQ to keep up, the old man is left shaking his head in confusion. With a sinister grin across his face, the boy reveals that Ma Wandi is still hiding in silence. As the ruthless elder refuses to show himself, even when his people are being slaughtered, Yun Xiao wants to see just how long he can keep hiding. Turns out, the other 6 martial grandmasters aren't dumbasses like the old man, and haven't left the scene yet, instead opting to hide themselves above the sea, with secret techniques. All of them are waiting on someone else to make a move first, wanting to reap the rewards at the best opportune moment possible. Only an idiot like Duan Yue decided to come out and make the first move. Infuriated by this revelation, the old man swears to make everyone pay when he gets his strength back. Of course, Yun Xiao tells him to stop complaining, since it's his own fault for being stupid in the first place, and focus on recovering. Observing the boy, Duan Yue concludes that his calm demeanor is the real thing, something that can't be faked, and is only obtained through a lifetime's worth of encounters with death. Blood is unaware. Just then, Yun Xiao starts an incantation. With the winds and clouds in hand, the world becomes his, bringing the 5-line tripod to him. As Yun Xiao has always surprised him, Duan Yue finally starts believing in the impossible. Maybe, just maybe, the boy actually has a way to defeat the beast. However, the old man's ramblings soon stop as the violet 9-striped moth rushes toward them at an immense speed. Duan Yue panically warns Yun Xiao of its arrival, but he remains unfazed. With the true fire of life flaring up on his forehead, the reincarnated soul imbues them into the 5-line tripod. Enveloping the nooks and crannies of the 5-star Yuan artifact, the blue flames of the true soul phoenix take form, turning into the projection of the ancient mythical creature. Witnessing this sight, the violet 9-stripe starts quivering in fear. After all, it's only natural for a water-based true spirit to fear fire, said fire being a projection imbued with the breath of a true soul phoenix is just overkill. Having used the tear suppression between the beast's strengths to his advantage, Yu Xiao grins proudly. Just like that, the true fire of life surrounds the violet 9-striped moth, pulling its entire being into the 5-line tripod. With this, Yun Xiao completes the hunt all alone and declares that they are done, at least for now. Of course, this entire scene leaves Duan Yue questioning reality itself, making all sorts of thoughts flow into his already feeble mind. Even when he was ready to give up his own life to kill the 6th-tier sea beast, Duan Yue couldn't do it. So, for the monster to get captured so easily and without any bloodshed is something he truly can't comprehend. However, now is not the time for these thoughts, as the rest of the martial grandmasters show up to collect the loot, nonchalantly congratulating the 2 mighty brothers for capturing the violet 9-striped moth alive. Ma Wandi tries to feign ignorance about where they have been, only keeping his eyes on the price. However, Duan Yue isn't the least bit interested in receiving or accepting his praise. Taking a stern stance, he tells the wretched martial grandmasters to return wherever they came from. Hearing this, Elder Hunya steps up, guilt-tripping Duan Yue for forgetting about them after getting his hands on the prize. In the blink of an eye, the 6 martial grandmasters surround the old man and Yun Xiao, refusing to let them run off with the beast. Sti Tuxing chimes in, insisting that the only reason Duan Yue is even alive at the moment is because of them using the 7-star striking array to weaken the violet 9-striped moth. His partner, Tong Qiao, tells the old man to listen and just split the loot into 7 equal shares as previously agreed. In fact, he can even go ahead and take the first pick for himself. Instead of Duan Yue, Ma Wandi has a problem this time. Dudes aren't even on the same page, they grip lil bras. After all, the original plan was for the treasure to be split into each shares, with 2 of them belonging to the Soaring Sword sect. Tong Qiao reminds him that the basis for that arrangement was for the Soaring Sword sect's contributions to be the largest, something that they miserably failed to accomplish. So, there's no reason for the extra share to be given to them. Yan Fei Yue backs Tong Qiao's suggestion, practically telling Ma Wandi to pipe down. The 80-year-old perverted lady gives him a wink for his service, creeping out the poor young dude. Hunya also declares that dividing the treasure into 7 shares is fair, forcing Ma Wandi to back off. Right then, Yun Xiao speaks up. As they are keeping things fair, the boy wonders if he can also get a share. After all, he's the one who trapped the violet 9-striped moth in the 5-line tripod. Shi Hongkai tells him off, announcing that entrapping the violet 9-striped moth wasn't his personal contribution in the first place, since they weakened it with the 7-star striking array. The scholarly martial grandmaster starts giving Yun Xiao a lecture about the virtue of humbleness, and Tang Qiao jumps in with him. Instead of a share of the treasure, the lady kindly offers Yun Xiao to take a 3rd-tier Shuan weapon out of her arsenal as a reward. Hearing these words, the reincarnated soul demonstrates his masterclass acting and pretends to accept that he is a good-for-nothing, who was just harmfully having absurd fantasies. Elder Hunya praises the boy's maturity, also complimenting Duan Yue for having such a talented younger brother at the same time. Bro might as well accept his fate at this point. Suddenly, Yun Xiao reminds everyone that the agreed-upon distribution was for a dead violet 9-striped moth. However, as he has captured the beast alive in his 5-line tripod, the reincarnated soul wonders if the martial grandmasters intend to cut it up. Hearing this, the realization hits all of them at once. Before, they never even considered the possibility of capturing a live violet 9-striped moth, as the beast value is many times more alive than it is if it were dead. Cutting it up for distribution would be the equivalent of ruining a priceless treasure, something that no martial artist would ever dare to do. Understanding that he would be the first target if negotiations were to break down, Hunya bursts out laughing. He tries to defuse the situation, reiterating the vow of trust they took before setting out to sea. Hunya takes the moral high ground, prompting Ma 1D to remind him that they also agreed on an 8-shared distribution at the same time. Realizing that he has been had, the cunning Geezer puts the blame on the other martial grandmasters and offers to trade his share for a satisfactory price. Shi Hongkai doubts that anyone there is rich enough to have something similar in value to the violet 9-striped moth, but Elder Hunya is convinced that someone would be willing to put a price on the beast. A momentary silence befalls the Tiger King battleship, getting broken by Yan Fei Yue. He brings out an ancient 6th-tier soul talisman, made by the Rune sect, revealing it to be a defensive talisman of immeasurable value that can even block a full-force attack from a 1-star martial emperor. Yan Fei Yue puts it up for trade, with a share of the violet 9-striped moth, instantly catching everyone's attention. On today's episode of Deal or No Deal, made by the Rune sect's secret technique, the talisman is a consumable item that houses its producer's cultivation. As such, it has an extremely low success rate in refinement. Even Yun Xiao, who was a 9th-tier refiner in his past life, is unaware of how the ancient talismans are refined. The Rune sect is already mysterious and private enough in Tianwu, so these talismans are very rare and secretive, even by their standards. In fact, only experts who are at the end of their ropes refine such talismans in exchange for their lives and pass them on to their descendants for protection. However, Si Tuixing and Tang Qiao express no interest in the item, since it has no use for them. While Yan Fei Yue rages, Hunya questions if any of them is in possession of an underworld stone, vowing to trade his share of the treasure in exchange for it. Hearing this, Yun Xiao falls deep into thought. Si Tuixing and Tang Qiao are left wondering what the geezer is talking about, while the boy notes that the underworld stone is a Shuan artifact similar to the heavenly obsidian jade, albeit being of a way lower tier. Yun Xiao laments that the small piece he stole from the Supreme High Palace exploded in the process of destroying the Xingzang family. Yet again, silence descends on the Tiger King battleship, wondering how long they are going to just keep standing around. Ma 1D breaks the silence this time, suggesting that good old primordial stones be used to settle a matter. Ignoring his words, Yun Xiao turns his attention toward the 5-line tripod, which is going wild due to the violet 9-striped moth adapting to the phoenix's flames. Realizing that the beast won't stay trapped for much longer, Yun Xiao tells Yan Fei Yue that he can have Duan Yue's share for 100,000 high-tier primordial stones, on top of the ancient soul talisman. Confused at the boy speaking for him, Yan Fei Yue asks the old man if he really wants to do this trade. Side-eyeing the boy and getting a signal, Duan Yue starts walking off, declaring that Yun Xiao's word is his own. With this, Yan Fei Yue hands over the items to the reincarnated soul. Staring at the ancient talisman, Yun Xiao feels glad. After all, he couldn't find anything about the Rune sect's items, no matter how many of them were gifted to him in his past life. Once again giving an Oscar-worthy performance, Yun Xiao hands over the 5-line tripod, containing the violet 9-strike moth Yan Fei Yue, and starts crying over the loss of his beloved 5th-tier Yuan artifact. The former's masterful acting works, as the latter hands him the 5th-tier Dragon and Phoenix dual rings that he used while being a martial king as compensation for the 5-line tripod. Nah, Blue got finessed. Grinning from ear to ear, Yun Xiao brings out another Tiger King battleship and starts heading off, not wanting to interfere with however the martial grandmasters choose to distribute the treasure. Leaving the previous Tiger King battleship as a gift for them, the boy moves out. Afterward, Duan Yue asks Yun Xiao how he has so many 5th-tier battleships, considering that they are meant to be extremely hard to get. The reincarnated soul tells the broke brat to stop trying to understand his life and just focus on healing his injuries, as he might have to fight later. Duan Yue feels extremely confused by this statement at first, though he soon remembers that going to the Rainbow Fog was their original mission to begin with. Although they will be going to the Rainbow Fog later, that isn't what Yun Xiao is talking about. After all, they still need the violet 9-strike moth. Since the martial grandmasters rested for so long at their expense before, Yun Xiao wants to return the favor and hides the Tiger King battleship above the clouds with some encryptions. Not keeping up with whatever the boy is on about, Duan Yue wonders if the martial grandmasters will start fighting over the distribution. However, Yun Xiao is talking about something else yet again, declaring that it should be about time. Sick and tired of feeling dumb, the geezer begs the boy to speak clearly for once and just tell him why he was in such a hurry to trade before. Of course, Yun Xiao doesn't need to explain anything, as the echoing roar of the violet 9-strike moth, coming from the martial grandmaster's direction, soon makes everything clear to Duan Yue. The old man questions if Yun Xiao did all this on purpose, receiving only a grin in response, impressed by the boy's ruthlessness. Duan Yue starts laughing, celebrating the impending demise of the 6 who abandoned him before. Laying down to rest up after all his hard work, Yun Xiao feels annoyed by the 7-star martial grandmaster's earlier remark. After all, expecting a 1-star great martial master to deal with a 6th-tier beast that easily is just pure idiocy. The reincarnated soul only sealed it temporarily, which forced unreasonable time constraints on him. Otherwise, he would have gotten more than an ancient soul talisman without losing his 5-line tripod. Duan Yue reminds the boy that Yan Fei Yue already compensated him for the rusty old tripod, with the Dragon and Phoenix dual rings recognizing them as a strong weapon. However, Yun Xiao tells the old man to stop talking about things he doesn't know. Not only does the 5-line tripod contain a full understanding of the 5 elements realm, making it the most valuable 5th-tier item in the entirety of Tianwu, but the reincarnated soul has also studied it thoroughly, becoming one with the tripod, so losing it greatly reduces his strength. Hearing details about the 5-line tripod, Duan Yue remembers it as the one tripod refined by Go Fei Yang that was auctioned off during the 1,000 Treasures auction recently. Turns out, the old man was looking for a refiner of the Dust Flame Empire branch at the time and happened to look at the brochures. However, he never could have thought that Yun Xiao was the one who bought it. Sure, let's go with bought. Moreover, completely grasping the 5-line tripod in such little time is beyond Duan Yue, as not even a 7-star martial grandmaster like him would have been able to do such a thing. Looking on at the 6 martial grandmasters struggling against the violet 9-strike moth, Yun Xiao simply shrugs off Duan Yue's comment by announcing it as the difference between their capabilities, telling the old man to just relax and focus on healing up. The boy turns his attention to the good show taking place at the moment. Of course, this is the 6 martial grandmasters struggling to even make a dent in the violet 9-strike moth. Realizing that Yun Xiao tricked him, Yan Fei Yue vows to rip him to shreds if he ever sees him again. Meanwhile, Ma Wandi is shocked by Duan Yue's cruelty, lamenting ever letting him in on the hunt. Han Ya wonders how he is even surprised, having always considered the old man to be a greedy weasel. Hearing them complain, Tang Qiao questions what good it is going to do for them now, wanting to just team up and kill the beast as quickly as possible. In order to ensure that no one else betrays the group, Shi Hongkai declares that everyone will jump whoever tries to run away. Yan Fei Yue likes the idea and prepares to go all out, and the others follow suit. Elder Han Ya unleashes his bloody crocodile twin snip, forming a sinister scissor-like entity to deal with the beast. Shi Hongkai is up next, and he activates his spring-fall skyward scroll. Just like that, Yan Fia Yue leaps in with his agile tiger flame slash. The couple, Si Tuxing and Tong Chiao, unite to unleash their dual-blade full-strike technique. Lastly, Ma 1D gathers his energy to let loose his soaring sword melding combustion. All the techniques rain down on the violet nine-striped moth, causing it to scream out in agony. Looking on, Yun Xiao snarks at the ragtag bunch. After all, if the 6 martial grandmasters had decided to cooperate like this, when the array broke, they wouldn't have ended up in such a terrible situation in the first place. Duan Yue notes that all of them just wanted to take the loot for themselves, but are forced to share it now. However, Yun Xiao thinks that they won't even get to do that. Since the martial grandmasters will exhaust themselves in killing the violet nine-striped moth, he plans for the brothers to collect the profits. Effing diabolical mate. At the same time, most of Duan Yue's injuries are completely healed, making him wonder what pill Yun Xiao gave him. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul gets alerted by something and gets up. Even though his universal detect isn't picking up anything, he has a gut feeling that a bad time awaits them. Announcing that there's been a change of plans, Yun Xiao instructs Duan Yue to prepare to flee at a moment's notice. The boy is deeply troubled by his universal detect failing him, as this might mean that a stronger sea beast is lurking around in the area. Of course, everything looks like it's all rainbow and sunshine to a dumbass like Duan Yue, even though a massive claw is popping out of the clouds behind him, utterly eclipsing the violet nine-striped moth in size. The gigantic purple hand clutches the beast with such force that it starts coughing out blood. Along with the 6th-tier monster, the claw soon pulls back into the portal it popped out from. Moments later, a 6th-tier Green Phoenix battleship appears out of the portal, with the violet nine-striped moth entrapped in a purple orb that floats atop his hand. An ominous man celebrates that his master Shu's troubles have been relieved. After all, he found such a good gift for his sect master's 500th birthday next month, as the pill made from the 6th-tier beast would be perfect nourishment for the old man. Dude's really fighting over steroids for martial artists. Reading his mysterious lord, Ma 1D tries to say something about the violet nine-striped moth. However, he instantly gets shut down, stuttering over his words. Hunya greets the ominous man, recognizing him as a Peak 6 Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster of the Star Mansion sect. To Hunya's knowledge, out of the elites of Star Mansion's sect that are currently on guard in Verdant Seaport, there should be only 2 9-star martial grandmasters other than Shu Feng, making him wonder if the man's one of them. Commending the elder for his insight, the imposing figure confirms his hypothesis and introduces himself as Han Yuan, with a harsh chi oozing out of his right eye. The entity once again tells Hunya to get lost if he knows him, threatening him with death if he doesn't. Grinding his teeth, Hunya is about to say something concerning his relationship with Master Shu Feng, but gets shot down without hesitation. Han Yuan doesn't care about whatever connections anyone has, as the only choice for them is to either scram or die. Hey, this dude is kinda based. Just like that, Hunya's body falls into the water below, where a ravaging sea beast eats it for lunch. This scene strikes fear into the hearts and minds of the remaining 5 martial grandmasters, causing them to fly off in separate directions. However, Ma 1D runs into a solid wall, or rather, a portal. Li Yun Xiao, in aid of the Star Mansion sect master, appears out of it. As per orders, he is there to take the martial grandmasters' lives. 3 more portals follow suit, bringing with them 1 martial grandmaster each for every member of the hunting party. While Yun Xiao and Duan Yue are left in shock, Ma 1D protests, questioning why they have to die, even after handing over the violet nine-striped moth. Well, turns out that the answer's pretty simple. Since all of them are martial grandmasters with big names in Verdant Seaport, Shu Feng just doesn't want any trouble later. Holy Giga Chad. Right then, Yun Xiao is overcome with an uneasy feeling. Leaving Li Yun Xiao in charge of finishing off the martial grandmasters, the maniacal Han Yuan turns his attention toward the 2 ants outside their web and rushes to finish them off. With this, an unstoppable foe approaches Yun Xiao and Duan Yue. In the face of impending doom, the reincarnated soul simply smiles, passing a sly remark about how they are truly done for this time. Duan Yue finds it difficult to understand this behavior, as the boy should definitely be well aware of their dire situation. Despite this, he looks neither scared nor panicked. Remaining calm even when confronted by death, this feat leaves Duan Yue questioning just how much composure Yun Xiao truly possesses. The old man also feels curious about the kind of cultivation path the boy has taken, as even a 7-star martial grandmaster like himself is panicking at the thought of Hung Yuan catching up to them at any moment. Right then, Yun Xiao asks Duan Yue if he feels confident in injuring the Star Mansion sect martial grandmaster with an all-out attack. Despite not being able to kill Hung Yuan with his full might and momentum, the old man at least feels confident about injuring him heavily. However, landing the attack is another story entirely. Thankfully, Yun Xiao only requires him to be strong enough. When Hung Yuan is 10 meters away from the battleship, the reincarnated soul will restrict his movements for a bit, allowing Duan Yue to strike. So, the geezer should start gathering his momentum when the enemy is 100 meters away. The thought of a 1-star great martial master being able to restrict a peak martial grandmaster utterly baffles Duan Yue, leaving him filled with doubt. This dumbass really doubting plot armor still. However, as Hung Yuan approaches the Tiger King battleship, the geezer has no choice but to believe in Yun Xiao yet again. Duan Yue brings out his white flame ghostly killer, unsealing it to unleash wild flames that start running rampant. Looking at this sight, Hung Yuan realizes that not even he can tank an all-out attack from a 7-star martial grandmaster. Still, the former is convinced that the latter will never be able to land a blow on him. Praising Duan Yue's exceptional abilities, Hung Yuan offers to spare his life if he enters the Star Mansion sect. Having the same misconception about Yun Xiao being Duan Yue's illegitimate child, the Peak 6 Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster starts blackmailing the old man with his son's life. In response, the reincarnated soul tells Hung Yuan to send his greetings to his entire family instead, and activates the Universal Spirit Suppressor exile technique. As soon as the attacker gets within 10 meters of Yun Xiao, Crimson Madness takes control of him. Getting surrounded by countless moon eyes, Hung Yuan freezes in place, seeing a mere kid affect him with such mental techniques. The martial grandmaster is left questioning his identity. However, he has better things to worry about at the moment, as countless chain-like structures emerge from the moon eyes to restrict Hung Yuan. Enraged by the petty tricks, the 9-star martial grandmaster feels infuriated that mere illusions are hurting him. Calling for the endless world, the shining stars, and the ghosts that hold him, Hung Yuan prepares to rip the illusory space apart. He succeeds in doing so too, but unfortunately, it doesn't matter. Taking advantage of the momentary restriction, Duan Yue appears behind the Peak 6 Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster, striking him down with the White Flame Ghostly Killer, 6 Evil's Halberd. Named Harder Than Us? Wait, what? A clean slash passes right through Hung Yuan's torso, enveloping him in a ghastly flame. Barely managing to string words together, the Star Mansion Sect Guardian vows to rip Duan Yue into 1,000 pieces, only to burst into flames. Looking badass for the first time since his introduction, the old man tells Hung Yuan to try and stop his own organs from burning instead. Completely exhausted, Yun Xiao gives Duan Yue a thumbs up, praising him for a job well done. At the same moment, the boy falls unconscious. The geezer quickly catches him and shouts out, calling for Yun Xiao with a voice full of worry. As the Tiger King battleship moves out, Hung Yuan consumes his 6th tier holy medicine that he has been saving all this time to almost completely heal himself. Since Duan Yue's attack was equivalent to that of an 8-star martial grandmaster, he should not have any more energy left. So even with an injured True Yuan, Hung Yuan feels confident in ending the 2 ants with his bare fists if he chases them down. Screaming into the air, the Star Mansion Sect Guardian scolds Yun Xiao and Duan Yue for even thinking about leaving. However, despite his universal detect being locked on the supposed father and son throughout the entire ordeal, they somehow suddenly vanish into thin air. Suddenly, a mysterious fog starts gathering around Hung Yuan, making him think that it is another illusion. Of course, the realization of it being the rainbow fog hits him soon enough. Quickly surrounding himself with a barrier, the Peak 6 Directions Realm Martial Grandmaster avoids touching the pink crystalline dust with all his might. At the same time, he refuses to let Yun Xiao and Duan Yue run away. Elsewhere, Yun Xiao celebrates that things turn out perfectly. Not only did the static rainbow fog warp them away from imminent death, but it also brought them safely near the Congo Divine Tree. Seeing the boy move around so freely, Duan Yue is shocked at his spirit power, fully recovering so quickly. However, Yun Xiao wishes that it hadn't for some reason, leaving the geezer shaking his head in confusion. Turns out, the moment he spread out his universal detect, the reincarnated soul noticed that they had been surrounded. Oh, to be an ignorant fool like Duan Yue, who was so calm and happy before Yun Xiao told him anything, and is panicking all over the place now. Unfazed, the boy tells the 7-star martial grandmaster to just relax, since resisting isn't an option. As all the enemies are under the water, Yun Xiao guesses that the rainbow fog must have brought them into the deep-sea territory of a seafolk tribe. Right then, the seawater starts splashing around wildly. Countless seamen erupt from the water, surrounding Yun Xiao and Duan Yue. Oozing with hostility, they reprimand the humans for intruding on their territory, demanding that they surrender peacefully. Seeing that there's a 5-star martial grandmaster and a dozen lower tier ones among the enemy forces, Duan Yue gets overwhelmed and freezes in place. What does bro even do? Meanwhile, Yun Xiao tries reasoning with the seafolk, asking for forgiveness. He explains that they ended up in their territory by pure accident, while running for their lives and had no intention of intruding. However, the seamen are convinced that humans are just playing tricks on them. Whatever reason Yun Xiao and Duan Yue have for being there doesn't matter to the seafolk, as they are still intruding on their territory. On the orders of the Blazefish tribe master, the seamen get up in arms to make the intruders yield. Without hesitation, Yun Xiao puts out his arms and surrenders, promising that they don't have any ill intent. Wanting to be captured instead, he acts scared and begs the seafolk to spare their lives. In reality, the reincarnated soul is pissed off that the seafolk can't be reasoned with. Their oozing killing intent and prejudice against humans make it clear to Yun Xiao that the seamen will kill them happily at any sign of resistance, regardless of the nature of the truth. So he signals Duan Yue to not make any rash moves, and the two get captured by the seafolk. Of course, Yun Xiao tries to check if he can break free of the restraints, but whichever beast's immensely elastic tendons were used to make it impossible for him to do so. At the same time, the seamen's leader commands his soldiers to take the intruders to their chief. He also commends the humans for their obedience, promising to leave their corpses intact if they continue to behave well. Acting like a little kid, Yun Xiao calls the seafolk out for their lack of honor, only to have his complaining shut down by getting force-fed a pill. With this, the seamen jump into the water, taking the humans with them. Yun Xiao realizes that what they ate were water-warding pills, treasures that enable living beings from the land to move freely in any water body. This makes him feel relieved, as the seafolk wouldn't have given him and Duan Yue such pills if they really wanted to kill them. After all, the water-warding pills are extremely rare valuables for humans. Even though the seafolk tribes have plenty of them, it would still be a waste to use them in such a way. While traversing through the deep sea region, Yun Xiao makes small talk with the leader of the seafolk soldiers. Inquiring about their destination, he tries to talk him out of killing them by attributing their meeting to fate. The reincarnated soul suggests that they should be friends, infuriating the seaman who doesn't deem humans to be worthy of being friends with the seafolk. Of course, Yun Xiao would never have tried to befriend someone like him if he hadn't been caught, but is now forced to use his charming eyes to seduce the enemy. Ayo, pause. Falling for the dreamy eyes, the seafolk starts lore dumping and reveals that a strong human, presumably Hung Yuan, intruded into their territory not too long ago. The wretched man injured 3 of their leaders, sending the entire Blazefish tribe into an uproar. Now, their chief has ordered the capture of that human. As it has been centuries since the seafolk last saw humans, the seaman refuses to believe that so many humans would just appear randomly in such a short amount of time. So he's convinced that Yun Xiao and Duan Yue are related to Heng Yuan. Much to his surprise, the boy actually doubles down on being related to the human who wreaked havoc on the Blazefish tribe. However, Yun Xiao hates the way that Hung Yuan talks and the way that he walks. The reincarnated soul even hates the way that the martial grandmaster dresses and wants to know if he is injured. Gritting his teeth, the seaman reveals that Hung Yuan ran away after being under fire from 3 of the Blazefish tribe's leaders and is probably in hiding to recover from his injuries. Since the 3 leaders were able to stand on equal footing with Hung Yuan, Yun Xiao guesses that they are also 8 or 9 star martial grandmasters. He hopes with all his heart that the tribe master isn't a martial emperor, so they can still have a chance of escaping. Wanting to avoid conflict altogether if possible, the reincarnated soul makes a plan to see what they are up to. As there are countless seafolk in the 4 seas, their tribes have been divided into 7 tiers for ease of management, with strength as its basis. The strongest amongst the sea folk is the Bo family, who currently reigns as Emperor of the Four Seas. Considered to be godlike, they aren't put within the 7 tiers. Under them, however, is the first tier. It includes the 4 royal families, each of which rules the 4 cardinal sins. These are the Guam, Qin, Shun, and Run families, all deemed to be superpowers. Below the royal families in power, the second-tier tribes must have at least 10 or more martial sovereigns to be considered as such. Just like that, the third-tier tribes are those who have at least 1 martial sovereign, while the fourth-tier tribes have at least 1 martial supreme. Continuing the trend of requirements, at least 1 martial emperor is needed to be a 5th-tier tribe, while a 6th-tier tribe must have at least 1 martial grandmaster, putting them on the same level as a subsidiary of the Dustflame Empire. Lastly, the 7th tier only requires a martial king. The Seafolk tribes beneath this cultivation level aren't considered in the tier system and aren't allowed to call themselves Seafolk at all. Instead, they are known as Sea Dwellers. We are getting so fluent in Japanese. Feigning that he is just a curious kid, Yun Xiao asks the leader of the Seafolk soldiers about the Blazefish tribe's tier. Captivated by the innocence and purity of the boy, the Seaman ends up revealing that they are a 5th-tier tribe that reigns supreme in a 1,000-mile radius. This annoys Yun Xiao, as having a martial emperor there ruins their chances of escape. However, as Seafolk are naive compared to cunning humans and can't hide their emotions well, the reincarnated soul notices that the Seaman looks distressed and innocently inquires about it. This time, though, the Blazefish soldier doesn't fall for it. Putting his trident against Yun Xiao's chest, he accuses him of trying to get information on them. While the boy swears up and down that he just wanted to help out since his face is full of worry, Duan Yuwet tries to contain his laughter. After all, the stupid fish has already told them almost everything. At the same time, Yun Xiao reminds the seamen that they have a common enemy in Hung Yuan. Since an enemy of an enemy is a friend, they are already friends. The dumb seaman finds no faults in this argument and starts pouring his heart out to Yun Xiao. Blood really folded under no pressure. Turns out, the Blazefish tribe's chief, despite being a 1-star martial emperor, is at the end of his life. Meanwhile, the strongest among their leaders, Tia Fan, only recently became a 9-star martial grandmaster. Their chief would have originally exchanged his remaining years to increase Tia Fan's cultivation level up to a peak 9-star martial grandmaster. However, the recent attack from Hun Yuan resulted in the leader suffering heavy injuries, making this feat impossible to accomplish. As the other leaders are only 8-star martial grandmasters, it will take them around 50 to 100 years to become 9-star martial grandmasters, a time that their chief doesn't have. So, if Tia Fan can't become a martial emperor before his passing, the Blazefish tribe will get demoted to the 6th tier. Not wanting his tribe to face this situation, the Seaman is motivated to capture Hung Yuan and tear him to shreds. Being the Oscar-worthy actor that he is, Yun Xiao bursts into tears at this inspiring speech. Meanwhile, Duan Yue can't believe that the dumb Seaman really told intruders like them everything about his tribe. Yes, the Seafolk are just stupid fish in the end. Hearing about the intense battle, Yun Xiao concludes that it isn't possible for Hung Yuan to completely heal so soon, after fighting the Seafolk and Duan Yue back-to-back, hoping that he stays out of their hair for a bit. As all 3 leaders of the Blazefish tribe are injured as well, the only pillar supporting them, as well as the only thing stopping Yun Xiao from escaping, is the martial emperor tribe leader. And so the Seafolk arrive at their city with the captured humans. Entering the majestic underwater city, Duan Yue is captivated by the sights and starts looking around like a child in awe. Little creatures are moving around with buckets on their backs, carrying purple crystals of some sort in them. Noticing the old man's excitement, Yun Xiao explains that they are called primordial crystals. Similar to how humans use primordial stones, the Seafolk use them in refinement. Moreover, as the sea is filled with resources, the Seafolk can simply focus on cultivating without having to worry about food or shelter. To keep things moving, though, the elderly and children are in charge of transporting the primordial crystals. For instance, the Blazefish tribe is ordering around weird little Seafolk from weak tribes for this task, while focusing on cultivation themselves. Refusing to accept the knowledge gracefully, Duan Yue pretends that he is already aware of all that and raises his chin proudly. Both Yun Xiao and the Seaman smile at him, while the latter expresses surprise at humans having some understanding of the Seafolk. He then orders his soldiers to take away Yun Xiao's last Tiger King battleship, to help with transporting primordial crystals, making the boy regret giving them away so easily. Well, if it isn't the consequences of your own actions. In the next breath, the seaman orders Yun Xiao and Duan Yue to follow him, wanting them to meet the tribe leader. After all, if the two of them can explain that they are not working with Hung Yuan, their lives just might be spared. Walking inside the palace, Duan Yue gets confused by the lack of seawater. Of course, Yun Xiao knows that it's a seafolk tradition to use waterproof membranes to keep the water out of the palace. Soon, they arrive at the throne room, where the tribe leader, surrounded by totems of fire, awaits them. This scenery confuses Yun Xiao, as most seafolk are afraid of fire, but the Blazefish tribe seems to have it even in their name. Right then, the tribe leader speaks up, referring to the seaman as Tia Fei. He inquires about the identity of the captives. Kneeling down before him, Tia Fei reveals that they are humans, infuriating the tribe leader, Tia Pin. The martial emperor's immense aura oozes out in all directions, exerting soul-crushing pressure on everyone present. Crossing eyes with Yun Xiao, though, Tia Pin relaxes and asks Tia Fei if the intruders are related to the human who attacked them. The seaman explains that Yun Xiao and Duan Yue insist on having a deep-seated grudge against Hung Yuan instead, but the tribe leader declares that it's nothing but an excuse. In his eyes, there isn't a single good seed among humans. He orders Tia Fei to drag away the intruders and feed them to the fish, prompting Yun Xiao to free himself from the restraints and protest. Abracadabra, I'm about to reach in my bag, brah. The reincarnated soul warns Tia Pin that if he doesn't drop the act already, they will eradicate the Blazefish tribe. Infuriated by the disrespect against the tribe leader, Tia Fei rushes to kill Yun Xiao. At the same time, Duan Yue frees himself from his restraints as well and intercepts the seaman. Stopping Tia Fei's weapon with his bare hands, the 7-star martial grandmaster lands a monstrous kick on the seaman's face, sending him flying to Tia Pin. Losing with killing intent, the tribe leader threatens to end the humans' lives. However, Yun Xiao once again tells him to drop the act. After all, even with all this power, the martial emperor can only make one last move before his body gives up on him. Tia Pin may be able to fool others, but he can't hide being on his last breath from Yun Xiao's eyes. So, if the tribe leader foolishly attacks them, he'll die as well. Tia Pin is taken aback by these words, while Tia Fei begs him to say that it isn't so. With his entire body trembling, the martial emperor confirms Yun Xiao's words, but vows to kill him without hesitation if he threatens the Blazefish tribe. The reincarnated soul reminds Tia Pin that he was the one who wanted to kill him, and Duan Yue, even though they didn't have any ill intent. As the one thing that Yun Xiao hates more than anything is being threatened, he demands that Tia Pin apologize and show them a token of his sincerity. Otherwise, Tia Fei will lose his life, leaving the Blazefish tribe helpless. Womp womp. Enraged by the boy's declaration, the loyal seaman rushes to kill him. However, the tribe leader orders Tia Fei to stop. Tia Pin then asks Yun Xiao to just leave the Blazefish tribe's territory and never show himself there again if he truly has no ill intent. Hearing his chief's words, the seaman tells Yun Xiao to accept this great mercy and get lost. Of course, the reincarnated soul isn't one to listen to a mere fish. Although he respects Tia Fei's loyalty, Yun Xiao has two things to say to him. Firstly, Tia Pin's act was not a display of mercy, but rather an analysis of their strengths and understanding that it's a lose-lose situation. Secondly, he doesn't want to leave quite yet and has a business deal to make with the Blazefish tribe. However, Tia Pin instantly shuts down his offer. Telling the boy to leave, the tribe leader threatens to take back his decision if they don't hurry. Since Yun Xiao realized long ago that the seafolk are arrogant and proud, he instantly gets to the point and proposes to give Tia Pin an additional 100 years of life, along with helping the heavily injured Tia Fan break straight through to Martial Emperor. Screaming out in utter disbelief, the tribe leader gets up from his throne and asks Yun Xiao to repeat himself. Duan Yue scratches his chin in confusion too, as the boy's proposition seems a little too far-fetched to fulfill, even by his standards. A momentary silence descends in the room, after which Tia Pin sits back down. Swearing to kill Yun Xiao if he is lying, the tribe leader inquires about the business deal and wonders how he can trust him. Assuring Tia Pin that it will be a win-win situation for both of them, the boy asks him if he knows of the Congo Divine Tree. For some reason, this alerts the Martial Emperor, as well as Tia Fei. Questioning if there's a problem, Yun Xiao tells them once again what he is offering in the business deal. However, Tia Pin still looks distraught. Bringing his hand to his face, the tribe leader commands Tia Fei to inform the humans about the situation. Obeying his chief's order, the seaman reveals that his Blazefish tribe used to protect the holy item, known as the Congo Divine Tree. Unfortunately, it has fallen into the hands of the Razor Clan tribe. These dudes gotta be certified frauds. As the Congo Divine Tree should be nearby, Yun Xiao wonders how that is possible. After all, Tia Fei was the one who said that they reign supreme for thousands of miles. Turns out, even though the Razor Clams are one tier below the Blazefish tribe, they have 3 9-star martial grandmasters. So, unless Tia Pin himself takes part in the battle, their overall strength pales in comparison to the Razor Clan tribe. By ingesting the leaves of the Congo Divine Tree, the Blazefish tribe has nourished themselves and increased their cultivation for tens of thousands of years. As such, the Razor Clams don't mind souring their relationship with them over it. In fact, maybe they knew about Tia Pin's condition and attacked them for that very reason. Ignoring everything Tia Fei just said, Yun Xiao holds his chest, overcome with agony at the thought of the idiotic fish heads eating the Congo Divine Tree's leaves as is. Regardless, he controls himself and notes that the holy treasure should be about the size of a city, since the Blazefish tribe has controlled it for tens of thousands of years. Yun Xiao wonders if they have a method to go directly into the Divine Tree. Ayo, chill on my boy UZU. Unfortunately, there is no way to get there without alerting the Razor Clan tribe. However, they can make it difficult for the enemy to find them by breaking their seal and invading forcefully. Fortunately, this much is enough for Yun Xiao, and he asks the tribe leader to lead them to the Congo Divine Tree. If they successfully break in and hide inside for just half a month, the reincarnated soul promises that Tia Pin will recover 100 years of life force. Despite this, Tia Fei protests, since the Martial Emperor can only launch one attack before dying. He worries about what will happen if Yun Xiao ends up in danger. The loyal seaman begs that he be allowed to take them there instead, only to get shut down by Tia Pin himself. As all 3 of the Razor Clan tribe's 9-star martial grandmasters are guarding the Congo Divine Tree, Tia Fei won't be able to break in with his meager strength. So Tia Pin deems it necessary for himself to be the one to lead the humans there, though only on the condition that Yun Xiao doesn't break his promise to make Tia Fan a martial emperor. Feeling impressed that the old fish isn't scared of death like other Geezers his age, but is actually ready to sacrifice himself, the reincarnated soul allows him to bring Tia Fan along as well, promising to help him break through to martial emperor within half a month. Right then, Tia Fan comes barging into the throne room and begs his tribe leader not to fall for the schemes of lying humans. On account of the martial emperor's deteriorating condition, the 9-star martial grandmaster asks for permission to kill the humans for him instead. Bringing forth a streaming vortex from his weapon, Tia Fan attacks Yun Xiao, getting stopped by Duan Yue. Unbothered by the clashing martial grandmasters, the boy nonchalantly whistles, while the old man breaks his back protecting him. Exerting himself greatly, Duan Yue deflects Tia Fan's attack all the way to the roof. The former lets out a proud grin, prompting the latter to commend his skill. Unsatisfied by the outcome, Tia Fan prepares to unleash another streaming vortex. This time, Tia Pin is the one to order him to stop. The 9-star martial grandmaster begs his chief to let him proceed, insisting that the 2 humans are trying to trick him. However, Tia Pin tells Tia Fan to just follow his orders, as he knows what he's doing. Getting humbled by his chief, the leader prostrates himself. Right then, Tia Pin's daughter, the marine refiner Tia Ling, comes running, begging her father to listen to Tia Fan and not let the humans trick him. It's like a fishy bargain sale around here. Of course, the tribe leader shuts her down too, deeming it to be their last chance. Considering the circumstances, Tia Pin is afraid that the Razor Clan tribe will overwhelm them if they don't take this chance, confusing Tia Ling. The naive daughter is convinced that no one in the region would dare go up against them. Once she ranks up to 3rd-tier marine refiner, not remembering that she only became a 2nd-tier refiner at such a young age by receiving an elder's teachings purely by chance. As all the 3rd-tier refiners in the 4 seas are over 100 years old, Tia Pin laments that it will take Tia Ling at least another century to break through again, an amount of time that the Blazefish tribe can't wait. While Duan Yue scratches his head in confusion, wondering what a marine refiner is, Yun Xiao understands that they are simply the sea folk counterparts of human refiners. However, they get way more respect in the deep sea because of how rare they are. Yun Xiao even spots evidence to back up this fact, noting that the 9-star martial grandmaster is using a simple trident as a weapon, something that not even a human martial warrior would want. Meanwhile, Tia Ling begs her father to reconsider, suggesting that they just hide themselves for 100 years until everything falls into place. Lil Sis is clueless. Tia Pin shakes his head in rejection, informing his naive daughter that the Razor Clam tribe won't leave them alone for that long. After all, they have almost taken over the region in just the last 20 to 30 years. The innocent marine refiner questions why the ruling Hoverback tribe doesn't do anything about this, getting reminded of what the Hoverback tribe master said when the Razor Clams arrived there 30 years ago. Turns out, he was the one who set up the Blazefish tribe by asking them to provide the Razor Clam tribe with a small piece of land on account of their service to the sea folk. The Hoverbat tribe even told them to get along with the Razor Clams, suggesting that the two tribes are conspiring together. Unaware of how the world works, Tia Ling wonders why they can't just complain to the tribes ruling over the Hoverbats, prompting Tia Fan to step in and inform her the cruel truth. Just like the human world, might is right, and no one cares about the weak. Tia Ling shouts out, questioning why the South Sea King even set any mandates if they don't matter. The marine refiner's words make everyone panic, and Tia Pin reprimands her for speaking ill of the South Sea King, since the entire Blazefish tribe would suffer because of her if other sea folk heard what she said. He tells his daughter to stand aside like the kid she is. Oof, the dude really hit his own daughter with a fatality. Seeing the naive little fishy, Yun Xiao starts feeling mischievous and inquires about the Razor Clam tribe's origin. Tia Fan reveals that they migrated from the East Sea, where they originally enjoyed their status as a second-tier tribe. The 9-star martial grandmaster worries that the Razor Clams are immensely more talented than them and will surpass the Blazefish tribe in a few years. Ignoring whatever he heard after second tier, Yun Xiao wonders why such a powerful tribe that should have had more than 10 martial sovereigns would fall all the way down to the 6th tier. Not only that, but also migrating across seas makes him think that they offended a royal family, though the actual details are unclear, even to Tia Pin. What he did hear from the Hoverbat tribe master was that the Guang family ordered the Razor Clams to capture a human. However, in the process of obeying that command, they, along with many other second-tier tribes, perished. Hundreds of martial sovereigns were killed by this human, and the Razor Clam tribe lost all their members, who were martial emperors and above. Thus, their power declined. As other tribes started taking advantage of the Razor Clam's downfall, they migrated to the South Sea in order to recover. While Duan Yue wonders just how ruthless a human is, a sudden realization hits Yun Xiao. 30 years ago, in the East Sea, it could only mean one thing. Right then, Tia Pin confirms his thoughts, cursing the very definition of heaven's cruelty, known as Gu Fei Yang. Tia Fan shares his sentiments, declaring that the martial sovereign's name stains the honor of all sea folk. The two seamen remain unaware that the very human they are talking about currently stands before them as a business partner, getting stabbed in the heart by their unkind words. As they're trying to defend his honor, Yun Xiao remarks that there's no need to hate Gu Fei Yang this much, since he is probably already dead. He lied as naturally as he breathed. The boy wants them to focus on the future, but Tia Fan refuses to be satisfied until even the dead human's descendants are killed. Trying to sneakily tell them that Gu Fei Yang died before procreating, Yun Xiao quickly changes the topic to how they will get inside the Kongo Divine Tree. However, Tia Ling has an entirely other topic in mind. She wants Yun Xiao to demonstrate some skill before they can believe in his wild promises, a sentiment that Tia Pin agrees with. So, after getting the naive little fish to boast about her status as a second-tier marine refiner, the reincarnated soul proposes that they have a contest, refiner to refiner. If Tia Ling loses, Yun Xiao will command the action plan, and everyone participating will have to listen to him. While the boy gets excited at this opportunity to make the Blazefish tribe obey him, Tia Ling takes his challenge as an attack on her pride. Instantly agreeing to it, she even tells Yun Xiao to go ahead and make the rules. On the other hand, Duan Yue looks on, feeling confident in the boy's capability to triumph over mere fish, even though he is unaware of his actual tier himself. Anyway, Yun Xiao asks Tiandang to make the rules instead and choose what she's best at, excluding swimming though. Feeling enraged by a mere human taking her so lightly, the marine refiner announces that they can just compete in simple refining. Yun Xiao mockingly questions if she is sure about that, not wanting the fish to switch up that energy when she loses. In his mind, he feels thankful that the sea folk are so dumb that they are agreeing to his idea without asking any questions. Right as Tiandang starts getting flustered, her father reminds her that it's no time to be playing as the heroine. Let her know, King, as competing against humans puts the honor of not only the Blazefish tribe, but also of all sea folk on the line. Tiandang wants his daughter to contend with what she's best at, fire manipulation. These words confuse Duan Yue and Yun Xiao, as sea folk usually fear fire. To avoid turning into fish fillets, they even replace the flames during the refinement process with other natural elements. Trying to intimidate him, Tiandang asks Yun Xiao if he dares to accept the challenge. Of course, already intrigued by how a fish is going to control fire, the boy readily accepts. As the two parties agree to the terms, the sea folk start grinning and give each other nods of approval. Slightly worried, Duan Yue wonders if there truly isn't a problem for Yun Xiao. Hearing this, the boy starts speaking in riddles, something about how accidents happen to him if he isn't the one to cause them. Turns out, this is just Yun Xiao oozing with confidence. With a wide grin across his face, the reincarnated soul vows to destroy the sea folk in the contest, even if accidents befall him. Poor Duan Yue was just asking a question, but now Yun Xiao is acting all cool. Even the atmosphere around him has turned stylish, glowing not with the light of alchemy, but with the light of respect. Bro got that aura. Smacking Tiandang for being blown away by the boy's imposing energy. Tiandang decides to compete in the palace and lets Yun Xiao set the rules, since she decided on the contest. As fire manipulation is about precision and strength, the reincarnated soul prepares to demonstrate a few actions, if Tiandang can imitate them. She wins, otherwise she loses. Unimpressed by the challenge, the marine refiner signals Yun Xiao to go right ahead. Not taking kindly to getting looked down on by a bunch of fishes, the reincarnated soul decides to show them something good to humble them, telling the sea folk to watch him closely. Yun Xiao flicks his finger. Flames erupt from his palm, forming a stunning tree of fire. As the boy expected, he needs to protect the fire with Yuan Qi in order to successfully manipulate it underwater, which is an extremely difficult feat. Not letting cockiness get the better of him, the reincarnated soul exerts himself and increases the flow of flames. However, he doesn't slack on the precision at all. The result is a tree of fire that blooms as if it were the real deal, leaves and all. All the spectators are left in awe at the scene, especially Duan Yue. Despite training in the fire element, he has only ever thought of increasing its power, never even guessing that it could be controlled in this way. The flaming tree's leaves start flying around in the throne room, like an autumn evening, making the sea folk wonder if Yun Xiao is even human. He is constructed alternatively. Satisfied with the reactions, the boy ends the demonstration and calls Tiandang onto the stage. Feeling anxious, yet excited, the human refiners are just as amazing as she thought, the marine refiner courageously steps up to the challenge, even though she has never tried such a thing. Tiandang starts following Yun Xiao's movements, only to end up failing miserably. Tianfei and Tiandang get worried for her, but she signals them to stay back. Replaying Yun Xiao's demonstration in her mind, the marine refiner showcases masterful precision and manages to replicate the tree of fire in only her second attempt, bringing the seaman to tears. Brimming with pride, Tiandang asks Yun Xiao if he has anything else to show them, declaring Tiandang's talent in fire manipulation to be greater than even his own. The reincarnated soul gets ready to display his highest attainment in it. Yun Xiao promises to accept his defeat gracefully if the marine refiner can replicate what he is about to do, prompting everyone to watch him closely in anticipation. The boy puts his hands on the ground, forming a ring of fire. In mere moments, flames erupt from the circle and spread out in all directions, blooming into an entire lifelike forest. Blooming trees and chirping birds, all of different shapes. The scene makes the spectators question if this is still fire manipulation. In fact, they doubt that even a god of fire would be able to do such a thing. Seeing a bird fly by him, Tiandang's eyes literally fall out of his skull. Right then, Yun Xiao announces that the show isn't finished yet and tells the tribe leader to keep his eyes open. Good one, little bro. Forming the king's instrument out of the flames, the reincarnated soul prepares to unleash the phoenix's advent of 100 birds, once again promising to accept his loss gracefully, if Tia Ling can imitate it. Moments later, Yun Xiao blows on the king's instrument to condense the true fire of life. The phantom of the ancient phoenix appears in the fire forest and starts flying around with the chirping words, completing the phoenix's advent of 100 birds. As Yun Xiao ends the demonstration, he breaks through to become a 2-star great martial master. Opening his eyes to see the spectators' reaction, the reincarnated soul gets confused, finding them frozen as literal statues. Yun Xiao unboxes Duan Yue with a hammer, prompting him to start crying like an 80-year-old child. The 7-star martial grandmaster declares that his young master Yun is a god, wanting to get down on his knees before him. Right then, Tia Pin actually gets on his knees, prostrating himself before Yun Xiao. Why did the proud Blazefish tribe chief kneel before a mere human? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Li Yun Xiao and Duan Yue join the hunting party to capture the Violet 9-striped moth, only for things to go wrong as the party betrays them. Of course, the reincarnated soul successfully uses his wits to finesse the 6 martial grandmasters back. However, a martial emperor named Hung Yuan appears to steal the 6th-tier beast, killing the hunting party in the process. Yun Xiao and Duan Yue manage to escape by the skin of their teeth, only to eventually end up in a deep-sea region ruled by the Blazefish tribe. Seeing their beloved tribe chief kneel before a human, the sea folk rush to check up on him. Even Yun Xiao is confused, not wanting Tia Pin to do such a thing at his age, even if he respects him greatly. Duan Yue takes it a step further, deciding that there won't be any trouble for him if he moves outside the panel. Right then, the martial emperor orders Tia Ling, Tia Fan, and Tia Fei to join him in kneeling before Yun Xiao too, leaving the humans worrying for his mental well-being. As if to prove their concerns right, Tia Pin erupts into tears and starts calling Yun Xiao the holy emissary. Despite this being his second life, the reincarnated soul has no clue what the old fish is talking about. Regardless, Tia Pin commands the 3 sea folk present there to greet the holy emissary immediately. Not appreciating the looks of disdain from the trio, Yun Xiao commands the tribe chief to hurry up and quickly explain what's going on. Instead, overcome with emotion, Tia Pin grabs the boy's hands and expresses his gratitude for getting the chance to meet the holy emissary before he kicks the bucket. Still as clueless as before, Yun Xiao keeps staring at the old fish blankly, finally calming him down a bit. Composing himself, Tia Pin asks everyone present if they are aware of the Blazefish tribe's origins. As none of them know anything, the tribe leader explains that even though the Blazefish tribe can't compare to the true soul's descendants, their status is far more than an unknown random tribe. He then questions if anyone knows about the Congo divine tree's origins, but the 3 sea folk are unaware of that too. Stop talking in riddles, old man. Just spill the tea. However, Yun Xiao knows that the Congo divine tree was a true soul phoenix's resting place in ancient times. During a phoenix's reincarnation cycle, the tree burned and then revitalized itself. This process took place over and over, turning it into what they know today as the Congo divine tree. Since Yun Xiao has the true soul phoenix's flames within him, it would make sense for him to have a sort of special status now. Tia Pin confirms this thought, re-declaring him as the holy emissary. Turns out, the Blazefish tribe were just regular old sea dwellers in ancient times until one day, a true soul phoenix reached nirvana on the Congo divine tree, purely by chance in that exact region. The flames of his reincarnation accidentally spread to a member of the ancient Blazefish tribe, seemingly killing them. In reality, though, the ancestor didn't die at all, instead undergoing massive changes with the phoenix's divine flame. From then onwards, it gained sharpened senses and a heightened affinity to fire. Even the ancestor's body transformed, evolving to become more suitable for training with fire. And so, they went on to become a martial sovereign, making the Blazefish tribe a force to be reckoned with. Having never heard this tale before, Tia Fan and Tia Fei question why no one else in the Blazefish tribe has broken through to the 9 heavens realm since then. Unfortunately, Tia Pin thinks that it's because their bloodline is weakening. The flames that changed their ancestors' whole body including their blood, are becoming thinner as generations go on. It has gotten to the point that their bloodline is no longer enough to break through to even the 8 Desolation realm. Tia Pin worries that the 7 Constellations realm is getting out of their reach too, meaning that the Blazefish tribe might eventually return to being mere sea dwellers. Hearing these words, the 3 sea folk fall into a depression. However, Tia Pin declares that there is no need to worry anymore, as the heavens have brought them their holy emissary. Earlier, when Yun Xiao unleashed the Phoenix of Projection, it warmly enveloped the martial emperor, activating the dormant ancient power flowing through his veins. So Tia Fan wonders if the boy really has a phoenix's divine flames on him. Utterly shocked by the entire thing, Duan Yue looks toward Yun Xiao. A true soul phoenix is supposed to be an ancient legend, but the ancient legend's very existence hasn't even been verified. So to meet a Seafolk tribe who was empowered by a phoenix's divine flames is a huge deal to Duan Yue. To top things off, a legendary item that can apparently burn everything and allow a person to enter the reincarnation cycle is now in a teenager's hands. Baffling everyone present, Yun Xiao confirms that he does, in fact, possess the Phoenix's divine flames. Tia Pin tears up and falls to his knees yet again, repeatedly thanking the heavens for sending their holy emissary to them. Reaching out to the martial emperor, Yun Xiao questions how he can actually help. After all, even with the divine flames in his possession, it's not like he can give them a sizzle, just for the fun of it. However, Tia Pin has faith that the heavens have brought him there to help the Blazefish tribe. Seeing his tribe chief in such a state, Tia Fan kneels before Yun Xiao, apologizing for all his actions up till this point. He wants the boy to do as he pleases to him, to make up for it. Embarrassed, Yun Xiao declares that all the kneeling's unnecessary, especially since he still isn't sure about how to help them. What the reincarnated soul can promise them, though, is that achieving the 2 things he mentioned in the last episode won't be a problem if they can get into the Kungo Divine Tree. Go watch it if you haven't, my pookies, remembering that their ancestor came into contact with the divine flames inside the Kungo Divine Tree too. Tia Pin deems it to be the key to their salvation. Brimming with excitement, the martial emperor wants to hold a welcome party as a celebration of the arrival of their holy emissary. However, Yun Xiao stops him and starts heading for the Kungo Divine Tree, accompanied by Tia Pin, Tia Ling, Tia Fan, Tia Fei, and of course, Duan Yue. While traversing through the eerily silent deep sea region, Yun Xiao recognizes it as a dead zone. Ironically, the overflowing life energy in the water seems to irritate life, implying that they are edging ever closer to the location of the Kungo Divine Tree. Right then, a voice calls out from the distance, belonging to a member of the Razor Clam tribe. Questioning the identity of the intruders, the voice tells them to stop. Tia Fan asks the holy emissary if he has ever seen any razor clams before, making him remember how he killed a ton of them while feeling from the East Sea in his past life. Of course, Yun Xiao feigns ignorance in front of everyone. Moving on to more important matters, Tia Pin wonders if they should just force their way through the razor clams, since the Kungo Divine Tree is only 150 miles away. Yun Xiao confidently gives him the go-ahead, on account of their strength, not thinking that they would get unlucky enough to come across 2 9-star martial grandmasters together in such a vast region. He orders the sea folk to kill anyone who dares to stand in their way, prompting Tia Pin to praise his wisdom. Not wanting to waste their holy emissary's time, the martial emperor commands Tia Fei to finish the job ASAP. Glad to obey the former's orders, the latter brings out his trident, spinning it around to unleash his raging signature technique, Water Vortex. As the move sweeps up all the razor clams, Yun Xiao orders the forces to speed up. With this, he and the 3 sea folk zoom past the region, not running into any more enemies on the way. While moving around, Yun Xiao spreads out his universal detect. At the bottom of the sea, he finds a colossal tree, expanding in all directions like a huge ancient city. Even the reincarnated soul is left awestruck at the sight, but he does wonder why the Kungo Divine Tree is underwater, when it's supposed to be a place for the phoenix to start its reincarnation cycle. Turns out, the Kungo Divine Tree used to be on top of an island. However, the land shifted as time passed, sending it underwater. After satiating his curiosity, Yun Xiao puts everyone on high alert, revealing that there are many razor clams residing inside their destination. He orders the sea folk to follow him, promising that the enemy won't be able to find them as long as they can get inside the Kungo Divine Tree. Soon, the group reaches their destination, getting awestruck by the scene, easily detecting the unique energy flowing inside the mysterious, thick, and gelatinous liquid in the area. Yun Xiao feels his true qi expand and rise. While he enjoys the feeling, Tia Pin panics. With tears in his eyes, he announces that the idiotic razor clams are destroying the Congo divine tree. Turns out, the weird liquid is actually the sap of the legendary item. Thank the heavens, it wasn't something else. Wait, what? Tia Pin cries out, wondering how he can face the ancestors of the Blaze Fish tribe now. Yu Xiao tells him to calm down, as there's no point in crying over spilled milk. The reincarnated soul wants to understand the situation before making any decisions and starts theorizing. He deduces that the razor clams are directly using the sap of the Congo divine tree to increase their whole tribe's strength at once. Since their talents are already better than the Blazefish tribe, doing such a thing will definitely put them in a dominant position. Although Yun Xiao detects many strong presences inside the tree, he can't pinpoint their exact locations due to them being hidden inside the Congo divine tree. As the destruction started a while ago, he wants to continue after they get inside as well. However, the group is stopped by a bunch of razor clams, who reprimand them for intruding on their forbidden lands. Unfazed, Yun Xiao simply orders his group to brute force their way into the tree, deciding to make their next moves on the fly. Being the nice guy that he is, the boy questions if anyone has any problems with the plan, wreaking havoc on the razor clams. Tia Fan, Tia Ling, Tia Fei, and Duan Yue shout out in unison, none at all. Heading inside the Congo divine tree, Yun Xiao deems that finding the spirit-nourishing wood is the most urgent matter, since it is made up of large amounts of concentrated life spirit. Within the Congo divine tree, the spirit-nourishing wood is only found near its core. However, Yun Xiao decides to not be impatient, as just cutting their way into the core is a surefire way to attract enemies. So, the group marches onward. Suddenly, Yun Xiao gets blasted by a ton of the Congo divine tree's sap, causing his cultivation to rise. Undergoing a similar phenomenon, the phoenix's true fire deep within his soul riles up as well. Unaware of this, Duan Yue questions if Yun Xiao is alright. Announcing that he is all good, the reincarnated soul flies toward the waterfall of sap, leaking from the Congo divine tree's branch. Touching the exterior of the essence, Yun Xiao forms a creation link, absorbing its qi into his body. A feeling of nourishment starts flowing through him, turning the unlimited yuan qi of the sap into his true qi. The ancient phoenix's flames undergo the same phenomenon too, replenishing within the boy's soul. Marveling at the worldly treasure, Yun Xiao feels furious at the razor clams for destroying the divine object. Right then, Tia Pin informs the holy emissary of the Congo divine tree's 3 outer layers and 3 inner ones. As they are currently standing at the divide between them, they will enter the inner layers by proceeding further. Since the group hasn't met any razor clams on their way there, the martial emperor deduces that they are all training within the inner 3 layers. Of course, Yu Xiao already knows that, having sensed many strong presences inside with his universal detect. The razor clams are expending the Congo divine tree's entire power to raise the strength of their entire tribe at once, realizing the tale of the goose that laid the golden eggs. However, unlike the story, it's actually increasing their strength rapidly, making it above what Yun Xiao previously estimated. Nah, blood is washed. He would have predicted things right in his prime. Hearing this, Tia Pin panics yet again and wonders what they should do. Not wanting to waste a single second more, the reincarnated soul starts moving. After all, it is a race to see who can acquire the resources first. However, a member of the Razor Clan tribe overhears Yun Xiao talking. Praising the latter's way of thinking, the former threatens to kill him to make sure he isn't alive to carry it out. The Razor Clan also mocks the Blazefish tribe members for being sea dweller trash, declaring that they should thank them for using the Congo divine tree for a good cause. Tia Fan, Tia Ling, Tia Fei, and Tia Pin all are enraged at getting mocked like this. The martial emperor reminds the insolent Razor Clan that his tribe's strongest member was a mere peak 9-star martial grandmaster. When they first entered the South Sea, so he could have easily killed them back then, but decided not to. However, that very mercy has come back to bite him now, as the Razor Clams bit the very hand that fed them. Boasting about his tribe's peak status back when they were in the East Sea, the Razor Clam deems the Blazefish tribe unfit to even carry his shoes, proudly proclaiming that the Sea Dwellers should consider it a glorious opportunity to present them with the divine tree. The Razor Clam threatens to kill the group for even daring to talk back to him. In response, Tia Ling laughs in his face, mocking the Razor Clam tribe's experts for losing to a single human and coming all the way to the South Sea to run away from him. What she was aiming for comes to fruition, as her comment hits the Razor Clam right where it hurts. Making the marine refiner pay for her insolence, the enemy unleashes a black hole of sorts, pulling everyone towards him like a vortex. Witnessing the pressure, Tia Fawn realizes that the Razor Clam is a 9-star martial grandmaster. Lo and behold, the holy emissary was correct all along. The Razor Clam's power has been underestimated, as all of their strengths shot up exponentially after getting a hold of the Congo divine tree. While Tia Fawn worries about that, Tia Pin tells him to get out of the way and charges up an attack. The former expresses concern about the latter's body, getting told that it's fine, vowing to kill all the Razor Clams before kicking the buckets. Feeling the immense power, the 9-star martial grandmaster realizes that he is up against none other than the Blazefish tribe chief and starts panicking. After striking fear in the Razor Clam's heart, Tia Pin prepares to make him meet his demise. Ripping apart the enemy's vortex with brute force alone, the martial emperor isn't willing to let him go just yet, and charges forward, smushing the ever-living crap out of the Razor Clam's face. Even in such a state, the cocky fish doubles down and calls the Blazefish tribe's Sea Dwellers yet again. Bro really trying his hardest to end up in a top 10 moments before disaster compilation. Getting attacked so blatantly, he wonders if they are really not afraid of the Razor Clam tribe's wrath, a word that simply makes Tia Pin humph. Declaring that it's now time for them to suffer the wrath of the Blazefish tribe, the martial emperor unleashes his twin-star jade technique, granting the Razor Clam a horrific death. As his dead froze bodily material comes raining down, Tia Pin falls to his knees. The 3 sea folk come running to their exhausted tribe chief, feeling deeply concerned about his state. While Tia Fei regrets not even being able to take care of a mere 9-star martial grandmaster, Tia Pin calls out to the holy emissary. Sweating out of his mind, he feels his life slipping away. The martial emperor leaves the Blazefish tribe's future to Li Yun Xiao, putting Tia Fawn in charge of leading him to the core of the Congo divine tree. Right then, the reincarnated soul smacks the tribe chief's head away, making the sea folks' eyes pop out of their heads. Holding some of the Congo divine tree's essence in his hands, Li Yun Xiao tells Tia Pin to stop talking like he's about to die, since only his life force is running out. After all, the place they are in possesses the densest life force in the world, making dying due to the lack of it extremely difficult. Li Yun Xiao then forces something down Tia Pin's throat, upon seeing which Tia Fei threatens to kill him. However, the tribe chief orders the seaman to stop. Tia Pin is awestruck, as his body has never felt lighter in what feels like forever. Everyone is brought to tears by this miracle, except Li Yun Xiao, of course. Nonchalantly walking away, the reincarnated soul tells Tia Pin to hurry up and lead the way. Thanking the holy emissary, the martial emperor playfully scolds his fellow sea folk for crying when he isn't dead yet, and ecstatically starts leading the way to the center. Shocked by the instant recovery, Tia Ling is left wondering if this is the result of mankind's extraordinary medicinal techniques, unaware that this is just a patchwork fix. Li Yun Xiao informs Tia Pin of this fact via private sound transmission, revealing that he has only stopped his body from deteriorating temporarily. So, the reincarnated soul will set up a formation to help him recover 100 years of his lifespan, where the group gets to the core. However, if the martial emperor were to attack again, before getting there, it would be out of Li Yun Xiao's hands to stop him from dying. With countless doubts erupting in his mind, Tia Pin looks toward the boy, with eyes full of worries, getting told to stop doing that, and just hurry up since a few strong presences are approaching them. Moments after Li Yun Xiao and his party leave, a group of Razor Clams arrives at the crime scene. Their tribe leader, a martial emperor named Da Lei, quickly spots 6 different energy signatures over the dead body of his fallen ally, noting that the weakest one is a great martial master, while the strongest one is a martial emperor. Panicking at the thought of going up against such a formidable foe, Da Lei's underlings wonder if they should inform the other elders too. However, he tells them not to disturb their seclusion. After all, the intruder's energies dictate that the martial emperor is only at the 1-star level. while the other 5 don't pose a threat at all. One of the razor clams starts rambling, implying through his words that this isn't the first divine tree that their tribe has absorbed, though it is the largest one that can probably keep them nourished for another century. He mocks the low-tier blazefish tribe for not utilizing such wealth when they had it, a sentiment that Da Lei agrees with. Are they even wrong, though? The martial emperor vows to use the worldly treasure to produce a couple of martial sovereigns in 100 years. So, even if they can't recover to their peak from 30 years ago, it will be enough for them to take revenge on all the ungrateful tribes in the East Sea. Suddenly, a razor clam asks Da Lei what they should do about the intruders, getting told to leave them alone for the time being, since they have a martial emperor. Citing the vastness of the Congo divine tree, Da Lei understands that they wouldn't be able to consume it if it weren't for the Hoverbat tribe's support. As such, it is none of their concern. Who else gets to keep a share of the divine tree's abundant resources, as long as it doesn't mess up the Razor Clam tribe's plans? Glazing their elders' great judgment, the underlings head out to continue patrolling. Back over with Yun Xiao, Tia Pin excitedly informs him that they are very close to the Congo divine tree's core, so they can hide themselves to cultivate as soon as they find the correct path. Duan Yue questions what he means by that, getting told that no one in the Blazefish tribe was able to understand the Congo divine tree's internal layout completely, even when they possessed it. Here it is. Yun Xiao's voice suddenly echoes out throughout the area, opening a passageway within the Congo divine tree. The boy asks Tia Pin if it is the path that he is talking about. The tribe chief can't help but wonder how the holy emissary did such a thing, considering the tree trunk is riddled with countless holes, and even blocks universal detect. Turns out, Yun Xiao doesn't know how he found the hidden path either. The reincarnated soul just knew, making him think that the true Should Phoenix's flames have something to do with it. As they continue following the path, TFA gets shocked by the surroundings along the way, making Duan Yue doubt if the Blazefish tribe has ever even entered the Congo divine tree before. Moments later, Yun Xiao announces that they have arrived at the place and asks Tia Ling to help him set up the formation. The two refiners work together in unison, soon completing it. Curious about what the formation actually is, Tia Ling inquires about it. The girl also wonders how the formation works, as a few of its parts go against the basic rules of formations. Praising her eye for detail, Yun Xiao explains that it's a simplified creation link formation that absorbs soul chi and converts it into a martial artist's true chi. As worldly treasures became rarer with time, this formation was forgotten. However, people were unaware that the Four Seas still contained many treasures. So, Yun Xiao promises to teach the creation link formation to Tia Ling when they leave, receiving her sincere gratitude. Meanwhile, Duan Yue wonders if such a formation can really help them break through, getting told not to look down on it since ancient powers often used it. With the thinning of Yuan Qi, though, this formation can now only be used on treasures in the sea. Regardless, the old man should just stop being a doubter and get in the creation link formation. And so everyone sits down to reap the Congo divine tree's benefits. Just moments later, Tia Pin is brought to tears by the strong sensation of soul chi flowing within and around him. Heck, he feels like swimming around in the sea of soul chi, as the absorbed energy converts into true chi for his body. Tia Fei and Tia Fawn undergo the same nirvana, with the latter's injured sea of chi rapidly repairing itself. Having experienced such a thing, Tia Fawn is convinced that he can even become a martial sovereign if he could train there for only a year. Everyone getting plot armor at this point. While the sea folks celebrate, Yun Xiao sighs out, being aware that even many more Congo divine trees wouldn't be able to withstand the absorption of the creation link formation for such a long time. Let alone a year, the current one wouldn't even last 10 days with 8 people using it simultaneously. Since the formation directly extracts soul chi from worldly treasures, it is even more destructive than the Razor Clam tribe's method of chopping down the Congo divine tree for its essence. After all, the legendary item can recover after being chopped, but it can't do the same if its soul chi is completely extracted. Even if the Congo divine tree had countless years to recover fully, it would remain a giant piece of dead wood after this. Yun Xiao doesn't know what the Blazefish tribe would think if they knew this, so he decides not to tell them since they can't afford any hesitation. Shortly after, Yun Xiao breaks through to become a 3-star Great Martial Master, leaving even himself impressed at the speed. Right then, he looks over to Duan Yue, only to see him sitting depressed. Yun Xiao approaches him and questions what's going on, as his true chi hasn't changed even one bit since they began. With a melancholic expression on his face, Duan Yue reveals that his body has been sealed. Instantly, Yun Xiao rips apart the old man's shirt, finding the three directions ghostly curse seal on his chest. Utterly shocked by the boy's words, Duan Yue questions how he knows what it is. A grin filled with intrigue spreads across Yun Xiao's face, and he asks the old man about the identity of the person who sealed him. Not answering the query directly, Duan Yue notes that Yun Xiao should be able to guess it himself if he recognizes the seal. After all, not many people can cast it to begin with. The poor 7-star martial grandmaster reveals that he has searched far and wide for a master refiner who could help him, only to meet disappointment. Ignoring his ramblings, Yun Xiao starts listing the people who could cast the seal. Hui, Qian Shu, Mo Xiao Chuan, Jun Ru Yun, Hao Lian Xiao Huang. He excludes Yang Di from the list though, citing his inability to do such a thing. Duan Yue wonders if it's possible to undo the seal, only to get ignored again. Looking like a villain brimming with curiosity, Yun Xiao reveals that the three directions Ghost Eye Curse seal not only prevents its target from cultivating, but also constantly devours the cultivation that they possess. As this would mean that Duan Yue was above 7-star martial grandmaster in the past, the reincarnated soul questions how strong he truly was. Maybe the old man was a 9-star martial grandmaster, or he was a martial emperor. This time though, Yun Xiao's query doesn't get answered. Filled with sadness, Duan Yue reveals that the person who sealed him is none other than Hao Lian Xiao Huang of the city of mercenaries Qingge Forest. In the past, the old man was a mercenary in the same place as well. However, he made the unfortunate mistake of offending Hao Lian Xiao Huang, who sealed him instead of killing him like he was going to. Whether it was mercy or not, Duan Yue doesn't know for sure. What the geezer does know is that he's been trying to break through the curse seal for many years, only to fail miserably over and over again. Even right now, Duan Yue is risking his life to earn money in Verdant's seaport, so that he can save up to consult an expert from the deity Transformation Sea. For the first time in forever though, the old man feels hopeful. After all, if Yun Xiao knows so much about the seal, he must also know how to undo it. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul gets annoyed at the Xiao Huan brat, feeling pissed off at the kids still causing him trouble even in his second life. Duan Yue asks the boy to just answer without talking in riddles for once, questioning if he can undo the seal or not. Finally, Yun Xiao gives a direct response, remarking that the method to undo the seal is really simple. In fact, the old man can even do it himself. Hearing these words, Duan Yue falls to his knees. Clutching the reincarnated soul's legs, the geezer rambles on about not getting a good night's sleep, ever since the curse seal was put on him. He pathetically begs the boy to reveal the method. However, what Yun Xiao says next leaves everyone present in utter disbelief. Turns out, the seal will automatically be undone if Duan Yue simply castrates himself. RIP in the comments for bro's lil bro. The sea folk burst out laughing at the reincarnated soul's words, while Duan Yue is overcome with despair. Citing his terrible situation, he asks his young master Yun to stop joking around, only for him to say that it isn't a joke at all. The ancient seal was accidentally discovered by Hao Lian Xiao Huang's master, Gu Feiyang, who mercifully changed it a little to enable its victims a way to break it, of course, as long as they are willing to. In his time, Gu Feiyang used the three directions Ghost Eye Curse seal on many people. Most of them understandably went into hiding, never to be seen again. However, a martial sovereign named Run Bu Bai castrated himself, undoing the seal. While the sea folk are enraged by hearing Gu Feiyang's name, Duan Yue forgets the situation he is in and begins chomping down on a watermelon. Apparently, the old man has heard of Run Bu Bai, knowing him as a short-tempered expert who's into pretty boys. Oh, and he also kills people for fun. Suddenly, the realization hits Duan Yue. Badmouthing Gu Feiyang for inventing such a torturous move, the old man slices apart a watermelon, hoping that the martial sovereign dies a terrible death just like it. Not appreciating getting disrespected like this, Yun Xiao comes up with an excuse that Gu Feiyang is the person he respects the most. Glazing himself, the reincarnated soul praises his own unparalleled achievements, well-respected status, and handsome looks that appear once in a millennium. With an infuriated look, Yun Xiao tells the old man to either stop slandering Gu Feiyang or just go castrate himself. Meanwhile, behind the boy, Tia Ling throws up after hearing all these nice things about the sea folk's worst enemy. The reincarnated soul's spidey sense starts tingling, and he turns around with a ferocious look, but the marine refiner pulls a fast one on him, heading back to cultivate like nothing happened. Right then, it hits Duan Yue that Yun Xiao said the word or while scolding him before, meaning that there's a way to undo the seal without castrating himself. Yun Xiao confirms this, but refuses to reveal the actual method since the old man was being disrespectful to Lord Gu Feiyang. Seeing their holy emissary holding so much respect for the sea folk's mortal enemy, Tia Pin is overcome with conflicted feelings. At the same time, Duan Yue's heart erupts with immense martial passion for his lord and savior Gu Feiyang, blazing him harder than ever Yun Xiao. Feeling disgusted by a naked old man singing praises for him, Yun Xiao tells him to stop and put his shirt on first. Finally, the boy decides to tell Duan Yue the truth, revealing that the Three Directions Ghost Eye Curse Seal requires the caster's blood to be undone. Since acquiring Hao Lian Xiao Huang's blood is practically impossible, the old man prepares to end things once and for all. Yun Xiao shouts at him, revealing that he isn't finished speaking. Being the master refiner that he is, the reincarnated soul can teach Duan Yue a secret technique that will allow him to break the seal for half an hour each day. Just barely escaping death, the 7-star Martial Grandmaster inquires if they can really unseal his body without the Martial Supreme's blood. Yun Xiao assures Duan Yue that it's true, also promising to present him with Hao Lian Xiao Huang's neck to take his blood in due time as long as he continues to obey him. With this, it's time for the geezer to pay attention and learn the secret technique that will allow him to cultivate normally, making it so it won't be much different than if he didn't have the seal at all. Despite this, Duan Yue still has doubts in his mind. After all, if Yun Xiao really had the ability to make Hao Lian Xiao Huang submit to him, staying in the Dust Flame Empire of all places would make no sense. However, if it really is true, then half an hour with his strength fully restored is plenty of time to accomplish a lot. So, Duan Yue sits down with Yun Xiao to learn the technique. The foreigner remains unaware that the latter is actually glad that he has been sealed with the Three Directions Ghost Eye Curse Seal, since the geezer now has to follow him until it is completely lifted. The reincarnated soul feels thankful to Hao Lian Xiao Huang, who has done an extremely great favor for his teacher. Meanwhile, in the city of mercenaries Qingge Forest, sounds of moans echo throughout the area on an otherwise quiet night. Inside a tent, a few girls complain to their lord Hao Lian for suddenly stopping, wanting more and more of him. The Martial Supreme reveals that he has suddenly remembered his late master, though he doesn't know why. My guy really thinking of a man while being with a woman? What a giga-chad. While stroking the face of one of the girls beside him, Xiao Huang reminisces about Gu Feiyang being a giga-chad, who never chased a woman, even when he was surrounded by beauties. However, the Martial Supreme feels that his late master's way of living was foolish, since taking every girl one sees for himself is how life should be lived. Completely misunderstanding his comment, the idiotic girls start making fun of Gu Feiyang. While praising Xiao Huang, they pile on his late master and make snarky remarks about his manhood. All of them pile on Xiao Huang's late master, flying snarky remarks about his manhood. Right then, the fire cauldrons lighting the place go out. Xiao Huang furiously gets up, announcing that he forgives the girls this time. However, if they were to speak ill of his late master again, they would not live to see another day. Completely getting his mood ruined, Xiao Huang heads out, leaving the girls to settle things themselves, if they still want more. Wearing his jacket, the peak 9-star Martial Supreme remembers that his master's death anniversary is coming up soon, and so Gu Feiyang's handsome fourth disciple vows to head to the Tiandang Mountains to search for the truth when he breaks through to the Nine Heavens realm. Just like that, a few days pass and Yun Xiao enjoys his extravagant cultivation that he didn't get to experience even in his past life. Right as the reincarnated soul feels that he's about to break through and become a 4-star Great Martial Master, something alerts him. Everyone sitting within the formation stands up as a Razor Clam shows up there to reprimand them for stealing the Kungo Divine Tree's soul chi. He demands that they hand over the formation's diagram, declaring dire consequences either way. Suddenly, Tia Pin shouts out, recognizing the enemy as the Razor Clan's tribe chief, Da Meng, who has somehow become a martial emperor. Telling the Blazefish tribe chief to smartly hand over the formation's diagram, the Razor Clan promises to forgive their crimes on account of Tia Pin's status as a martial emperor. Only if he cooperates, though. Da Meng is under the impression that the Blazefish tribe is working with humans, as a person broke into the Kumgo divine tree just a few days ago. Of course, the idiotic fish couldn't be more wrong, since the one he is talking about is Hung Yuan. Refusing to accept his offer, Tia Pin reprimands Da Meng for destroying the Kumgo divine tree, announcing the Blazefish and Razor Clan tribes to be sworn enemies from now on. Not feeling the least bit guilty, Da Meng is of the view that treasures belong to the strong. After all, the Blazefish tribe had the Kumgo divine tree for tens of thousands of years, but embarrassingly remained stuck at the 5th tier. On the other hand, the Razor Clan tribe has made remarkable improvements in the little time they have possessed the legendary item. In fact, Da Meng himself was only a 9-star martial grandmaster when he came from the East Sea, but now stands strong as a 2-star martial emperor. It's like a bargain sale for martial emperors around here. Hearing this, Tia Pin once again laments not getting rid of the Razor clams when they came to the South Sea. Unfortunately, it's too late. Not only is Da Meng a 2-star martial emperor, whose entire tribe is reaching his prime, but Tia Pin is an old and out-of-shape 1-star martial emperor, leaving him no chance of winning against the enemy. Right then, Li Yun Xiao sends a private sound transmission to the tribe chief, instructing him to hold off Da Meng as much as he can. Turns out, Tia Fan is about to break through, so as long as Tia Pin can buy enough time, he would be able to join him to defeat Da Meng together. Hearing Li Yun Xiao's words, the martial emperor turns around to look at Tia Fan and sees him trying his best to cultivate. Tia Pin then gazes at the other sea folk standing in the formation, recognizing them as the future of the Blazefish tribe. With this, he gets prepared to protect them, even if it costs him his life to do so. Just like that, Tia Pin shifts his focus back to Da Meng, who is still busy hurling threats at him. Without giving the Razor Clam a chance to even finish his sentence, the tribe chief sends him flying with a full force attack, announcing that he will only get the formation diagram over his dead body. Despite getting slammed into the divine tree's branches, the 2-star martial emperor remains unfazed by Tia Pin's attack and questions if he is really delusional enough to kill him or is just trying to buy some time. Regardless, even if it is the latter case, Da Meng isn't worried one bit. After all, Tia Fan breaking through to the martial emperor won't make any difference in the outcome, which will be the Blazefish tribe's forces losing their lives at his hand. Heck, since they are so stubborn, Da Meng promises to teach them a lesson they won't forget even in death. As the battle rages on, Li Yun Xiao can only look on as a spectator. However, he is more worried about Hung Yuan entering the Kumgo divine tree and becoming a martial emperor than he is about the enemy in front of him. Meanwhile, Tia Fei fanboys over his strong tribe chief, who is somehow suppressing a 2-star martial emperor, and Tia Ling questions if her father is going to be alright. Suddenly, Li Yun Xiao shouts out, wondering what's everyone doing. Informing them that Tia Pin is just trying to buy time, the reincarnated soul instructs them to focus and increase their strengths as much as they can. Since Tia Pin's life force is depleting quickly, they only have a short amount of time left until he kicks the bucket. Tia Fan is also aware of this fact, causing him to tremble in rage and lose focus of his cultivation. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Li Yun Xiao tells the peak 9-star martial grandmaster not to panic, giving him thorough instructions on how to break through. The boy's powerful words strike Tia Fan like a bolt of lightning, causing him to relax and focus on circulating his energy. Soon, just like Li Yun Xiao told him to, Tia Fan conquers his heart as well as the devil. With this, the Yuan Qi concentrating inside his body transforms into true Qi. Looking on, Duman Yue can't believe that someone who is only on the verge of becoming a 4-star martial master could guide a peak 9-star martial grandmaster to make a breakthrough. After all, even if the roles were reversed, and Li Yun Xiao was the one with higher cultivation, guiding someone so casually, like he's your own student, is a nigh impossible feat in the world of martial arts. As the energy swirling around Tia Fan starts running wild, the reincarnated soul feels his own cultivation, nearing a breakthrough to 4 stars. Moments later, Tia Fan screams out, breaking through to finally become the long-anticipated 7 Constellations Realm Martial Emperor. The first thing he does afterward is bow to the holy emissary, thanking him for all he has done for them. Yun Xiao just nods his head in response, sending Tia Fan off to help Tia Pin. Right then, the boy himself breaks through, becoming a 4-star great martial master. Getting up, he tells everyone to get ready to run, since the 2 1-star martial emperors can't hold off Da Meng for long. Moreover, since the intense fighting has alerted other razor clams too, they can no longer afford to stay there. Concerned about Tia Pin and Tia Fan, Tia Ling asks Yun Xiao if they are really going to be okay. Much to the marine refiner's surprise, Duan Yue is the one who answers her query, telling her to continue cultivating in peace. Looking genuinely cool for like only the 2nd time since his introduction, the geezer confidently declares that they can leave the rest to him and joins the battle. Witnessing this, Yun Xiao lets out a smile. His earlier assessment proves to be true, as Duan Yue turns out to be a martial emperor in his unsealed state. At the same time, outside the divine tree, the battle between the 3 martial emperors riles up. Da Meng unleashes his galaxy purification, vortex blade technique, forming a drill out of his chi, striking down Tia Pin and Tia Fan. The razor clam laments that he was originally going to leave the Blazefish tribe as his servants, but they chose death by acting rebellious instead. Da Meng's technique damages Tia Pin greatly, making him cough out a large amount of blood and clutch his heart in pain. While Tia Fan goes to his aid, the 2-star martial emperor announces today to be the day when the Blazefish tribe's history ends. Right then, Yuan Yue arrives at the scene, proclaiming that the one who's going to die is Da Meng. Removing his robe, the geezer claims that the tree belongs to his party now. With his eyes glowing with a mysterious light, Duan Yue threatens to make seafood out of the razor clam. Hearing these words, Da Meng bursts out laughing. After all, a mere 7-star martial grandmaster is as threatening to him as an ant. Convinced that he doesn't even need martial techniques to kill Duan Yue, the 2-star martial emperor attacks him with a mighty kick. Seemingly frozen in place, the old man is unable to dodge the incoming onslaught and gets struck down, blowing up into a cloud of smoke. Witnessing this sight, Tia Pin and Tia Fan are overcome with despair, regretting that they couldn't protect their holy emissary's escort. Unbeknownst to them, Duan Yue has blocked Da Meng's kick with nothing but his bare hands. Suddenly, the geezer starts laughing maniacally. After all, it's been ages since he has felt like this. The mark of the curse seal on Duan Yue's chest fades, and he instantly breaks through to the 8-star martial grandmaster level. Da Meng is left in utter disbelief, remaining unaware of what is about to follow. The old man's cultivation keeps rising, making him a 9-star martial grandmaster. It doesn't stop there, taking him to the peak 9-star level and even further beyond, finally reaching his full glory as a martial emperor. Calling on the 3 directions Ghost Eye Curse Seal to unseal, Duan Yue bursts into his signature white flames. With this, the feeble old man completely transforms. His body turns into that of a big, muscular man, possessing a glorious stature that even younglings would be jealous of. Having a ring of white fire hovering over his back, Duan Yue casually snaps Da Meng's leg during the transformation process as punishment for kicking him with his dirty feet. Tia Fan is left in utter disbelief at the scene, as the geezer somehow stands tall as a peak 1-star martial emperor, whose cultivation still doesn't stop rising. Taking a deep breath, Duan Yue shouts out, announcing that not only is he finally back at his peak, but he even broke through, becoming a 2-star martial emperor. Regenerating his lost leg, Da Meng curses the human scam, but still feels confident that he can beat him. After all, his realm should still be unstable. However, the razor clam gets his ramblings ignored, as Duan Yue only seems to be interested in the strange anatomy that lets him grow back a limb. Patrick Starve, is that you? Utterly furious by the disrespect, Da Meng unleashes his ultimate technique, Galaxy Purification, Double Vortex Demonic Flash. Twin blasts of extremely powerful chi charge toward the old man, but he sees them as mere petty tricks. Spinning his weapon around, Duan Yue lets loose and hurls his White Flame Ghostly Killer, Divine Demon Extermination, at the razor clam's attack. Much to the latter's dismay, the former's technique completely blows past his own, taking his arms with it. As his wounds burn with Duan Yue's white flames, Da Meng tries to regenerate his lost limbs, but to no avail. Advising the razor clam to stop wasting his energy, the old man reveals that his limbs won't grow back after being sealed by the white flames, no matter how good of an anatomy he has. Backed into a corner, Dameng gives up on fighting back and starts calling for backup. Tia Pin realizes what he's doing and begs Dumon Yue to quickly kill him. Of course, the old man wasn't born yesterday and is already aware of that. Without delay, he pierces Dameng's body with his white flames, ripping his entire being apart. However, even in such a state, the cocky Razor Clam laughs like a maniac. In his last words, Dameng reveals that many members of his tribe will soon get there. As this will include 5 to 6 martial emperors, Duan Yue's party is bound to die, no matter how much strength they possess. Even as Dameng disintegrates, he continues to laugh. Dameng dies just like that, and his spirit flies into the Kungo divine tree. Unfazed by his threat, Duan Yue declares that a pile of scum, at the end of the day, is still scum. Right then, the pile of scum he was talking about shows up to kill the intruders, while Tia Pin and Tia Fan join Duan Yue to help him vanquish the enemy. Yun Xiao starts heading off somewhere. Via private sound transmission, the reincarnated soul orders the martial emperors to just focus on killing as many razor clams as they can without minding what he is doing. Curious about what Yun Xiao is up to, Duan Yue pauses for a moment, but quickly refocuses on the battle at hand. Meanwhile, the boy starts digging into the Kungo divine tree, cutting through the inner layers with his tiger husk blade. Yun Xiao soon reaches the core of the worldly treasure, where the spirit-nourishing wood awaits him. Although it hasn't fully formed, a large piece of spirit-nourishing wood is enough to be refined by Yun Xiao to save Meng Wu. Turns out, when Dameng died, the reincarnated soul faintly felt the direction his spirit flew in, which ended up guiding him to the Kungo divine tree's core. Since the spirit-nourishing wood evolves by absorbing wandering spirits for tens of thousands of years, the larger its size, the more difficult it is for it to mature. Very relatable. Wait, what are we talking about again? As the Kungo divine tree's spirit-nourishing wood is yet to mature, Yun Xiao decides to wait until Duan Yue exterminates the entire Razor Clam tribe. In this way, it will improve its effects by absorbing the spirits of the fallen fish. Suddenly, Yun Xiao's train of thought gets broken by a mysterious voice, questioning if its chance is finally here. After tens of thousands of years, the reincarnated soul spreads his universal detect to find out who's there, only for him to not find anything at all. Yun Xiao is shocked that there's a being who can escape his universal detect, even within the Kungo divine tree, but isn't even given a chance to catch his breath as a disturbance erupts from underneath his feet. Yun Xiao stares at the disturbance in a state of alert, only to hear the voice chuckle and tell him that there's no need to be afraid. Moments later, the Kungo divine tree's essence erupts like a geyser, forcing the reincarnated soul to leap back. Out of the sap, an enormous wooden creature, possessing the appearance of an old man, reveals itself. Kneeling down on one knee, Yun Xiao recognizes the mysterious entity as the spirit of the Kungo divine tree. Ironically, the strange wooden being deems Yun Xiao to be the strange one. Even though the teenager's strength isn't impressive at all, his soul power is as pure as someone who is over 100 years old, surprising the tree spirit. Since the old creature is the first one to discover the secret of his soul, the reincarnated soul slightly panics. Of course, he still focuses on the more important matter at hand, as this explains why the spirit-nourishing wood didn't form perfectly, even after tens of thousands of years. That is, the tree spirit absorbed everything coming its way. Yun Xiao half rhetorically questions if the old entity is trying to devour his soul, getting assured that there is no need to worry. After all, the tree spirit can only absorb the souls of the dead, or of those without their consciousness intact. However, the old being does have a request for Yun Xiao. The reincarnated soul preemptively rejects it if the request has anything to do with not taking the spirit-nourishing wood, as Meng Wu's life depends on it. The tree spirit definitely would have requested that if it were anyone other than the boy, but he no longer needs the spirit-nourishing wood now that he has met him. Since the entity's body and soul chi are damaged beyond repair due to the razor clams and Yun Xiao's formation, he doesn't have long to live. Hearing this, the reincarnated soul assumes that the tree spirit wants to possess his body and goes on the defensive only to get ruthlessly roasted on account of being a mere human, whose body isn't even as good as higher-level sea folk, let alone a great tree. What the tree spirit really wants is Yun Xiao's help to be reborn through fire. Despite instantly understanding what the old being is talking about, the boy tries to feign ignorance, not wanting to accidentally burn himself to ashes because of his lack of control of the phoenix's true fire. Turns out, that isn't a problem at all. Since the tree spirit has seen the true phoenix rebirth with his own eyes, he knows how to mobilize its fire. So, in exchange for Yun Xiao's help, the wooden creature promises to teach him how to refine the phoenix's flames. Not only that, but he will also transfer all of his remaining soul qi into the reincarnated soul's body, helping him break straight through to the martial lord level. Since the boy finds both these benefits extremely tempting, but still has doubts in his mind, the two little Yun Xiaos on his shoulders duke out for him. Listen to the left one, my goat. Listening to the curious side, he questions if there will be any discomfort for him during the rebirth process. Praising his cautiousness, the tree spirit assures Yun Xiao that he will be reborn with him, getting nothing but great benefits. Moreover, his tired body tempering technique will also get raised by at least one stage after the rebirth. Not getting anything past the tree spirit's sharp eyes, Yun Xiao does a cost-to-benefits analysis once more, as the physical strength of his body will increase by several types. By advancing the tyrant body tempering technique to the next stage, the reincarnated soul's temptation increases, and he no longer finds any reason to refuse. Hearing this, the tree spirit asks one final thing of Yun Xiao, since he will return to his original seedling state and enter a deep sleep after rebirth. The old creature wants the boy to take him away to a safe place with an abundant flow of soul qi, planting him there. As long as Yun Xiao helps him like this, the tree spirit promises to give him even greater benefits after waking up. Wishing for the old being to explain these benefits clearly, the reincarnated soul mischievously threatens to eat him if this is a lie. Not wanting to risk Yun Xiao getting any funny ideas, the tree spirit promises to give him a trace of Tai mystic qi if he can care for him until he wakes up. At first, the old being's words don't register properly in the boy's head and he shrugs them off. However, as soon as the realization hits him, Yun Xiao gets right up in the tree spirit's face, unable to believe that he can actually cultivate Tai mystic qi. Pulling the reincarnated soul away from himself, the wooden creature reveals that he currently only possesses a trace of it, which he has refined into his own qi. After rebirth, though, the tree spirit would be able to cultivate a second and third trace of the Tai mystic qi. As such, he will give one of the traces to Yun Xiao as a reward. The boy quickly accepts the offer before the old being changes his mind, considering that Tai mystic qi is the primal energy born of chaos that existed at the start of the universe, even before the separation of yin and yang. Since all elements are evolved from it, obtaining a trace of such a legendary thing will greatly increase his odds of reaching martial deity. Moreover, only ancient true spirits could cultivate Tai mystic qi, but all of them have disappeared. Despite being influenced by the phoenix and cultivating for tens of thousands of years, the Kungo divine tree only managed to refine a trace, making the chance to obtain it an opportunity that comes only once in 2 lifetimes. Bro out here inventing new rarity levels. Seeing Yun Xiao's enthusiasm, the tree spirit starts the process without delay. The latter recites the same words that the former otherwise does for people to follow him, transferring all the information about the rebirth process to his mind. After confirming that everything is clear and a bit of banter, Yun Xiao prepares to start. However, he asks the old entity to hand over the spirit-nourishing wood first. The tree spirit readily gives it to the boy, putting his mind at ease about Mengwu's life. At last, Yun Xiao brings out the projection of the true fire of life to start the process, and follows the old being's lead without any mistakes. Soon, the tree spirit no longer needs his body and transfers all the soul qi within it to the reincarnated soul, rapidly advancing him up to a 6-star great martial master. Feeling refreshed, Yun Xiao starts mewing like a cat. However, his state of nirvana is disrupted by Hung Yuan's appearance. Charging at the boy, the now peak 1-star martial emperor demands to be compensated for the cultivation level he has lost ever since his arrival and prepares to forcefully take it back. Declaring that 3 powers realm trash, like Yun Xiao doesn't deserve the Kungo divine tree's soul qi, Hung Yuan charges forward, fully prepared to kill him in one blow. However, the idiot remains unaware that he came an hour too early for his assault to be effective. Forming a triangular sign with his hands, and then clapping them together, Yun Xiao sends the peak 1-star martial emperor flying into the distance. He then recites a poem, detailing the true fire of life's characteristics, unleashing it in all its glory. The ancient true soul phoenix's flames bloom like a beautiful yet deadly flower, resulting in a fiery existence that can burn anything and everything, even a person's very soul. Hung Yuan realizes this, and he also notices the scary tree spirit behind Yun Xiao. Not willing to throw away his life for some soul chi, the Peak One Star Martial Emperor decides to retreat. Of course, he doesn't forget to curse the boy on the way out. Generational hater. Moments later, the tree spirit gets burned by the phoenix's flames and bids farewell to Yun Xiao, promising to see him after their rebirth. Erupting into blue flames, the reincarnated soul goes into free fall, soon dissipating like specks of dust. Meanwhile, the Razor Clams notice that the Kungo Divine Tree's soul chi has disappeared, and they furiously go on a search to find the culprits. Elsewhere, Da Lei informs the Hoverbats tribe's Lord Wei Shi of the events that have transpired and begs for his help. However, the latter angrily refuses to help the former, reminding him that the Razor Clan tribe dying off has nothing to do with him, since this was never in their agreement. Not wanting to offend Wei Shi with his words, Da Lei starts groveling and mentions that letting the intruders run wild will result in the divine tree dying, rendering him unable to cultivate as well. These words hit the mark, as Wei Shi seemingly gets ready to help the Razor Clams. Of course, he doesn't do so without leaving them with a few harsh words. Hearing that the Lord of the Hoverbat tribe is ready to help them, Da Lei repeatedly starts thanking him. Prostrating before Wei Shi, the Razor Clam showers him with endless praises, only to get a blade put to his neck. His worshipping soon turns into whimpers, as he begs not to be killed. Wei Shi isn't someone who fights for free. Since the supply of soul chi suddenly stopped during an important stretch in his cultivation, he is overcome with rage. To make up for it, Wei Shi absorbs Da Lei's martial emperor-level cultivation into his own body, leaving the Razor Clam completely drained like a dead piece of wood. At the same time, Duan Yuwei's group finishes up the battle with the Razor Clam tribe's martial emperors. Although they emerge victorious, all three of them are completely exhausted. So Tia Pin asks Duan Yuwei and Tia Fan to leave with Tia Ling first, deciding to wait for the holy emissary there. The old man wonders where Yun Xiao is, fearing that he's dead. Right then, Tia Fei arrives there and announces that their holy emissary is definitely alive. After all, he has brought Tia Ling with him, who has advanced to a third-tier marine refiner. While the father and daughter celebrate a breakthrough, Tia Fan tells Tia Pin to look at Tia Fei, who has also become a Peak 9 Star Martial Grandmaster. Witnessing this sight, the tribe chief erupts into tears and thanks the heavens for sending the holy emissary to help his people. Duan Yue wonders why they don't just use the opportunity to keep cultivating quickly here, getting informed by Tia Ling that the soul chi within the Kungo Divine Tree has completely disappeared. This makes the old man question if it has something to do with Yun Xiao. That's the secret cap. It always does. Have to do with who? These words fall on the entire group with soul-crushing pressure, as Wei Shi arrives there to interrogate them about what has happened to the Kungo Divine Tree, despite getting crushed under the Martial Supreme's aura, which leaves even Duan Yuet trembling in fear. Tia Pin refuses to back down and calls him out for conspiring with the Razor Clams. However, Wei Shi just repeats the same lecture about the strong possessing such items that Da Lei gave him earlier, promising to annihilate the entire Blaze Fish tribe if they'll get him his soul chi back. Insisting that they don't know what happened, Tia Pin begs Wei Shi to spare everyone else and offers himself up as a sacrifice. Asking for mercy, the tribe chief reminds him of the offerings that the Blazefish tribe has given to the Hoverbats for the past 10,000 years. At the same time, Duan Yue's curse seal reappears, sending him back to the 7-star martial grandmaster level, declaring that the Blazefish tribe's lifetime worth of offerings can't compare to a single day's worth of the Kungo Divine Tree's effects. Wei Shi lifts Tia Pin in the air and threatens to kill him if no one speaks up. Right as the Hoverbat is about to absorb the Martial Emperor as a supplement, a comforting voice echoes throughout the area, demanding that Wei Shi release Tia Pin. The voice promises to tell him the reason why the soul chi disappeared. Hearing it, Duan Yue and the sea folk smile, while the Hoverbat looks around in a panic and demands to know the voice's identity, having failed to notice him creeping up even at his cultivation level. In true Yun Xiao fashion, he announces that his identity is unimportant. Regardless, Wei Shi can have the soul chi that he wants as long as he stays alive to take it, of course. With these words, countless bursts and waves of the true Phoenix's flames rain down in the region, surrounding it in a sphere of fire. Even the Martial Supreme is unable to withstand its power and tries to focus all of his energy on getting out, only to fail miserably. The instant he touches the circle of fire while trying to escape, Wei Shi starts getting devoured by the true fire of life, unable to comprehend what is happening to him. In his last words, the Martial Supreme struggles and shouts, refusing to accept his reality. Just like that, a Martial Supreme who commanded the region for over 400 years perishes in the Phoenix's flames, remaining unaware of the identity of the person who sent him to his demise. Yun Xiao soars throughout the sea, wreaking havoc on the razor clams. The Phoenix's divine flames burn the very souls of the enemy, all the while encircling Dumon Yue, Tia Pin, Tia Fan, Tia Ling, and Tia Fei to protect them. Even on his last breaths, the tribe chief is overcome with joy and celebrates that the divine fire has graced them in his lifetime. The Razor Clan tribe is going through entirely different emotions at the moment, though, as their forces dwindle down with each passing second, unable to run away from the rampant flames. This scene reaches the Blazefish tribe's home place, leaving them questioning why the Kumgo divine tree has gone up in flames and abandoned them. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, two members of the Blazefish tribe are on patrol, discussing the events of the past few days. Suddenly, the water below them starts to gurgle and boil. With each passing second, it gets hotter and hotter, forcing them to run for their lives. Moments later, a huge geyser of the true soul phoenix, a terrifying flame, erupts from the sea. The patrollers try to make sense of what's going on, but the sight they witness next leaves them lost for words. From the spot where the fire erupted, the entire sea has been split apart, as if Moses himself walked through it, though real ones remember that a Beyblade actually did it. Elsewhere, thousands of miles away in the deep South Sea, Qin Ming, the Lord of the South Sea, is cultivating. Suddenly, he stops, overcome with a feeling that a powerful warrior has entered his domain. Calling forth the sea-taming Yaksha, Qin Ming orders him to go north to investigate the source of the extraordinary power. Wary of this mysterious entity, the former instructs the latter to report back immediately without offending the powerful person. Several days later, at the location of the Kumgo divine tree, several members of the Blazefish tribe gather to discuss their next move. Turns out, the fire has been burning for 3 days and 3 nights straight, drying up its surrounding seawater. Not only that, they haven't heard from Tia Pin ever since either, making them wonder if they should leave the area entirely. Meanwhile, inside the burning Kumgo divine tree, the sea folk and Dumon Yue are on the end of their ropes. The old man wonders if Yun Xiao ended up burning himself to death, but Tia Pin is convinced that nothing bad can happen to their holy emissary. Tia Ling agrees, considering the divine flames would have consumed them by now if no one was controlling them. Regardless, Duan Yue doesn't feel relieved at all, since they would all die if the Phoenix's fire keeps burning like this for much longer. As if he triggered an event by uttering these words, the seawater starts flooding back in. Moments later, the divine flames slowly dissipate, taking the Kumgo divine tree with them. At the center of all this, Tia Pin spots Yun Xiao, who is burning like the true soul phoenix itself. Suddenly, the reincarnated soul demands the person spying on him in the void to show themselves. Respectfully asking Yun Xiao to calm down by referring to him as his lord, the sea-taming Yaksha inquires about his entity, carefully choosing his tone and words. Instantly recognizing him, the boy tells the sea-taming Yaksha to get lost. Hearing the former's words, the latter is left in disbelief. Despite Yun Xiao's cultivation only being at the martial lord level, the aura and pressure he exerts makes the soul of the one-star martial sovereign tremble, convincing him that his true strength is far beyond what he is showing off. What's more concerning is the fact that Yun Xiao recognized him as the sea-taming Yaksha. Remembering Qin Ming's explicit orders not to offend the powerful person, the one-star martial sovereign practically begs the reincarnated soul to reveal his name so that he can report back to his lord. However, Yun Xiao refuses, declaring that Qin Ming better come ask him himself if he really wants to know who he is that badly. The boy goes a step further, promising that the sea-taming Yaksha will stay there forever if he doesn't leave within 3 breaths. With these words, Yun Xiao starts enveloping him with the phoenix's divine flames. Understanding that such experts actually follow through with their eccentric threats, the one-star martial sovereign doesn't want to die needlessly and retreats. Once again asking Yun Xiao to calm down, the sea-taming Yaksha breaks through the void and escapes to report the situation to the Sea King. After the one-star martial sovereign leaves, the boy wipes the sweat off his forehead and breathes a sigh of relief, having somehow managed to fool such a powerful entity. Stretching like a reborn cat, Yun Xiao feels glad that there was still some residue of the true fire of life to scare off the sea-taming yaksha. Suddenly, his body starts to crack. Yun Xiao's entire body shatters, revealing a crimson demon-like build underneath. With this, he unlocks the second stage of the tyrant body tempering technique, the unending tyrant physique. Not only can the boy now match a martial lord in strength without using any true chi, but he is also a 4 quadrants realm martial lord in cultivation now, getting him ever closer to his past glory. Right then, Duan Yue and the others come up to the reincarnated soul looking all barbecued, confirming that the being who appeared earlier was the sea-taming yaksha of the Crystal Quartz Palace. Tia Pin is left in shock. He can't believe that his hopeless emissary managed to stand his ground against the 9 Heavens realm martial sovereign of the Yaksha tribe and scared him off with only one scolding, considering they are second-tier beings only behind the royal tribes in status. Duan Yue can't believe that a 4-star great martial master managed to scare off a 1-star martial sovereign, instantly catching himself, upon noticing that the boy is somehow a martial lord now. Observing his body closely, Duan Yue refuses to accept that someone can skip through an entire realm in this world and asks to be hit to see if he's dreaming. Of course, Yun Xiao gladly fulfills the old man's request and sends him flying with a punch to the face. He doesn't even use any true chi, blowing away the 7-star martial grandmaster with the tyrant body's strength alone. Nah, we gotta find someone thicker than Lizzo to describe bro's plot armor now. Complaining about the punch hurting him, Duan Yue starts crying at Yun Xiao's logic-defying cultivation speed, since it is unfair to normal people like him. Ignoring the geezer, the reincarnated soul instructs everyone to hurry out of there. After all, not only will the seawater come flooding back in soon, but the sea-taming yaksha might return with Qinming too. Hearing the Sea King's name, the scaredy fishes rush out of there, leaving Duan Yue behind, to get blasted by a powerful vortex. Even Yun Xiao bursts into a sweat, realizing that the seabed that the Kumdo divine tree used to be rooted on is about to collapse and suck them in. Sometime later, things settle down, and the reincarnated soul pops back out of the strong whirlpool without suffering any damage at all. Feeling impressed by the unyielding tyrant physique at first, Yun Xiao quickly gets worried about the others and focuses on finding them with his universal detect. In the process, he spots an injured Hung Yuan running away and rushes after him to finish the job. The 2-star martial emperor tries to scare Yun Xiao with the 3 realms of cultivation difference between them, only to fail miserably. With relentless abandon, the reincarnated soul continues to chase after Hung Yuan, using his tiger husk sword, right as the latter tries to wrap his head around how a measly martial lord was uninjured by the earlier whirlpool. The realization hits him that the former was just a 1-star great martial master a few days ago. In Hung Yuan's shocked state, Yun Xiao closes the distance between them and cuts up his face, continuously talking down on the 2-star martial emperor for running away from a mere martial lord. Yun Xiao prepares to unleash his Lotus Sword Song, Zero Respect style, to finish him off. Right then, Tia Ling calls for Yun Xiao in tears. Worried that her father isn't going to make it, she begs the holy emissary to help him. Despite Hung Yuan still having the violet 9-strike muth that he won't be able to get back after this moment, Yun Xiao decides to abandon the chase and approaches Tia Pin, making Tia Ling hopeful. Elsewhere, Jia Rong decides to watch our recaps to keep up with the story. Upon finding out that his master is cheating on him by making Duan Yue his idiotic servant, the poor refiner cries out. While Tia Ling begs for his help, Yun Xiao simply pulls out a robe from his storage ring and clothes himself. Announcing that no one can escape nature, the boy reveals that Tia Pin has truly hit his limit and only another Kumdo divine tree would save him. Tia Ling falls into despair, getting comforted by her dying father. Regretting the mistakes he has made in his life, the tribe chief just feels relieved. The heavens sent the holy emissary to help him repent for some of them. These words make the 3 sea folk erupt into tears as they praise their tribe chief for being the best one that's ever lived. Suddenly, Tia Pin falls to the ground. Edging ever closer to death, the martial emperor feels glad that he saw everyone grow to such a level with his own eyes, and formally appoints Tia Fan as the new Blazefish tribe chief. Unable to contain his emotions, Tia Fan lashes out at first, but honors Tia Pin's dying wish in the end, promising to protect the Blazefish tribe with all his might. With this, the dying martial emperor makes Tia Ling an elder, to support the new tribe chief. He then thanks the holy emissary, leaving the Blazefish tribe in his care. However, Yun Xiao regretfully informs him that he will return to Tianwu soon, but vows to take care of them, if fate allows it, leaving Tia Fei and Tia Fan trembling with rage. Of course, Tia Pin understands his situation and declares that the holy emissary will always be a respect-worthy friend of the Blazefish tribe, no matter what. Gritting their teeth, Tia Fei and Tia Fan promise to heed his words. Just like that, Tia Pin peacefully leaves for the afterlife. This is enough to make a grown fish cry. Right then, Yun Xiao bids his farewell to the group, enraging Tia Fan. He utters some harsh words, feeling infuriated that the boy didn't even try to lie about staying behind, so that Tia Pin could leave in peace. Unfazed, the reincarnated soul proclaims that the Blazefish tribe's future is in their own hands now, and questions if Tia Fan really wants to leave it to an outsider. The new tribe chief notes that he trusts the holy emissary to be her ally, getting told that this trust is the very reason he can't lie to them. Right then, Tia Ling screams out, wishing to learn the art of refinement from Yun Xiao. This time, he doesn't flat out refuse. Instead, the boy wants the marine refiner to come and look for him when the Blazefish tribe settles down. Introducing himself as the Martial Flame City Lord, Li Yun Xiao pets Tia Ling and gives her his address to find him. With this, the third-tier marine refiner vows to eventually come to Martial Flame City and learn his refinement techniques. Hearing this, Yun Xiao gives her some words of encouragement, declaring that a time will come when she becomes an exceptional marine refiner in the four seas, surpassing even Haas, Shelley, and An's son. The reincarnated soul, knowing about them, shocks the sea folk, as those three are treated like gods in the four seas. Of course, Yun Xiao deems them to be just three old geezers, and doesn't feel that Tia Ling has any less talent than any of them. With this, Yun Xiao gets ready to leave for the surface with a smile, feeling that the things he experienced there in just a few days are comparable to his past life. Unaware of what the boy has gone through during his time there, Duan Yue is surprised that he is willing to leave a place filled with treasures so easily. Suddenly, Tia Fei and Tia Ling kneel before Yun Xiao and the old man, while Tia Ling bows, thanking them for all they have done for the Blazefish tribe in the past few days, since getting lost in the vast region is quite easy. Tia Fei offers to lead them to the surface. Yun Xiao gladly accepts, riding out of the sea on a water ball that he takes a liking to. While Duan Yue and the boy banter, Tia Fei announces that they have arrived at the place where they first met, wondering where the holy emissary will go now. Not knowing when the rainbow fog will appear, Yun Xiao wants to wait for it and decides to rest on a nearby island. Wishing him a safe journey, Tia Fei bids the holy emissary farewell and heads back to the deep sea. Seeing the Blazefish leave, Yun Xiao is overcome with a sense of irony. In his past life, the reincarnated soul's hands were stained with the blood of countless sea folk. But now, he has gotten so close to one of their race. Duan Yue dismisses the boy's profound thoughts as just him having the hots for the beautiful fishes, getting a no reverse in an instant. Oh, this poor old soul just doesn't learn his lesson, does he? Duan Yue gets verbally obliterated by the evil Yun Xiao, and is left to take out his frustrations on the creatures of the island. While the old man runs off, the reincarnated soul takes a look at the glowing item in his hand. A wide smile appears across Yun Xiao's face as the reborn Kumgo divine tree is now in his possession. And so, the second saga comes to a rousing conclusion, self-glaze. But this series is so peak. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Li Yun Xiao and Duan Yue find themselves in the deep sea region ruled by the Blazefish tribe. Demonstrating the power of the true soul phoenix, the reincarnated soul gets hailed as the holy emissary and is escorted to the Kumdo divine tree. After an all-out war against the villainous Razor Clam tribe, Yu Xiao is reborn with the true fire of life. Now he heads back to the surface to catch the rainbow fog back to Vernon's seaport. Holding the reborn Kumgo divine tree in his hands, Yun Xiao starts grinning and salivating, since consuming such mystical power would allow him to break through at least 3 tiers in one go. The reincarnated soul is tempted to swallow it whole, right then and there. However, since it's the first time he has come across a spirit that can be stored in a Shuan weapon, like his storage ring, Yun Xiao suppresses his intrusive thoughts After all, no amount of soul power is better than Tai mystic chi. While the reincarnated soul fawns over the rarity among rarities, that is the Congo divine tree, Tai Fei, along with some other members of the blazefish tribe, pops back out of the sea. Hoping that their holy emissary isn't delayed because of them, the reverent fishes return his Tiger King battleship and bid him farewell for real. As Tai Fei heads back, Yun Xiao notices something different about his fifth-tier treasure and hops on to take a quick peek, only to end up screaming out in excitement at what he sees. Turns out the Blazefish tribe filled their holy emissary's Tiger King battleship to the brim with amazing treasures. Swimming around in his newfound wealth, Yun Xiao laments that he blew up the other two battleships, since the sea folk would have filled them up too. Of course, the reincarnated soul is anything but ungrateful, and giddily stores the bounty in his storage ring. Right then, the rainbow fog reemerges, carrying the monsters he hunted on his back. Duan Yue fortunately shows up on time too. Thinking about finally returning home, the old man grins with excitement. Suddenly, some of the pink crystalline dust comes flying his way, making him doze off. Yun Xiao slaps Duan Yue awake, making him question if the rainbow fog is supposed to hurt their faces. Pretending like he totally wasn't the one responsible, the reincarnated soul doesn't correct the old man's misunderstanding, and instead gaslights him into believing that it's exactly what happened. Du never beating the master manipulator and habitual liar allegations. Anyway, since the pink crystalline dust entirely negated his universal detect, Duan Yue questions if Yun Xiao can really make it through the immensely dense fog, getting told not to worry as his spirit power has grown quite a bit recently. Hearing this, the geezer doesn't want to wait a single moment to leave. However, the boy tells him to wait a moment. This confuses Duan Yue, as the denser the pink crystalline dust, the safer the spatial transfer, making this the best moment for them to enter. Yun Xiao agrees, but he is waiting for something to happen. Right then, a burst of light zips past the duo and into the rainbow fog. As Duan Yue recognizes him as none other than Hung Yuan, the reincarnated soul orders to chase after him without hesitation. The 7-star martial grandmaster flies into the rainbow fog, and Yun Xiao follows behind. Riding on the sea folk's water ball, Duan Yue starts struggling in the pin crystalline dust, prompting the boy to open a path up front with the spirit power for him to follow. With this, Yun Xiao zooms forward, making the old man question if he is really trying to end Hung Yuan there of all places. Bro still can't match his freak. Barely managing to keep up with the boy, Duan Yue bombards him with countless queries, getting told to pipe down and just speed up. Soon, Yun Xiao catches up to his friend from the Star Mansion sect and asks him to hold on. Bringing out his Tiger Fang sword, the reincarnated soul greets Hung Yuan with his ferocious roaring tiger terraquake technique. Easily blowing away Yun Xiao's attack, the martial emperor declares Yun Xiao insane for challenging him, while still being a mere martial lord, announcing that he isn't afraid of the boy. Hung Yuan reminds him that they will both die if they fight inside the rainbow fog. Almost as if just realizing that fact, Yun Xiao puts his Tiger Fang sword back into the storage ring. The martial emperor sighs out in relief, thanking the heavens that the boy isn't dumb. In the same breath, Hung Yuan starts acting like he is the one sparing them, only to get struck with instant karma. Seeing Yun Xiao completely ignore his words and charge a blast, the martial emperor's eyes almost pop out of his skull in shock. Roasting Hung Yuan for being exactly like the Star Mansion sect's old geezer, who would rather die than not lie, the reincarnated soul gathers the pink crystalline dust into a concentrated ball. Overcome with despair at the sheer insanity of this act, the martial emperor begs him to stop. Of course, Yun Xiao isn't one to listen to the desperate cries of his enemies. Forming a perfect sphere out of the pink crystalline dust, the boy hurls it toward Hung Yuan like a bowling ball, dubbing the technique Fortunate Spirit's Strike. Call them Minato Namikaze the way these names sound. Confronted by a true maniac, the martial emperor activates his boundless realm, Star Mesh Shield, to protect himself from certain death. However, he still tries to act like a tough guy, prompting Yun Xiao to go wild with his spirit power manipulation. The concentrated ball Yun Xiao formed with Fortunate Spirit's Strike expands and shatters at his command, turning into a giant crystalline dust war axe. As the reincarnated soul ruthlessly prepares to crush him, Hung Yuan gathers all of his Yuan energy to unleash the threefold Star Mesh Shield. Once again refusing to accept even the possibility of losing to a mere martial lord, the martial emperor promises to kowtow to Yun Xiao 10,000 times if he somehow breaks the Star Mansion sect's ultimate shield. Of course, the conniving boy doesn't intend to even attempt such a thing, and instead spins the crystalline dust war axe to attack him from the side. The underhanded trick leaves Hung Yuan in tears, who, for some reason, was under the impression that they were fighting head-on. To Yun Xiao, though, the Star Mansion sect doesn't have a right to talk about morals. Rather send the martial emperor straight to hell. The reincarnated soul boosts the crystalline dust war axe, forcing him to block with a last-second barrier. However, it is too weak to stop it. Realizing that he can no longer block the incoming attack, Hung Yuan summons a mysterious stone and throws it at the crystalline dust war axe. The collision results in a massive explosion, shattering them both. While the pink crystalline dust dissipates and returns to the rainbow fog, Hung Yuan's item is completely destroyed, causing him to mourn over its loss. Recognizing the artifact as the Stone of Three Lives, Yu Xiao rages out. After all, if he had known that Hung Yuan possessed such a thing, his life could have been spared. However, now, killing the martial emperor even 1,000 times isn't enough to make him pay for the crime of exploding a treasure as precious as the Stone of Three Lives. Turns out, Hung Yuan didn't know what the stone that saved his life was at all, having bought it purely by chance. With tears in his eyes, the Star Mansion sect's elder looks on helplessly as Yun Xiao starts to gather pink crystalline dust in an even greater amount than before. Left with no other choice, Hung Yuan begs and pleads to be spared, promising to treat the boy well when they meet again. Of course, the latter doesn't stop collecting the pink crystalline dust whatsoever, forcing the former to kowtow in front of him. Yes, that's right, keep acting submissive like that. Wait, wrong channel. Referring to Yu Xiao as a hero, Hung Yuan vows to give him anything he wants in return for his puny life. Right then, Duan Yue finally catches up to them. However, the unexpected scene leaves him wondering what he missed. He doesn't miss the chance to pile on the martial emperor, although labeling him as a coward and an embarrassment to all martial emperors. Instead of refuting the statement, Hung Yuan declares that the geezer is right and starts hurling insults at himself, begging Duan Yue to ask Yun Xiao to spare him. The pathetic martial emperor promises to become their servant when they return, disgusting both of them with his antics, not the least bit surprised that an elder of the Star Mansion sect is comparable to that oldie in being appalling. The reincarnated soul unleashes his shooting star fireball at him. Realizing that his pleading didn't pay off at all, Hung Yuan drops the act and goes back to disrespecting Yun Xiao, promising to take down the Violet Nine-striped moth with him, bringing out the 6th-tier beast from his storage ring. The martial emperor breaks its entrapment and throws it into the shooting star fireball as his final act of defiance. After all, if he can't have it, no one can. This doesn't stop the crystalline dust flames from burning him, though, and Hung Yuan gets engulfed by them from head to toe. However, despite his entire body turning pink from being scorched, he somehow ends up living. Suddenly, something overcomes the martial emperor, making him fall unconscious. Yu Xiao himself looks on at the phenomenon in anticipation, having never witnessed the aftermath of someone getting sucked into the pink crystalline dust before, not even in his past life. With all eyes on him, Hung Yuan floats lifelessly in the rainbow fog. Moments later, he snaps awake with a wide grin across his face, leaving both Duan Yue and Yun Xiao startled. To make things even creepier, the martial emperor starts laughing like a crazed maniac. A hexagram appears on Hung Yuan's forehead, and the pure white of his blind right eye gets diluted with a bar-like pupil, making him regain vision in the process. Du copied Grey Matter's whole flow, word for word, bar for bar. Smirking at the strange pair of Yun Xiao and Duan Yue, the ominous entity intently starts observing them. As if this is his first time seeing the duo, Hung Yuan recognizes the reincarnated soul as a 15-year-old 4th-tier refiner, and the geezer as a sealed martial emperor. However, unlike before, his universal detect exerts soul-crushing pressure on them both. While Yun Xiao and his old servant are still trying to process what's going on, Hung Yuan raises his right arm. With this single motion, the pink crystalline dust scatters, forming an entire tunnel for the martial emperor. Sparing a glance in the strange pair's direction, he ignores them for now and makes his way out of the rainbow fog. After he leaves, Duan Yue tries to calm down his thumping heart and asks Yun Xiao to explain what's going on, considering the pressure Hung Yuan exerted earlier almost made him collapse. Usually, the reincarnated soul is pretty calm in these situations and clowns the geezer for tripping out. However, for the first time since Chum Da Sheng's death, something has shaken him up. Pure horror is visible on his face as he reveals that Hung Yuan was possessed. The shocks Duan Yue is shocked, as he had always thought that the existence of such an evil technique was nothing but a myth. These dudes be killing each other, but possession is where they draw the line. Makes total sense. Regaining his composure, Yun Xiao explains that whoever took control of the martial emperor's body is a being with extremely strong spirit power. After all, they managed to pierce the entirety of the rainbow fog by simply raising their arm, a feat that not even he can accomplish. Duan Yue questions if the one who possessed Hung Yuan is a refiner, getting his hypothesis confirmed by the boy. As only refiners have spirit power, strong enough to detach them from their physical bodies, no one else besides them usually cultivates possession techniques. Yun Xiao himself went through a similar experience when he was reborn in Tianshui after dying in the Tiandang Mountains, though that was because of the godly evolution technique. On the other hand, whoever possessed Hung Yuan remained in the pink crystalline dust as a spirit body, waiting for a human body to use as their vessel. Finally, the mysterious entity got its chance to be reborn through Hung Yuan. The reincarnated soul marvels at the vastness of the world and its wonders, feeling like a frog that has just seen the opening of a well. Following this, Duan Yue gets scared of another spirit body, popping out of the pink crystalline dust at any moment. Announcing that they are lucky that Hung Yuan's possessor couldn't be bothered to fight them, Yun Xiao instructs the geezer to focus on searching for the great treasure, that is the violet nine-striped muff's corpse. The boy speeds up, getting begged by Duan Yue to wait for him. Soon, the duo finds the great treasure and escapes the rainbow fog. Feeling refreshed, the old man starts laughing with relief and lets out a wild cry, causing the entire seawater to ripple wildly. Suddenly, a voice shouts out at Yun Xiao and Duan Yue, questioning who is noisily disrupting the limitless sex hunt. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, the two of them end up getting surrounded by numerous floating battleships. Bra's got the faulty plot armor. Laughing in the face of the enraged members of the limitless sect, Duan Yue celebrates, since this means that they are finally back at Verdant Seaport. Right then, one of them reprimands the old man for still daring to laugh in their face, considering he just disrupted their hunt for the golden mystic sea cow, which they had been preparing for over 3 months. Since the setup required countless resources and hidden techniques, the angry guy questions how Duan Yue intends to repay them. Unfazed by the threat, the latter glares at the former with intense contempt, prompting a blonde to forcefully shut up her martial brother's mouth. Not being able to detect Duan Yue's cultivation whatsoever, she recognizes that his cultivation is far beyond theirs and doesn't want to anger him. Valuing her life, the girl asks the sealed martial emperor to ignore the dumbass beside her, even though all their efforts to hunt the golden mystic sea cow went to waste because of him. She just chalks it up to the limitless sect being unlucky, causing the idiotic dude to open his mouth again. The blonde dropkicks the ever-living crap out of him, not wanting another word out of him. Suddenly, Duan Yue begins to move, declaring that the idiotic boy is right. He gets ready to repay them. Feeling a soul-crushing pressure from the 7-star martial grandmaster, the girl begs him to stop. As Duan Yue increases his power, the limitless sect panics. Activating their battleship's arrays, they prepare for combat. Meanwhile, the geezer zips through the air. After reaching a certain height, he stops and unleashes his white flames, taking aim at the dumb dude's floating battleship. Sweat dripping down her face, the blonde questions why such an elder is killing complete strangers like them. Ignoring the girl's words, Duan Yue ferociously hurls his spear of white fire at the idiotic guy's battleship. Showing tremendous chivalry, the dumbass stands in front of his martial sister to protect her. Much to the surprise of both of them, Duan Yue's attack completely curves their floating battleship and makes its way toward the water. Right then, the golden mystic sea cow pops out of the sea and leaps into the air, surrounded by a barrier made out of its golden chi. The gigantic beast collides with Duan Yue's white-flamed ghostly killer, not knowing that this would be its biggest mistake. The 7-star martial grandmaster's weapon shatters the golden mystic sea cow's shield and pierces through its head, killing the monster in a single blow. Never mind. The plot armor is working just fine. After slaying the beast, Duan Yue starts acting all cool and goes on a cocky monologue. His mighty showcase leaves all the onlookers with their jaws dropped, and they thank the heavens that they weren't fast enough to attack. Due to his time with the reincarnated soul, the geezer had almost forgotten how it felt to hear nice things. So, he revels in the moment as all the glazing by the spectators' members falls like music on his ears. Continuing to impress them, Duan Yue teleports, instantly swoops down. He sits down on his weapon, announcing that the limitless sect can take the sea cow as repayment for earlier. Overcome with uneasiness, the blonde thinks that this is a wicked joke, since no one would give away such a treasure after going through the trouble of hunting it, and begs the elder to let them go. Announcing himself as Duan Yue, someone who doesn't bully the weak, the geezer tells the limitless sect members to just accept his gracious offer and scram. For some reason, the girl is surprised upon hearing the elder's name, while the idiotic boy questions why he isn't dead. Duan Yue lashes out at this disrespect, prompting the blonde to choke out her martial brother to shut him up for good. Finally, the reincarnated soul steps in, asking the duo to elaborate on why they thought that Duan Yue died. Foaming out of his mouth, the dumbass questions Li Yun Xiao's identity. Being the good servant that he is, the 7-star martial grandmaster reasserts his dominance for his master's sake and orders the two kids to speak. Turns out, certain rumors circulated in Verdant Seaport a few days ago that Duan Yue, along with the other elders that went to hunt the Purple Nine-Striped Moth, all died. Since this meant that 7 martial grandmasters of the Six Directions realm lost their lives, the entire city was thrown into chaos. The uproar particularly affected the sects belonging to Ma 1D, Yan Fei Yue, and Shi Hong Kai, along with the Soaring Swords and Tiger Slayer sects, as well as the Square Pavilion. All of them even sent out experts to investigate the matter, but all of their efforts were in vain. Concluding that this is all Hung Yuan's doing, Duan Yue rages out. Yu Xiao signals him to calm down and asks the kids where they got their info. Lo and behold, the information came from an expert belonging to the Star Mansion sect who was claiming to have watched the martial grandmasters die with his own eyes but was lucky enough to escape himself. And no one doubted the story. Okay, even a penny has more sense than these idiots. At the same time, the blonde wonders why a famous martial grandmaster like Duan Yue is following the lead of a mere 1-star martial lord. Right then, Yu Xiao thanks her for the info and reiterates that the limitless sect can take the hunted beast with them. All the while the geezer keeps freaking out. Once again, the blonde hesitates to accept the offer. With this, the reincarnated soul menacingly stares at her, threatening to shed some blood if there are any more delays in their departure. Thanking Yun Xiao and Duan Yue for their help, the limitless sect's floating battleships tie the golden mystic sea cow and head out in the blink of an eye. Still high from all the praise he got earlier, the 7-star martial grandmaster refers to the reincarnated soul as a kid and questions if they should reveal that the Star Mansion sect was responsible for the death of their teammates. Of course, the latter quickly brings the former back down to earth by reminding him that he is his young master Yun. With no sense of dignity left, the geezer does as told. Blue got humbled instantly. Finally, Yu Xiao reveals their next plan of action, going through their next course of action, while Duan Yue nods along. However, the sudden realization of what the boy just said leaves the old man dumbfounded. Yu Xiao wants to take advantage of the chaos to borrow the Star Mansion sect's Green Phoenix battleship, making Duan Yue panic and wonder if he has truly gone insane this time. After all, stealing such an immensely powerful item from the Star Mansion sect would ensure that no place on Earth is safe for them for at least a few aeons. However, Yu Xiao thinks that the old man is belittling the Star Mansion sect, since losing a mere Green Phoenix battleship isn't going to be a huge loss for a force as big as them. The reincarnated soul tries to emotionally blackmail Duan Yue by reminding him that he had to sacrifice 3 Tiger King battleships to save his life earlier. Yu Xiao reprimands the ungrateful geezer for throwing a tantrum when it's his turn to return the favor, but he doesn't fall for his tricks this time and promises to return the 3 battleships instead, not wanting to anger the monstrous Star Mansion sect. Refusing his refusal, the boy assures Duan Yue that there is no need to worry and tells him the game plan. Since the strongest fighter of the Star Mansion sect in Verdant Seaport is a mere 1-star martial emperor named Xu Fyun, the geezer will easily take him out in the 1 hour he is unsealed, with his true strength as a 2-star martial emperor. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao will find a way to control the Green Phoenix battleship. Despite this immaculate strategy, Duan Yue doesn't stop ranting and practically begs the boy to think things through. Scared of the might of the Star Mansion sect, the cowardly old man reiterates that they won't be able to hide anywhere in Tianwu. If they follow through with this, getting reminded that the Star Mansion sect is already out for him. Duan Yue seems to have forgotten that his still being alive, while Hung Yuan has disappeared as a crime in and of itself, which will get him hunted, even if he doesn't do anything from now. So Yun Xiao isn't the one who needs to think things through, but rather the old man. My goat is also a professional instigator. What can't he do? Hearing Yun Xiao's words, Duan Yue realizes that he is kind of right, leaving him with no reason not to return the Star Mansion sect's favor. The geezer tries to inform the reincarnated soul that a full power blast from a green phoenix battleship can output the strength of realms, allowing it to kill even him, even in his unsealed state as a 2-star martial emperor. However, Yun Xiao tells Duan Yue to just focus on Shu Feng. After all, the green phoenix battleship that the Star Mansion sect has in Verdant Seaport is nothing but a half-assed item meant to scare people and can't really utilize its full power. Moreover, even if it was a top-tier green phoenix battleship, they still wouldn't have any reason to worry, since operating it would require many third-tier refiners. Freed of all doubts about the plan, Duan Yue ponders over where his heart is at. Finally, he decides to follow Yun Xiao's lead to exact his vengeance and go all out, vowing to repay the Star Mansion sect's hostility with some of his own. 2 days later, the story of the Star Mansion sect assassinating Ma Wandi and the other martial grandmasters to steal the violet 9-striped muff spreads throughout Verdant Seaport. It only takes half a day from then for the Soaring Sword and Tiger-slaying sects, along with the Square Pavilion, to send numerous of their experts there. Obviously, the streets start talking about the incident as well. People lose faith in the Star Mansion sect, and rumors of their sect master, being a perverted old man who is into young maidens, begin to catch on as well. At the same time, on the Star Mansion sect's Green Phoenix battleship, countless guards surround the core formation area. Inside it, 4 refiners working together manage to repair only a single formation source, after using up countless materials to do so, making them question the strength of the refiner, who made such an amazing 6th-tier floating battleship. While the 4 refiners continue to lose their minds over the Green Phoenix battleship, Yun Xiao suddenly appears behind them, lamenting that it is even worse than he thought. Shocked by the boy popping up out of nowhere, the refiners start causing a commotion. 4 nearby experts get alerted by the noise and rush for the reincarnated soul, wondering how he managed to enter such a heavily guarded place. He put 100 points into his sneak stat. Yun Xiao questions if they don't feel any shame asking him that. After all, they wouldn't have known that someone was there had he not spoken up. Surrounded by 4 8-star martial lords, the boy stands there unfazed. Turns out, he snuck into the Green Phoenix battleship by pretending to be a primordial stone transporter from the Manduo Commerce Guild. Praising the refiner who recognized this fact, Yun Xiao walks away from the martial lords, wanting to examine and study the main formation. However, the idiotic guards don't let the reincarnated soul proceed peacefully and rush to kill him. Forced to engage in a battle that is beneath him, Yun Xiao lets out a deep sigh. The 4 8-star martial lords jump the boy, attacking him from all directions with their unique weapons. Of course, he simply slides out of the way. Using the guards' weapons against them, Yun Xiao makes quick work of 3 of them. Right then, the 4th one appears behind him, with a blazing wrecking ball announcing that he is done gathering his power. This leaves Yun Xiao truly disgusted, as shouting loudly when the intent is to sneak attack is a level of idiocy that transcends even Duan Yue's stupidity. Old dude is so dumb. He catching strays from us, not bothering to dodge the onslaught at all. The reincarnated soul instead opts to simply get pushed into the ground by the 8-star martial lord, giving him enough false confidence to believe that he can grind the boy into a paste. Moments later, Yun Xiao pops back out. Of course, he is completely undamaged, having unleashed the unyielding tyrant physique to tank the blow. Yun Xiao lets out a devilish grin that truly complements his crimson body in this state. Effortlessly shattering the 8-star martial lord's weapon, the reincarnated soul patronizes him for his earlier remarks and sends him flying into a nearby wall with a massive punch. His body comes crashing down behind the other 3 guards, who are left in utter disbelief by seeing the state that it is in. The dude's body is completely disfigured, barely looking like a human anymore. Making an example out of people as usual, Yun Xiao completely destroyed his 4th-tier Shuan artifact with his bare hands, a feat that even a martial emperor can accomplish. Walking toward the 3 remaining guards, the reincarnated soul vows to leave anyone who steps out of line looking like he is at a loss for words, trying to explain what to call it himself. A person, a corpse, a pie, or simply flesh paste. I strive for this level of pettiness. Regardless, it doesn't matter either way, as long as they get the point. Yun Xiao walks away after making this bone-chilling proclamation, leaving the guards literally pissing themselves. The boy then takes a close look at the Green Phoenix battleship's formation core, which is so badly wrecked that it might as well be just for show, to maintain the Star Mansion's sex public image, just like he thought. While Yun Xiao contemplates how much money he would have to put into fixing such trash, the 4 refiners wonder if he is any good with formations to say these things. Bloods are more clueless than harem protagonists. Suddenly, Yun Xiao brings out an insignia made out of qi, enveloping the formation source with a strange marking that causes it to start moving. As if that wasn't enough to shock the 4 refiners watching him, a huge commotion breaks out elsewhere as someone barges into the battleship. The fight causes the entire Green Phoenix battleship to tremble wildly, something that not even the 4 refiners can do, despite working together. So, they wonder if the 3 great sects are involved in the attack. At the same time, Yun Xiao asks this mysterious troublemaker to be careful and not wreck the ship any further, not wanting to waste any more money on it. To top things off, the highest authority of the Star Mansion sect in Verdant Seaport, Martial Emperor Shu Feng, makes a move to confront the intruder, who is courting death. Sitting atop a pile of corpses, Duan Yue shames Shu Feng for appearing only after so many of the Star Mansion sect's disciples have been killed, and declares that he is the one who's courting death. Shu Feng demands that Duan Yue reveal his identity, announcing himself as someone who doesn't kill nobodies. The latter one-ups the former, declaring that he isn't qualified to know his name. Enraged by the arrogance of the little 7-star martial grandmaster, Shu Feng lifts up his finger, preparing to swipe him out of existence. Suddenly, Duan Yue's entire appearance changes. The 1-star martial emperor instantly stops right in his tracks, recognizing that the old man's energy is higher than his own. Questioning what Duan Yue did to suddenly become a 2-star martial emperor, Shu Feng starts sweating and does a complete 180 on his behavior. He begs the Lord to be kind, promising to make things right if the Star Mansion sect offended him in any way. Being a professional glazer, Duan Yue has no interest in listening to his fake glazing and strikes him down with a white flame ghostly killer. Shu Feng barely avoids the attack, but ends up killing one of his disciples instead. With the warning shot launched, the geezer decides to refresh his opponent's memory and gets ready to reveal his name, vowing to bury him along with that knowledge. And so, the Verdant Seaport Beast Hunter, Duan Yue, announces himself. Hearing his name, Shu Feng gets agitated, rushing toward the feral old man. The 1-star martial emperor mobilizes the elders, accompanying him. Like a pack of hungry wolves, they jump the intruder. Of course, Duan Yue takes them all head-on. Witnessing the scene, the 4 refiners can't believe that someone stronger than Shu Feng showed up, albeit feeling a bit relieved that the Star Mansion sect has many powerful fighters to outnumber him. Right then, the realization hits them that the lone martial emperor might not be alone at all. The 4 of them turn over to Yun Xiao, instantly forgetting their reason for doing so upon seeing what he is up to. Shouting "Whoa" in unison, like they are the crowd during Cody Rhodes' entrance, the refiners note that the formation source has never been operated at such speeds before. They conclude that Yun Xiao has somehow fixed the Green Phoenix battleship, but the reincarnated soul understands that it's still far from being operational. Since the 6th-tier item is completely falling apart, the only way to make it work is by forcefully activating its arrays using primordial stones. As using the Green Phoenix battleship freely requires repairing it completely, Yun Xiao laments that he will still have to go, quote-unquote, there. Before that, though, there are some annoyances to deal with. So, the reincarnated soul steps forward, reaching the center of the formation core. Suddenly, the circular lid there slides open. With their faces touching each other, the 4 refiners look on in awe. Moments later, a mechanical system pops out of the battleship's floor, making them lose their minds. Pitying the poor fools who have never seen the navigation panel before, Yun Xiao invites them to come closer so they can see something cool. Meanwhile, the 3 remaining 8-star martial lords think, that the boy has his guard down and rush to kill him to avenge their boss. Right then, Yun Xiao activates the Green Phoenix battleship's navigation panel, causing a massive ball of energy to erupt from it. The reincarnated soul doesn't even have to move a finger, as the green burst of light eviscerates the three guards, turning them into the same mush of flesh as their ally who fell before. Unbothered, Yun Xiao ruthlessly celebrates striking gold, while putting the martial lord's third-tier Shuan weapons into his storage ring. Elsewhere, Duan Yue continues to beat up the horde of fighters attacking him. This ain't 20 versus 1. It's a 1 versus 20. Xu Feng orders all of his troops to attack at once, believing that their numbers will win them the fight. Although the former mocks the latter for using his sect members as bait, he is actually worried that things will go south if they continue like this. Fortunately, the green burst of energy reaches his location right that moment and continues to expand, becoming a barrier. Soon, it pushes all the members of the Star Mansion sect out of the battleship, keeping only the old man inside. Realizing that Yun Xiao's plan worked, Duan Yue starts laughing. On the other hand, Xu Feng is fuming. After all, losing the Green Phoenix battleship will ensure that they die a horrible death. He orders the elders to use all their remaining strength to bombard the intruders, though the barrage of attacks does no damage to the shield. Standing on the opposite side, Duan Yue notes that even his peak strength might not have been enough had the Star Mansion sect members decided to unleash on him instead. Since they can't stay like sitting ducks forever, he hopes that Yun Xiao has something else up his sleeve to get them out. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul asks the four refiners to come and help him, as activating the Devil's Tone Cognate formation requires the combined strength of multiple people. Despite their hearts brimming with the light of alchemy, wanting to help Yun Xiao, the refiners try to pretend otherwise and question why they should aid an enemy. Moreover, they wonder what their help would even do, since the main offensive formation of the Green Phoenix battleship is already broken. These words trigger the boy, as he is already pissed off about going through so much trouble to steal such trash. Feeling agitated after putting great effort in fixing the garbage battleship, Yun Xiao snaps. He no longer asks nicely, and instead demands that the refiners get their asses over to him. Will she talk to me like this? No. I swear my cat ran over my keyboard. Shaking in their boots, the quartet goes over to the boy, who scribbles down the mechanics of the Devil's Tone Cognate formation on a notepad and passes it on to them. He gives the four refiners only until the count of 10 to understand the mechanics, promising to kill anyone unable to do so. Over with Xu Feng, the realization hits him that the barrier they are trying to break is none other than the defense formation that broke over a decade ago and couldn't be fixed since only to start working now. While he throws a tantrum over the identity of the person who fixed it, his minion tries to calm him down, since maintaining the defense formation requires an incomprehensible supply of primordial stones. Right then, an opening is created in the shield. Xu Feng quickly orders everyone to start moving to capture the intruders, demanding that they be brought to him in the central formation area. However, his rant soon stops as one of the elders' attacks directly strikes the Green Phoenix battleship. As Xu Feng gives him a deathly stare, the elder tries to explain what happened, only to get threatened in return. With tears flowing down his face, the latter gets ready to follow the former's orders. Suddenly, a wave of energy strikes all the members of the Star Mansion sect, making Xu Feng realize that it's the Devil's Tone Cognate formation. Wild tremors echo everywhere, sending the one-star martial emperor and the elders into a spiral. In a nearby building, a bunch of geezers try to analyze what's going on in the Star Mansion sect's Green Phoenix battleship, mistakenly attributing the heist to the three great sects. They express interest in the mysterious two-star martial emperor, who fended off so many experts all alone, wondering if he's someone popular from the southern region. Turns out, people from the three great sects secretly contacted these geezers, trying to recruit them against the Star Mansion sect. Seeing the bloodshed, one of them feels lucky that they declined getting told not to say such a thing out loud. After all, they should actually unite against the wicked Star Mansion sect and other common enemies with the Heaven-Sent Empire's major forces, namely the Soaring Sword sect, the Tiger-Slaying sect, and the Square Pavilion, especially since they, the Thousand Crane Pavilion, suffer the most because of them. Just in case things go wrong, though, the geezers don't want to openly declare war on the Star Mansion sect, instead wanting to give the intruders a little help in secret. Ghost Helper is a new one. Drake would be proud. Right then, the oldest guy sitting atop a platform in the center of the room notices the energy of the devil's tone cognate formation. However, he was told that the Star Mansion sect's main offensive formation was broken. So, the ancient dude inquires the intelligence hall master, Xu Zhengqing, about who gave them that information. Xu Zhengqing swears that the intel was correct, but the geezer refuses to believe that two formations were repaired in just a few days, reprimanding the intelligence hall and its master for losing half a year's worth of primordial stones, only to feed him false information. The old man sentences Xu Zhengqing to punishment by thorns, something he cannot protest. Meanwhile, Li Yun Xiao talks to the Star Mansion sect members via the Devil's Tone Cognate attack. Originally created by a famous ancient martial sovereign, the technique unleashes a profound sound art, disturbing the minds of its listeners with the devil's heart. As the most important thing for martial artists is to protect their yuan and mind, the stirring of the devil's heart messes up their true qi. In the worst-case scenario, they go crazy, and some even die. Hearing Li Yun Xiao's voice echo throughout his entire existence, Xu Feng shouts at him to shut up. This is Golden Experience Requiem. Ever since entering Verdant Seaport, the one-star martial emperor tried his best to find people to repair the devil's tone cognate formation all day, every day. However, every refiner he recruited was a piece of trash who couldn't help him whatsoever. Now, when the offensive formation is unleashed for the first time, it is attacking the very person who previously wished to have it repaired. This irony is lost on Xu Feng at the moment, though, as he is stabbing his ear canals out, just so he doesn't hear the profound sound art anymore. At first, Xu Feng no longer hears the voice anymore, making him think that it worked. Of course, Li Yun Xiao was just catching a breather. The reincarnated soul continues to talk, not stopping, until he completely explains the lore behind how the Devil's Cognate formation came to become the main offensive formation of the Green Phoenix battleship. With the blood from his own ears dripping down his fingers, Xu Feng gets blasted by another wave of the attack, leaving him in immense agony. Right then, Duan Yue shows up there to troll the one-star martial emperor for being so stupid. After all, there is no world in which the effects of a top-tier formation can be avoided by merely destroying one's ears. Hit with the sudden realization that Duan Yue isn't getting affected by the devil's tone, Xu Feng questions why that is the case. However, the two-star martial emperor deems that there is no reason to tell that to someone who is about to die soon. With these words, he unleashes his white flame ghostly killer, slashing through Xu Feng. The latter doesn't want to die like this, but the former curses him to regret his action even in death. Getting the chance to do something so cool gives Duan Yue a whole new level of respect for Li Yun Xiao. After all, had it not been for him, he would have died with Ma 1D and the others during their hunt. Instead, Duan Yue returned alive, and now even learned the high-level heart-calming technique to withstand the devil's tone attack from the boy. His mental glazing gets interrupted, though, as Xu Feng suddenly grabs him. In a moment of desperation, the one-star martial emperor prepares to self-destruct, resolved to take Duan Yue down with him. However, the geezer isn't falling for it at all. Grabbing Xu Feng by the neck, Duan Yue shouts at him to get lost and throws away his exploding body. With this, the former's ditch effort ends up delivering the final blow to his own allies, causing their bodies to rain down on the city. Everyone in the city watches the show, as if it were fireworks, playing a guessing game on the falling figures and recognizing them to be martial grandmaster level elders of the Star Mansion sect, as well as the martial emperor Xu Feng. Upon noticing that some of the martial artists are still alive, though, they start running, not wanting their fine yuan to get absorbed. At the same time, the Three Directions Ghost Eye Curse Seal reappears on Duan Yue's chest. The old man sighs out in relief that the fight finished just in time and jumps over to Li Yun Xiao, questioning how things are on his end. Suddenly, the Green Phoenix battleship's wings start flapping, and it begins to move. This sight leaves all the onlookers in shock. After all, the ship has been stuck in Verdant Seaport for a decade, convincing them that it's just for show. Huge shockwaves erupt from the Green Phoenix battleship as it gets driven away for the first time in forever after getting stolen by thieves, no less. The Star Mansion dude's incompetence is really getting exposed in Forg. With this, only the Thousand Crane Pavilion's battleship remains in the city. Everyone instantly starts speculating over which mighty force was responsible for screwing over the Star Mansion sect, all coming to the same conclusion. They attribute the theft to the combined forces of the Soaring Sword sect, the Tiger Slaying sect, and the Square Pavilion, with a little bit of help from the Thousand Crane Pavilion. In the sky, Three peak 9-star martial grandmasters listened to the gossip. Shinan, Duan Xian Hu, and Li Yun Xiao, the heads of the Square Pavilion, Tiger-Slaying Sect, and the Soaring Sword Sect respectively. Since everyone thinks that they were responsible for the attack, Duan Xian Hu is enraged that they won't clear their names unless they somehow catch the real culprit. This confuses Shinan, who thinks that there's no reason for them to wash their hands of the incident at all. In fact, it is even better that someone else took out the Star Mansion sect for them. Turns out, Duan Xian Hu's worried about the false allegations reaching the Star Mansion sect's head, descending on the Heaven-Sent Empire, having heard that he is a 9 Heavens realm expert. Despite being old and perverted, he possesses the power to wipe out even the 1,000-crane pavilion, much less them. Shinan reminds the tiger-slaying sect head that crossing regional borders just to exact his revenge would be a violation of the Holy Region's laws, so even a 9 Heavens realm expert like the old pervert won't dare do such a thing. Duan Xian Hu counters with the fact that it wouldn't be a violation of the Holy Region's laws if the Star Mansion oldie could prove that they stole the Green Phoenix battleship, but Shinan remains unworried. After all, they actually didn't do it, leaving the old pervert with no way of proving it. Duan Xian Hu doesn't say it, but he is disgusted that sects like the Square Pavilion who cultivate the grand chi of justice by burying themselves in books are so naive when it comes to how the world works. So, he turns over to Li Yun Xiao for his opinion, who has been quiet until now. Announcing that they are in big trouble, the Soaring Sword Sect head turns the other two's attention to what's happening in the city. Turns out, some mysterious figures are killing all of the Star Mansion sect's disciples, ensuring that the 3 great sects take heavy blame for when the old pervert crosses over to the Heaven-Sent Empire. Lo and behold, everyone is greedy even in this world, as this act has been orchestrated by none other than the 1,000-crane pavilion. They intend to take advantage of the situation and recruit the Star Mansion oldie to wipe out the remaining sects in Verdun Seaport, hence becoming the only major force there. Oldie got a weird case. Why is he around? Meanwhile, the Green Phoenix battleship, now belonging to Li Yun Xiao, has already moved hundreds of miles out of the South Sea. Being the kind soul that he is, the reincarnated soul even brought the 4 refiners from before along with him. While the boy paces around the control panel furiously, Duan Yue can't believe that he really managed to steal a Green Phoenix battleship and questions if the teenager is even human. Tingling with curiosity, the old man wonders if he is allowed to touch any buttons on the ship. Right then, Yun Xiao screams out, making Duan Yue swear that he didn't touch anything. Fortunately, the reincarnated soul isn't enraged at him, but rather at the entire battleship for having no use other than being a pretentious, floating decoration piece. Duan Yue is utterly confused at this, as the 2 formations alone should already make the Green Phoenix battleship valuable enough. However, the next piece of information he hears leaves the geezer in complete disbelief. Apparently, the primordial crystals Yun Xiao spent on starting the defensive shield and using the Devil's Tone attack for only 10 counts were equivalent to 50,000 middle-tier primordial stones. Duan Yue starts tripping out, as he can't even make that much money in an entire year. Of course, it is only natural that something capable of affecting a martial emperor's blood circulation and mind would devour such large amounts of yuan qi. After all, even 7 constellations realm martial grandmasters are thought of as peak beings in the Heaven-Sent Empire, let alone martial emperors. Changing the subject, Duan Yue asks Yun Xiao what they should do with the 4 refiners. The quarter huddle up and start begging for their lives, swearing that they will be of use, since they are all 3rd-tier refiners. The geezer wonders if it's okay to spare their lives, considering the 4 refiners belong to the Star Mansion sect. Yun Xiao declares that there's no need to worry, as the quartet is very familiar with the ship, making the 4 refiners quite useful indeed. Since the most important thing at the moment is repairing the Green Phoenix battleship, the reincarnated soul announces that he will have to look for, quote-unquote, them. Shaking his head like a confused chicken, Duan Yue wonders who he is talking about, prompting Yun Xiao to reveal that he is referring to the Commerce Guild, which will accept any business deal. Being below only the 1,000 Treasures Tower, his destination is none other than the Thunderwind Commerce Guild. Hearing the name, Duan Yue is confused, knowing the Thunderwind Commerce Guild as just some random small-time guild that gets no business and has 1-person-wide entrances. Yun Xiao assures him that they are a massive commerce guild, not even needing to build tall and stupid skyscrapers to be won. Money, power, respect. The last one is better. Say, it's a lot of goofies with a check. Still, Duan Yue thinks that the boy is exaggerating when he says that they will accept any business deal. After all, no one would be stupid enough to take a commission for, say, the tyrant martial sovereign Ao Chong Kong's head. However, Yun Xiao believes that the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild will even accept that business deal as long as the payment is made upfront, but no one has enough money for it. Anyway, since the Green Phoenix battleship is too large to fit inside a storage ring, the reincarnated soul decides to dock it on a nearby island, before heading to the Thunder Wind Commerce Guild. There, he teaches the concealment formation to the 4 refiners so they can help him set it up. The quartet is baffled, unable to believe that they managed to learn more from the boy in one day than they did by themselves in a whole year. Soon, the 4 refiners work together with Yun Xiao. In the time Duan Yue returns from a toilet break, the Green Phoenix battleship, along with the entire island, vanishes into thin air. Afterward, the reincarnated soul wonders how Martial Flame City is doing, after being away from it for half a month, and decides to head back on his last Tiger King battleship. The next day, the ship enters the Dusk Flame Empire's borders. Being drunk out of his mind, Duan Yue inquires about Yun Xiao's identity, still being in the dark even after all this time. The boy reveals that he is the Martial Flame City Lord, which falls in a small country named Tianshui within the Dusk Flame Empire. Of course, the old man calls cap and doesn't believe a word he says. Tapping Yun Xiao on the shoulder, Duan Yue declares that possessing such extraordinary prowess and strength at the young age of 15 just isn't possible without being a massive superpower's disciple. Hearing this, the reincarnated soul decides to tell him the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yun Xiao proudly proclaims that he was once a 9 Heavens Realm Martial Sovereign and a 9th Tier Refiner, making Duan Yue 50% sober. However, the claim is so insane that the geezer goes back to the city lord's stuff and guesses that the boy is a disciple of the Heaven Gathering sect, whose sect master is Qi Feng, having recently stepped into the 8th Desolation Realm. Moreover, Qi Feng's master Hua Qian Shu is a 9 Heavens Realm Martial Sovereign, making the Heaven Gathering sect the strongest sect in the Dusk Flame Empire. So if only they have the ability to create a monster like Yun Xiao. Thinking about it, Yun Xiao remembers that Hua Qin Shu is his elder disciple, meaning he does have some connection to the Heaven Gathering sect. Duan Yue starts boasting about getting it right and inquires about the kind of connections the boy is talking about, only to absolutely plummet to the ground in disbelief when he claims Qi Feng to be his grand disciple, furiously swearing out Yun Xiao for always lying. Duan Yue warns him never to say such a thing out loud, unless he wants to get turned to ashes by the Heaven Gathering sect. The low IQ specimen remains unaware that he is the only one in the entire world who knows about the reincarnated soul's real background. Regardless, since the geezer is going to be following Yun Xiao for a bit longer anyway, he is convinced that his darkest secrets will soon come to light. Willard wants it to be all on his face, like what happened to Mike. At nighttime, in Martial Flame City, an ominous figure floats around the city lord's residence, having flattened it to the ground. Only Martial Flame City's ugly pill tower is left standing in the location, without so much as a scratch on it. In a burst of rage, the mysterious entity unleashes his wild green flames to demolish the pill tower once and for all. However, his attack doesn't faze it one bit. With his green flame burning in his left hand and Li Yi in his right, the old man with ruffled hair questions why nothing is working on the tower. Trembling in his oversized sleeves, the cockroach promises that he doesn't know anything about it, only to get dropped from the massive height. Even while falling through the air, Li Yi swears that Li Yun Xiao is responsible for everything bad in the world. Referring to the geezer as Millard, the former insists that he will know everything by capturing the latter. Li Yi already resented Yun Xiao before, but it only grew after the incident at the Supreme High Palace. If you don't remember, the reincarnated soul stole the items that the cockroach wanted to steal. Anyway, Li Yi wanted to reveal the truth to Ma Tianhe, hoping to recruit him to exact his vengeance on Yun Xiao. Before he could do that, though, Xingyang Huo entered the Supreme High Palace and wiped out over half the sect members without saying so much as a word, just like everyone. He was under the impression that they wiped out the Xingyang family. So, Xingyang Huo tortured Ma Tianhe and his son to death. Even on their deathbeds, they didn't get to know frame them for such a grave crime. Nah, Yun Xiao not going to heaven. When it came time for Li Yi to die, he got the bright idea to push all the blame onto the reincarnated soul, despite not knowing for sure if he even had anything to do with the Xingyang family's demise. In fact, Li Yi only did so because he saw Yun Xiao frame Xingyang Ming for stealing the Supreme High Palace's items. However, his sniveling court has paid off. Saving his own life and creating trouble for Yun Xiao, Li Yi slays two birds with one stone. Everything seemed to be going well, but when Xingyang Huo dragged him to Martial Flame City, the reincarnated soul was nowhere to be found. Infuriated, the Peak 9-star Martial Grandmaster started wreaking havoc on the City Lord's residence, only to fail in doing any damage to the pill tower there. Bombarding it with his green flames, Xingyang Huo is convinced that Yun Xiao is hiding inside, and using some sort of defense formation to make the pill tower invincible. Since such formations rapidly consume immense amounts of resources, he only has to wait until the boy runs out of them. Overcome with a thirst for revenge, the head of the deceased Xingyang family vows to keep burning the pill tower with his lotus field flames that never go out, no matter how long it takes. Looking on, Martial Emperor Zhu Jin feels that something is up with Martial Flame City. After all, the pill tower is not only withstanding Xingyang Huo's lotus field flames, but it's also blocking off the universal detect of Martial Emperors. He asks Xinpi's opinion on the matter, who is left questioning. If the Martial Flame City lords somehow massacred the Xingyang family, Xinpi usually wouldn't entertain such an idea, since even Tian Shuoi's royal family can't perform such a feat. However, the large formations on the pill tower leave him questioning otherwise. The shrine elder Ao Di Jia feels the same way as well, seeing the geezers nonchalantly yapping. Xingyang Huo gets annoyed that they aren't helping him and wants to start squinting at them. Of course, he instead opts to take out his anger on the Martial Flame City's ugly pill tower. Right then, Yun Xiao emerges from the Lotus Field flames, burning with rage. Despite being only a 1-star martial lord, his intense bloodlust makes the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster cower in fear. In the same way, the 3 martial emperors in the area get alerted by the reincarnated soul's arrival too. Bro got that Shanks-level conqueror's haki. Calming himself down, Xingyang Huo inquires about the teenager's identity. Before he can answer though, Li Yi emerges from the rubble to introduce him as the Martial Flame City Lord, Li Yun Xiao. Meanwhile, the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster grits his teeth. Turns out, he stopped cultivating himself to cultivate the flames instead, practically pausing his own progression to the Martial Emperor level. So, for a 1-star martial to easily ward them off, Xingyang Huo feels that his entire life's work is becoming meaningless. Looking like the most intimidating person on the planet, Yun Xiao questions the intruder's identity. At the same time, he steps through the Lotus Field flames like they are nothing. Seeing the green flames blow away from the reincarnated soul, Li Yi cluelessly concludes that Xingyang Huo is willingly keeping him alive for interrogation purposes. Regardless, he makes sure to inform the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster that Yun Xiao is extremely cunning, practically ordering him to burn the boy to exact their vengeance. Of course, Xingyang Huo doesn't take kindly to this, and blasts Li Yi away for trying to command him. In reality, the former is hiding that he is trying to burn the reincarnated soul, but just can't. Having trained with his Lotus Field flames to the point of connecting his heart with them, Xingyang Huo realizes that they aren't being warded off, but are instead cowering in fear of something. The sensation he feels from them is like that of a mere quote-unquote peon encountering a legendary being. In such a situation, even thinking of fighting back is impossible, let alone actually following through with it. Experience so humbling, Lud started glazing his enemy mid-fight, left with no other choice. But to talk things out, the intruder introduces himself as Xingyang Huo and asks Yun Xiao if he wiped out the Xingyang family. Hearing his introduction, the reincarnated soul loses it. Without delay, he releases his unyielding tyrant physique and unleashes the true phoenix flames, scaring off all other flames. Trembling in his boots, Xingyang Huo questions what his family did to anger him so much. In response, Yun Xiao furiously proclaims, "Take one man from me, and I will take everything from you." Elsewhere, Li Yi rolls around like a bowling ball while getting burned alive from Xingyang Huo's earlier stunt, quickly using extreme yin frost chi to freeze his own face, The cockroach sighs out in relief, only to end up losing his mind upon seeing Yun Xiao's devilish figure in the reflection of the ice. With his entire body painted crimson, due to the unyielding tyrant physique, the reincarnated soul flies around using the phoenix's flames as wings and promises to wipe out the Xingyang family from the face of the continent by killing the intruder. Enraged by the preposterous declaration, the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster exerts himself. Threatening to burn Yun Xiao to ashes, he even vows to crack the pill tower open to kill everyone hiding inside it. With this, Xingyang Huo's lotus field flames gather and then explode, unleashing his coveted shooting star fire rain technique. Convinced that this is the end for Yun Xiao, Li Yi starts celebrating. Of course, it is extremely premature, just like many other things in his life. Afraid of him, Xingyang Huo's lotus field flames completely avoids the reincarnated soul. Still thinking that this is some sort of mistake, the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster unleashes his green flames once more, intending to incinerate the boy. Not even bothering to move, Yun Xiao simply waves his wing. The true soul phoenix's flames don't struggle whatsoever, blowing away Xingyang Huo's lotus field flames as if they were nothing. Witnessing his life's work come crumbling down before him, the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster can only question how such a thing is possible. Refusing to accept the reality of someone, 2 whole major realms below him, withstanding his flames, Xingyang Huo starts bombarding Yun Xiao with his lotus field flames. Of course, nothing has changed, as they completely avoid the boy entirely. The reincarnated soul menacingly walks towards Xingyang Huo, who keeps begging him not to come closer. As Yun Xiao closes the distance between them, the bum ends up falling on his bum. Seeing the former up close, the latter finally realizes what's going on. Feeling strange heavenly flames residing within Yun Xiao's body, Xingyang Huo finally understands that their tier is far above his lotus field flames. Meanwhile, the reincarnated soul prepares to land the finishing blow on his enemy, only to end up losing control of the phoenix's true fire at the very last second. Even though the Kungo divine tree itself taught Yun Xiao how to refine the flames, gaining complete control over them at the martial lord level turned out to be too difficult, just like he thought. Dude is the thinker. To make matters worse, Xingyang Huo decides to not be a coward anymore. Declaring that Yun Xiao isn't fit to possess such heavenly ancient divine flames, the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster rushes to take them from him, annoying the boy greatly. Right then, Duan Yue makes a heroic entrance, saving the reincarnated soul's life. Of course, he makes sure to remind him that they don't owe each other anything now, telling the geezer to shut up. Yun Xiao sits down to suppress the phoenix's true fire. He also asks the former not to kill Xingyang Huo, wanting to kill him with his own hands. At the same time, the unexpected appearance of a 2-star martial emperor leaves Zhu Jin, Xin Pi, and Ao Di Jia in utter disbelief. Not using the phantom of the true soul phoenix's flames and actually using the real thing for the first time, Yun Xiao realizes that the ancient divine objects are as complex as he thought. So, if the reincarnated soul wants to control them, he will have to become a martial sovereign once again. Meanwhile, Duan Yue mocks Xingyang Huo for being scared of Yun Xiao, when he could have just suppressed him with his realm. Completely losing track of what's going on anymore, the Peak 9-star martial grandmaster just questions who he is. Having learned from the best thief on the planet, Duan Yue declares that there is no need for Xingyang Huo to know his name and promises to secretly let him go if he hands his flames over. Not appreciating someone eyeing his beloved lotus field flames, the intruder lashes out. Even though he was scared against a 1-star martial lord moments before, he shows no fear against the 2-star martial emperor and charges toward him. Duan Yue returns the favor by striking with his white flame ghostly killer, albeit deciding to spare Xingyang Huo's life for the sake of acquiring his flames. Witnessing Duan Yue's might, the 3 martial emperors in the sky speculate over his identity. Ao Di Jia hopes that he is just some hidden expert from a small sect, but Xin Pi says about him being an expert from one of the other 3 regions. Turns out that even though the Tianwu continent is split into 4 regions, not all of them are equal in strength, with the southern region that the 3 great sects belong to being the weakest. Embarrassing. Regardless, Xin Pi feels that Duan Yue's origin location doesn't matter, since something weird is going on in Martial Flame City anyway. As even the 1,000 Treasures Tower denied backing them, the Martial Emperor is left wondering just who in the world is really behind the youth called Li Yun Xiao. Right then, Ao Dijia announces that they have no room for error since Mount Meru is about to open, and wonders if they should just kidnap the martial Flame City Lord for interrogation. However, Stinpi strongly forbids it. After all, Mount Meru's impending opening also means that the other three regions are keeping a close eye on the three great sects, just praying for them to cause some trouble so that they can do the same. So, as long as their forces don't do anything, no one in the other three regions would dare to openly break the Holy Region's laws either. Ao Dijia calls BS on that, as the large powers have always snuck in, some detestable acts undetected anyway, prompting Sinpi to preach about the unfairness of the world. After getting that out of his system, the Martial Emperor issues his orders, declaring that Martial Flame City is to be monitored closely from now on. However, they are to be left alone if they don't cause any trouble, at least for the time being, since they can always sort out the matter after Mount Meru opens. The three Geezers then change the subject to the raging battle taking place before their very eyes, and Shujin asks Sinpi if there is any way for Xingyang Huo to emerge victorious. Even though the Peak 9-star Martial Grandmaster's Lotus Field Flames are a tier higher than the 2-star Martial Emperor's White Ghostly Flames, he is still a major realm below him. So Xinpi concludes that Xingyang Huo can only win if Duan Yue is greatly inexperienced. To summarize, blood is cooked. Through his countless years of experience, the Geezer recognizes that he can't suppress the enemy with his flames, and instead opts to pull out a new trick he hasn't shown before. Using a true water element martial skill, Duan Yue swirls around Xingyang Huo's Lotus Field Flames, fully suppressing them in the process. Turns out, the Geezer learned many useful things like this during the time he was trapped inside the flaming Congo Divine Tree with Tia Fan and the others. Duan Yue lets out a proud grin, mocking the Peak 9-star Martial Grandmaster for getting demolished in such a smart way. Analyzing the shortcomings of the Geezer's technique against the enemy, even Yun Xiao is shocked by his quick-witted and practically flawless showcase. Since water element techniques are softer and not as deadly as other elements, Duan Yue will also be able to avoid killing Xingyang Huo and extract the Lotus Field Flames from his body. The reincarnated soul smiles, recognizing his otherwise idiotic servant's battle IQ as the real deal. Sinpi is thoroughly impressed as well, concluding that the 2-star Martial Emperor is an expert who has gone through thousands of trials, leaving Xingyang Huo with no chance of victory. Desperate to not suffer a complete and utter defeat like this at the hands of someone so arrogant, the Peak 9-star Martial Grandmaster prepares to self-destruct to take Duan Yue down with him. Erupting into a burning vortex of his Lotus Field Flames, Xingyang Huo announces that the Geezer can get them from him in their graves, somehow always getting unlucky enough to meet petty people who blow themselves up when they lose. Duan Yue grits his teeth in annoyance, making people explode. Gotta qualify bro as fruity. Right then, Xingyang Huo starts laughing maniacally, declaring that the entire city will go down. Meanwhile, Ao Dijia decides that this incident has nothing to do with them and starts heading out, albeit feeling a tad bit disappointed that he didn't get to see the formation in the Pill Tower. However, Zhujing and Sinpi continue to look on intently, as Xingyang Huo's entire being tears apart with his own Lotus Field Flames. Yun Xiao's threatening words echo in his mind, soul, and body, announcing that the likes of him don't deserve the entire city to decorate their grave. With this proclamation, birds of death start flying around in the air. The ugly Pill Tower transforms into an ominous blood-weeping creature, possessing a bloodshot eye that shines a devilish light Xingyang Huo to exert immense mental pressure on him. Unleashing the universal spirit suppressor, Exile, Yun Xiao pulls the Peak 9-star Martial Grandmaster into a horrific nightmare. Despite understanding that it's just a mental attack and everything around him is nothing but an illusion, Xingyang Huo completely loses his sense of self, leaving him questioning just who Yun Xiao really is. Moments later, the universal spirit suppressor, Exile, shatters, waking the intruder to an even harsher reality. Grabbing him by the collar, Duan Yue rips Xingyang Huo's Lotus Field Flames right out of his body. After smacking away the nuisance, the 2-star Martial Emperor gets ready to suppress the flames, as any delay will cause them to break off and escape. Unaware of Yun Xiao's mental attack, Zhujin, Stinpi, and Ao Dijia look on at the scene in confusion, questioning why Xingyang Huo stood still for a split second and gave the enemy a chance to attack. Being the mischievous one of the three, Ao Di Jia tries to provoke Xin Pi into swooping onto the scene and killing everyone to take the Lotus Field Flames for himself, as they can increase his level by 1 star. However, the calm Xin family head doesn't lose his cool, remarking that he doesn't cultivate the fire element as his specialty. Xin Pi deems the Lotus Field Flames to be worthless for him, since he can simply break through 1 star normally in the same amount of time. He's a better man than me? I would have instantly folded. With the Xingyang family's incident finally reaching its rousing conclusion, the martial emperor announces that there is no need for them to worry about it anymore, and orders everyone to return. He orders them to avoid injuring the up-and-coming martial Flame City, not wanting any nuisances when Mount Meru opens, especially since the Xingyang family's demise has shown that even a millennia-old family can fall in the blink of an eye. Hearing Xin Pi's words, the other martial emperors and the martial grandmasters accompanying them all return to their locations. At the same time, the sun begins to shine on martial Flame City. In the aftermath of the battle, Du An Yue consumes the Lotus Field Flames and starts rolling around in agony. Yun Xiao quickly orders the 4 refiners he got from the Star Mansion sect to help him suppress them, feeling annoyed at the same time that Li Yi somehow disappeared during the chaos yet again. He then heads inside the Pill Tower, whose interior is fortunately unaffected by Xingyang Huo's bombardment. There, Jia Rong, who has become a 3rd-tier refiner and a harder punching bag, comes flying to his young master Yun with excitement. Of course, the reincarnated soul happily greets him with a massive punch to the face. You know, the usual on the menu. Jia Rong fills in Yun Xiao about what they did upon Xingyang Huo's arrival. Turns out, Hong Bin stepped up big time and led the evacuation to the Pill Tower, while Qian Duo suffered some injuries while investigating on his own, but is now doing fine. Suddenly, it hits Jia Rong that Yun Xiao entered the Pill Tower directly, making him question what happened to the Peak 9 Star Marshal Grandmaster. Talking like it isn't a big deal at all, the boy quickly mentions that he is dead and moves on to the next order of business, which is to rebuild the City Lord residence and expand the city. Oh, and if Jia Rong finds a heavily injured person outside who is as big of a glazer as him, he shouldn't interrupt or annoy them. Just like that, Yun Xiao disappears into the wind, leaving the 3rd-tier refiner in complete and utter disbelief. For a pinnacle existence in the Dusk Flame Empire, to die in martial Flame City, Jia Rong wonders just how much more chaos his young master Yun is going to cause in Tianwu. Afterward, the reincarnated soul heads to the mythic cloud, shaking thunder-roaring beast, who has broken through to the 6th tier. Since beasts are usually limited by their bloodlines and can't break through easily, managing to do so causes a mutation that makes them stronger. Closely observing the little thing, Yun Xiao realizes that its eyes are marked with a glint of the legendary demon beast, meaning that he has greatly underestimated its ancestral line. Despite wanting to see the mythic cloud shaking thunder-roaring beast's true strength instantly, Yun Xiao kicks it away for now, ordering the creature to guard the entrance and prevent anyone from entering. Of course, the little Pikachu readily fulfills its master's wishes. Finally, the reincarnated soul arrives before Meng Wu and announces his arrival. And so, the 200-chapter milestone comes with a full-circle moment, a hopeful reunion between Yun Xiao and a sleeping beauty. Tune in next time to see what happens from here on out.